Sports Union organized Hatton National Bank 49th National Age Group Aquatic Championship 2025. It's chilly and a bit windy too. Plenty of cloud cover, but hopefully the high wind will take it away. The participants are all geared up for swimming and water polo action through the day. 567 events in all. Over 6 age groups, 1,102 competitors representing 134 schools, clubs and academies participating in this year's championship. We are live and exclusive on ThePapare Television 2 HD, Dialog Television Channel 127, together with the Dialog ViU App and the ThePapare.com website. As you know, yesterday there were 4 new meet records established, plenty to be broken today if the participation is expected to be at that same level. But for the moment there is a thick drizzle, and in and around this area there has been some rain, and we certainly hope that it wouldn't hamper too much the participation, especially the young boys and girls who will be participating in the junior age groups. Apart from that, the venue has seen a fairly good competition right through yesterday's first day. The eager participation augurs well. The SLASU management has organized it in such a way that the major sponsors have come on board for the successful conduct and completion of this championship as a prelude to some of the selection trials that are available for the Junior Aquatic World Championship and the Senior World Aquatic Championships to be held in the near future. Apart from that, there are selection trials that are lined up for the South Asian Federation Games to be conducted next year, hopefully. And as you know, you could see that the judges are walking in to a position, and we take a quick break and come back with the live action.
දිනන ගැම්ම ගන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Dale.
Looking for the perfect place for your child to learn swimming safely, confidently, and with a big smile? At Stingrays, we turn learning into fun. With expert coaches, small group classes, and a whole lot of encouragement. From beginners to little champions, we're here to build skills, boost confidence, and make a splash. Give your child the gift of swimming. Join Stingrays today.
Nervous නොවී ඉන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Dale.
Singiti sina teenage kata youth mavana sihina dina HNB samagin genena abi katat galapena itiriyak eta dina saruwi satuta itirivi katat galapena itiriyak.
Enjoy the highest rewards and live life to your heart's content with savings that bring joy to life. HNB.
Watch the stars of Sri Lanka at the biggest franchise T20 league in the world on www.thepapare.com for just 249 rupees. 249 rupees.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Dale.
3 nations, 7 epic battles, 1 ultimate prize. Sri Lanka, India and South Africa face off in a high-stakes ODI series, April 27th to May 11th. Who will rise? Who will conquer? Don't miss the Women's Tri-Series, live from Colombo on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 2, Dialog TV Channel number 63, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Just a little bit of
well here watching in Sri Lanka on ThePapare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
ෆෝකස් එකේ ඉන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්.
පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
දිනන ගැම්ම ගන්න.
අයිබෝන් සුබෝදෑසනක් ඔබ නැවතත් පිළිගන්නවා සුගතදාස පෙහිනුම් තටාකාංගණයට 49 වැනි වයස්කාණ්ඩ ජාතික ජල ක්‍රීඩා ශූරතාවයයි ක්‍රියාත්මක වන්නේ. අප දැන් සූදානම් 15 බාලිකා මීටර 400 මිශ්‍ර ඒකල ඉසව්ව සඳහා ඔබ රැගෙන යන්නට. ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් ඔවුන්ගේ පලකයන් මතට පැමිණෙන ආකාරය ඔබට දකින්නට පුළුවන්. මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා ජෙනෙලි වීරසිංහ, ගෝවින්දී ධර්මවර්ධන, ඉනුකි මුතුහෙට්ටි, දිලූෂි දිල්හාරා, සනුජි යහන්සා, ගිෂේනී ලෙසාරි, සෙතුමි කළුආරච්චි සහ යනුලි මෙන්ඩිස්. ඉතාම ප්‍රබල ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දෙපළක් ඔබට දකින්නට පුළුවන්. යනුලි මෙන්ඩිස් සමගින් ඉනුකි මුතුහෙට්ටි. ඒ අතරතුර අද සජීව විකාශය සඳහා විස්තර විචාරය අපත් සමගින් එකතු වන්නේ ශානුක ගමගේ.
අයිබෝන් අසංක. හොඳ දිනයක ඉතාමත් හොඳ තරඟ රසක් අපිට නැරඹීමට හැකියාව ලැබේවි. වර්ෂා කාලුණේ වදක් පහව ගියා. ඉතාමත් හොඳ සලකුණක් දිනේ තරඟ සඳහා ආරම්භ කිරීමට සූදානම් වන්නේ වයස අවුරුදු 15 බාලිකා මීටර 400 මිශ්‍ර ආර තරඟය. ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සූදානම්.
ඒකල මිශ්‍ර ආර තරගය 15 බාලිකා මීටර 400. අද තමයි දෙවැනි දිනය මේ තරගාවලියේ. ඊයේ දිනේදී තාම ප්‍රබල තරග කිහිපයක් සවස් යාමේ වෙද්දී අපිට දකින්නට ලැබුණා. විශේෂයෙන්ම ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ගේ පැත්තෙන් ඉතාම හොඳ තරග කිහිපයක් තිබුණා. බාලකංශයේ 25 මීටර් 100 තරග ඉතාමත් තීරණාත්මක සහ උද්වේගකර තරග බවට පත් වුණා. ඒ නිසා අද දිනත් සවස් යාමේ වෙද්දී ඉතාම තීරණාත්මක වේවි. දැන් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සූදානම්. ආරම්භ තරගය.
වයස අවුරුදු 15 මීටර 400 මිශ්‍ර ආර තරගය වෙන ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සූදානම්. මිශ්‍ර ආර සඳහා මේ අපි කියන බෑක් ස්ට්‍රෝක් පළවෙනි මීටර 100 ඉන්නතුරු බ්‍රෙස්ට් ස්ට්‍රෝක් බටර්ෆ්ලයි ආර තමයි මුලින්ම තිබෙන්නේ. ඉනනතුරුව පසුපස ආර. ඉනනතුරුව ලය ආර. ඉනනතුරුව ෆ්‍රී ස්ටයිල්. එයාකට තමයි මීටර් 400 සමන්විත වන්නේ. මෙන්න පළමු මීටර් 50න් පසුව ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තමන්ගේ දෙවන මීටර් 50 සඳහා
සෑම ආරයකින්ම ඔවුන්ට මීටර් 50 බැගින් 50 ඒවා දෙක බැගින් පිහිනීමට සිදුවනවා. ඒ තමයි මේ තරගයේ විශේෂත්වය, මේ තරගයේ ඉසව්වේ විශේෂත්වය. දැන් අපිට දකින්නට පුළුවන් මන්තිරු අංක 4 සහ 5 ප්‍රථම සහ දෙවන ස්ථාන දිනාගෙන මේ වන විට තරගය දෙනවා. නමුත් මේ ආර වෙනස් වීමේදී සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම මෙහි තීරණය වෙනස් වන්නට ඉඩ තිබෙනවා. මොකද සමහර ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් විශේෂ ආරයකට විශේෂ දස්කම් පාන ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්, ඒ නිසා උන්ට හැකියාව තිබෙනවා ඒ අත්හැරෙන දුර නැවත ලබා ගන්න උන්ගේ විශේෂ ආරයෙන්.
අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම සඟ මෙන්න අපිට පේනවා පසුපස ආර තරගය සඳහා ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තමන්ගේ තුන්වන මීටර් 50 මේ වන විට මන්තිරු අංක 4 හි ක්‍රීඩිකාව තමයි ඉදිරියෙන් සිටින්නේ. ඇයට භෝගයක් ලබා දෙමින් මන්තිරු අංක 7න් හොඳ තරගයක්. අතරම මන්තිරු අංක 5නුත් මේ පැත්තේ
අංක 4 දිලුෂි දිල්ෂාරා වත්තල ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසලෙන්, ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 5 සනුජී එහන්සා ඇත් එම පාසලේමයි. ඒ වගේම අංක 3න් තරග වදින ඉනු කිමුතු හෙට්ටිත් ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල වත්තල තමයි නියෝජනය කරන්නේ. මන්තිරු අංක 6න් ගිෂේනි ලෙසාරි තරග වදිනවා.
මිශ්‍රාර තරගයේ දෙවන කොටස කියන්නේ මේ පසුපස ආර තරගය සඳහා පසුපස ආර කොටස සඳහා තමයි මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තරග වදින්නේ. මීටර 100ක් වුන් පසුපස ආර භාවිත කරමින් පිහිනා යා යුතුයි. තවමත් ඉදිරියෙන් සිටින මන්තිරු අංක 4 දිලුෂි දිල්ෂාරා ක්‍රීඩිකාව.
ලයිසියම් ගම්පහ සහ ලයිසියම් වත්තල ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 5 දෙනෙකු මේ තරගයට සහභාගී වෙනවා. දැන් පසුපස ආර අවසන්. දැන් උන් යනවා නිදහස් ආර වෙත. සමා වෙන්න ලය ආර වෙත. ඔබ වඩාත්ම දක්ෂ ආරෙන් ඔබට යම්කිසි තත්පර ගණනක් මේ තරගය තුල ඉදිරියට යන්නට පුළුවන්. ඒ තමයි විශේෂම හැකියාව සහ විශේෂ අවස්ථාව ඔබට ලැබෙන.
පිහිනුම් ක්‍රීඩාව ඇති සියලුම ආරවලින් මේ තරගය සමන්විතයි. තවමත් අපිට පේන්නට තිබෙනවා දිලුෂි දිල්ෂාරාට අභියෝගයක් ලබා දීමට අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තරම් උත්සාහයක් උන්ට සාර්ථක වන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් අපි බලමු කෙසේ වේවිද කියලා. මෙන්න උන් පළමු මීටර් 50 අවසන් කරනවා දිල්ෂාරා ලයාර කොටසේ. සමනලාර පසුපසාර උන්නනතුරුව ලයාර උන්ගේ තුන්වන මීටර 100 කොටස මීටර 300ක් අවසන් කරමින් මෙන්න
මෙතනින් පසුව ඊටම තරගකාරී නිදහස් ආර ඔවුන් භාවිතා කරාවේ මේ තරගය තුලදී. ජාත්‍යන්තර මට්ටමේදී ශනුක සමහර විට තරගය ආරම්භ කරද්දී ඉදිරියෙන් ඉන්න ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඊටම වේගයෙන් වෙනස් වෙනවා මේ ආරයන් වෙනස් වීමත් එක්ක. මොකද එක් ආරයන් සඳහා උන්ගේ දස්කම් වෙනස්. දැන් විශාල පරතරයක් නිර්මාණය කරගෙන තිබෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩිකාව දිලුෂි දිල්ෂාරා මෙන්න නිදහස් ආරට.
මේ වෙන විට මන්තිරු අංක 5 ක්‍රීඩිකාව තමයි දෙවන ස්ථානයේ සිටින්නේ. සනුජී යහන්සා එන උන් අවසන් කොටසට එන ආකාරය නිදහස් ආර මීටර් 100 සඳහා මුලට ඇත්තෙම දිලුෂි තාමත්ම හොඳ පෙරමුණක් ලබාගෙන තිබෙනවා. අපි බලමු කෙසේ වේවිද කියලා. මෙන්න දිලුෂි තමන්ගේ නිදහස් ආර මුල් මීටර් 50 අවසන් කරන ආකාරය.
මේ වන විට ඉතාම වැඩි පරතරයක් තිබෙනවා අයට. මම හිතන්නේ මීටර් 30ක පමණ පරතරයක් තිබෙනවා. ඒ ඊටාම හොඳින් පවත්වා ගනිමින් දැන් වේගය වැඩි කරමින් රිද්මය වැඩි කර ගනිමින් ඇදී යන අවසානය දක්වා දිලුෂි දිල්ෂාරා දෙවන ස්ථානයේ තරඟ වදිනවා සනුජී හංසා. මෙන්න තරඟ අවසානයේට දිලුෂි දිල්ෂාරා ජයග්‍රහණය කරනවා මෙම තරඟ ඉසව්ව ඒකල මිශ්‍ර ආර මීටර් 415 15 බාලිකා අංශේ.
වත්තල ලයිසන් විද්‍යාලය ක්‍රීඩිකාව තමයි මෙම තරඟේ ජයග්‍රහණය කරන. බලමු කවුරුන් දෙවන ස්ථානයට පැමිණෙයිද කියලා. මේ වෙනුවට මන්තුරු අංක 5න් සනුජී යහන්සා තරඟයේ අවසානයට පැමිණෙන ආකාරය ඔබ මේ දකින්න. ඒ අනුව දෙවන ස්ථානය හිමි කර ගන්නවා වත්තල ලයිසන් විද්‍යාලයේම සනුජී යහන්සා. තුන්වන ස්ථානයේ මන්තුරු අංක 3න් ඇයත් වත්තල ලයිසන් විද්‍යාලයේමයි ඉනුකි මුතුහෙට්ටි. එලෙස අවසන් වූයේ වයස අවුරුදු 15න් 15 බාලිකා මිශ්‍රාර මීටර් 400 තරගය. ඔබ දකින්නේ පුනරූපණය. ලයා රිසව්වේදී ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් කෙසේද තමන්ගේ දක්ෂතා පෙන්눔 කළේ කියන එක ඔබ මේ දකින්නේ.
ලයාරෙන් පසුව තමයි ඇගේ පරතරය නිර්මාණය කරගත්තේ. ඊටාම හොඳ පරතරයක් නිර්මාණය කරගන්නට සමත් වුණා දිල්ෂාරා. ඒ අනුව ජයග්‍රහණය ඇයට හිමි වුණා. දැන් අප සූදානම් 15න් 15 බාලකංශයේ මීටර් 400 ඒකල මිශ්‍රාර ඉසව්ව සඳහා බෝ රැගෙන යන්නට ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඔවුන්ගේ පලකයන් මතට පැමිණ තිබෙනවා. මන්තිරු අංක 2න් වොනාල් පෙරේරා, මන්තිරු අංක 3න් ලුක්මාන් අස්ලම්, මන්තිරු අංක 4න් හෂෙල් සෙනරත්, මන්තිරු අංක 5න් අකලංක නිසල්, මන්තිරු අංක 6න් එබනේස ජයරාජ්. හෂෙල් සෙනරත් අප ඊයේ දිනේදී දුටුවා. ඉතාම වේගවත් ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. ඔහුට අනිවාර්යෙන්ම හැකියාව තිබෙනවා මේ තරගය තුල වෙනසක් කරන්නට.
හෂෙල් සෙනරත් ගේට්වේ ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසලේ වයස අවුරුදු 15න් 15 බාලක මීටර් 400 මිශ්‍රාර තරගය සඳහා මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩකීන් සූදානම්.
ආරම්භක සංඥාව නිකුත් වෙනවා. දැන් ක්‍රීඩකයන් දිය යටින් ඔවුන්ට හැකි උපරිම සීමාව මීටර් 15 සීමාවට ළඟා වුණු ආකාරය. ඉන්පසුව දැන් සමනලාර ඉසව්වෙන් ආරම්භ කරනවා වුන් තරගය. මන්තිරු අංක 4 අපි බලාපොරොත්තු පරිදි හෂෙල් සෙනරත් ඉදිරියෙන්. සමාවෙන මන්තිරු අංක 5 දැන් ඉදිරිය ලබාගෙන තිබෙනවා. ඔහු අකලංක නිසල් ශාන්ත ජෝසප් විද්‍යාලයේ
පළමු මීටර් 50 මෙන්න උන් අවසන් කරනවා. තවමත් අකලංක ඉදිරියෙන් සිටිනවා. මිශ්‍රාර මීටර් 400 දී පළමු මීටර් 100 සමනලාර ආකාරයෙන් තමයි තරගය තරණය කළ යුතු වන්නේ. හොඳ තරගයක් ලබා දෙනවා නිකුත් ක්‍රීඩකයනුත්. නමුත් තවමත් අකලංක ඉදිරියම සිටිනවා. මෙන්න
තවමත් අභියෝගයක් එල්ල කළ හැකි සීමාවේ සිටින්නේ හෂෙල් සෙනරත් දෙවන ස්ථානයේ තරග වදින ක්‍රීඩකයා. ඒ වගේම ප්‍රථම ස්ථානයේ දැන් තරග වදින අකලංක නිසල්. නමුත් ඕනෑම මොහොතක වෙනසක් සිදුවන්නට හැකි පරතරයක් තමයි තවමත් තිබෙන්නේ.
සමනලාර කොටස අවසන් මෙන්න දැන් ඔවුන් පසුපසාර සර මීටර් 100 සඳහා යොමු වන ආකාරය තවමත් අකලංක ඉදිරියෙන් සිටිනවා. අපි දකිනවා මේ ආර වෙනස් වීම ඇත්තෙම කෙනෙකුගේ වේගය වැඩි කරන්න වගේම වේගය අඩු කරන්නට සෑහෙන්න සහයක් දරනවා. මේ වෙනනම් කෙමෙන් තමන්ගේ පරතරය වැඩි කර ගන්න ආකාරය තමයි පෙනෙන්න තිබෙන්නේ අකලංක.
පසුපසාර ආරම්භ වීමත් සමග පරතරය ටිකෙන් ටික වැඩි වෙන ස්වභාවය ඔබට පෙනෙනවා ඇති. හොඳින්ම පැහැදිලිවම මේ තමයි අපි සඳහන් කළ වෙනස. දැන් පරතරය විශාලයි. Tamanට හැකි උපරිම ආරය ඉතාම හොඳින් කිරීම තුළින් ඔබට අවශ්‍ය පරතරය නිර්මාණය කරගන්නට පුළුවන්. ඒ තමයි මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් සහ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් මේ ඉසව්ව තුළදී සිදු කරන්නේ. ඔබ වඩාත් දක්ෂ, ඔබ වඩාත් ශක්‍ය ආරය ඔබට පුළුවන් වඩා හොඳින් භාවිතා කරන්න මේ තරගය තුළ ඔබේ පරතරය නිර්මාණය කර ගැනීම සඳහා.
සංජෝසප් විද්‍යාලයේ අකලංක තවමත් ඉදිරියෙන් දෙවන ස්ථානයේ හෂේල් ගේට්ටුවේ විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයා වෙන අකලංක පසුපසාර තමන්ගේ මීට 100 සම්පූර්ණ කරනවා මේ අවස්ථාවේදී.
දැන් අකලංක ලයාර ආරම්භ කර තිබෙන්නේ. දෙවන ස්ථානයේ හෂේල් සෙනරත් තවමත් ආරම්භ කළේ නැහැ. දැන් දෙවන ස්ථානයෙන් ආරම්භ වෙනවා හෂේල්ගේ ලයාර. ඒ වගේම අකලංක තවමත් ඉදිරියෙන්.
ආරයන් වෙනස් වීමත් සමග අපිට පේනවා අකලංකේ තාමත්ම හොඳින් තමන්ගේ වේගය වැඩි කරගන්න ආකාරය කෙමෙන් කෙමෙන් අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩකීන් ප්‍රමාද වන ආකාරය තමයි පේන්න තිබෙන්නේ. මොකද තවමත් තරගයේ පවතින්නේ පළවෙනි ස්ථානය සහ දෙවන ස්ථානය අතර අකලංක සහ හෂේල් අතර. නමුත් දෙවන ස්ථානය සඳහා සෑහෙන පරතරයක් මේ වන විට අකලංක තබාගෙන තිබෙනවා.
ඒ වගේම ඔබට නොපෙනෙන තුන්වැනි ස්ථානය සඳහා මේ වන විට තරගවාදිමින් තිබෙන්නේ එබෙනේස ජයරාජ් ශාන්ත පීතර විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයා. නමුත් ඔහු ඉතාමත් පිටුපසින් සිටින්නේ මේ ප්‍රථම ස්ථානයේ රැඳෙන ක්‍රීඩකයාට. ප්‍රථම ස්ථානයේ මේ තරගවදින්නේ අකලංක නිසල්. දැන් පැහැදිලි පරතරයක් තිබෙනවා ඔහුට. මෙන්න දෙවන ස්ථානයේ තරගවදින ක්‍රීඩකයා හෂේල් සෙනරත් ගේට්වේ ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසලේ. කිසිම අවස්ථාවක් ලබා දෙන්නේ නැහැ ශාන්ත ජෝසප් විද්‍යාලයේ අකලංක නිසල්.
මෙන්න අකලංක පැමිණෙනවා තමන්ගේ ලයාර මීටර් 100 අවසානයේට. ඒත් සමගින් අවසන් මීටර් 100 ඒ නිදහස්ාර තමන් හිතන්නේ වේගය වැඩි කරගන්නට පුළුවන් ඉසව්ව අපිට පේනවා.
බොහෝ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට
ලැබුව ආකාරයට අකලංක පිහිනාගෙන යන ආකාරය.
ඒ වගේම හෂේල් සෙනරත් මේ ඉසව්වේ ඉතාම දක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩකෙක්, මේ ආරේ දක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. ඒ අතරතුර අකලංක වේගයෙන් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙනවා ඔහුගේ නිදහස් ආරය ඉතාම හොඳින් භාවිතා කරමින්. නමුත් වේගවත් සටනක් ඔබට පෙන්වනවා ඇති දෙවැනි ස්ථානයේ සිට මෙන්න හෂේල් සෙනරත් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙන ආකාරය.
අකලංක මෙන්න තමන්ගේ අවසන් මීටර් 50ට යමු වෙනවා. නිදහස්ාර අවසන් මීටර් 50 අය අතරම තරගයේ අවසන් මීටර් 50 වයස අවුරුදු 15න් 15 බාලක මිශ්‍රාර මීටර් 400 තරගය තමත්ම හොඳින් විහිනාගෙන ආකාරය පේන්න තිබෙනවා. තවත් මීටර් කිහිපයක් තමයි තිබෙන්නේ අකලංකට මෙම තරගය නිමා කිරීමට. දෙවන ස්ථානය සඳහා තමත් හෂේල් සෙනරත් මීටර් 10ක 15ක පමණ පරතරයක් තබාගෙන මෙන්න තරගය අවසන් කරනවා අකලංක නිසල් වයස අවුරුදු 15න් 15 බාලක මීටර් 400 මිශ්‍රාර තරගය සාන්ත ජෝසප් විද්‍යාලයේ අකලංක නිසල් හට හිමි වෙනවා ජයග්‍රහණය. දෙවන ස්ථානය ගේට්වේ ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසලේ හෂේල් සෙනරත් හටයි හිමිවන්නේ.
පහසු ජයග්‍රහණයක් වාර්තා කළේ අකලංක නිසල්. ඉතාම හොඳ තරගයක් අපට නැරඹීමේ අවස්ථාව සැපයුවා. ඒ වගේම හෂේල් සෙනරත් බලාපොරොත්තු මට්ටමට දක්ෂකම් දැක්ුවේ නැහැ. කෙසේ වෙතත් ඔහු දෙවැනි ස්ථානයේ දිනාගත්ත මෙන්න ජයග්‍රාහකයා අකලංක නිසල්.
ආරම්භයේ සිටම අකලංක ඉදිරියම සිටියා. දෙවන ස්ථානය සඳහා හෂේල් උත්සාහයක් දරුවා. ආරම්භයේදී විශේෂයෙන්ම සමනලාර ඉසව්වේදී අභියෝගයක් ලබා දීමට. නමුත් කෙමෙන් ප්‍රමාදයට ලක්ුණු ආකාරය තමයි දකින්න ලැබුණේ. ඉන් අනතුරුව නම් කිසිම අභියෝගයක් ලබා දීමට හැකියාවක් ලැබුණේ නැහැ. අකලංක තමන්ගේ වේගය කෙමෙන් වැඩි කර ගනිමින් තරගය නිමා කළා ඉතාමත් සාර්ථක ලෙස. වර්ෂාවුදුරු 15න් 15 බාලක සහ බාලිකා මිශ්‍රාර මීට 400 තරග එසේ නිමවනවා. ඉන්නතුරු සූදානම් වන්නේ වර්ෂාවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලිකා මීට 400 මිශ්‍රාර තරගය සඳහා.
මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වන්නේ මන්තිරුවන්ක 2න් සැන්ඩ්‍රා පෙරුමාල්, මන්තිරුවන්ක 3න් සයාරා විජේසිංහ, මන්තිරුවන්ක 4න් MGT ලෙහාරා මෙලේගොඩ, මන්තිරුවන්ක 5න් සෙනුෂි විහංගා, මන්තිරුවන්ක 6න් මිකයිලා විමලසේන. දැන් තරගය ආරම්භ වී තිබෙන්නේ මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 සහ 5 අපිට දකින්නට නැහැ.
ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සහභාගී වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 30 දෙනෙක් පමණයි මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙන්නේ. මෙන්න සමනලාර තමන්ගේ මීටර 50 සඳහා ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 3 දෙනා අතරින් ඉතාමත් හොඳ තරගයක්. නමුත් අපට පේන්න තිබෙනවා මන්තිරුවන්ක 3 ක්‍රීඩිකාව සයාරා විජේසිංහ වත්තල ලයිසෙන් විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව ඉතාමත් හොඳින් පිහිනීමේ දෙනවා. ඒත් එක්කම මන්තිරුවන්ක 2න් සැන්ඩ්‍රා පෙරුමාල් ඒෂියන් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල,
මන්තිරුවන්ක 3 ක්‍රීඩිකාව සයාරා විජේසිංහ දැන් පැහැදිලි ඉදිරියක් ලබා ගනිමින් තිබෙන්නේ සමනලාර ඉසව්වෙන්. අප පෙර සඳහන් කළා වගේ සමනලාර ඉසව්වෙන් මීටර් 100ක්, පසුපසාරෙන් මීටර් 100ක්, ඒ වගේම ලයාරෙන් මීටර් 100ක්, නිදහස්සාරෙන් මීටර් 100ක් තමයි මේ තරගයට ඇතුළත් වන්නේ. දැන් සයාරා විජේසිංහ ඉදිරියෙන් තරග වදිනවා.
සයාරා කෙමෙන් තමන්ගේ සමනලාර මීටර් 100 අවසානයේ කරා ඇදියනවා. ඒ අතරම දෙවන ස්ථානය සඳහා ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දෙදෙනාම තමන් හොඳින් කරට කර තරගයක් ලබා දෙමින් සිටින්නේ. මිකේලා සහ සැන්ඩ්‍රා.
මිකේලා අවසන් භාගයේදී වේගය තරමක් වැඩි කරගත් බව කිව යුතුයි. දැන් පසුපසාර ඉසව්වට අප ගමන් කරන්නේ පසුපසාර මීටර් 100ක් ඔවුන් සම්පූර්ණ කළ යුතුයි. මේ 17න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 400 ඒකල මිශ්‍ර ආර ඉසව්වේදී.
අසංක මේ තරගය සඳහා පවතින වාර්තාව මිනිත්තු 5යි තත්පර 21.77ක්. එය කිමිකෝ රහිබ් ක්‍රීඩිකා විසින් වර්ෂාවුරුදු 2014 වසරේ තමයි පවත්වා තිබෙන්නේ.
ඇය ඉතාම ලාබාල වයසකදී, ඒ වගේම ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට ජයග්‍රහණ රැසක් ලබා දුන් ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් දකුණු ආසියානු මට්ටමේ. ඒ වගේම ඇගේ සොයුරියත් මයුමි රහීම්
තමත් හොඳින් ජාත්‍යන්තර වශයෙන් දක්ෂතා දක්වපු ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්. යතර මෙන්න මේ වුණිට සයාරාට තමත් හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙන්න සිටිනවා. සැන්ඩ්‍රා සහ මිකේලා දෙදෙනාම කෙමෙන් සයාරාගේ වේගය අඩපණ වන ආකාරයට තමයි පෙනෙන්න තිබෙන්නේ. පසුපසාර මීටර 50 අවසන් මීටර 100 අවසන් වෙද්දී
මේ තමයි අපි සඳහන් කළ සංසිද්ධිය. ඔබේ වැඩි දක්ෂ ආරය ඔබට වේගය ලබා දෙනවා. සේම ඔබේ අඩු දක්ෂතා ඇති ආරය ඔබට වේගය අහිමි කරන්නටත් පුළුවන්. දැන් විජේසිංහ, සයාරා විජේසිංහ දෙවැනි තැනට, සමහර විට තුන්වැනි තැනට පත්ව තිබෙනවා. අනෙක් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දෙදෙනාම මිකයිලා සමගින් සැන්ඩ්‍රා ඉදිරියට ඇදුණ අයට වඩා.
ඔව් මෙන්න තුන්වන අදියර ලයාර ඉසව් මේ වන විට මිකේලා සහ සැන්ඩ්‍රා දෙදෙනාම මෙන්න ඉදිරියට පැමිණ තිබෙනවා. සැන්ඩ්‍රා උත්සාහයක් දරනවා කෙමෙන් ඉදිරියට පැමිණීමට, පෙරමුණ වැඩි කර ගැනීමට.
ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 30 දෙනෙක් වුණත් මා හිතන්නේ හොඳ තරගයක් ලබා ගැනීමේ, හොඳ තරගයක් දැක ගැනීමේ අවස්ථාව අපට ලැබී තිබෙන්නේ. මොකද නිදහස් සාරට මේ තරගය පැමිණෙද්දී තාම තරගකාරී වන්නට පුළුවන් ඕන එකම මට්ටමක තරග වදින නිසා.
ඔබ දකින්නේ සැන්ඩ්‍රා පෙරුමාල් මේ වුණට ඉදිරියෙන් සිටින ක්‍රීඩිකාව. මිකේලත් තරගයේ කිසි ලෙසම අතහැරලා නැහැ. තාමත් හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙමින් සිටින්නේ. මෙන්න ලයාර අවසන් මීටර 50ට මුලින්ම සැන්ඩ්‍රා පෙරුමාල් තමයි අවතීර්ණ වන්නේ. ඉන්පසුව මිකේලා විමලසේන, සයාරා විජේසිංහ මේ වුණට තුන්වන ස්ථානයේ තමයි සිටින්නේ. නමුත් තවත් අදියරක් වුණාම තිබෙනවා. ඒ තමයි නිදහස්සාර වේගවත්ම අදියර.
දැන් ඉදිරියෙන්ම තරග වදින්නේ සැන්ඩ්‍රා පෙරුමාල්. ඇයට දෙවනුව තරග වදිනවා මිකයිලා. සෙයාරා තරගය ආරම්භ කළේ ප්‍රථම ස්ථානයෙන් දැන් ඇයට සිදුව තිබෙනවා තෙවැනි ස්ථානය දක්වා පසුබසින්නට. මන්තිරුවක 2 ඔබ දැක්කේ සැන්ඩ්‍රා පෙරුමාල් දැනට ඉදිරියෙන්ම ගමන් කරන ක්‍රීඩිකාව. දැන් ඔවුන් මේ ළඟා වන්නේ නිදහස් ආරය ආරම්භ කිරීමේ සීමාවට. ඒ තමයි අවසන් මීටර් 100 මේ තරගයේ.
සැන්ඩ්‍රා පෙරුමාල් ඉතාමත් හොඳින් මෙන්න අවසන් මීටර් 100ට අවතීර්ණ වෙනවා නිදහස් ආර. ඒ අතරම මන්තිරුවක 6න් මිකේලා විමලසේන දෙවන ස්ථානයේ සයාරා මේ යුනිට තාමත් තුන්වෙනි ස්ථානයේ තමයි සිටින්නේ. අපි බලමු මේ මීටර් 100 කෙසේ වේවිද අවසන් ප්‍රතිඵලය කියා.
ප්‍රථම මීටර් 50 අවසානයට වේගෙන් ළඟා වෙනවා සැන්ඩ්‍රා පෙරුමාල්. ඒ වගේම ඇයට පමණක් දෙවැනි වෙමින් මිකයිලා විමලසේන මන්තිරු අංක 6 සිට දෙවැනි ස්ථානය දරමින් තරග වදිනවා. තරගයේ ආරම්භයේදී ප්‍රථම ස්ථානයේ දිනා සිටි සයාරා විජේසිංහ දැන් තෙවැනි ස්ථානයේ තමයි රැඳී සිටින්නේ. මේ අවසානයට ළඟා වෙන්නේ අපේ 17න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 400 ඒකල මිශ්‍ර ආර ඉසව්වේ.
අවසන් මීටර් කිහිපයට මෙන්න සැන්ඩ්‍රා පෙරුමාල් හොඳ පිහිනීමක් සමගින් ළඟා වන ආකාරය. ඒ සමගින් නෙම තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය ඒෂියන් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසලේ සැන්ඩ්‍රා පෙරුමාල් හැටීමේනවා දෙවන ස්ථානයේ. වත්තල ලයිසි විද්‍යාලයේ මිකේලා විමලසේන ක්‍රීඩිකාව තමයි දිනාගන්නේ. ආරම්භයේ සිටම ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් කරට තරගයක් ලබා දුන්නා. ඉන් අනතුරුව දෙවන අදියරේදී තමයි සැන්ඩ්‍රා සහ මිකේලා කෙමෙන් තමන්ගේ පෙරමුණ ලබා ගත්තේ සැන්ඩුහන් කරගත්තේ.
මෙන්න අවසන් වූ තරග ඉසව්වේ විශේෂ අවස්ථාවන්. තරගය ආරම්භ වෙද්දී සයාරා විජේසිංහ මන්තිරු අංක 3 සිට වේගවත් ආරම්භයක් ලබා ගත්තා. නමුත් ලය ආරෙන් පසුව ඇයට ඇගේ පරතරය අහිමිව ගියා. එතැනින් පසුව සැන්ඩ්‍රා පෙරුමාල් තරගයේ වැඩි ආධිපත්‍ය දරා ගැනීමට සමත් වුණා. ඇයට දෙවැනි වුණේ මිකයිලා විමලසේන. සයාරාට සිදු වුණා තෙවැනි ස්ථානයෙන් තරගය අවසන් කරන්නට. දැන් මේ ක්‍රියාත්මක වන්නේ 17න් 15 බාලකංශයේ මීටර් 400 ඒකල මිශ්‍ර ආර ඉසව්ව.
මේ ඉසව්වේ මූලික වටේ තරග දෙකක් පැවැත්වෙනවා. මේ 15 වෙනි තරගය ආරම්භ වන්නේ
ජාතික වයස්කාණ්ඩ වාර්තාව මිනිත්තු 5යි තත්පර 3යි 0.56යි 2019 වර්ෂයේදී අම්ජාඩ් හසන් විසින් තබා තිබෙන්නේ. දැන් මේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන ක්‍රීඩකයන් මන්තිරු අංක 1 යසිරු ආකාශ් මල්මැස්ස, මන්තිරු අංක 2 ජලින නවමාල්, මන්තිරු අංක 3 නෙතුක පෙරේරා, මන්තිරු අංක 4 AIM හාතිම්, මන්තිරු අංක 5 M දනිෂ්, මන්තිරු අංක 6 මුවාස් බාරි, මන්තිරු අංක 7 රෙහාන් ජයසූරිය, මන්තිරු අංක 8 කෙවාන් රණේපුර.
පළමු මීටර් 50 අවසන් මෙන්න ඔවුන් සමනලාර දෙවන මීටර් 50 විහිනාගෙන යන ආකාරය මේ වෙන විට මන්තිරු අංක 4 AIM හාතිම් තමත් හොඳ පිහිනීමක යෙදෙනවා. ඔහු අවසන් කරනවා පළවෙනි ආ ලෙස සමනලාර මීටර් 100 අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩකයනුත් තමත් හොඳින් උපසුපසේ ආකාරයට තිබෙන්නේ මන්තිරු අංක 6න් මුවාස් බාරි මේ වෙන විට හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙනවා පළමු ස්ථානයේ සිටින ක්‍රීඩකයාට හාතිම්ට. ඒ අතරම මන්තිරු අංක 3 නෙතුක පෙරේරා මේ ක්‍රීඩකයින් තිදිනා තමයි මෙන්න පසුපසාර පළමු මීටර් 50 දී ඉදිරියෙම සිටින්නේ. අපි බලමු කෙසේ වේද කියා මේ අවසන් වෙද්දී.
හොඳ තරගයක් බවට පත් වෙමින් තිබෙනවා මේ තරගය. අභියෝගාත්මක තරගයක්, උද්වේගකර තරගයක්. හාතිම් තවමත් ඉදිරියෙන් ඉතාම සුළු පරතරයක් තිබෙන්නේ ඔහුට. ඔහුට පිටුපසින් හොඳ සටනක් ලබා දෙනවා මුවාස් බාරි මන්තිරු අංක 6. දැන් ඔහු ඉදිරියට පැමිණෙමින් තිබෙන්නේ. දැන් මුවාස් බාරි සෙමෙන් පරතරයක් නිර්මාණය කරගන්නවා. ඔහුගේ දක්ෂතා වැඩි ආරෙන් පසුපස ආරෙන් දෙවැනි ස්ථානය සඳහා මන්තිරු අංක 3න් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙමින් තිබෙනවා අනිතුක පෙරේරා.
මුවස් බාරි තමයි මෙන්න ඔහුගේ පසුපසාර මීටර් 100 අවසන් මීටර් කිහිපයට. ඊනතුර ලයාරි සව් අපි බලමු කෙසේ වේවිද කියා. හාතිම් තාමත් දෙවන ස්ථානයේ සිටින්නේ. මුවස් තාමත් බොහොඳින් ලයාරි සව් ආරම්භ කළා. දෙවන ස්ථානයේ හාතිම්. තුන්වන ස්ථානයේ මේ වෙනුවට සිටින්නේ නෙතුක පෙරේරා.
තවමත් ශරීර දුරක ඉදිරියක් නැහැ. තාම ආසන්න ප්‍රමාණයක ඉන්නේ. ඕනෑම මොහොතක මේ වෙනසක් සිදු වෙන්නට පුළුවන් තරගයක්. නමුත් මුවස් බාරි ඊටම හොඳින් ඔහුගේ පරතරය ඔහුට තිබෙන පරතරය පවත්වා ගනිමින් ඉදිරියට ධාවනය කරනවා. ඉදිරියට පිහිනමින් තිබෙනවා. රිද්මය පවත්වා ගැනීම ඊටම වැදගත් මේ ඉසව්ව තුළදී. මොකද ශරීරයේ සමබරතාවය තිබිය යුතුයි නිවැරදිව, නැත්නම් ඔබ එක පසකට ඇදී යන්නට හැකියාව තිබෙනවා. ඉන් ඔබේ කාලය වැඩිවීමයි සිදුවන්නේ.
ලය ආර ඉසව්වයි මේ වෙනිට පැවැත්වෙන්නේ. ටිකක් වෙහෙසකර ආරක් ඇත්තෙම අනිකුත් ආරහා සැසඳීමේදී සාමාන්‍යයෙන් වේගය අඩුවන ආර තමයි ලයාර්. ඉතින් අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට උත්සාහයක් දැරීමට හැකි තරගයේ පෙරමුණ පැමිණෙන. නමුත් තවමත් මුවස් බාරි ඉදිරියෙන් හාතිම් දෙවන ස්ථානයේ, තුන්වන ස්ථානයේ සිටින නෙතුක මදක් පමා වුණු ආකාරය පෙනෙන්නට තිබෙනවා.
දැන් හොඳ සටනක් නිර්මාණය වෙමින් තිබෙනවා මුවස් බාරි සහ හාතිම් අතර. හාතිම් විශාල සටනක් ලබා දෙමින් තිබෙන්නේ නිදහස් ආර ඉසව්වෙන්, නිදහස් ආරෙන්. මන්තිරු අංක 4 සිට ඉතාම හොඳ තරගයක්. මන්තිරු අංක 6 මුවස් බාරි. මෙන්න ඔවුන් දෙදෙනා අතර තරගය, ප්‍රබල තරගයක්. අවසානයේ ඉතාම තීරණාත්මක වේවි. හාතිම් ඔබේ තිරේ දකුණු පසින්, වම් පසින් බාරි.
අවසන් මීටර 50 තවමත් මුවස් ඉදිරියෙන් සිටිනවා. අය බලමු. හාතිමුත් තරම් පසුපසකින් නෙමෙයි සිටින්නේ කියන්නේ. අල්ලා ගන්න පුළුවන් දුරකින් තමයි සිටින්නේ. නමුත් වතුරෙන් ලබා දෙන ප්‍රතිරෝධය ඇත්තෙම බලපාන මේ අවස්ථාවේදී බලමු. මෙන්න අවසන් මීටර 15.
ඉතාම හොඳ තරගයක්. නමුත් මුවස් බාරි ඔහුගේ ජවය රඳවාගෙන තිබුණ අවසානයේ වන තෙක් දැන් ඔහුට හැකියාව තිබෙනවා ජයග්‍රාහීව අවසන් කරන්නට. මේ තරග ඉසව්ව මේ මොහොතේ ජයග්‍රාහීව අවසන් කරනවා මුවස් බාරි. 17න් පහළ බාලකංශයේ මීටර 400 ඒකල මිශ්‍ර ආර ඉසව්ව.
දෙවන ස්ථානය එයිඑම් හාතිම්. ඉනතුර තුන්වන ස්ථානය නෙතුක පෙරේරා. එලෙසයි පළමු මූලික වටේ තරගය මේ ක්‍රීඩකීන් නිමා කරන්නේ. ඉනතුර ක්‍රීඩකීන් සූදානම් දෙවන මූලික වටේ තරගය සඳහා. මුවස් බාරි මන්තිරු අංක 6න් තරග වැදුණු ක්‍රීඩකයා. තමත් හොඳ පිහිනීමක යෙදිනවා. මේ දකින්නේ එම නිමා වුණු තරගයේ විශේෂ අවස්ථා. ආරම්භයේ සිට හාතිම් ඉදිරියෙන් සිටියා. නමුත් දෙවන ආරයේදී මුවස් තමන්ගේ දක්ෂතාවය පෙන්වමින් තරගයේ ඉදිරියට පැමිණියා. අවසානයේ එක්ම මේ ක්‍රීඩකින් දෙදෙනා අතර තමයි තරගය පැවතුනේ. කවුරුන් ජයග්‍රහණය කරාවිද කියා අවසන් මීටර 25 වන තෙක්ම අපිට කීමට හැකියාවක් තිබුණේ නැහැ. ඒ තරම් හොඳින් මේ ක්‍රීඩකින් දෙදෙනා තමන්ගේ දක්ෂතා හැමෝටම පෙන්වුවා. ඉනතුරු දෙවන මූලික වටේ තරගය මීටර 400 වාසවදු 15න් 15 බාලක මිශ්‍රාර ඒකල තරග ඉසව්වේ. මන්තිරු අංක 2 ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් සහභාගී වන්නේ නැහැ. 1 සිට 7 දක්වා මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩකින්. පළමුව අදියර එනම් සමනලාර මීටර 100 සඳහා යමෝනාකාර
ක්‍රීඩකයන් ගැන ඔබට සඳහන් කළොත් මන්තිරු අංක 1 IA දිසානායක, මන්තිරු අංක 2 ක්‍රීඩකයෙකු නැහැ. මන්තිරු අංක 3 ග්‍රෙග් බුල්ජන්ස්, මන්තිරු අංක 4න් ක්වෙයිඩ් ෆාරුක්, මන්තිරු අංක 5 සිනුර විජේසිංහ, මන්තිරු අංක 6 SS මංචනායක, මන්තිරු අංක 7 ජොයල් දර්ශන. ඉතාම ප්‍රබල පාසල් කිහිපයක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ පිහිනුම් ක්‍රීඩාව තුළ සිටින ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලය, ශාන්ත ජෝසප් විද්‍යාලය, ශාන්ත පීතර විද්‍යාලය, තක්ෂිලා විද්‍යාලය, ප්‍රබල පාසල් කිහිපයක්.
හොඳ ධාවනයක් සමගින් මෙන්න සමනලාර දෙවන මීටර් 50 මේ වෙනුවට ඉදිරියෙන් සිටින්නේ මන්ත්‍රාංක 5 තමයි සිනුර විජේසිංහ සාන්ත ජෝසප් විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයා. එත් එක්කම මන්ත්‍රාංක 7න් SS මංචනායක හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙමින් සිටිනවා. යනවා මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩකීන් සමනලාර ඉසව්වේ මීටර් 100 අවසන් කරමින් දෙවන අදියර එසේ නැත්නම් පසුපසාර අදියර සඳහා ඉදිරියට නාකාරය මන්ත්‍රාංක 5 සහ 7 අතර ඉතාමත් හොඳ තරගයක් පළමු ස්ථානය සඳහා.
සිනුර විජේසිංහ සමග ජෝයල් දර්ශන තමයි මේ තරගය ඔබට ලබා දෙන්නේ. දැන් ජෝයල් දර්ශන ඉදිරියේ ලබා ගන්නවා තරගය තුල. පසුපසාර එතරම් පහසු ආරක් නොවේ. ඒ තමයි බොහෝ දිනාට හරහට සිටින ආරය. මොකද ඔබේ සමබරතාවයත් ඉලක්කය පවත්වා ගැනීමත් මොකද ඔබට දකින්නට නැහැ ඔබේ මාවත. ඒ නිසා සමබරතාවෙන් තමයි ඔබේ ඍජු රේඛාවක පිහිනුම සිදු කළ යුත්තේ. ඒ ඊටම අපහසු කාර්යයක්. දැන් ජෝයල් ඉදිරියෙන් ජෝයල් දර්ශන ශාන්ත ජෝසප් විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයා. දැන් ඔහුට දෙවැනුව තරග වදිනවා සිනුර විජේසිංහ. එකම පාසලේ ක්‍රීඩකයා.
එකම පාසලේ ක්‍රීඩකින් දෙදෙනෙක් අතර ඉතාමත් හොඳ තරගයක්. පසුපසාර දෙවන මීටර 50ට මෙන්න එන ආකාරය තවමත් ජෝයල් ඉදිරියෙන්.
දැන් ඔබට පේනවා ඇති මේ සීමාවට ඉතාම ආසන්නව පිහිනුමේ දෙන්නේ ජෝයල්. ඒ නිසා ඔහුට සිදුවනවා යම් ප්‍රමාණයක් ඉන් ඈතට ඔහුව රැගෙන යන්නට. එසේ නොවුනහොත් ඔහුගේ අත් ස්පර්ශ වීමට ඉඩ තිබෙනවා. ඔහුට හානියක් වන්නට ඉඩ තිබෙනවා. කෙසේ වෙතත් මීටර් 100 අවසන් කළා පසුපසාරෙන් සාර්ථකව. දැන් ලයාරට පියවර තබනවා ජෝයල් දර්ශන. දෙවනු ස්ථානෙන් ලයාරට පියවර තබන්නේ විජේසිංහ.
මන්තිරුවන්ක 7න් හිතමත් හොඳ පිහිනුමක ජෝයල් දර්ශන සමන්විතනවා. Tamanගේ පෙරමුණ වැඩි කර ගැනීමට තමයි ඔහු උත්සාහ දරන්නේ. නමුත් අපහසු මාර තමයි මේ. ඒ කියන්නේ ලයාර Tamanගේ වේගය අඩුවන ආර බලමු. ඒ අතරම මන්තිරුවන්ක 4න් quite far මෙන්න කෙමෙන් ඉදිරියට එනවා. Tamanගේ මම හිතන්නේ ඔහුගේ දක්ෂතම ඉසව් යුතුයි ලයාර ඉසව්.
තාක්ෂණය ඉතාම වැදගත් ආරයක්. ලයාර සින්ක්‍රොනයිසේෂන් නැත්නම් සමායෝජනය ඉතාම හොඳින් තිබිය යුතුයි ශරීරයේ ඔබේ දෙපා සහ දෑත්වල. ඒ නිසා කොයිට් ෆාරුක් දැන් දෙවැනි ස්ථානයට පැමිණ තිබෙනවා. ජෝයල් දර්ශන තවමත් ප්‍රථම ස්ථානයේ. සිනුර විජේසිංහ තෙවැනි ස්ථානය දක්වා පසුබසමින් තිබෙන්නේ.
ඒ අතරම අසංක ජෝයල් ඉතාමත් හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙනවා. කෙමෙන් ඉදිරියට පැමිණීමට උත්සාහ දරනවා කොයිට්. ලයාර ඉසව්වේදී ඔහුගේ දක්ෂතා ඉතාමත් මැනවින් පෙන්වීම කරමින් මෙන්න ජෝයල් පසු කරමින් ඉදිරියට නාකාරය අපිට දැකගන්න පුළුවන්. මන්ත්‍රාංක 4න් ඉතාමත් හොඳ පිහිනුමක්.
තාක්ෂණය ඉතා හොඳයි ෆාරුක්ගේ. ඔබට පේනවා ඇති ඔහුගේ උපරිමය එක් ස්ට්‍රෝක් එකක් නැත්නම් එක පහරකින් උපරිමය ලබා ගන්න ආකාරය, උපරිම දුරක් ලබා ගන්න ආකාරය. දැන් ඔහුට අවස්ථාව තිබෙනවා නිදහසාරට යන්නට වේගවත් ආරම්භයක් ලබා ගන්නේ ෆාරුක්. දෙවැනි ස්ථානයෙන් දැන් ජෝයල් දර්ශන ඔබට පේනවා ඇති මන්තිරුවන්ක 7 සිට ඉදිරියට ඇදෙනවා. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරුවන්ක 5 සිනුර විජේසිංහ.
ක්වයිට් සහ ජෝයල් අතර හොඳ තරගයක් නිර්මාණය වී තිබෙනවා. ක්වයිට් තමන්ගේ දක්ෂතාවය මැනවින් පෙන්වුම් කළේ පෙර ඉසව්වේදී පෙර අධියරේදී.
නමුත් ජෝයල් දර්ශනට ඉතාම හොඳ විශ්වාසයක් තිබෙනවා ඔහුගේ නිදහසාරයේ වේගය පිළිබඳව. ඔබට පෙනෙනවා ඇති ඔහු වේගය වැඩි කරන ආකාරය සහ හොඳ සටනක් ලබා දෙන ආකාරය දෙවැනි ස්ථානයේ සිට ප්‍රථම ස්ථානය ලබා ගැනීම සඳහා. එනමුත් ෆාරුක් ප්‍රථම හැරවුම ලබා ගන්නේ. දැන් අප අවසන් මීටර් 50යි සිටින්නේ.
ජෝයල් සෑහෙන උත්සාහයක් දරනවා පළමු ස්ථානය සඳහා පැමිණීමට. නමුත් ෆාරුක් ලබාගත් පෙරමුණ එලෙසම තබා ගනිමින් මෙන්න අවසන් මීටර් 25. බලමු තවමත් තරඟේ නිමා නැහැ. ජෝයල් තවමත් උත්සාහ දරනවා. නමුත් ෆාරුක් ඒ ලයාරෙන් ලබාගත් වේගය පෙරමුණ එලෙසම පවත්වා ගනිමින් පළමු ස්ථානයේ තරඟය නිමා කිරීමට සමත් වෙනවා. දෙවන මූලික වටේ තරඟයේ ලෙස ෆාරුක් හට ජයග්‍රහණය ලබා දෙමින් නිමවනවා. දෙවන ස්ථානය ජෝයල් දර්ශන. තුන්වන ස්ථානය මන්තුරංක 5 සීනුර විජේසිංහ.
ඉතාම හොඳින් කළමනාකරණය කරගත් වේගයක් Tamanගේ ප්‍රබල ඉසව් ගැන විශ්වාසය තබමින් වේගය පාලනය කරමින් පිහිනුමේ යෙදුණා කොයිත් ෆාරුක්. ඒ තමයි දෙවැනි මූලික වටේ තරගය 17න් 15 බාලක මීටර් 400 ඒකල මිශ්‍ර ආර තරගයේ.
ඔබ දකින්නේ තරගයේ විශේෂ අවස්ථා. තුන්වන දියරණ තෙක්ම ෆාරුක් තමන්ගේ ශක්තිය ඉතුරු කරගත් ආකාරය තමයි පෙනෙන්න තිබුණේ. ඉන්න අතුරු තුන්වන දියර එහෙම නැත්නම් ලයාර ඉසව්වේදී තවත්ම හොඳින් ඉදිරියට පැමිණියා. එය එලෙසම පවත්වා ගැනීමෙන් තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට ෆාරුක් සමත් වෙනවා. ඉන්න අතුරු අපි සූදානම් වයස අවුරුදු 20න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 400 ඒකල මිශ්‍ර ආර ඉසව්ව සඳහා
දැන් 20න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 400 ඒකල මිශ්‍ර ආර ඉසව්ව ඔහාසි උත්සරා දම්සරණි සේනානායක තෙනුෂි කලවිටිගොඩ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තිදෙනා. ඔවුන්ට ඉදිරියෙන් තවත් ක්‍රීඩකයන් කිහිප දෙනෙක් තරග වදිනවා අපිට දකින්නට පුළුවන්. අපි ඔවුන්ගේ නම් ගමුත් සඳහන් කරමු.
මන්ත්‍රුවක 6න් සන්ත ජෝසප් විද්‍යාලේ දිසල්, මන්ත්‍රුවක 7න් ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලේ ජොෂුවා. බාලක බාලිකා මිශ්‍ර තරගයක් ලෙසයි මේ වයස අවුරුදු විවෘත මීටර් 400 මිශ්‍ර ආර තරගය මන්තුරංග 3 ඔහාසි උත්සරා, මන්තුරංග 4 දම්සරණී සේනානායක. යතරම අනිකුත් පසින් මන්තුරංග 6න් මේ වෙනට දිසල් තමයි ඉදිරියේ සිටින්නේ.
ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් අතරින් මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 දම්සරණී සේනානායක ඉදිරියෙන් මේ තමයි ඉදිරියෙන් යන ක්‍රීඩකයන් අතරින්
මන්තිරුවන්ක 6 ඒ තමයි සන්ත ජෝසප් විද්‍යාලයේ දිසල් එදිරිසිංහ. විවෘත මීටර් 400 මිශ්‍ර ආර දිසල් මෙන්න පසුපස ආර තමන්ගේ මීටර් 100 අවසන් කරනවා. ඉන් අනතුරුව සූදානම් වන්නේ ලයාර මීටර් 100 සඳහා. යතරමානිකුත් පසින් මන්තිරුවන්ක 4න් දම්සරණි තමන්ගේ ලයාර මීටර් 100 එලෙස නිමා කරනවා.
ක්‍රීඩකයන් අතරින් ඉදිරියෙන් ධාවනය කරනවා මන්තිරු අංක 6 ක්‍රීඩකයා. ඒ වගේම ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් අතරින් දම්සරණී තවමත් ඇගේ ඉදිරිය තබාගෙන තිබෙන්නේ. ඇයට විශාල අභියෝගයක් නැහැ අනෙක් ක්‍රීඩිකාවගෙන්.
ලයාර අදියර තුන්වන අදියර මෙන්න දිසල්ල ක්‍රීඩකින් බාලකයන් අතරින් මුලින්ම තරගය අවසන් කරනවා. අනතුර දම්සරණි පැමිණෙනවා. බාලිකාවන් දෙදෙනෙක් සහ බාලකයින් දෙදෙනෙක් තමයි මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වන්නේ. දිසල් සහ දම්සරණිට තරම් අභියෝගයක් එල්ලවන්නේ නැහැ.
කාලය ඉතිරි කර ගැනීම සඳහා පිරිමි 20 සහ ඊට වැඩි එනම් විවෘත කාණ්ඩයත් බාලිකාවන්ගේ 20න් 15 තරගයත් එකම අවස්ථාවක තමයි පවත්වන්නේ. ඒ නිසා ඔබේ පැටලි ලියා ගන්නටත් එක්ක එය සඳහන් කළේ. ඒ නිසා ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට වෙනම ජයග්‍රහණයකුත් ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට වෙනම ජයග්‍රහණයකුත් ලැබෙනවා මේ තරගය තුලදී.
දිසල් අවසන් කරනවා තමන්ගේ ලයාර අදියර සෑහෙන පරතරයක් තබා ගැනීමෙන් තමයි ඔහු නිදහස් සාර සඳහා ඇතුල් වන්නේ. ඒ අතරම අනිත් පසින් දම්සරණි තමන්ගේ ලයාර අධියර නිමා කරමින් නිදහස් සාර සඳහා මෙන්න යමුන ආකාරය කාල ගන්න යනුව තමයි මේ තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණ හිමිවන්නේ මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් සහ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට. අද දිනේ තවත් මූලික වටේ තරග රැසක් ආරම්භ වීම සූදානම් මේ තරග ඉසවලින් පසුව විශේෂයෙන්ම මීටර් 50 තරග වෝටර් පෝලෝ තරගත් පැවැත්වීම නියමිතයි. කොටස් දෙනෙක් බලාගෙන සිටින වෝටර් පෝලෝ තරග ඉසව්වා. ඒ නිසා ආරාධනා කරනවා රැඳී සිටින කියලා. ThePapare TV, ThePapare.com, Dialog ViU මේ සියලුම මාධ්‍යයන් ඔස්සේ.
ඒ අතරතුර දිසල් එදිරිසිංහ වේගයෙන් අවසානයේ වෙත ළඟා වෙනවා මේ මොහොතේ විවෘතාංශයේ පිරිමි ක්‍රීඩකයා. ඔහු සමගමයි සටන. දැන් ඔහු ජයග්‍රාහීව තරගය අවසන් කරද්දී අපි බලමු කාන්තාංශයේ නැත්නම් බාලිකාවන් අතරින් කවුද ඉදිරියට පැමිණෙන්නේ කියලා. දම්සරණි තමයි ඉදිරියෙන් ධාවනය කළේ. මේ තමයි දිසල් ජයග්‍රාහකයා 20 සහ ඊට වැඩි පිරිමි අංශයේ ජයග්‍රාහකයා. ඒ අතරතුර ඔබ දකිනවා දම්සරණි සේනානායක ජයග්‍රාහීව අවසන් කළා 20න් 15 බාලිකා ඉසව්ව.
විවෘත බාලක ඉසව්ව සහ වයස අවුරුදු 20න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 400 මිශ්‍ර ආර ඒකල තරඟ අවසානයේ මේ දකින්නේ. විවෘත බාලක ඉසව්ව දිසල් විසින් ජයග්‍රහණය කරන අතරම වයස අවුරුදු 20න් 15 බාලිකා තරඟය දම්සරණ විසින් ජයග්‍රහණය කරන ලබනවා. ඉන් අනතුරුව ඊළඟ තරඟ ඉසව්ව සඳහා ක්‍රීඩකින් සූදානම් මේ වයස අවුරුදු 20න් 15 බාලක මීටර් 400 ඒකල මිශ්‍ර ආර තරගය.
Good morning. This is event number 206, boys under 20, 400 IM. And we've got Salman Faris, lane 1, Ian Jake, lane 2, Mevalan Lazarus, lane 3, Senitha Denal lane 4, YN De Silva lane 5, LB Pattodupitiya in lane 6, SC Ranahaluge on lane 7 and 8, Vetum Kaluarachi. As we say, warm welcome to Manodu.
Good morning, Hariva. Yes, we in the 400 meters IM under 20. I think it's the first heat. This is the only heat. You can see the first lap, the 100 meters butterfly being finished by lane number 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, the record stands to Revan Senaratna, established in 2019, 4 minutes 56.58 seconds. This is the backstroke. I'm sure there is a fair amount of interest in maintaining position. Everybody thinks that the last lap for the freestyle gives you an added advantage, but serious concern is how you manage the middle strokes, and in this case you could see a very comfortable swim going in for the turn in that second lap.
Yes, we can see lane number 5, I believe that's Nick De Silva from Lyceum Vattal. He won the 200 meters backstroke yesterday. He's a good backstroker, so he is using it as an advantage to gain advantage over the others. He has gained like 2 to 3 body lengths in front of lane number 4 now.
Yeah, Senitha Dinal had the best timing on the sheet, 5 minutes 14 seconds. Nick had 5 minutes 23.67 seconds as his entry time. Meanwhile, lane 3 is lying third, Mevolan Lazarus from St. Joseph's. His entry time was 5 minutes 31 seconds. The breaststroke for the third lap. No change in positions. They're not pushing too hard. It's understood. They are a bit tired at the moment. Want to preserve the energy for the freestyle.
They just try to glide and maintain their position.
And Nick is losing ground to his closest rival, Senitha Dinal, at the moment. Probably a body length in front or less than that at the moment. This is an interesting response from Dinal. Then on lane 4. Oh, I like it. I like this. The competition is good. It's good on the eye. A lot of planning, a lot of training.
A lot of thinking behind both of them.
Exactly. Psychology behind it. Will he just go to touch and turn first, Dinal?
Yeah, should I get the advantage in the first 50? That's what they would be thinking right now. It's neck to neck fight.
Now take a look at this.
Oh.
You don't want to burn out.
Yeah.
Surely?
You have to maintain.
Yeah. Dinal slightly behind at the moment. Nick
like, let's say, 20 to 30 centimeters in front of Dinal. Nick breathing from the right side and Dinal breathing from the left. Both can see each other in this 50 and the next 50. Both will be breathing in the other side.
They've opened up a 15-meter lead on the third and fourth. There's a good fight for third and fourth position. On lane 6, we've got Pattadupitiya from Trinity. He's fourth at the moment. Yes. Nick is holding his own and he's increasing on the return leg towards victory. Good crowd support, crowd enjoyment and engagement is good. This is getting closer than what we think. Great final strokes.
Right.
Yes.
I think it's Nick who won the race.
On one stroke or less than that.
Yes. It's like under 0.5 seconds.
Yeah.
It's a great race between lane number 4 and 5.
5 minutes 26. 20.
We didn't get the official time yet.
Yeah, 5:31.74 to 5:32.18. You could just mention it's only a fraction of a second. And lane 6 was 5:35.31. Lane 6 was Pato Dubitia. So Nick De Silva of Lyceum Wattala just pipping Senita Denal of St. Joseph's. Great race. The under 20 400 meters individual medley.
I think it's a final event of 400 meters individual medleys we had in the morning. Moving on to 50 meters backstroke, that's under 11. Quite a lot of participants when it comes to 50, so we can see we have 10 heats in the morning for the under 11 girls.
See, I want to ask you, you saw some of the participation, most of which you have been seen as a coach. Looking back at your experience, how is this sport growing in the country? Is it in a good positive trend, or you think it should be better than this?
In terms of participants, it's very good. It's very good than, let's say, if we compare with 2015 or maybe 2010, there are lots of participants when it comes to under 11, under 13. Number of participants are good. If we compare the times, compare the performances, of course it has gone up. But we should talk about the downsides as well, I think.
Yeah, and that's why I asked you.
Yes, so sometimes I believe there are 2-3 reasons. Sometimes parents might be too eager to perform earlier than expected. Now we should be talking about this long-term athlete development.
Yeah,
if we are trying to compete with the world, like let's say, sometime if you have a proper national plan, if you're talking about USA swimming, most of them, come to their top international level by the ages of 18.
Yeah, this high performance aspect is a long term. It's not short term. Definitely not short term. Yeah?
But parents want performance, and that is understandable. But again, you have to think of the long run as well. So yes, you might want to win, and you have to manage your workload as well. I believe we have very good swimmers in under 11s, under 13s, but once they come to under 15, 17 ages, I have seen most of the swimmers giving up because they
it's because they had other options in sport, or what? No, not exactly.
I can't give a straight answer for that. Sometimes there might be other options, but also when you perform a lot in the very young age groups, and you want to perform more once you come to under 15, 17, and there will be a lack, of course, in your sport.
You raise your bar.
Yes, and once you don't get the performances that you expected, sometimes you feel like giving up. That has happened a lot in the last 5 to 6 years. We have good swimmers, but of course that parent coach communication.
See that they play a major role and a major sacrifice during those young ages is one story. I hope it's not only an economic factor also when it comes to. We are just now recovering from the very prolonged COVID season, and most of these boys and girls got into a situation where that development age of 13, 15 really got into a major catastrophic segment. So as coaches and people who have been involved in this sport developing, the development aspect, where do you think the authorities should come in, or have they already identified those areas for the long-term development?
Yes, I think now, as I told you yesterday, I think we are in the right path.
Yeah.
Now we have planned on getting this corporate sector also involved, and they'll be.
That's an important part.
Important part, because you have to be professional if you.
Because I have noticed some of them have been very good swimmers, so they understand the entire story here.
That's the good part of it.
Most
of them are involved now.
Yes.
I can see when we were small, to be honest, in 2005-06, most of them were swimming for Sri Lanka. In 2006 South Asian Games. And most of them are involved in the management and the administration as well. So that's a good part. So now they know what has been lacking in Sri Lanka swimming, and now they're trying to push towards this professionalism. Because now in Sri Lanka, if you're going to compare sports, we have to give number one to Sri Lanka cricket, of course, because it's the only professional sport in Sri Lanka. Because there are other sports, as well, rugby is coming up, and some athletes are getting paid. That's good, because if we are expecting to, compare with the world swimmers or other sports, of course the swimmers should be getting, they should get paid.
Yeah, and one other area that I'm really concerned, and I should bring it to your attention too, is that this masters competition and participation for everybody involved in swimming. It should also be with the coaches, the administrators and the sponsors to be involved in masters swimming, because there's a lot of involvement in masters hockey, masters cricket and masters football, masters athletics. It's big. So I want this masters swimming to really take ground, because I've seen it in other countries when I went for other sports for media work, and I think that is one area people like you should be interested in.
Of course, because then we can, have this interest going towards that.
See, you have not changed from your physical structure from the last time I saw you swimming at under 20, to tell you honestly. So there are so many others, I can tell you. I was having a chat with Sajid Jayatilaka also for that.
Yes. I think that's one point that we can develop on. So if we can grow the interest among the over 30s, over 35s, and bring the corporate sector also, as I mentioned earlier, to this. So then we can think of, having this professional swimming for the swimmers. Because what I was explaining earlier, once they become like 18, 19, and if they don't see a professional career in the sport, they won't be sticking around. But when it comes to cricket, once they come to 18, 19, and once they leave college, they see lots of Division 1 clubs, asking to come and play for them. And they're getting paid, and that's good. If you have to get paid in order to stay in the
one of the other areas is that there are very young coaches that are coming in at district level, provincial level. There are instances that the system has been questioned and all that, but you must take the overall aspect where people get involved, the players get involved, so the swimmers get involved in this case, and it should be at district level, provincial level, and you need facilities, you need pools everywhere.
Yes.
District level, a good Olympic pool.
Yes.
And maintain.
Yes. And in that, if I'm answering to that question, I think now we have enough pools in Sri Lanka. We have more than enough pools in Sri Lanka.
You mean in the outstations?
Of course we have. We have lots and lots of pools. Sometimes there might be one or two provinces that might not have the enough facilities, but I believe Mr. Julian Bowling was mentioning about this earlier in a conversation with me. He mentioned around like 90 to 92 pools are there around the country.
What I'm really interested is that they must have that infrastructure. It should be an Olympic pool, the long course pool, and the facilities available, and then the support staff gets involved. The physios, the masseurs, the coaches are anyway there, and then you can have a culture of developing the swimming in those particular areas. I'm sure with so much of water available in the country, with so many tanks, you go anywhere, you see people jumping off branches, and you're not talking 10 meter, you're talking 15 meter.
Yes.
Right?
Of course. Yeah, as you told, that's the truth. And
see, I've seen in Polonnaruwa boys swimming against the tide in the irrigation channels.
Yes.
See, that's the story.
That's the story, and we are talking about resistance training labs and all those things which are done in the other countries, but we can do the same thing. We can have the same effect in a lake like that. We can do those things, and that is available in the country. And since you mentioned about this Anuradhapura Polonnaruwa, there was a swimmer coming from Anuradhapura. I can't remember his school exactly. Anuradhapura St. something.
We went for a national sports game.
Yes.
In Polonnaruwa, I saw this, and that boy was swimming subsequently in the nationals, and he won.
He won the novices, but his time is, he can come to a top 3 place in the country. 24.49. If I'm correct, it's 24.49. To be honest, I'm coaching most of the most of the kids.
This is
here. I don't have an under 25 swimmer right now.
Yeah, this is the beginning of the girls under 50 backstroke. I'll take you from the entry. Abhimani Yatavara in lane 2. Atara Sanivaratna lane 3, Lesha Aravindan lane 4, DL Veeratunga lane 5 and Selina Kell in lane 6. Outside lane 7. I don't have anything. She gets the touch in first in lane 7. Lane 2 came in second. Lane 2 was Yatavara. Is it Lyceum Kurnagala? Yatavara?
Yes, Lyceum Kurunagal.
Sorry, we didn't have the entry on lane 7.
Yes. This is a very good time, 47.81 for an under 11 backstroker.
So 10 preliminaries. That's a lot of participation, which is very good. The second one is Saya Soravira lane 1, Netaya Gamage lane 2, Netguli Mendes lane 3, Chanitma Damsandi lane 4, Sanuji De Silva lane 5, Avia Elvala Gedara lane 7, Sonakshi Kure lane 7 rather, and MSD Vikramanayaka in lane 8. So a full card here as they approach the 25-meter mark. We see lane 4 slightly in front, and that will be Chanitma Damsandi. She's pulling away from the rest. There's some competition in lane 2. Lane 7 is catching up fast. Second place should be a good tussle. Lane 5 is lagging behind. Lane 4 first. I think lane 2 came in second.
I think lane 1 came in second and lane 2 came in third.
Okay. Lane 1 would have been
lane 1, 2 and 7.
Lane 1 was Saya Suravera. Chanitma Damsandi was easily in front and got in. Lane 2 Netaya Gamage, and lane 7 was Sonakshi Kure. You're talking about how the interest is, how the participation is, how the timing is for this, and this is a good example of how the young ones at the grassroots level, where a lot of work on the support staff. When I say support staff, including the parents
as well, yes.
Show it in the pool. Lane 3, or rather heat 3. Lane 1 is Chanuli Fona. Lane 2 ATU Fernando. Lane 3 Senuli Stephen. Lane 4 DS Pereira. Lane 5 Ania Wahid. Lane 6 BIS Tumindi. Lane 7 NS Silva, and lane 8 Situli Vettasinga. Is lane 6 getting ahead on the rest? Lane 4 is good again. Going into the last 10 meters, I would believe on lane 6, TS Tumindi is pulling away from the rest. Good fight in lane 4 and lane 1, 2. Lane 6.
Finishing with a 52.61. Still we have the fastest time in heat number 1 with a 47.
Coming in second was lane 4 DS Pereira, and lane 1 was Chanuli Fona. So heat number 4 in the girls under 11 backstroke, 50 meter. Lane 1 Yelmi Senarat. Lane 2 Sonela Pinto. Lane 3 Haley Wagisha. Lane 4 Onadi Akinsa. Lane 5 Sharaya Pereira. Lane 6 Nulia Gabadage, lane 7 CDI Sirivodran, lane 8 A Agrawal. Yeah, the record here to Vandani Fernando, established in 2019, 37.19 seconds.
It's a very fast time now. Now Vandani she is swimming under 17, under 18 right now, and she's one of the top 3 backstrokers in the country. You can see her improvement since the under 11, where she swam at 2019. I think she has all the records in under 11, 13 and 15.
See, I've noticed that some of them, they get scholarships to go abroad, and unfortunately, during the school they are in the pool, and after that they give up, and some of them actually don't return. I have nothing against it, but it's just that that talent is not being properly utilized. Maybe it's part of the system too, where the incentive is not there for them to come and swim for the country. That's where I thought that the economic part was also very important, where all that is being managed. I think Slazu is in the right areas. They are giving opportunities. The schools are being made available for the swimmers, and off they go. This is start of Heat 4.
Yes. So, you can see lane number 6 pulling away from the rest. That's
Nulia Gabadage
of Anula Vidyalaya.
She's opened up a fair lead, more than a body length, to her closest rivals. Second place, there seems to be a very good tussle. The outside.
All the swimmers.
Yeah. Lane 8 is gaining some ground. That's A. Agarwal. But she's been pushed into a very good tussle. Lane 3 and 2 was also very good, coming in 50.38.
50.38. It's a good time. Sometimes it might be enough to get into the final.
Agarwal coming in second according to the scoreboard, and lane 3 was third. Haley Wagisha.
Yes. Still, it's too early to predict the time that is enough to get into the final, because still we have another 6 more heats where we believe there'll be more faster times. But I believe the first heat had a good time to get into the final. That's a 47. We start in the heat number 5.
Yeah, just to give you an introduction, lane 1 will be Sasin Dabesinga, lane 2 M Desanayaka, lane 3 Yetumsa Watupologe, lane 4 Savindya Vidumuni, lane 5 Nulara Jasekara, look out for that name, lane 6 Vivanya Mavil Mada, lane 7 Jerusha Pereira, and lane 8 Vihini Saswindi. Off they go. We're talking about lane 4 and lane 5. We see lane 5 getting into a very good start and opening up a fair lead at the moment. That's Nulara Jasekara of Gateway. I don't see lane 2.
Lane 2 and 3.
And start. Lane 8.
We're getting a very good time there. Something around 40, 41. That's a very good. Should be the fastest time up to now.
She goes as 45, 15.
45, 50, 41. It changed to 41, 41.
Yeah, you were spot on. Lane 4 coming in second. That was M. Desanayaka. Lane 6 was third. Yetumsa Watupologe, Lyceum Vatala. But Nulara simply out in front from the start.
the start, and we could see a strong pull and a strong kick, proper coordinated stroke where she got a 41, which is a very good time. I believe that's one of the contenders to win the medal.
For an 11-year-old, she was well built.
Well built as well, yes.
And strongly built too. The height advantage is also there.
Also there. When it comes to 50 especially, you can get that advantage with a strong start and fast underwater kicks. You are like 2-3 body lengths away from the others.
And she had a very strong kick too, which explains all that. So lane, the heat number 6, VN Amaratunga, lane 1, Svera Welt, lane 2, Jeshani Vijay Gunaratna, lane 3, Shalin Pereira, lane 4, Nayali Dulab, lane 5, Tevanmi Disanayaka, lane 6, HK Patabandige, lane 7, and Shanaya Jamion on lane 8. Almost nearing the halfway stage. No clear winner. Probably lane 6.
Lane 6 and 7 is having a good fight.
Good fight, yes.
That is Tevanmi and PBHK Patabandige.
6 slightly falling back. 7. You think that she'll touch in first? Looks like. Then 7 was HK Patabandige.
Winning time is 49.74.
Coming in second was lane 6, Tevanmi Disanayaka. And lane 3 is third on the board, Jeshani Vijay Gunaratna. So heat number 7, lane 1 R.A. Fernando, lane 2 Dinara Rodrigo, lane 3 Alina Victoria, lane 4 Sandini Gunatilaka, lane 5 Arthi Rajaratnam, lane 6 Raya Gunasekara, lane 7 Kashwini Kulatunga, and lane 8 Anya De Silva. 2 ladies, 3 ladies college and 2 Bishop's College participants here.
We are moving into the faster heats, believe.
Look at the middle lanes. Strong participation. Probably pulling away from the rest is lane 8. Keep an eye on her for the moment. Anya De Silva from Bishops. She's opened up a fair lead on the outside lane.
Lane number 3, that's Alina Victoria, is also in a good fight to finish second, and closely contested from lane number 2, that's Dinara Rodrigo of Holy Family as well.
Oh yeah, that second place is going to be big as the outside lane is first in. Anya De Silva from Bishops. Who's second and third? Lane 3 and 4, very tight. .47.30.
47.30 by lane number 8, that's a good time by Anya.
Lane 2 coming in second, is it?
And yes, no. lane number 2, that's Dinara coming in second. The timing of 51.3.
Holy Family Convent, Dinara. So, heat number 8, lane 1, Dinara Mendes, lane 2, Serena Bita, lane 3, Devil Pereira, lane 4, S. Jayasekara, Natai Alienage on 5, Rowan Mutuhetige 6, Vonara Hevagam 7, Resandi Vidunija on 8. Lane 5 is not occupied at the moment. For getting off to a flyer. S. Jayasekara. Oh, this is a very close race. You said it's a fast race, all right. Hillwood challenge on lane 4.
Around 45, it's a very good time.
Yeah.
45.34 by lane number 4.
5 was second. Nataya Lienige, Hillwood. Lane 6 in third. Rowan Mutuhetige of Lyceum Vatala. Yeah, that was a tight race from the start.
From the start, I believe 2 or 3 will get into the final that times. Finishing in 45, 46, 47.
Yeah, the penultimate heat in the event. Asha Muran lane 1, R Gunatilaka lane 2, Anuk Mihindukulu Surya lane 3, Anuki rather, SV Disanayaka lane 4, BU Herat lane 5, Sierra Mudalige 6, Minuli Dehansa 7, and SH Gunasekara on lane 8 according to the entry. Now, most of the participants would know how close they are into qualification for that final. So we would see the rest pushing really, and the timing getting better. You predicted that, Manavadu. There's some familiar names here in this particular heat 2. We don't have anybody in lane 5.
Strong start by lane number 2. That's R Gunatilak of Hillwood College, Kandy.
Yeah, the challenge from lane 3 and 4 is quite evident alongside her. Lane 3 is Anuki Mihindukulu Surya, Lyceum Gampaha. Lane 4 is SV Disanayaka.
Strong finish by lane number 4 there.
Brilliant. Sri Dharmaloka College, I would believe. Lane
46.07.
Yeah, lane 4. That was her. Disanayaka, Sri Dharmaloka. Lane 3 was second. Anuki Mihindukulu Surya, Lyceum Gampaha.
Heading to the final heat. Should be the fastest heat. Lots of entry times around 43, 45, 46 here.
Yeah, Nisali Jayavira, lane 1, Sara Ferdinando, lane 2, Nali Bandara Tilaka, lane 3, Ranushi Jayasuri, lane 4, Hiranya Gunatilaka, lane 5, SD Alvis, lane 6, Netara Piris, 7, and Runiti Bandara in lane 8. But they'll push. This is the last chance to qualify for that final.
Lane number 4 having a strong underwater start. Lane number 3 and lane number 5 following.
Strong kicking in lane 4. Ranushi Jayasuriya, Museus.
Yes, and lane number 3, that's Nelly Bandara Tilaka from Ladies College. Closely contested into the Hiranya Gunatilaka of AIS.
Into the last 10. Yeah, alongside her would have the second and third finishers. She was really right from the start up in front, Ranushi Jayasuriya.
Don't have the official times yet. It's 44.13 and 2:46 by lane number 3 and lane number 5.
Yeah, lane 3 was Neili Bandaratilaka ladies. Lane 5 was Hiranya Gunatilaka Asian International.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gavin, and I'm joined here by one of the greatest swimmers in the history of our country, Matthew Abesinga.
Good morning, everybody. Nice to be here.
I think we are witnessing a swim, possibly two swimmers who might have missed the event, because we assumed that the 10 heats were done. Fastest time so far around that 44 from the previous heat as well. Let's see what times they can put up in this one.
Heat number 10, the official time is not showing up on the board, but on our screen it shows as 49.4 seconds, so a little bit slower than the previous heat, but still hoping that they'll be able to get into the final for tonight's event. Up next we have the boys under 11 50-meter backstroke. The meet record in this event is a 36.88. There will be 8 heats of this. This is heat number 1 of 8.
Yes, and Matthew, I believe there might be a possible merge in this first heat.
Yeah, it looks like it. On our sheets it's showing as only 3 people, but it looks like we have a full heat of swimmers, so it's going to be hard to say which swimmer is in which lane, but let's just have a look at how they do. One thing I think is really cool is this is the first meet that Slasu is implementing the backstroke wedges. I think that's a huge advantage for our backstrokers. First time in Sri Lanka. I love the initiative by Slasu to bring the technology that's used by the rest of the world to Sri Lanka. So that's a huge step forward for our backstrokers. And although I'm not a backstroker myself, or I wasn't when I swam, I'm happy for the backstroke community in Sri Lanka that they get improved infrastructure. It's a really nice thing.
Agreed. We have swum a few 50-meter backstrokes. Maybe we might just get in for the open just to check out the wedges, but who knows. But it is a great initiative, as you said.
Yeah. Hopefully we can bring more things like that to Sri Lanka. I think the next thing would be the wedges on the blocks. So the people who are starting on the blocks would have the international standard wedges, but we'll take it one step at a time. Hopefully that will be up next. It looks like the winner in heat number 1 with a 45.27.
Yeah, 2:45s in that heat actually, and Matthew being the voice of reason for all our swimmers from the block.
We'll see. You can hope.
Yes. So there are preliminaries, so they'll put up the best time they can to make it into that final for the evening, and that's where the real showdown begins.
Yeah, so there's 8 heats, so there will be roughly around 60 swimmers, and only 8 will advance to the final. So it's very selective. They have to be at their best this morning in order to qualify for the final session, which I think begins at 4 p.m. today? 4
Yes.
p.m. or 5 p.m.? 4 p.m.
got a brief pause in the action. So since I do have the most successful swimmer outside of the country with me, I just want you to explain to the viewers at home who wouldn't understand the difference of swimming with and without the wedge, because you have done both.
Yes, I have. I mean, anytime I've swum backstroke in Sri Lanka, obviously up until this point has been done without the wedge. When I have swum backstroke internationally, I have used the wedge. I think it just allows you to get a better grip, especially because a lot of the pools in Sri Lanka don't have touch pads. When you have touch pads, it's actually not that bad to do the backstroke start without the wedge, but the wedge just adds a little bit of a lip, kind of, I would say, to the touch pad, which gives you a horizontal surface to push off, versus if you just had the touchpad, it would be only a vertical surface to push off to, so it's very hard to create uplift from a vertical only surface. So that little horizontal lip you get actually helps a lot. But in heat number 2, it looks like lane number 8 and lane number 4 are going head to head. It's a close race. Looks like lane number 8 might be slightly ahead, but we'll see as they approach the wall.
They've got about 2 meters to go, and I believe lane 8, they're
it's
long
very
on the touch.
Close. It's
long
very,
on the touch.
Very close. Let's see, we're waiting for the scoreboard to update.
I believe lane 4 might have just gotten it with a 48.25.
Yes.
Yes.
Very close, very close. Just about 0.3 apart, 36/100ths apart. It's a very, very close race. I believe that is the fastest time of the morning that we've seen so far.
Yes, and they are both under their entry times, so hopefully that is a new PB for both those young boys.
Yep, agreed. 50. It says they're entered with a 50, so it's a 2-second drop. It's always nice in a 50 backstroke. 2 seconds is quite a lot.
Rightfully so. As soon as the wedge was introduced, even in the international atmosphere, almost all the backstroke records were broken. So you might see a lot of PBs here and maybe new records in the backstroke.
Yeah, agreed. And I think it's a great thing. It just allows our backstrokers to compete with the rest of the world and have the same standards that the rest of the world has without having to go abroad in past times, if we wanted to have the wedge, we would always have to go to international competitions in order to have access to that technology. But now Slasu has brought it to Sri Lanka, so I think that's a huge step forward for our backstroke community specifically, and I'm very excited to see what they can do with that, new records that they can establish, and it's as I said, it's a great initiative by Slasu.
Great initiative. And Matthew, it looks like lane 7 is the lane you want to be in if you're in this 50 meters backstroke, because once again it's lane number 7 who's up and stroking, and he's got about a body length on the rest of the field. He will take this heat. Let's check the time. It looks to be faster.
Yes, that is a 45.86. He was entered with a 50.00, so that is a 4.2 second drop. That's a huge, huge drop in a 50-meter backstroke. I mean, he just took about 10% off of his time in one race, so I miss the times when I used to be able to drop 5 seconds in a 50. That hasn't happened in a very long time. The older you get, the harder it is to drop time, so it's always nice to see the younger athletes drop so much time every time they swim. A little bit jealous, though.
We'll take the micros for now.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Matthew, it's so nice to see all the boys getting majority of their body over the water, which is something we are not used to seeing.
Yeah, like I said, without the wedge, just getting uplift on the backstroke start, it's easy to push off horizontally, but getting any uplift whatsoever without the backstroke wedge is much more challenging than with it. So great to see improved starts already. I think it's the first time most of these swimmers have probably ever used it, because these swimmers are probably too young to have ever gone to an international competition. So it's nice to see them improve their starts so quickly, their first time having used it. It looks to be a pretty close race. Oh, no, lane 2 is, I couldn't see that from my perspective. Lane 2 seems to have a lead, but again, lane 7 is right there.
Yeah, lane 2, that's Braden Fernando from AIS. Entry time of 49, so once again, that's a
5
massive
second drop.
Yeah,
44.28 to take the win, and second place finisher was also 45.25, which I believe is also, that's also a huge best time. So lots of best times we're seeing already today, so that's really nice. I think it's going to be very competitive to get into the final. Might have to go a lot faster than our entry time. So if you look at it, normally when you in swimming, when you look at a meet program, as you go through the 8 heats, the times will get faster and faster. So the faster swimmers will always be in the later heats. However, that swim already, 44.2, would have put the swimmer in the 7th heat instead of the 4th heat. So a huge improvement and potentially a chance to get into the final tonight. So that is awesome for that swimmer.
Yeah, definitely. I think these early heats, they're trying to get that spot in that final. So it's up to the final few heats to make sure they retain their spots.
Yeah, it's going to be a competitive one, it looks like. So let's see how it goes. It's really interesting for me to look at the meet program and see someone born in 2017 that's currently swimming in Sri Lanka. It makes me feel quite old looking at that. It's funny. I was like, wait, they're not 17 years old, and then I realized that it's 2017 born, and wow, unbelievable.
Oh dear. I think we might have had a small slip up there from lane number 8.
It looks like they're going to allow him to get reset and then start again. So it's interesting to note that if this was an international competition, I believe that swimmer would have been disqualified. But obviously, this is a local level meet. Mistakes happen, especially because it's the first time they've ever used the wedges. This is brand new for most of these swimmers. 99% of the swimmers that are swimming here today would never have used a backstroke wedge in their life, so it will definitely take some getting used to. But it looks like there's a little bit of a pause. Never mind. They are getting back in the starting position and getting ready to go in this 5th of 8 heats.
Yeah, Matthew, I believe the boy had the footing wrong, and the marshal actually helped him. So
him. There you go. Great.
That's good.
Great to see the officials taking an initiative. And there you go. He's right into the lead.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I'll say this, sometimes when something like that happens and the beginning of the race gets messed up, your heart rate gets up really high and you can have one of the best races you've ever had. I remember one of the best races I've ever had. Right before the race started, my suit actually ripped, and I had to put on a brand new suit, which, if you don't know, tech suits are pretty tight. So putting on a brand new suit in 5 minutes is quite hard. My heart rate was at 200 and pumping, and I ended up having a great race. So sometimes that happens, and it looks like he is going to take the heat win. He has a slight edge over lane 4. Let's see, though. Yes, he is. He is going to take it in 44.32. I believe that is the second fastest time that we have seen so far. I believe Braden Fernando in the previous heat was a 44.2. So 44.2 and 44.3 are 2 top times of the day. So let's see what the last 3 heats have in store for us.
Yes, and that was Mokita Pereira in lane number 8. And Matthew, that finish, he didn't get that on the dot.
Yeah.
So if he can fix that up in the warm-ups and the cool-downs for the final, I'm pretty sure he might be able to just touch sub 44.
Yeah, agreed.
So
it looked like he actually took an extra stroke there and almost finished with his head, which we've all been there. That happens in backstroke. It's the most difficult stroke to finish on for sure, to get your stroke count right. Using the backstroke flags is always a good indication of how many more strokes you have, but sometimes when you're racing, you may miss it, or you may just miscount. It definitely happens. So I agree. If he can get that backstroke finish to be a little bit cleaner, there's no reason that if he qualifies for the final tonight, there's no reason that he cannot be a 43 tonight, I believe.
And the young man was just under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, definitely.
Everyone was looking at him.
Everyone is looking at him. There's a lot of people in the stands right now. I mean, he's about 10 years old, I would say. It's a lot of pressure on someone's shoulders, but I mean, he exceeded expectations there and went a huge best time, so we'd love to see that. Heat number 6 is currently in the water of 8, so this will be our last 3 heats. So let's see what they have to bring.
Yeah, we're in the low 44s, so these heats, they'll have to pick up their games because their entry times are around that area. We see a couple of 42s and 43s here and there, so we'll watch out for those. But the 44s, they're touch and go.
Yeah, as of right now, it looks like a 42 is probably going to be good enough to get into the final. Anybody who goes a 42 should be safe. You never know how fast the last couple heats will go, but again, this heat is pretty tightly contested, but it looks like lane 3 is going to take the win, but lane 3, lanes 1, 2, and 4 are competing for second place. Wow.
Ooh, wow.
39.9. Okay, that was, as you can see, as the heats go on, maybe I'm wrong, maybe 42 is not going to be good enough to make it back, but 39.99, we have our first sub 40 swimmer of the morning. What a fantastic swim.
Yeah, because all the way down to the 6th place in that heat is a 44. So We might have to eat our words here.
Yes, I might be wrong. I guess I know nothing. I know nothing.
But it's a very pleasant surprise to see a 39 from an under 11 swimmer.
Yes, especially I believe he was entered with a 42.9. No, he was entered with a 44.67. I believe. Am I correct on that? Yes.
Yes.
A 44.67, and he went a 39.99. That's a fantastic drop right there. Congratulations on the new PB.
Matthew, huge difference. 39.99, 40.00.
Yeah, absolutely. It may be only 1/100th of a second, but the mental barrier that you break when you break 40 seconds for the first time or 30 seconds for the first time, it really cannot be put into words, the difference. It's kind of crazy. It's just 1/100th, but it feels like it could be 10 seconds.
Yeah. This one's closely contested. But I believe it's lane numbers 4 and 3 that have pulled out just a bit ahead. That's Dasiru and Yunus.
Yeah, very close race. It looks like lane 4 is in the lead slightly. And then lane 3, lane 5, and lane 6 are actually closely contesting for second place, but it does look lane 3 should get there in second place.
Yeah, entry time of 42.7 from Dasiru there. So we'll see. So he is pretty much on the dot with
41.69, yeah, a little bit ahead of his entry time. So again, another PB, and I think 41.69 with one heat remaining should be good enough to make it into the top 8. But again, the 39.99 from the last heat is still going to be the top time with one more heat remaining. So we get set now for our 8th and final heat of the morning. As I said, as you go through the heats in the morning, they should be getting faster and faster and faster. We did have a little bit of a surprise and a really fast swim in heat 6 of a 39.99. So let's see if anybody in here can beat that time. It doesn't really matter if you're first in the preliminaries. All that matters is you're in the top 8, so you get a lane and you get an opportunity to swim at finals. Even if you win at prelims, it does not count as a race win. So everybody's goal right now is just to get into the top 8, get themselves a spot in the final so they have an opportunity to race.
Off the underwaters, that's Adil Hussain from Royal College with an entry time of 42. Adil, I can tell you from experience in the past few meets, he's going to be in that final and he's going to be up for the medals.
There you go. Oh, he is going into the lead right away, body length lead right off the bat, and he is increasing it. He does not look like he's going to slow down at all.
Yeah.
It looks like he has the fastest tempo in the field and also seems to be catching the most water. That's always good when you have the fastest tempo and pulling the most water. That's always great. Time is not on the board yet, but it looks like he's going to be slightly off of the 40 point, very close. So exactly 0.2 of a second off of the heat winner from lane 6. So that will be a closely contested race tonight, and I think we were right. I think it's going to take a 42 to make it into the final. It's going to be hard to say exactly because there were quite a few 42s, but not too many 30. Obviously, only 139, 140. I think 1 or 2 41s, and then the rest were 42s. So. That's going to be a good race tonight between those two swimmers, though. 39.99 and then a 40.19. Very close race. I'm excited to see what they can do tonight, and hopefully they can push each other into the 38-second barrier.
Yeah. Because that record, these backstroke records in the junior categories, they've all been from very splendid swimmers.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
Let's see. Here we go. This is the girls under 13 50 meters backstroke. Record is held by Ritmi De Silva at 36.10, and they're up and away. It's pretty much even off of the start.
Again, there's 4 heats of this, so about 32 swimmers. Out of those 32 swimmers, only 8 will make it to the final. So again, this is a closely contested event.
It looks like it's lane number 6. That's Shania Kodituaku, who has pulled out just ahead, but it's lane number 4 who's making the late lunge into this last 15 meters.
Yeah, very close going into the finish. It does look lane 6 should get the touch here as long as she gets her stroke count right. And okay, she did mess up her stroke count a little bit, but it didn't make too much of an impact. She still won the heat in a 43.77. So with 3 heats remaining, that will be our top time so far. We will see if 43.77 is going to be good enough to make it into the final. It looks like it might be, but it is definitely going to be pretty close. There's quite a few 42s. There's a couple of 39s. There's a 38. There's a 40. So 43 is going to be cutting it quite close, but let's see as we approach the last 3 heats who makes it into the final tonight. Again, these swimmers may not be too worried about winning right now, just about getting in the top 8, getting themselves a lane, and an opportunity to swim at finals.
Again, just a shout out to all of those girls, because I believe all of them just shattered their entry times. So if those were their PBs, what a top-notch swim.
Yeah, exactly. It's always nice to see swimmers going best times. I always say, no matter what happened in the race, obviously not everything is going to be perfect, but if you went a best time, you can never be mad at a best time because it doesn't happen very often. So at least when you get older, it doesn't happen very often. Sometimes you may have to wait years to go a best time, but it's always nice to see some best times. So we have heat number 2 in the water right now, and it looks like this is a close contest again between lane 4 and lane 8. I think there must be something in the water in lane 8 because their lanes are supposed to get slower as you go further and further to the outside of the heat, but lane 7, lane 8 seems to be performing really, really well this morning. So let's see.
Entry time in this heat is a 39, so we'll see what I think they're just going to be slightly off of that, but it's still going to be a pretty solid swim.
Yeah, definitely. The top 3 times, they're all with 41. So as we saw in the last heat, there was a 43 to win that heat. 4 girls were actually under that time in this heat, so it looks like 43 may not make the finals. We'll see. We still have 2 more heats to go, so can't say yet, but so far the top time in the morning is like 41.2 seconds, if I'm not mistaken.
That's Litumi in lane number 8 who just swam. Her entry time was a 47.
Yeah, 47 to a 41. That's a 6-second drop, almost a 20% drop on her best time. So
the dream.
The dream, exactly, the dream. With 2 heats remaining, it looks like that should be good enough to make it into the final, but let's see. If all of these swimmers step up and swim really fast, maybe not. Again, it looks like the top time in this heat is a 39.24 in lane 4. So, sorry, 39.54, excuse me. In lane 4, so we'll see if we can see the first swimmer to crack the 40-second barrier this morning. It looks like lane 5 is a no-show. That's why that lane is empty. So yeah, lane 4 immediately going into the lead. She has the fastest time in the heat by far, at least current best time of a 39.54. The next fastest in the heat is a 42.95. So
this early, that's this early. And Matthew, I don't know if you just caught that, but she was very smooth. And as I was about to mention, she was very smooth. She hit the 15-meter and just changed gears straight from 3rd to 6th.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's a huge best time. Yeah. Huge best time. Fastest time of the morning. I believe that's a 37 seconds. Okay. She is approaching that NAG meet record of 36.10. So she was a 37.86, our first swimmer under 40 seconds, and she smashed through that barrier by 3 seconds. So that is awesome to see, and hopefully she should have a middle lane tonight. I don't foresee her being on an outside lane. If she's not first, she should be one of the top 3, I believe. So she will definitely have a chance to go after that record this evening. And like you said, she changed gears at the 15-meter mark. Maybe the race strategy for her is to change gears a little bit earlier.
Exactly.
See if she can get down into the 30-second or even 35-second mark and potentially have a go at that record that is 7 years old.
Because it is just a 50.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly. You can always push that gear a little bit earlier to get just a little bit more juice out of your race.
Do you think they're playing tactics at this age?
I don't think so. I think that they just get in and have fun. I think that's the most important thing. I know when I was this age, I was not thinking about times. I was just, let's just get in the water and swim this 50 meters as fast as we can. But it looks like lane 4 in this heat as well. Lane 4 seems to have the magic sauce. Looks like they're going straight into the lead again.
That's Tinuli Dimel. I believe she has already placed in the top 3 in the previous events. She's gapped about 2 body lengths on the field.
Yeah, she was entered with a 38.33. I think she should be, we're waiting for the results, but should be 37.95. There you go. Another best time, another 37. That is going to be a great race between those 2 athletes from the previous heat and then from this heat, 2 37s. Again, the NAG meet record is a 36.10, so we'll see if those 2 swimmers can push each other to that record. The only thing about backstroke, and this is the one thing about backstroke that I don't like, is you can't see what's going on around you. So it's like it can be kind of hard to race other people because you're on your back, you're looking up at the sky, it's hard to see. When you swim freestyle, backstroke, butterfly, you can always race the people around you because you can see them. But on backstroke, it's a little bit more difficult. But hopefully they can push each other to that record tonight.
Exactly. That's the disadvantage, because in backstroke you can go slightly ahead and look back, but then you'll be ruining your stroke completely.
Exactly.
That is from past experiences and scoldings in a 200 meters backstroke.
Yeah. We've all been there. We've all been there and gotten yelled at our coach for moving our head. The number one most important technical thing advice I could give, or the most important thing in backstroke, is to keep your head still and keep your head neutral as much as possible, because your head is the front of your boat. You want to keep it as still as possible. You can see perfect there right on the screen. That's a perfect example of keeping your head still, not having too much head movement. And as you can see, he's gone straight into the lead in lane number 2.
Yeah, and we have moved on to the boys under 13 50 meters backstroke. Record here is by Binura Thalagala in 2015, a 32.93. That is... Oh, but we've got 38.1 already in the first heat.
In the first heat. That's a huge best time. His best time entering today was a 43.88, so that is a 5-second drop. 5.5 second drop in one swim. So who's to say that he can't drop another 5 seconds tonight and start to approach that record of 32.93, as you said. That record is from all the way back in 2015. It's 10 years old. Binura is actually a personal friend of mine and and my swimmer, so I'm hoping that record will get broken, because then I can send him a message and let him know that one of his records got broken. I'm just kidding, but obviously records are meant to be broken, so I'm sure Binura would agree with me that if more records are broken, that means that the sport is moving forward in Sri Lanka, and that is what we always like to see.
I've known Binura since I was small, and he's training overseas now.
Yeah,
right?
He's training in Canada now. He's training, and he's doing a great job.
I'm pretty sure
there.
he's going to have a clip of that voice note, and he's going to listen to it before practice tomorrow morning.
Sure. If he doesn't have one, no way.
All right.
Binura just sent me a text message. I didn't say anything about it. He just sent me a text message randomly. I haven't talked to him since he left for Canada. I'm pretty sure he's going to say that he just got back to Canada, so that's great. I'm happy about that. But anyways, heat number 2 is in the water. It looks like lane number 3 is going into the lead. It's a close race between lane number 2, lane number 3, and lane number 5. Very close race. It's actually difficult to see who has the edge. Maybe lane number 5 by a little bit.
Yeah, I believe lane number 5 is the most solid, stable, out of the swimmers. And as we have just said, he has touched the wall first. It looks to be a 40... Oh, lane number 2. The time code says 40.85 to lane number 2.
That is a best time, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, by 3 seconds. 2.5 seconds.
So, Matthew, we are swimming heats. They've got a final. And you mentioned a couple of times they just need to make it into the final. So I'm going to get it. We don't get a chance to get these questions onto you normal. So I'm going to get you a question here.
Sure.
Middle lane or outside lane?
I'll definitely take middle lane. I think just strategically, I don't mind being in the outside lane. We call it outside smoke, right? It's always fun to be in the outside lane and win a race or be competitive from an outside lane. There's merit to that, and I do love doing that. But personally, if I'm trying to win a race, maybe not in backstroke again, because you can't really see in backstroke, but I'm not a backstroker, so I don't swim a lot of backstroke. But when I'm swimming freestyle, when I'm swimming butterfly, strategically, tactically, I like to be in the middle of the pool so I can see all of my opponents. I think it just helps me out and helps me get a better idea for where I am in the race. But wow, he has opened up a big lead. I believe that is lane number 4.
That's Chanu Ratnaik, a 39.19 entry time. We have a 37 from heat number 3, so if he does improve, it will make quite an interesting final, and he has. That's a 36.48.
I believe that is our fastest time of the morning so far. 36.48. That's a 1 second drop. We love to see that. Great job. That should be good enough with 2 heats remaining. That should be good enough to make it into the final, but we will see.
As much as I would love to say I'm a middle lane person, I've been in the middle lanes for a national final maybe 3-4 times.
You're always in the outside.
But all my medals have come from the outside.
Then you're an outside smoke kind of guy.
I know.
That's awesome. There's definitely something good to be said about people who can race. I mean, it is good sometimes to be in the outside lane also. Then like I said, strategically, I prefer to be in the middle lane, but it can definitely be definitely nerve-wracking to be in the middle of the lane because you're right in the middle of everybody can see you, everybody's focused on you. But sometimes when you're in the outside lane, you can just concentrate on your own race and like really swim better than you have ever swum before. So there is something good about being in the outside lane, I think.
Yeah, and this heat, would you look at the stroke rate on that young man in lane number 4? That's Gunnar Valdana. Entry time of 38, but that stroke rate looks like he might just make it under that.
Yeah, let's see. So he has an entry time of, as you said, 38.64. No, yeah, 38.64. I think he's going to improve on that.
It might be a high 35 or low 36.
Yeah, let's see. We're waiting for the scoreboard to update. Seems, 36.84 in lane number 4. Again, a huge 2-second best time. We love to see that. Should be good enough to qualify for the final tonight, which again, that's what all these swimmers are going for. Some of them, like Gavin, will be going for an outside lane. Some of them, like me, would be going for an inside lane. It really just depends on your own preference and where you like to race. But like I said, I truly believe if you have a lane, you have a chance to win, right?
Agreed.
It doesn't really matter what lane you're in. You can be in lane 1, you can be in lane 4, you can be in lane 8. As long as you have a lane, you have a chance. So really that's all that matters, is getting a lane.
We've got a couple of 36s now. Plenty of sub 40 swims in this, so this should be a pretty close final.
Yeah, if you look at the entries, there were only a few swimmers that were entered with below 40 seconds. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but I believe more than 5 people have already surpassed that 40-second mark, so that's great to see. It's a sign of improvement.
So once again, that's lane number 4. That's, I believe this is the final here. That's the Hain. The fastest entry time, 38.24. A bit long on that finish, but I think he should be under it.
Yeah, 38.97. So, 37.77. So again, we had 3 swimmers under the 40-second mark again. There were only 5 swimmers that were entered with a time below the 40-second mark. So it is great to see. It's a sign of improvement. It probably is going to take like a 38 or a 39 to make it back to the finals. So those top two swimmers, I think, should be safe and should be into the final tonight. But we will have to wait for the final results and see that. Obviously, it takes some time for SLASU to process those results. But the swimmers should be able to find out in about 15 to 20 minutes whether they are into the final or not. And we'll see if some of those swimmers can drop a little bit more time and start to approach Binura's record tonight. But now we are starting event number 213, girls under 15, 50-meter backstroke. This is heat number 1 of 5.
Meet record is by Devindya Jayawardena, a 32.67 back in 2014. So weird to say back in 2014 because to me and you it just feels like not too far away, but
yeah 2014. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, to me that seems like a lifetime ago. It's 10 years now. I was only 4 years into my national team career then, and I ended up swimming for 15 years, so it seems like a long time ago to me.
And 2014 is when your brother and I were just making waves in the junior nationals.
Yes. I think that was Kyle's first or second junior nationals. That was Kyle was a late bloomer, so that was right when he started to get good at the sport. But those are some huge best times right there. I believe those swimmers were entered with a 52.72 and they went a 35.5. That's the biggest drop of the morning that I've seen so far. That is, if my math doesn't fail me, 17-second drop. That's a 40% drop on their lifetime best. So going from a 52.72 to a 35, they have gone from being the absolute slowest swimmer in the heats to approaching the meet record in one swim. That's unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable. So that swimmer, if they can drop, I mean, they just dropped 17 seconds. If they can drop just another 3, they'll be able to break that meet record, which would be awesome, as I said.
India's record might be in danger if they keep improving at a pace like this. I think they just heard what we were talking about, this outside smoke, and they were like, let me just explain.
Everyone started turning it on.
Let me just demonstrate what we're talking about here.
Exactly. Even in this heat, it looks like lane 8 is slightly ahead. Might be falling behind now. Might be lane 6 in the lead. It's hard to tell.
I think 6 and lane number 2.
Yeah.
That's Nishali and Vinuti. But that 35, 2 35s in the first heat.
Yep.
The pressure on the
rest of the heats in order to make it back. Exactly. There's only 2:35s that are currently entered, even in the last two heats. It looks like the winning time there might have been a 39 high. We're waiting for the scoreboard to update. I think actually it's a 40.25. Yeah, the winning time in that heat is a 40.25 and then a 40.42. So again, top two times still from the first heat.
Yeah, but coming back
Both
to
of them
Earth,
with
I
the
believe.
35. Yes, coming back to Earth, exactly. It looks like those are still best times by those swimmers, a 2-second drop. So I think I've seen about 90% best times so far this meet. So I don't know if that's an indication of the wedge. I hate to leave just say that's technology is the reason that they've improved. I'm sure it's their training, working on technique, working with their individual coaches to just get better at the sport. But it's nice to see such a large rate of improvement throughout all of these swimmers at this meet so far. Look at the underwaters in lane number 4. Going about 10 meters underwater in an under 15 race. That is great. Opening up a half body length lead before she even broke the surface of the water and took her first stroke. That's always the sign of an elite backstroker if they're good underwater. That's what I always say. Backstroke and butterfly. If you want to be really excel at those strokes, you got to be really, really good on your underwater dolphin kicks.
I believe that's Senuki De Silva, but right alongside her, that's Dehemi.
Closing the gap in lane number 5. Yeah, maybe even going into the lead. It's close. It looks like lane number 4 will get the touch. In 36.05. So I think that's our third fastest time of the morning. Should be good enough to make it into the final, I think.
Yes. Senuki is much more of a long distance, middle distance freestyler. She was, I believe, 4th or 3rd yesterday.
Very nice. In the 400.
Yes.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay.
So it's nice to see these freestylers getting into these other strokes.
Yeah, mixing it up and swimming other strokes. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, speaking of, there was a point when you held the record from the shortest to the longest event. Let's talk about the diversity and how important it is for these young kids to just go out and experiment with these events.
Yeah, as I said, I coach now, and one of the things that I absolutely do not allow is I do not allow my young swimmers to specialize in one stroke. I make them swim all of the strokes. I make them swim short distance. I make them swim long distance. I make them swim IM. As Gavin just said, early in my career, I was actually more of a distance swimmer. When I first got onto the Sri Lankan national team, my breakthrough event was in the 400-meter freestyle. Towards the end of my career, I never even swam the 400-meter freestyle. I was a 100-meter freestyler, so I like to always say you never know what you're going to be good at. Don't specialize too early. Allow yourself to develop into whatever swimmer you could be. But lane number 4 with a commanding lead is going to touch, I believe, in 36.74. Sorry, excuse me, 35.86. The board just updated. I think that is our second fastest time of the morning.
Yeah, that's Inuki Mutuhetti. Entry time of 35.
Yeah, so right on that.
Yeah, right on the money on that one.
It's going to be a good race tonight. We've already had 3 35s, and we have a entry time of 35 in the following heat as well. So let's see with the 5th, I believe, and final heat. Yeah, 5th and final heat. Let's see what these swimmers go. If we have another 35, that's going to indicate to us that we are going to have a great race tonight. It's nice for me to look across the pool. I know you guys can't see this on your screen, but you can see there's a screen set up on the deck, a huge, huge screen, and all of the girls who just swam are taking a look at the screen, looking at their maybe their rivals, maybe their friends, just taking a look at them and seeing how they're doing as well. So it's nice to see that screen on the deck. I have not seen that before. It's really cool.
So 3 35s, 2 36s.
Yeah. It's going to be a really close race tonight. Let's see in this heat as well. It looks like lane number 4 is going immediately into the lead. This might be the fastest time of the morning.
That's Satuki Fernando. She's got a 35.19 on her entry time.
Yeah. That might, 34.60. So that is the new fastest time of the morning in the 5th and final heat. So it's kind of funny. The fastest time of the morning is in heat number 5 in the 34.60. The second and third fastest times are both from all the way back in heat number 1. So you like we said before, if you have a lane, you have a chance both to get into the final, and then in the final, if you have a lane, also you have a chance to win the event. So 34.60, 3 35s, 2 36s. It's going to be a really closely contested race tonight. So I'm excited to be at finals to see that. But now we are going to get started on the boys under 15 50-meter backstroke. There will be 4 heats of this event. The meet record is from 2022. It is a 29:23 from Aditya Siriwardena. I think he might also hold the under 17. No, that is Akalanka. Never mind. But 29.23 for an under 15 swimmer. That is a fantastic time.
Just going back to the girls, majority of those girls, except the first two, swam in different heats and performed.
Yeah.
The final, they're together.
Exactly.
Matthew, that record, do you think it's in danger?
32.67. It would be a big ask for sure, but with the 34 and 235s, it's definitely possible. They'll have to have a really, really good swim and definitely go a best time. But like I said, we've seen 90% best times already. There's no reason to assume that we're going to stop seeing best times. So I do think that 32.67 might be in danger, and that is an 11-year-old NAG record. So that would be pretty cool to see that get broken. That would be kind of like a little piece of history.
And I believe the finals will be better because majority of these swimmers, yes, we're going to give it all to the talent as well, but the wedge, this is the first time using it.
Yeah,
they're only going to get better.
Exactly, 100% true. Yeah, like Gavin said, this is their first time ever using it. Second, third, fourth time as they get a little bit more used to it, they're only going to improve.
That was the swimmer close.
Yeah, the swimmer in lane number 2. So for those viewers that may not know, when you are swimming backstroke, freestyle, or butterfly on any turn or any start, you cannot go past 15 meters underwater. If you stay underwater past 15 meters, you will be disqualified. Lane number 2 had some great dolphin kicks. He was right on the edge of the 15-meter mark. Not really sure if he went over or not. We'll have to wait and see from the official results. But he had some great underwaters, just might need to reduce it by 1 or 2. But the winning time there was a 32.62, which is, again, a 6-second drop, excuse me. A 6-second drop by that swimmer in lane number 2 from a 38.00 to a 32.6. So he may get a spot in the final. There's quite a few 32s, even a 30 later in the session, or later in the heats, excuse me, in heat number 4. But 32 may be good enough to get him a spot in the final all the way from heat number 1.
I'm not going to lie. This is teasing me a little bit. I want to get into the water now.
Yeah. It's... that's the conundrum for me, having recently retired. Every time I see some fast swimming or everything, it always makes me want to get back in the water and get back in. But I'm happy to let the youngsters do their thing and just try to help them in any way that I can.
Yeah, and it's not just the times, it's the screens, the whole atmosphere created, the wedge.
Yeah, agreed. I was part of the SLASU press conference that was held yesterday at 3 p.m. and one of the things that I talked about was that Gavin has been swimming on the national team for a long time. I have been swimming on the national team even longer, until I retired recently for 15 years, and I never once got to swim on TV. Never. In 15 years, I never swam on. I'm not upset about it. I'm so excited for these young athletes. It's such a cool opportunity for your family members that may live in Kandy or may live in Jaffna and may not be able to make it to the meet. They can just turn on the television and watch you swim. I think that is amazing for Sri Lankan swimming, and I think it's going to get so many people into the sport and keep so many people in the sport, and I think that's absolutely fantastic. Am I a little bit jealous that we never got to do that? Definitely.
Yes.
But am I really happy for these swimmers at the same time? Absolutely. I think it's really, really cool. I think SLASU is doing a great job, and I'm excited to see how far they can take this.
Here we go, and that is the third heat. This sport, it's come a long way.
It has come a long way. I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see so many best times. I'm excited to see the screens. I'm excited to see the sponsors. So many people in the stands cheering. It's really a great time to be part of Sri Lankan swimming. And it's really a great time to be in lane number 4 because he is opening up a 2-body length lead on the field.
And I believe that's Dulaksha Ganidu.
Yeah, he's approaching the wall right now. We'll see what the time is going to be. I think it's going to be a 31. We're waiting for the board to update. Second place, 31.53. So I believe that is a best time. It is. That is a best time by a full second. So he went from a 32.40 to a 31.53. That is the fastest time of the morning.
And I'm going to tell you this.
Yeah.
Dulaksha and Ipshita, they have history.
Really?
They have been racing the 50 free and 50 back for a while. And I've seen them do this a couple of times.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you they'll go a whole lot faster in the final.
In the final. Are they competitive? Are they rivals?
I know this.
I love it.
I know they are holding back in the heats.
Okay, I love it. I love to see young rivalries, young budding rivalries. So these boys are under 15. They have they'll be racing for years to come. That is really awesome. I didn't know that, and I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome to see. I think iron sharpens iron, right? So if you have fast people that are swimming with you, you're likely to get faster at swimming as well. But lane number 4 has a great kick behind him, probably the best kick I've seen of the morning, definitely out of the under 15 swimmers. A lot of white water behind him, really just high tempo backstroke as well. This may be the fastest time we've seen of the morning. It's going to be close.
Ashraf Rashid, 30.9 entry time.
I don't think that time is right. Yeah, 31.69, so slightly off of his best time. Like you said, potentially holding back for the final because he was the top seed by far. He had a 2-second gap over the next fastest person, at least with the entry times. So may have been holding back a little bit to conserve some energy for the final. That is definitely a strategy in swimming for sure, to not go all out in the prelims if you don't have to, in order to save some energy so you can go faster and to win at the final, right? We don't want to waste all of our energy in the morning. If we can make it to the final easy, then I would always suggest to swimmers to take it a little bit easy. But the girls under 17, 50-meter backstroke, the meet record, girls under 17, 50-meter backstroke about to start. The meet record is held by, in my opinion, the greatest Sri Lankan female swimmer of all time, Kimiko Rahim, 30.95. That is from 2014. Some of you may not know, but at the 2016 South Asian Games, which I also took part in, Kimiko won 5 gold medals. If I'm not mistaken, it was in the 50-meter backstroke, 100-meter backstroke, 200-meter backstroke, and then the 50 and 100-meter freestyle. So if any of these swimmers can get even close to Kimiko's records, I mean, they're chasing the GOAT, literally. She is, in my opinion, the greatest female swimmer of all time in Sri Lankan history. So these young swimmers are definitely chasing greatness right now.
I agree 100%. Because we used to, she's only a couple of years older than me, but we used to just stop everything. Our coaches insisted on us watching her swim her races, because it was something to behold. And speaking of this, lane number 5, that's Danisha Ganishki. She got off the blocks with something to prove off the underwater, and she never looked back.
Yeah, 33.08. That's a 2-second drop for her. Actually, only just a little bit over 2 seconds off of that meet record, as I said. So if you're getting anywhere close to that meet record or even breaking it, that's definitely a great swim. Because as Gavin was saying, like when Kimiko was in the water, you stopped and you watched because she was just an ultra talented swimmer. I had the opportunity she swam with me for a very long time. She was my teammate, so I got to see firsthand how hard she worked at practice and why she got the results that she got. She's one of the hardest workers her and her sister, Machiko Rahim, 2 of the hardest working swimmers that I've ever had the opportunity to swim with, the privilege to swim with. So if you're getting close to that record, then that means you're probably putting in the work as well. So that is awesome.
And rightfully so. They both still hold records in the country.
A lot of them.
I hope it adds on to the accolades, and I hope they understand, on the viewers at home, what the level of swimming that we are talking about.
Yep, definitely. I mean,
we're moving. Sorry.
No, I mean, 5 gold medals at South Asian Games. The regional competition speaks for itself. But we're heading into heat number 3. This is the 3rd and final heat. The top time is entry time is at 32.00, and she goes immediately into the lead, being challenged by lane number 5 a little bit. Is this heat number 2? Excuse me, I am mistaken. Ignore me. This is not heat number 3. This is heat number 2. I think that is Vandani Fernando that is in the lead right now.
We're moving on to quite a few big names in these events. We're getting into the under 17 category, and we are seeing some big names in the national arena in this country.
Yeah, Vandani is a great swimmer, more of a freestyler than a backstroker, definitely. She is someone who will be competing in a week and a half at the World Championship and Junior World Championship selection trial. She's going to have a really good chance of making the Junior Worlds team in the 100-meter freestyle. I've gotten the opportunity to work with her a little bit lately, and she's a great athlete, really nice girl, and a really, really hard worker, so you always love to see that. She asks a lot of good questions from me. That's the number one thing that I look for in young swimmers is what are the questions that they're asking? Are they good questions? Are they only concerned with winning? Are they concerned on how they're winning? Are they concerned on going best times? Are they concerned on improving their technique? And Vandani is someone that asks all the right questions. So Heat number 3 is in the water now, getting ready to go. And there they go, push off of the wall. And so let's see what they have in store for us. Lane number 4, lane number 4 going all the way to 15 meters underwater and swimming with a very, very high tempo. It looks like she has some very long arms. That's always a good indicator of a fast swimmer when they look really tall in the water. They may not be that tall. I don't know if she's tall or not, but if you look tall in the water, that's always a good sign that you're swimming with great length. So she goes immediately into the lead, opening up a body length and a half lead. And this might be our fastest time of the morning.
Yes, and that's Rashmi in lane number 4. She's got a nose clip on, so that tells me everything I need to know about her as a backstroker.
Yeah, whenever you look across the pool and you see a backstroker with a nose clip, you know that they mean business.
They're serious,
sure. Yeah. So that's a 34.49. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that is the second fastest time of the morning, so she will definitely move on into the final.
Yeah, that 33.0 still holding strong from heat number 1.
Yep, that will be the top time going into the finals. It's awesome.
Yes. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that should be the 50-meter backstroke. She was in the top 3 in short course as well, so that explains her time.
As we start the event number 216, boys under 17 50-meter backstroke, the NAG meet record is a 27.37 from 2016, and that is held by Akalanka Pires, who I believe at that time would have been competing for St. Peter's College. Akalanka now lives in Australia. He's one of the top male swimmers in the country who will be competing for a spot on the World Championship team this summer. So again, any athlete that gets even close to that record, you know that that's a really good thing, because that is, to this day, one of the top swimmers in Sri Lanka. So
here we go. That's lane number 8. We do not have a name on this sheet. It's lane number 4. That's Danush. And lane number 8, who are pushing forward in this very first heat of 3 in the 50 meters backstroke.
Yeah, close race between lane 4 and lane 8, but it looks like lane number 4 has the slight edge, and he's going to break 30 in the very first heat with a 29.70. That is a best time by just a slight best time, 0.3.
Yeah.
But again, it's the morning. There may be some strategy involved, may not be going all out in the morning. You just need to do enough to get yourself a spot in the final, as we've said multiple times now. That's the most important thing, just getting yourself a lane. If you have a lane, then you have a chance to win tonight.
I know that young man, and he's going to be pretty happy with that swim, because
awesome.
he's been scraping that 30-second barrier.
Is that his first time breaking it?
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
that's awesome. That always feels good. When you break that big 30-second barrier for the first time, that always has to feel good. It's like we were talking about before, the difference between 30.00 and 29.99 mentally, it's a huge difference. Like, that's the goal of every swimmer, to break that barrier. I can remember a few times when I've broken barriers like that, and I've been close sometimes where it's been like 0.00 or 0.01, and then I've been just under sometimes when it's been 0.99, and I can tell you that the 0.99 feels much, much better. So he'll be happy getting under that 30 mark for sure for the first time.
Here we go. We're getting on to the older swimmers, and we see them pushing the limits of these underwaters, and rightfully so. You look at the world championship level, it's all 14.99.
Yeah, absolutely.
Short course meters, I would say there's not much swimming to watch nowadays.
No, it's 14. It's, as you said, 14.5 meters underwater on both sides. They take about 6 strokes per lap. Underwaters is really, I like to call it the 5th stroke, and it looks like lane number 5. Speaking of the 5th stroke, lane number 5 is going to get the win in that heat, I think. We're waiting for the board to update so we can see the time. That is a 30.85 for lane number 5. That is the second fastest time of the morning, if I'm not mistaken. That should be, with 1 heat remaining, I believe 1 heat remaining, right? Yeah, 1 heat remaining.
Yes.
That should be good enough to get into the final.
Yeah, we're entering the big names now.
Yeah.
We've got junior national champions and, couple of backstrokers who are making waves and showing their skills in this backstroke event. So we'll see if they can put up a time which might even scare off the seniors for the nationals, which is going to come in a couple of months.
Exactly. Looks like there's a slight delay. One of the swimmers is still getting their cap on. Never mind. They are jumping in the water. Ignore me. They're getting in the water right now. So heat number 3 of 3. This is the final heat. Again, out of these 3 heats, so there's 24 swimmers, only 8 will make it to the final.
This one, it looks like they've reserved it for the middle lanes because...
Yeah, I think some people probably scratched and, look at lane number, is that 5? Lane number 5 pushing that 15-meter mark. He looks really good underwater, and he looks good on top of the water as well, going immediately into the lead.
Yeah, I'm waiting till you see the names because then you'll understand who it is and you'll understand why that was. Because that was Hatim.
Yeah.
So that explains the underwater.
That makes sense. But lane number 4 is actually coming back and looks to be taking the lead. It's a very close race.
Yeah, that's Suleiman, who's a 100-meter backstroker. So that explains the overwater speed he has.
Yep. Hatim was very quick underwater. Who knows? Hatim may have not been going all out. Again, it's the morning, so their goal is just to get into the final. But we see another 29. That's a 29.86. But I think that swimmer in heat number 1 is still going to be the top time of the morning with a 29.7. So we
that's
have
Danush.
Yep, 2 swimmers under 30. So it's going to be a good race tonight. We'll see if any of those swimmers can approach Akalanka's record of 27. It's going to be a big ask, but like I said, 90% best times, at least so far as I've been watching. So I think it's definitely a possibility. The girls under 20, 50-meter backstroke is starting now. And again, yet another record held by Kimiko Rahim. This is a 29.50. That is from 2016. If I'm not mistaken, that is actually the time that she went at the South Asian Games in 2016. 29.50 was what it took to win gold. That was in India. And I was privileged enough to watch that race. So, yeah, Kimiko won gold at the South Asian Games with that time of 29.50.
So the bar set quite high.
Yes, I would definitely say so. Yes, absolutely.
Just 2 heats in this. So we'll see what the girls can put up. And I agree with the previous statement. Just getting close to this record will be an achievement on its own.
Yeah, absolutely.
Entry times, the fastest 34.69 in this heat. Who is a no-show? So it will be lane number 6, I believe.
Yeah, we're waiting for the times to update.
Lane number 3 down here, we missed that. So I believe that is confirmation 37.1 from the swimmer in lane number 3. That's Situmi Jayawardena. Entry time of 35. So she has gone under, and hopefully that's a new personal best. Here we go. Heat 2 of 2.
He did.
Here we go. Still underwater. That's lane number 3. That's Dilandip Iris. Entry times of 35 around that area, but we got a 33 from lane number 4. But she doesn't seem to be leaving the field as per the entry times, Matthew.
Yeah, it's a closer race than we would have expected. This is the second heat of 2. Most of these swimmers should be moving on to the final. It is a pretty close race, though. Yeah, waiting for the time to update, but I believe that was a 35 low or a 35 high.
Nose clip on. She was serious up until the finish.
If you're wearing a nose clip, we know you're serious. So, yeah, lane number 4 with a time of 35.12. So just a little bit off of her entry time. Again, there's so much strategy that goes into these preliminary swims. Many of the swimmers are not going as fast as they could possibly go. But, yeah.
Yeah, that's Dee Higulwala. And she had a bit of a laugh to herself after that finish. So possibly a much faster time?
Yeah.
I think she hit the head on the wall.
Okay.
And I think that's what entertained her.
Gotcha.
Okay, I thought she was messing around and she was like, oh, look, I still went this time. So here we go.
Yeah, boys under 20, 50-meter backstroke starting now. Only two swimmers in this heat. There were three swimmers entered, so one of the swimmers is a no-show.
Meet record from 2017, that's Akalanka Piris, once again 26.78. As we discussed previously, these backstroke records, there's been a handful of swimmers who have been circulating these records, and they've been lasting for a while.
Yeah, I mean, that record is 8 years old, if my math is right. Yeah, 8 years old. So... yeah, it's Akalanka holds quite a few of the boys' backstroke records, so this is just another one on the list.
Here we go, 33.52. Yeah, 33.52 to start off with. That's just on par with the entry time. So
looks to be about a half a second drop. And now we're getting ready for heat number 2. So heat number 2 in the water. Heat number 2 of 4. So there, as we said before, 8 swimmers will move on to the final. There are 4 swimmers in this heat. So I believe the top time was a 33 from the previous heat, 33.5. So those swimmers will be aiming to get under this. I have a feeling that this swimmer is going to be below 33 seconds for sure.
That's Johnny Rowe, entry time of 28. And
Yeah.
my face changed when he did that underwater because straight away.
Yep, there you go, 30.33, well under the time from the previous heat. Oh, sorry, excuse me, that time has gotten updated, 29.50. So that is the first swimmer under 30 seconds, the top swim of the morning. I believe that swim should be good enough to get him a lane in the final.
Yeah, we're seeing that. Oh, we just missed the underwater, but as soon as he came out.
Yeah, got a huge lead just from the underwaters. Like I said, in backstroke or butterfly, if you want to survive as a backstroker or butterflyer, especially on the international stage, which I'm sure a lot of these swimmers, their goal is to swim on the international stage one day, you have to be good underwater, and that swimmer had it for sure.
Fastest entry time in this heat is from lane number 4, but it was lane number 5. That's the Costa who pushed the underwaters.
Yep.
Both sub 30 swims, 28 and a 29.
Lane 4 going into the lead now. He's overtaking the lead after those underwaters, though. Swimming with a high tempo, good kick behind him. This is going to be a fast time, I think. Should be under 30 here as well. We'll see if that time is final. It says 29.26 on the board. It's been updating a couple times, so we'll wait for the final time.
We're just waiting confirmation, yeah.
I think that time is final. Okay, so yeah, the winner in heat number 3 is a 29.26. That's our fastest time of the morning, and our second swimmer under the 30-second barrier. So he should also be safe and have a spot in the final tonight.
I have to say I wasn't considering a backstroke event for nationals, but seeing this.
Now you want now that we have the backstroke wedges,
yeah.
you want to start swimming backstroke. I feel that.
Oh, so nice. So nice to see the boys doing much better starts from seeing these swims improve from the last few meets. Fourth. Yeah, this is the 4th and final heat of this event.
Lane number 4 again going right into the lead. This looks to be another 29-second or 28-second swim. I think 28-second swim.
Yeah, I believe that's Nick De Silva, who was in the 400 IM earlier today.
Okay, so so he swims the 400 IM and then he backs that up with a 28.64. It looks like in the 50-meter backstroke.
Yeah, he's gone 27.
Yeah.
He might be feeling the effects of that 4 IM.
Yeah, for sure. I think I raced him last year actually in the 50 backstroke. I actually swam the 50 backstroke at nationals last year. I believe he was right next to me in that event, and I think he was a 27.5 or something in that race.
Yeah,
I can't remember off the top of my head. His entry time is a 27.45, so I'm assuming he was probably a 27.4 there.
But I believe late last year he did clock in a 26 at short course,
really?
and he did place in the top 3. So
very nice.
We'll hopefully see a fast time in the final.
Yeah. So Gavin and I are going to hand it over to our next 2 commentators. So we are going to be gone now, but we will be back later in the session. I'm looking forward to going back into the stands, hanging out with my fellow coaches and just watching this really fast meet. But it's been an honor commentating for you guys, and we will be back later in the session. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Enjoy. All right, we've got a brief pause in the action, and I think it's time for a quick commercial break.
දිනන ගැම්ම ගන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
Looking for the perfect place for your child to learn swimming safely, confidently, and with a big smile? At Stingrays, we turn learning into fun. With expert coaches, small group classes, and a whole lot of encouragement. From beginners to little champions, we're here to build skills, boost confidence, and make a splash. Give your child the gift of swimming. Join Stingrays today.
නර්වස් නොවී ඉන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
සිංගිතිසිනා ටීනේජ් කතා යූත් මවන සිහිනදිනා HNB සමගින් ගෙනෙනා අපි කාටත් ගැලපෙන ඉතිරියක් එට දින සරුවී සතුට ඉතිරිවි කාටත් ගැලපෙන ඉතිරියක්.
Enjoy the highest rewards and live life to your heart's content with savings that bring joy to life. HNB.
Watch the stars of Sri Lanka at the biggest franchise T20 league in the world on www.thepapare.com for just 249 rupees.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
3 nations, 7 epic battles, 1 ultimate prize. Sri Lanka, India and South Africa face off in a high-stakes ODI series, April 27th to May 11th. Who will rise? Who will conquer? Don't miss the Women's Tri-Series, live from Colombo on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 2, Dialog TV channel number 63, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on ThePapare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
ෆෝකස් එකේ ඉන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
දිනන ගැම්ම ගන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
Looking for the perfect place for your child to learn swimming safely, confidently, and with a big smile? At Stingrays, we turn learning into fun. With expert coaches, small group classes, and a whole lot of encouragement. From beginners to little champions, we're here to build skills, boost confidence, and make a splash. Give your child the gift of swimming. Join Stingrays today.
නර්වස් නොවී ඉන්න ගත් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. ඇන්කර් නිව් ඩේ.
සිංගිතිසිනා ටීනේජ් කතා යූත් මවන සිහිනදිනා HNB සමගින් ගෙනෙනා අපි කාටත් ගැලපෙන ඉතිරියක් එට දින සරුවී සතුට ඉතිරිවි කාටත් ගැලපෙන ඉතිරියක්.
Enjoy the highest rewards and live life to your heart's content with savings that bring joy to life. HNB.
Watch the stars of Sri Lanka at the biggest franchise T20 league in the world on www.ThePapare.com for just 249 rupees.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න. ගත් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. ඇන්කර් නිව් ඩේ.
3 nations, 7 epic battles, 1 ultimate prize. Sri Lanka, India and South Africa face off in a high-stakes ODI series, April 27th to May 11th. Who will rise? Who will conquer? Don't miss the Women's Tri-Series, live from Colombo on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare 2, Dialog TV channel number 63, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
You're watching the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. I'm Khadija Nazahim and we are here at the EVA Leading with Confidence All-Ireland Netball Tournament 2024-2025. Come, let's go have a look and see how she leads her team.
as a brand has been involved with the Western Province Netball Association for the last 30 years. It's been an amazing partnership that has grown from strength to strength year on year. And one of the main reasons that we've been partnering this event is because we feel that netball, the elements of netball or the sport mirrors the brand EVA, because it's about teamwork, perseverance and resilience. As the #1 sanitary napkin brand in the country and a brand that stands for leading with confidence, we want to empower girls starting from teenage years and as they grow beyond, to support them and guide them to lead with confidence. This year, the 2024-2025 tournament saw participation across over 145 schools from across the country, which is an achievement that's amazing, and we see the popularity of this growing year on year as well. And we also see a very strong bond between the participants as well as how they would interact with our brand. on ground as well as in the future as well.
Come on, go. Come on, come on, go. Come on.
And I'm happy that Sugathadasa Vidyalaya under 17 team won the EVA Netball Tournament Championship. Netball is a sport that a lot of people do, and it is really supportive of those sponsors like EVA to support us throughout this journey. We are young players and it really helps us focus on our future more.
තරඟ හතරකින් අපි දිනලා තමයි ෆයිනල් වලට ආවේ. ඊවක අවුරුදු 30ක් විතර මේ නෙට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාවට ස්පොන්සර්ෂිප් ලබා දෙනවා. අපි වගේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට ඒක ලොකු අත්තරක් වෙනවා අපේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඉදිරියට ගෙනියන්න.
එයාෆෝස් ටීම් එකේ A ඩිවිෂන් මේ පිට ජයග්‍රහණය කරපු තුන්වෙනි වතාව අපේ කණ්ඩායමට විශිෂ්ට දක්ෂතා දක්වමින් මෙවරත් ඊවා කුසලානය ගුවන් හමුදාවට ගෙන හැකියාව ලැබුණා. බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාව ඉදිරියට ගෙනියන්න ආයතනයක් විදිහට ක්‍රීඩාවට නෙට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාවට දෙන සපෝට් එක සෑහෙන්න වටිනවා. මේ වගේ තරඟාවලියක් සංවිධානය කරලා ස්කූල් ලෙවල් එකේ ඉඳන් ක්ලබ් ලෙවල් එකට යනකම් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලට ඒ අවස්ථාව ලබා දීම ගැන වෙස්ටර්න් ප්‍රොවින්ස් නෙට්බෝල් ඇසෝසියේෂන් එකටත් අතරම ගොඩාක් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා.
Watching the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Today we are here at the Under Armour meet and greet with our very own Sri Lankan basketball star Praneeth Udumalagala. Today he is looking forward to imparting his own experiences and wisdom with a younger generation, being the founder of Impact Basketball and being one of the youngest players on our Sri Lankan national team as well. So let's check out what he has to say.
Started basketball in 4th grade at St. Joseph's College. I was young. It was another sport. I was doing swimming by then, and when I picked up basketball, I just like anything else, I just wanted to do the best. I just wanted to be the best, so I worked very hard. I think the turning point was when we won the under 13 championship in Sri Lanka. As a youngster, I knew, oh, we are good, I am good, maybe I can pursue this in a little more serious way, all the way up to the under 17 championship, and then while playing for the under 19 championship, when I got selected to the national team, I realized, okay, this is something I really want to go forward with. Basketball is a sport that you get addicted to it, and once you start doing it right, and the game gives you back in return. And I think that school basketball played a pivotal role in me understanding that this is something I want to do.
It has been a setback or a failure that you've had to overcome, or a challenge that turned out to be a blessing in disguise. It may not have seemed like it at the time, but something you can look back at now and be like, I'm happy that happened.
Okay, that requires a bit of a long answer, because I think I've got a lot of young student athletes present here as well. My goal always was to play in college basketball, because growing up, there was this, feeling, or rather this mental status where, like, Sri Lankan basketball players are not going much further, and we hadn't had players playing college basketball. So it was my dream and my dad's dream to play college basketball, to go to college level, and that was the goal. When I knew I wanted to do basketball full time, I wanted to be the Sri Lankan kid that is going to go play college basketball. The best thing I did, I'm coming to the question, I'm taking a longer answer. The best thing I did playing basketball was definitely taking care of my studies, taking care of my academics. That was the main goal. That was the number one thing that I did well, because when I got to play basketball in US, in Texas Wesleyan, how I got to Texas Wesleyan was a academic scholarship. I got academic scholarship, I made it there, and then I walked on into the team and got my basketball scholarship after that, and that's how I got into playing for 4 years of college basketball. And the biggest setback I had, obviously as a basketball player, my goal was to, play in the highest levels of the sport. Professionally abroad in US, obviously NBA was always a dream and goal, just like for any basketball kid who's playing the game seriously. And in our junior year, we won the national championship, and which was a huge deal, which changed my life forever. And then going into my senior year, that was the year that was going to define my basketball career as a professional. Just before the senior year started, I was playing a league in LA, and I got injured. My left knee went through a lot of stuff. I tore my ACL, both my meniscus. Basically, it was a full knee construction that I had to go through, and that took away my entire senior year. So the chances of, trying to play basketball in a high level was kind of limited when I had to go through that injury. And I think that was initially for me was a setback, because I had so much plans and so many goals to achieve as a basketball player.
Where you thought that maybe you could have, or you would have pursued another career path, maybe something like swimming, because you were also very good at that as well. So what exactly geared you to stick to this one, or what kind of prompted that?
I think all the kids here will agree when I say, I'm sure some of you guys are also doing multiple sports, but basketball is the favorite sport, right? Do we all agree on that? Yes, no matter how many sports you do, once you pick basketball, like I said, you get addicted to that sport, and especially if you're doing it right, and if you know you're good at it, there's no going back. It can be as an athlete, or even as a trainer and a coach. Once you realize that you have a gift in this sport, there's no going back. But going back to the question, when I came down from Texas to Sri Lanka, and when I started my own program, and obviously it was a big uphill. There was so many challenges that I had to face in building the program and as a player playing professionally here and around. There was a moment that I felt like, oh, did I make the right decision by coming down to Sri Lanka, right? There were moments where I was like, should I have stayed in Texas? And then, because especially winning a championship there, and then the opportunities you get after you graduate in that country, I really wanted to pursue my passion, and that's what got me here. So I really told myself, you know what, I'm going to come and do what I love to do, and I want to really make a difference here in.
We are back with the morning session starting after a tea break. The 200 meters breaststroke for girls under 13. We have Kyle in the comment box here with us.
Thank you, Jafari. Good to be back in the booth with you guys. Excited for a day of racing. Good to see these young swimmers taking part in the longer events.
Yeah, I think it's important that these younger swimmers, the under 12s, under 13s, under 15s, start doing these longer events, the 200s, the 400s, in order to have long-term athlete development in their programs.
Yeah, of course. I think oftentimes younger swimmers tend to get pigeonholed into certain things, whether that comes down to poor guidance on the part of the coaches. Not necessarily, but it is good, I think, for swimmers to explore, find what they're good at, and not specialize too early.
Absolutely, and it's also very good to see in the even in the 400 IMs, most of the swimmers now doing the IM events, which is important for their long-term development of all four strokes. I think they will stay longer in the sport if they keep swimming all four strokes, then specializing in one stroke, and then they drop off after a couple of years.
Absolutely. I mean, it gets monotonous and tiresome after a while when you do the same thing over and over again. So speaking for myself, I'm obviously predominantly a freestyler, but when I was younger I focused quite a bit on my medley. So I have a little bit of range, I would say, and I actually enjoy swimming the medley events more than anything else. It just so happens that freestyle is my best stroke.
No, absolutely, Kyle, because the older the swimmers get, then they can specialize, but mostly when they're young, it's always a plus if you do all four strokes. That also builds stability in muscles and body moving forward for them while they're growing.
Yeah, of course. And in heat number 1, we have in lane 4, I believe that was lane 4 who came first, S. Maheli Navitma, and lane number 5 came in second.
Isuli Veeraratna of Museus College. So that was the first of 2 heats in the 200 meter breaststroke, girls under 13.
We have Heat 2 on the blocks, or about to be, rather. It's great to see such a well-run meet in Sri Lanka. I think Slasu and the team behind organizing this event have done an outstanding job. And much needed support for our young athletes, not only in swimming but in all of the aquatic sports.
I think it's important also, Kyle, that the corporate sponsors have come in on board in this last year, and Slasu behind the scenes have done a lot of things, good things, in order to get the corporates on board. Papare coming online. It's always good to promote the sport moving forward, having live telecast. Back in the day, they used to normally have only cricket and rugby as live telecasts, and maybe a little bit of athletics, but kudos to Papare for coming on and going live with swimming and aquatics as a whole. I think that is something that we can look forward to, and the support of all the corporates too, moving forward.
Absolutely, and this is the catalyst that the aquatic sports need in order for us to really make that next jump forward and develop. We need the support of these corporates, we need the support of the media in order to expose our talented young swimmers. And I've always thought personally, I mean, we are an island nation. We have so many talented swimmers that are unfortunately just not highlighted. And they deserve to be. They deserve to be highlighted just as much as any athletes in any other sport, specifically though in the sports that are very popular in Sri Lanka, such as cricket and rugby. And it's just great. It's really great. I mean, I've been swimming now for 18 years, and in all of my 18 years, I have never seen so much support in the country for swimming before. So really, really, really great steps forward by Slasu, and by obviously all of our partners that have come on board to support us as well. We're very grateful to them, and hoping to continue things into the future as well. And in the water right now, we have a close race between lane 4 and lane 5. Beautiful glide on that breaststroke by the swimmer in lane 4.
And a good body position also, Kyle, which is the proper pull, kick, glide, and
Yeah.
that's it. And she's moving forward very nicely.
Keeping the hips nice and high as well. Very important in breaststroke, and a common mistake that a lot of swimmers make, especially at such a young age.
Not a bad split actually, of 133 on the first 100. She can keep this stroke rate and glide going. I think she should be able to get a very good time on the board in the morning session.
Also, another quick point about the importance of not specializing too early in a young swimmer's career. This stroke, specifically in breaststroke, someone I regard as the greatest breaststroker of all time, Adam Peaty, actually started off as a backstroker, if I'm not mistaken. I believe I've read that before, and I've heard him speak about that. And it was only in his later years, like in his later teen years, that he and his coach Mel Marshall decided that he would transition into breaststroke because he showed more promise in that. But to think that the greatest breaststroker, again in my opinion, the greatest breaststroker of all time, started off as a backstroker. And you see that in so many sports. I mean, Stephen Smith in cricket started off as a off-break bowler and ended up becoming one of the greatest test batsmen of all time. And it just goes to show the importance of, you know, being open to swimming everything and getting coaches on board with that concept as well, because it really lends itself to not only helping the swimmer develop better in their early stages, but also extending their career. Because as you said earlier quite correctly, it engages you more and it helps you develop holistically rather than just focusing on one thing.
Absolutely, and that was a good swim actually. She swam a 3:09, just 3 seconds out of the record held by Navanjana Sirwardana, who is a national level swimmer in the 200-meter breaststroke. So, promise for the morning session.
And quite a bit faster than her entry time as well. I believe that, I mean, if her entry time is her personal best, she just went almost 10 seconds faster than her previous PB. So, an amazing swim.
And considering it's the morning session where most of the swimmers don't push the limits, normally after like a 200 or a 400,
yeah, of course,
they hold back a bit. So, I think it was an amazing swim. Now we come to the start of the boys under 13 200 breaststroke, first heat out of 3. It's also important that coaches really push the swimmers to swim these longer events, because we've seen throughout the years that most coaches in the younger age groups, they keep pushing the swimmers to swim the 50s and maximum the 100s, and they're pushing the kids too hard, and that also then affects them, and they can break down in their swimming at a young age. But no sooner you have the swimmers swimming longer distances when they're young, obviously it helps with their aerobic capacity until they reach adolescence.
Yeah, of course, which is the most important part, I think, in a young developing swimmer. You have to build the base, you have to build the foundation first, and then later, if you choose to transition into the more sprint-based events, you'll have a solid foundation to build off of. I think a prime example of that is Cameron McAvoy. Used to be a 100, 200, 400 swimmer and used to swim about 70 to 80 kilometers a week. Now he's transitioned into sprint freestyle, only swims the 50 freestyle and the 50 butterfly, and trains about maybe maximum of 10,000 meters a week. So, but of course he had that foundation to be able to transition in such a way, and that's the key part there.
Absolutely. Obviously, when you go older and older, it's very difficult to kind of hold on to that kind of kilometers that you do week in, week out. So if you do have that base and that aerobic capacity that you built when at a younger age, then it's very easy to do different things and complement your swimming with 10 or 15,000 meters a week. That's what he's done superbly, I think, Cameron McCoy.
And coming to the finish here in lane 4 with a very strong lead, looking good, looking strong. That is Savin from Lyceum Nugeguda. Savin Mudanaka. A strong swim for the preliminary session. Should be able to move him into the final with a 3:30.03. Excuse me, the time is not up on the clock yet. A 3:19.25. Very good swim and a best time of 7 seconds. Very impressive by the swimmer in lane 4.
I think that should place him in the final for the evening sessions, starting at 4:50 in the evening after the water polo games between Sri Lanka and India. So today the finals will start at 4:50 in the evening.
And heat 2 is in the water. And the swimmer in lane 4, beautiful breaststroke. Very nice undulation, hips nice and high, clean entry. Lots of distance on that glide as well. Looking very strong through this first 35 meters. But of course the 200 is a very long race, especially for the breaststroke and butterfly events. You need to be able to pace yourself properly, and that comes down to race execution, race strategy. So we'll see how he fares in the last 150 meters.
I think lane 2 is also up there, is swimming very nicely, having a good high body position, which is very important for breaststroke to reduce the drag.
It's actually interesting to see the difference in those two swimmers, because one is maintaining a high stroke rate and the other is just long, very kick dependent.
It's also it's also prevalent whether you're good, you have a good pull, you strong pull, upper body, or a good kick. So that is this third 50 and a 200 very important in the 200, and that's where you win and lose a 200.
Yeah, of course. My coaches always used to tell me the third 50 is a psychological game, because that last 50, anyway, it's the last 50, so you know you have to give everything you have. But giving what you have on that third 50, that's the hard part, because you know that it's going to make that last 50 even more painful.
Absolutely, and it's also psychological in a sense when you see or you feel another swimmer come in, breathing down your neck on the third 50, you psychologically fall off.
Yeah, of course.
I remember the swim in the 1991 SAF Games, where Julian Bolin and myself, we won the gold and silver on the 200 butterfly. Julian took the field out in the first 100, and the Indians and the Pakistanis and the Bangladeshis all chased him. And I swam, I touched 7th on the first 100, swimming a 1:06 and coming back on a 1:06. And that third 50 was when I caught everyone up and they just faded off. And Julian and myself, we won 2:11.98, 2:12.04. That was an amazing experience.
Legendary race, obviously, from the 1991 South Games here in Colombo at Sugathadasa Stadium.
Absolutely. So a good race, 3:08. I think has he? Yeah, he's a bit off. I was thinking under 13 is just a little bit off from the record, but it was a great swim actually.
Much faster than the time that he's entered with, though, so can always be happy about that.
It's always good when these young boys and girls achieve personal best times.
Of course, I think that's honestly the most important part about sport in general. It's not always about winning the gold or breaking the record. Sometimes just going your best and knowing that you did all that you could I think that's what's most important, and at times the most gratifying feeling as well. There have been several times where I have lost out on a medal or not accomplished what I had set out to do, but I did the best that I could, and I can walk away from a race like that with my head held high, obviously.
Absolutely, Kyle. And that's what sports is all about. It builds character, grit, determination, and that is not only when you're competing as a sportsman, but also holding you in good stead in your future as a human being. You know, always builds a lot of character in you. So the most important thing is to race against yourself and not think about other people. And even in life, it stands in good stead. You got to keep improving yourself daily, and if you can do that, then you are going to be one of the best versions of yourself. And that's where actually we need to push our youngsters to build that resilience in them.
Of course. And especially in a sport like ours, swimming, which people generally consider an individual sport, I don't necessarily look at it that way, because without my teammates and without all of the support that I get from, you know, my coaches and everybody else, down to my physios, I would not be able to accomplish what I accomplish in the pool. So I've never considered swimming an individual sport, but that being said, you do race by yourself against 7 other people. So you have to have that mental fortitude, you have to have that character to handle the pressure, but at the same time to be able to accept the consequences of putting yourself in an uncomfortable position. Win, lose, draw, whatever the case might be, you have to be mature enough to walk away from a race like that, knowing that all you could do was your best and the outcome will be what it is in the end.
Absolutely.
And a very strong swim right now by the swimmer in lane 4.
People back home watching on television and also on papare.com, you will realize that lane 4 in all 3 heats were way ahead of the fields. Normally when they're seeded on officially when they're seeded, the best the last 3 heats of an event, they seed it so that lane 4 is the fastest swimmer in heat number 3, the third heat, second fastest in the second heat, and the third fastest swimmer is on the third heat. That is why you see a huge difference in speed in these 200s.
Exactly, and then once we get to the final where they select the top 8 swimmers from all of the preliminary heats, then you'll see a much closer race. But of course, the golden lanes, lane 4 and lane 5, when they're circle heated, you usually have the first and second fastest swimmer in each heat. And for finals, I believe the swimmer in lane 4 will be seated second, which means he will be in lane 5. And the swimmer who won the previous heat will be in lane 4 with the fastest entry time.
Yeah, he swam a 3:08 if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, the most important thing in the morning session is to get yourself a lane in the top 8. Once you're in that top 8 and you have a lane, it's all there to fight for in the finals. Anyone can win, even from lane 8 or lane 1.
Yeah, of course. Anything can happen.
We're off to event number 223, the girls under 15, 200-meter breaststroke. That was the start of the first heat out of 3 heats. You see lane 5, the girl in lane 5 really having a good high body position, so she's gliding through the water, and good pull, kick, glide, very strong kick.
And having a high body position, of course, is very important so that you don't create too much drag while swimming, especially in breaststroke, which is the stroke that creates the most amount of drag. But she's doing a very good job with this technique of minimizing that impact.
It's also important the kick, that you don't bend your knees too much so that you reduce that drag during that propulsion phase of the kick. Lane number 4 is coming back strong in the last 50 meters.
And lane number 3 as well. There's a close race happening for second in the heat. And lane number 5 takes it. And I believe
lane number 3 took it ahead of 4, I think.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken.
And that is Nikini Udari, the winner of heat number 1.
So swimmers in heat number 2 are getting ready on starters orders. And off they go. Heat number 2. Lane number 5, Sesadi Gehansa of Zfit is taking it out fast in the first 50 meters, very aggressive. We wait and see if she'll hold that aggressiveness in the whole 200 meters.
A strong swim from the swimmer in lane 3 as well.
Nice and long swim, actually. Beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
Nice pull, kick, glide.
Interesting to see what happens in the second 100 meters now. Tempo has dropped a little bit by the swimmer in lane 5. Stroke rate has come down somewhat, but that tends to happen.
It's all a learning experience, a learning curve. These morning swims, sometimes the coaches want them to go out quick, sometimes they want them to hold back and feel the water. So it's all a learning curve, I think, the heats to refine themselves for the final in the evening. some of the things these younger swimmers have to keep working on is their turns, the underwater, streamline. These are important details when they train, so that they can bring that into competition.
Details are, in my opinion, the most important part, actually, especially in these younger swimmers. If they know how to execute their details correctly, it sets themselves up very well for the future, because oftentimes that is where swimmers lack. They'll focus on the big things, they'll focus on the big picture, but they'll forget that all of those little minor details matter too. And the swimmers who focus on them, the swimmers who can execute those properly, are generally the swimmers who win races. And oftentimes you'll hear stories about Olympic level swimmers where they're asked a question, what did they do, what kind of adjustment did they make to get that change that they needed in order to improve or win their race or whatever it was. And most of the time, the answers that you hear from these elite level athletes are not answers of, oh, I gained 5 kilos of muscle and increased my speed. Usually, it's a very simple, very short answer about some detail that they just worked on in practice every single day, where it gave them that little bit of an edge when it came time to swim at the meet. There's actually a very famous instance of that happening between two swimmers, one from Japan and an American, legendary swimmers as well, I might add, Kasuke Hagino from Japan and Ryan Lochte from the States. Both of them are 200 individual medley swimmers, and I think in 2012 at the London Olympics, Ryan Lochte ended up beating out Hagino. And if I remember correctly, Michael Phelps won that event in the 200 IM. And those odds actually got reversed in 2016, 4 years later, at the Rio Olympics. And Hagino was asked who his greatest rival was. And he said Ryan Lochte was the toughest competition that he had to face in that 4-year span from London all the way to Rio. And the interviewer then asked, what was the change that you made in order to overcome, his opponent? And he said, well, Ryan Lochte is probably the greatest underwater kicker in the world at the moment. So what I started doing was I would do 5 underwater fly kicks off of every single wall in training, no matter what I was doing. And that gave me that little bit of an edge that I needed in order to overcome that, deficit that I was facing. So again, I think it's really important, as you mentioned earlier, Coach, that the details, especially at a young age, if you can really harp on that, you really set yourself up for success later on. Because I can say when I was young, I was very detail-oriented. Obviously, being the son of a coach as well, I was always reminded to be detail-oriented, and I didn't have much of a choice in that matter. But now, as an older swimmer, as a much more mature swimmer, having been on the national team for over a decade, I don't even have to think about executing my details properly. It's second nature at this point.
It's all about habit, Kyle. It's about building good habits in the water, in training, because once it becomes a habit and you build those good habits, it's second nature, and you will automatically get it done, because it's in your subconscious, and you keep doing the right things in training, and then you just bring that into the pool. One of the other incidents where in the 1996 Olympic Games, when Matt Bionti was going for 7 gold medals, and Anthony Nesti pipped him at the post by 0.01 seconds on the 100 butterfly. That was an epic final, actually, and that's why they say always you win and lose races on the wall. Biondi was gliding into the wall, and Anthony Nesti took an extra stroke and hit the wall 0.01 ahead and won the gold medal. And Anthony now is currently the national coach of the United States.
And the winner of that heat, Dilushi Dilshara from Lyceum Wattala. Strong swim in the morning, but definitely not quite her best. I believe she's saving that for finals this evening. But yeah, Coach, obviously that's a legendary race between Biondi and Nesty. Another great example of exactly that is the 2004 Olympics, where Michael Phelps came back to beat Ian Crocker in the same exact fashion that Anthony Nesty beat Biondi. And then again in 2008, same person, Michael Phelps, came back to beat Milorad Kavic, again in the 100 butterfly. And that's really, I think that's the most famous instance of finishing your race the right way, because if Kavic had executed his finish properly, he actually probably would have won that race. Most people say that the reason he lost, and the margin of victory was 1/100th of a second, which is the smallest margin of victory that you can attain in swimming. Most people say that the reason he lost was because he lifted his head up on the finish, which just created that little bit of drag that Michael Phelps needed to, get his hand on the wall first. So.
Absolutely. We saw a race yesterday actually in the 50-meter breaststroke between two swimmers in the under-17 category. On the wall, you could see the Vinuk Das, I think, if I'm not mistaken. His head was ahead of Kid Farouk, but he misjudged the finish and he took an extra half a pull, and Kid Farouk hit the wall straight up and won by 0.03 seconds. So even though Vinuk in the last 2 meters was ahead, his head was ahead of Kid Farouk. He pipped him to the wall by 0.03 seconds, and that was one of the races yesterday that we witnessed on papare.com.
Yeah, and I was one of the viewers at home watching that race live on TV. An amazing race, and unfortunately a poorly executed finish that ended up in him losing the race. But nevertheless, a great race from both swimmers. And of course, I've always been of the opinion that if you have the mentality of a champion, you never truly lose a race. You only learn from it. And that'll definitely be a learning experience for he and his coach.
Absolutely. Everything is a learning curve. You keep improving day in, day out. In swimming, in life, in any field that you're in, you need to keep improving yourself and learning from your mistakes. Accepting the most important thing is accepting sometimes the mistakes as human beings and learning from them. That's when you start growing.
And that is the beauty of sport. It helps expedite those learning processes. Instead of you having to learn it the hard way, as you grow older in life, you learn it right here in the pool, or on the cricket field, or in the boxing ring, whatever sport you do. That's where you learn it. And a very strong finish to take the heat, lane 2. Very strong finish indeed. And he just out-touches Taruka Ashan of St. Peter's. Both of them very fast times for the morning, 2:53.46 and 2:55.96 respectively.
So we go into event 226 now, because 225 it's a straight final for girls under 17. So we go straight into the boys under 17 200 meter breaststroke. That was the start of the first heat in the under 17 200 meter breaststroke event. Sorry, that was the boys under 15 second heat actually. My mistake.
And the winner in Heat 2, Taruk Salgado, with a 5-second improvement on his seed time. So another strong swim from Heat 2. I feel this is going to be a very competitive final in the evening. We have 4 swimmers now under that 255 mark.
Yeah, and I think there is another swimmer, Alian Shifan, in lane number 4 in heat number 3, also popping around the 250 mark. So I think we will see another strong swim here. And
this is a final I'm very excited to watch, actually, because I feel this is going to be a close race in the evening. So many swimmers going under 255. And presumably with a lot left in the tank for finals. Very aggressive first 25 meters by the swimmer in lane number 4, Alian Shifan.
These all race strategies they want to refine for the evening session. Some coaches will put them through some of the race strategies in the morning to see if it works, it doesn't work, how we can refine it for the evening. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So
how I miss being able to take my races out that hard. Unfortunately, I don't have the back end anymore like I used to.
it happens with age. It happens with age.
It does indeed.
Yeah, I think we need to encourage swimmers to stay in the sport for longer. I think when I gave up, I think Julian gave up when he was like 25, 26. I gave up when I was 25. Matthew was swimming, and I think hopefully he'll still swim. And you're up there. So we have Akalanka Piris, we have Dilanka Shehan, who is 25 at the moment. So I think we have much better swimmers, older swimmers now in the pool, staying for longer. And this is something that Sri Lanka Swimming and Aquatics has to promote as such, because you have swimmers when they have the O levels and the A levels, they stop. Then it's very difficult for them to come back after 2 or 3 years into the pool. So it's something that we got to look at as a policy of the Sri Lanka Aquatics and also the Ministry of Sports to keep these swimmers swimming for longer.
Absolutely, and I think that is a huge reason as to why all of us are so excited about the partnerships that SLASU has brought on board for this meet and for the previous meet, the Relay Carnival back in February. I think that these partnerships and forming these relationships with these corporates, getting their support, is key to extending the careers of our young athletes. And it doesn't happen in a vacuum, obviously. It's not a simple process. But by interest, by creating enthusiasm around the sport, by creating interest, and by, of course, funneling funds into the sport, we are providing pathways through which these swimmers can extend their careers, continue to excel, and swim, hopefully, into their late 20s, maybe even early 30s. And our closest rival, which of course is India, you often see on their national team, they very rarely have swimmers who are below the age of 18 or 20. Most of their most swimmers who represent the country are into their late 20s. Even, their most experienced swimmer right now, Sajan Prakash or Virdaval Kade, are into their 30s. So that's the kind of extension that we need to see in our athletes as well. In these young athletes' careers, we need them to swim longer, because there's never any swimmer that is going to reach their peak by the time they're 16, 17, not even 18. I'm hopeful that I haven't reached my peak yet, even at 25 years old. So I think that having these partnerships, forming these relationships, getting these sponsors on board for these meets, it's absolutely key. And I'm very happy to say that, Dilanka and Akalanka and many of my peers who I grew up swimming with for the past 15 years are still on the national team with me. It's very heartening to see that.
Yes, Kyle. I think we'll switch now to different commentators, and we'll take our leave. It was very nice to be here in the morning session, and hopefully we will catch up later on in the day.
Yep. Very good to be back in the booth. Thank you, guys.
පාල බාලක අංශයේ මීටර් 200 ලය ආරයි සව්ව ක්‍රියාත්මකයි. ඉතාම ඵලදායි විස්තර විචාරකයන් කිහිප දෙනෙක් පසුකොට අපි දෙන්න එන්නේ ශරුක. ඉතාම වැදගත් තාක්ෂණික තොරතුරු, ඒ වගේම ඉතිහාසය පිළිබඳව බොහෝ දේවල් දැනගන්නට ලැබුණා.
ඇත්තම වසංක ඉතාමත් හොඳ විස්තර විචාරක පැයකමාරක පමණ කාලයක් අපි විශ්වාස කරනවා ඔබට ගොඩක් තොරතුරු දැනගන්න හැකියාවක් ලැබෙන්නේ නැති කියලා. අතර මේ අවස්ථාවේදී වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 මීටර් 200 ලයහර සව්ව පැවැත්වෙනවා. කාලගුණේ නැවතත් සෑහෙන්න අඳුරු වේගෙන තමයි පැමිණෙන්නේ. අපි විශ්වාස කරනවා ඒතරම් හානියක් නොවේ කියා.
දැන් මන්තිරු අංක 5න් ඉදිරිය ලබාගෙන තිබෙන්නේ මේ ලය ආර ඉසව්වේදී. මන්තිරු අංක 5 විනුක ඩයස් ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල රත්නපුර නියෝජනය කරන ක්‍රීඩකයා. ඔහු තමයි ඉදිරියෙන් දැන් යන්නේ. ඔහුට ඉතාම හොඳ සටනක් ලබා දෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 4න් AR මුහමඩ් සහිරා විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයා.
කෙමෙන් වර්ෂාවක් ඇද වැටෙනවා මේ අවස්ථාවේ.
වර්ෂාව සෙමෙන් දරුණු වෙමින් තිබෙන්නේ.
වර්ෂාව දරුණුවත් සමගින් අපි බලමු කොහොමද තරග පැවැත්වෙන්නේ කියලා. එම තරගය අවසන් වෙනවා. මන්තිරු අංක 3 ක්‍රීඩකයා මිනිත්තු 2 තත්පර 57.59ක කාලයකින් තරගය නියමා කරමින් තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට සමත් වෙනවා.
හොඳ එහිනම් තරගයක් අප දුටුවේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් කිහිප දෙනෙකු අතර ප්‍රථම ස්ථානය බෙදී ගියා අවස්ථා කිහිපයකදී. නමුත් ඉන්පසුව මන්තිරු අංක 3 ක්‍රීඩකයා විසින් ජයග්‍රහණය වාර්තා කළේ. මෙන්න මේ ආකාරයෙන් තමයි තරගය අවසන් වුණේ. හොඳ අවසානයක් දකින්නට ලැබුණා මන්තිරු අංක 4 සහ 5 අතර.
ඉන්නතුරු සූදානම් වයස 15 බාලක මිට 200 ලයාර දෙවන මූලික වටේ තරගය.
දැඩි වර්ෂාපතනය මැද්දේ වර්ෂාවෙන් කිසිම බාධාවක් නැහැ. අකුණු පතිත වන තත්ත්වයක් තිබුණොත් හැරෙන්නට දැන් වර්ෂාව ටිකක් වැඩි වෙමින් තිබෙන එක මා හිතන්නේ යම් කිසි විදියකට බලපාන්නටත් පුළුවන් ඔවුන්ගේ දස්කම් වලට. කෙසේ වෙතත් අපි 17න් 15 බාලකංශයේ මීටර 200 ලයාර මීළඟ මූලික වටේ තරගයටයි සූදානම් වන්නේ.
ක්‍රීඩකයන් සූදානම්. එන්න තරග ආරම්භ වුණා. අසංක මද වර්ෂාවක් නම් මෙතරම්ම බාධාවක් නැහැ. මොකද පිහිනුම් තරගයක්. එම නිසාවේ. නමුත් නිලධාරීන්ට නම් යම්කිසි බාධාවක් සිද්ධ වෙනවා. කාල ගණනය කිරීම.
නොතෙමී පිහිනන්නට බැරි නිසා දැන් මන්තිරු අංක 4න් කොයිද් ෆාරුක් අප දුටුවා උදෑසනදීත් ඔහුගේ දස්කම් ඉතාම හොඳ පිහිනුම් ක්‍රීඩකෙක් ශාන්ත පීතර විද්‍යාලයේ නියෝජනය කරන්නේ. ඒ වගේම ඔහුගේ දෙපසින් විශාල සටනක් දකින්නට පුළුවන් මන්තිරු අංක 3 ක්‍රීඩකයා ඉතාම ඉදිරියට පැමිණෙනවා. ඔහු තමයි TR ඉලංගකෝන් කිංස්වුඩ් විද්‍යාලයේ නියෝජනය කරන ක්‍රීඩකයා. ඊයේ දිනේදී ඔහු ජයග්‍රහණ කිහිපයක් වාර්තා කළා මූලික වටේ තරඟවලදී. දැන් ඔහු ඉදිරියෙන් පිහිනුමේ යෙදෙන්නේ. ඔහුට පිටුපසින් දෙවැනි ස්ථානයේ ෆාරුක්, තුන්වැනි ස්ථානය ඈත කෙළවරේ මන්තිරු අංක 7න් DD රණතුංග ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලයෙන්. දැන් රණතුංග දෙවැනි තැනට.
ඉතාමත් හොඳ තරගයක්. තාමත් මන්තිරු අංක 3න් ඉලංගකෝන් ඉදිරියේ සිටිනවා. ආරම්භයේදී ෆාරුක් ඉදිරියෙන් සිටියත් මේ වෙනුවට ඔහු තුන්වන ස්ථානයේ කරා පසුබැස ඇති ආකාරයට තමයි පෙනෙන්නට තිබෙන්නේ. නමුත් අපි උදේ දුටු ආකාරයටම උදෑසනත් මිශ්‍රාර තරගයේදී ඔහු තරගයේ මදක් දුර ගොස් තමයි තමන්ගේ පෙරමුණ ලබා ගත්තේ. ඉතින් බලමු. ඉලංගකෝන් තාමත් ඉදිරියෙන්. යතරම මන්තිරු අංක 8න් හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙන පළමු ස්ථානයේ සඳහා බලමු. හැකි වේවිද කියා එම ක්‍රීඩකයාට පෙරමුණ ලබා ගන්නට.
දැන් ඉදිරිය ලබාගෙන තිබෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 8 ක්‍රීඩකයා මන්තිරු අංක 3 සහ 4 ප්‍රබල තරගයක නියැලෙන්නේ.
ෆාරුක් උත්සාහ දරනවා මේ අවස්ථාවේදී අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙමින් ඉදිරියට පැමිණෙන. නමුත් මන්තිරු අංක 3 ඊළඟ කෝන් දෙවන ස්ථානයේ සිටින්නේ. මෙන්න අවසන් මීටර කිහිපය මන්තිරු අංක 8 හි තවමත් ඉදිරියෙන්. අවසන් මීටර කිහිපයේදී යම්කිසි වෙනසක් සිදු වෙනවාද? අය බලමු.
ජයග්‍රහණය මන්තිරු අංක 8 ක්‍රීඩකයා විසින් දිනා ගන්නවා මේ මොහොතේ. අධික වර්ෂාව මැද්දේ
මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩකයා දෙවන ස්ථානයේ
ෆාරුක්.
ඊළඟ කෝන් මන්තිරු අංක 3න් තුන්වන ස්ථානය තමයි අප දුටු ආකාරයට. පළමුණු ස්ථානය මිනිත්තු 2:49.87 කාලයකින් ජයග්‍රහණය කරනවා. ඊළඟට මූලික වටයේ තුන්වන තරගයේ වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලක මීටර් 200 ලයාර් වර්ෂාව තවමත් හැදහැලමින් පවතින්නේ. එම නිසාවෙන් අද ප්‍රමාදයක් දෝ අපි බලමු.
පීනුම් තටාකයට බසින්නට පෙර සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මෙවැනි ජල ස්නානයක් ලබා ගන්න ඕනෑම ක්‍රීඩකෙක් ඔවුන්ට දැන් නොමිලේම ලැබී තිබෙන්නේ.
මේ අවස්ථාවේදී අවශ්‍යතාවයක් නැහැ. හොඳ ස්නානයක් ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් අපටත්.
ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට යම් කිසි මොහොතක් ලබා දෙනවා විනිසුරුවරුන් විසින්. මේ වර්ෂාවේ දැඩි භාවය නිසා සුළඟත් ඔබට දකින්නට පුළුවන්. සුගතදාස පිහිනුම් තටාකාංගණය අවට. ඒ වගේම ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ට සෑහෙන අභියෝගයක් තිබෙනවා මේ සුළඟත් සමගින වර්ෂාවෙන් බේරීනට. ක්‍රීඩකයන් එතරම් අකමැති වෙන එකක් නැහැ.
ඇත්තම අසංක ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ට තමයි ලොකුම අභියෝගය තිබෙන්නේ මේ අවස්ථාවේ. ලොකුම බාධාව සුළඟින් සහ වර්ෂාවෙන් බේරී සිටීමට. ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට තමයි අවම අභියෝගය තිබෙන්නේ ඇත්තටම.
හොඳයි වර්ෂාව ටිකෙන් ටික දැඩි වෙන නිසා ශනුක අපි බලමු තරගය ආරම්භ වෙයිද නැද්ද කියලා. ක්‍රීඩකයන් කිහිප දෙනෙක් අසුන් වලින් නැගී සිටිනවා දැන්. නමුත් විනිසුරුවරුන්ට ඔවුන්ගේ කුටියෙන් පිටතට පැමිණීමේ හැකියාවක් නැහැ තවමත්. ඒ නිසා අපට හැකියාව තිබෙනවා. මද විරාමයකට යන ඉක්මනින් නැවතත් පැමිණෙමු සුගතදාස පිහිනුම් තටාකාංගණයට.
දිවෙන ගැම්ම ගන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
Looking for the perfect place for your child to learn swimming safely, confidently, and with a big smile? At Stingrays, we turn learning into fun. With expert coaches, small group classes, and a whole lot of encouragement. From beginners to little champions, we're here to build skills, boost confidence, and make a splash. Give your child the gift of swimming. Join Stingrays today.
නර්වස් නොවී ඉන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Day.
Singiti sina teenage kata youth mavana sihina dina HNB samagin genena api katat galapena itiriyak eta dina saruwi satute itirivi katat galapena
Enjoy the highest rewards and live life to your heart's content with savings that bring joy to life. HNB.
Watch the stars of Sri Lanka at the biggest franchise T20 league in the world on www.thepapare.com for just 249 rupees.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න. ගත්තක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Day.
3 nations, 7 epic battles, 1 ultimate prize. Sri Lanka, India and South Africa face off in a high-stakes ODI series, April 27th to May 11th. Who will rise? Who will conquer? Don't miss the Women's Tri-Series, live from Colombo on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare 2, Dialog TV channel number 63, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on ThePapare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
හොඳයි අප නැවතත් සජීව දර්ශන සමගින් සුගතදාස පිහිනුම් තටාකාංගනයට පැමිණ තිබෙන්නේ දැන් ක්‍රියාත්මකයි ලයාරිසව්වේ බාලක මීටර් 217න් පහළ ඉසව්ව එහි 3 වැනි මූලික වටේ තරගය දැන් තරගය ආරම්භ වී තිබෙන්නේ
පෙන්වන්න තිබෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 2 ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ පිහිනුමක යෙදෙන ආකාරය මේ SS මංචනායක තස්ටන් විද්‍යාලයේ විය යුතු
ක්‍රීඩකයන් 5 දෙනෙකු සහභාගී වෙනවා මේ තරගයට මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩකයා සහ 5 ක්‍රීඩකයා අතර හොඳ සටනක් දකින්නට පුළුවන් ජොෂ් පීටර්ස් මන්තිරු අංක 5 ශාන්ත පීතර විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයා ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 4 රන්සෙන් පලිහ වඩන නාලන්දා විද්‍යාලයේ නියෝජනය කරන්නේ
හොඳ තරගයක් නිර්මාණය තිබෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 2 මන්තිරු අංක 3 මන්තිරු අංක 4 අතර ඒත් එක්කම මන්තිරු අංක 6 නුත් නමත් හොඳ අභියෝගයක්
සම ක්‍රීඩකයන් සිටින ස්වභාවයක් තවමත් තිබෙන්නේ තරගය තුල නමුත් මේ වෙනස් වන්නට පුළුවන් ඔවුන්ගේ පෙර තරගවල කාලය ගණනය කිරීම අප සතුව තිබෙනවා ඒ නිසා වේගයෙන්ම අවසන් කළ ක්‍රීඩකයන් සිව් දෙනා තමයි මන්තිරු අංක 3 4 5 6 ඔවුන් තමයි විශාලම සටන ලබා දෙන්නේ එකිනෙකාට
මන්තිරු අංක 4 මේ වන විට රන්සෙන් පලිහ වඩන උට අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙමින් මන්තිරු අංක 3 කලිමුල්ලා සහිරා විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයා ඒත් එක්කම මන්තිරු අංක 2 මංචනායක සහ මන්තිරු අංක 6 අබ්දුල් රහමාන් ඔවුන් 4 දෙනා අතරේ තමත් හොඳ තරගයක් නිර්මාණය වී තිබෙනවා එන්න කෙමෙන් මන්තිරු අංක 2න් මංචනායක නැවතත් ඉදිරියට යන ආකාරය තමයි පෙනෙන්න තිබෙන්නේ තවත් මීටර 50කට ආසන්න දුරක් තමයි මේ ක්‍රීඩකයින්ට තරණය කළ යුතු වන්නේ.
දැන් රන්සෙන් ඉදිරියෙන් දෙවැනි ස්ථානයේ මංචනායක තුන්වැනි ස්ථානයේ කලිමුල්ලා දැන් තුන්වැනි ස්ථානයේ රන්සෙන්
මංචනායක ඉදිරියට පැමිණ ආකාරය තමයි පෙනෙන්න තිබෙන්නේ. තස්ටන් විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයා කහ පැහැති හිස් වැසුමක් පැලඳයි ඔහු සිටින්නේ.
අවසන් භාගයට හොඳ තරගයක් අවසන් මීටර් 15ට අප ළඟා වන්නේ. දැන් මංචනායක වේගය වැඩි කරමින් තිබෙනවා දෙවැනි ස්ථානයේ පිහිනුමේ යෙදෙනවා රන්සෙන් ඔහුට පිටුපසින් මන්තිරු අංක 3න් කලිමුල්ලා මංචනායක ජයග්‍රාහීව අවසන් කළේ දෙවැනි ස්ථානය රන්සෙන්ට තුන්වැනි ස්ථානය කලිමුල්ලාට
ඒ අනුව තුන්වන මූලික වටේ තරඟය අවසන් වෙනවා. මංච නායක හට ජයග්‍රහණ හිමි කර දෙමින් පළමු ස්ථානය සඳහා ඔහුට වැයු කාලය මිනිත්තු 2යි තත්පර 56.82ක්. හොඳ කාලයක්. වර්ෂාව නම් තවමත් අඩුවීමක් පේනෙන්න නැහැ. අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම තරඟ ප්‍රමාද වීමට මේ වර්ෂාව බලපානවා. වයස අවුරුදු 10න් පහළ බාලක මීටර් 200 ලයාර මූලික වටේ තරඟයි අවසන් වුණේ.
මීළඟ තරගවලට තටාකාංගනය සූදානම් වන තෙක් අපට පුළුවන් කෙටි විරාමයක් ලබා ගන්නට. අප ඉක්මනින් මේ විරාමෙන් පසුව නැවත පැමිණෙමු සුගතදාස පිහිනුම් තටාකාංගනයට මේ 49 වැනි වයස්කාණ්ඩ ජාතික ජල ක්‍රීඩා ශූරතාවයයි.
දිනන ගැම්ම ගන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Dale.
Looking for the perfect place for your child to learn swimming safely, confidently, and with a big smile? At Stingrays, we turn learning into fun. With expert coaches, small group classes, and a whole lot of encouragement. From beginners to little champions, we're here to build skills, boost confidence, and make a splash. Give your child the gift of swimming. Join Stingrays today.
නර්වස් නොවී ඉන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Day.
සිංගිතිසිනා ටීනේජ් කතා යූත් මවන සිහිනදිනා HNB සමගින් ගෙනෙනා අපි කාටත් ගැලපෙන ඉතිරියක් එත දින සරුවී සතුට ඉතිරිවි කාටත් ගැලපෙන
Enjoy the highest rewards and live life to your heart's content with savings that bring joy to life. HNB.
Watch the stars of Sri Lanka at the biggest franchise T20 league in the world on www.thepapare.com for just 249 rupees.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Dale.
3 nations, 7 epic battles, 1 ultimate prize. Sri Lanka, India and South Africa face off in a high-stakes ODI series, April 27th to May 11th. Who will rise? Who will conquer? Don't miss the Women's Tri-Series, live from Colombo on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 2, Dialog TV channel number 63, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on ThePapare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Dale. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
ෆෝකස් එකේ ඉන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Day.
මෙන්න අප නැවතත් සජීව දර්ශන සමගින් 49 වැනි වයස් කාණ්ඩ අතර ජල ක්‍රීඩා ශූරතාවේ දැන් අප ඔබ රැගෙන යනවා බාලිකාංශයේ 11න් 15 මීටර් 100 නිදහස් සාර තරග වෙත. මේ ඔබ දකින්නේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් රැසක්. ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 5 දෙනෙක්. ජයග්‍රහණයක් සොයන ආකාරය
පළමු මීටර 50 යද්දී අපිට පේනවා මන්තිරු අංක 1 ඒ වගේ මන්තිරු අංක 4 හොඳ තරගයක දෙන ආකාරය මන්තිරු අංක 1කින් කිනාරා පෙරේරා ශුද්ධ වූ පවුලේ කන්‍යාරාමයේ මන්තිරු අංක 4 රත්නායක ක්‍රීඩිකාව පළමු මීටර 50 අවසන් මෙන්න දෙවන සහ අවසන් මීටර 50 මේ වයස අවුරුදු 11න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර 100 නිදහස් සාර
ප්‍රථම මන්තිරුවේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව කිනාරා පෙරේරා ශුද්ධ පවුලේ කන්‍යාරාමයේ නියෝජනය කරන ක්‍රීඩිකාව ඉදිරියෙන් ගමන් කරනවා. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩිකාව දැන් ඉදිරිය ලබාගෙන තිබෙනවා සී රත්නායක.
මහනුවර හිල්වුඩ් විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව ඇය තමයි මන්තිරු අංක 4න් තරඟ වැදුනේ. ඒ අනුව ජයග්‍රහණ හිමි වන ඇයට සී රත්නායක මහනුවර හිල්වුඩ් විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව.
ඉතාම හොඳ පිහිනුමක් අප දුටුවා රත්නායකගෙන්. සුබ පැතුම් ඇයට. දැන් අප සූදානම් මීළඟට තවත් මූලික වටේ තරගයක් සඳහා ඔබ රැගෙන යන්නට
කාල ගණන අපිට පෙන්නුම් කරන්නේ මිනිත්තු 1 තත්පර 49.93ක් කියා. නමුත් අප බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන සිටිනවා නිල කාල ගණනයන් ලැබුණු සැනින් ඔබ වෙත ගෙනීමට.
මීළඟ තරගය සඳහා දෙනාය හපුතන්ත්‍රී රොවෙන් මුතුහෙට්ටිගේ ජහන්සා අත්තනායක වොනුෂි විජේසිංහ නිසලි ජයවීර යශස්වී ඒකනායක පී.ජී. තිලන්‍යා ආර්.ඒ. ෆර්නෑන්ඩෝ. මේ පැවැත්වෙන්නේ 11න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර 100 නිදහස් සාර මූලික තරග.
ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සූදානම් සිටින නමුත් අප දකින්නට ලැබෙනම් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 5 දෙනෙකු පමණයි. බලමු අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවාද නැද්ද කියා.
ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තවමත් Tamanගේ නම් සනාත කරමින් ස්ථිර කරමින් සිටින්නේ. විනිසුරුවන්ගේ රාජකාරියත් ඉතාම අගය කළ යුතුයි. මේ වර්ෂාධික කාල මැද්දේ වර්ෂාව පැවැත්ුණත් ඔවුන් මේ තරග පැවැත්වීම පිළිබඳව වගකීම දරමින් නොසැලී ඒ කාර්යයෙහිම යෙදී සිටියා. ඔවුන්ට ගෞරවය.
වර්ෂාව මැද්දේ වුණත් හැකි ඉක්මනින් මත් ප්‍රමාදයකින් තොරව තරග පැවැත්වීමට තමත්ම හොඳින් ඔවුන් අප අපි විසිටන ආකාරය පෙනෙන්න තිබෙනවා. ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 6 දෙනෙක් මේ වුණිට සූදානම් සිටිනවා. දෙවන මූලික වටේ තරගය වයස අවුරුදු 11න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 100 නිදහස් සාර මූලික වටේ දෙවන තරගය සඳහා මෙන්න තවත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් සම්බන්ධ වුණා.
ඒ වගේම ඔබට සිහිපත් කළ යුතුයි මේ පිහිනුම් තරග අතරතුර අද දිනය තුලදී වෝටර් පෝලෝ තරග කිහිපයක් පැවැත්වෙනවා. ඊටාම උද්වේගකර තරග කිහිපයක් උද්වේගකර ක්‍රීඩාවක්. ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා නරඹන්නෙකු නම් ප්‍රේක්ෂකයෙකු නම් රැඳී සිටින්න ThePapare සජීව විකාශය සමගින් HD නාලිකා අංක 2 Dialog TV අංක 1.2.7 ඒ වගේම ViU App එක හරහා ඔබට පුළුවන් මේ තරග සජීව ලෙසින් නරඹන්නට.
ඒ වගේම ලෝකයේ කොහේ හිටියත් ඔබට ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ මේ තරග සජීව නැරඹීමේ හැකියාව තිබෙනවා. Facebook, YouTube සහ අපගේ වෙබ් අඩවි ඔස්සේ. ඉතින් ආරාධනා කරනවා දින 5ක් පුරාවට මේ තරඟාවලිය පැවැත්වෙනවා. වයස්කාණ්ඩ රසක් යටතේ තරඟිසව් රසක් ඉහිණුම් තරඟ සඳහා උනන්දු ඔබ වෙනුවෙන්
මෙන්න අරබුණා තරගය 11න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 100 නිදහස්සාර මූලික වටේ තරග හොඳ ආරම්භයක් ලබා ගත්තා. මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩිකාව වනුෂි විජේසිංහ ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල වත්තල නියෝජනය කරන්නේ. ඇයට පිටුපසින් දෙවැනි ස්ථානය සඳහා විශාල ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් ප්‍රමාණයක් එක්ක පෙළට තරග වදින ආකාරය දකින්නට පුළුවන්. වනුෂි පමණ ඉදිරිය ලබාගෙන තිබෙන්නේ අනෙකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තවමත් දෙවැනි ස්ථානය තහවුරු කර ගැනීම වෙනුවෙන් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙමින් තිබෙන්නේ.
පළමු මීටර 50 අවසානයේට මෙන්න වනුෂි තමයි මුලින්ම ළඟාවන්නේ. තවමත් අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සිළු දිනම් පහේ කරට කර තරගයක තමයි නිරත වන්නේ. වනුෂි තමන්ගේ දෙවන මීටර 50ට තවමත් ඇයට අභියෝගයක් ලබා දීමට නම් අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සමත් වන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ අතරම මන්තිරු අංක 3 සහ මන්තිරු අංක 2 හොඳ තරගයක්.
බොහෝ දුරට මන්තිරු අංක 3 ක්‍රීඩිකාව දෙවන ස්ථානය සඳහා හොඳ සටනක නියැලෙනවා දකින්නට පුළුවන්. ජහන් සාත්නායක ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩිකාවත් සටන අත්හරින්නේ නැහැ. මන්තිරු අංක 5 ක්‍රීඩිකාවත් දැන් වනුෂි ඉදිරියෙන්. මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩිකාව වනුෂි විජේසිංහ ජයග්‍රහණය ලබා ගන්නවා මේ මොහොතේදී. දැන් දෙවැනි ස්ථානය සඳහා ප්‍රබල සටනක් මන්තිරු අංක 2 සහ 3 අතර රොවින් මුතුහෙට්ටිගේ සහ ජහන් සාත්තනායක ඔවුන්ගෙන් ජයග්‍රහණය ලබා ගත්තා රොවින් මුතුහෙට්ටිගේ. ඇයත් ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසලේ.
බලමු වාර්තා වුණු කාලය අපිට දක්වන්නේ නම් මිනිත්තු 1යි තත්පර 29.6ක් ලෙස. වනුෂි විජේසිංහ තමයි එම තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කොට ලබන්නේ. ඉන්න අනතුරු ඊළඟ මූලික වටේ තරගය සඳහා මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සූදානම් සිටිනවා.
මීළඟ මූලික වටේ තරගය සඳහා මිනුලි දෙහන්සා, අහලිතා විජේනාත්, නතායා ලියනගේ, පී තිලකරත්න, නුලාරා ජයසේකර, හිරන්‍යා ගුණතිලක, ආර් ගුණතිලක, අනුගී පියදිගම තමයි නම් ලබා දී තිබෙන ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්. නමුත් මන්තිරු අංක 5 ක්‍රීඩිකාව අපිට දකින්නට නැහැ මේ තරගය තුල. කෙසේ වෙතත් තරගය ආරම්භ වුණා.
හොඳ ආරම්භයක් අපිට පේන්නට තිබෙනවා. පෙරමුණ ලබා ගැනීමට ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සිළු දුනම් පහේ උත්සාහ දරන ආකාරය. නමුත් මේ වන විට මන්තිරු අංක 2 හොඳ පිහිනුමක් සමගින් මන්තිරු අංක 2 අහලතා විජේනාත්
ඒ වගේම ඇයට හොඳ සටනක් ලබා දෙනවා තිලකරත්න හිල්වුඩ් විද්‍යාලය නියෝජනය කරමින්.
තමත් පෙරමුණේ සිටින්නේ මන්තිරු අංක 2 ක්‍රීඩිකාව. ඇය තමයි මුලින්ම දෙවන මීටර 50 සඳහා යොමු වන්නේ.
දැන් මන්තිරු අංක 2 ක්‍රීඩිකාව ඉදිරියට ඇදෙමින් තිබෙනවා. මන්තිරු අංක 2 නියෝජනය කරමින් අහලිතා විජේනාත් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙන ආකාරයේ වගේම ඇයට ප්‍රබල සටනක් ලැබෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 4න් තිලකරත්න. නොකඩවාම උන් දෙදෙනාගේ සටන මේ තරගය පුරාම දකින්නට පුළුවන්. දැන් අප අවසන් මීටර 25ට ළඟා වන්නේ. ඉතාම හොඳ තරගයක්.
මන්තිරු අංක 4 ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ පිහිනුමක් සමගින් මෙන්න තිලකරත්න ඉදිරියට යන ආකාරය. මහනුවර හිල්වුඩ් විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව අවසන් මීටර 25 දී තමන්ගේ පෙරමුණ සාර්ථක කර ගනිමින් මෙන්න තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කරනු ලබනවා. මහනුවර හිල්වුඩ් විද්‍යාලයේ තිලකරත්න ක්‍රීඩිකාව තමයි එම මූලික වටේ තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නේ. ඔබ මේ දකින්නේ ජයග්‍රාහිකාව
පී තිලකරත්න. ටිකක් වර්තමාන ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් අතර දකින්නට අපහසු විදිහේ නමක්. වාසගමක් සහ එක අකුරක්.
යනු අවසන් උනේ මූලික වටේ තරග වයස අවුරුදු 11න් 15 බාලිකා ඊට 100 නිදහස්සාර තරගවල තවත් මූලික වටේ තරඟයක් පැවැත්වෙනවා. තවත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සූදානම් මෙන්න තරගය ආරම්භ වුණා. ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 5 දෙනෙක් මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. මේ වයස අවුරුදු 11න් 15 බාලිකා මෙට 100 නිදහස් ආර මූලික වටේ 4 වන තරගය පෙනෙන්න තිබෙනවා. මන්තිරු අංක 4 ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ පිහිනීම. ඒත් එක්කම මන්තිරු අංක 1ත් හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙමින් ඉදිරියට එන්න හොඳ උත්සාහයක් දරනවා.
මූලික වටේ තරගයක් මෙහි ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ගේ නම් සටහන් කිරීම පිළිබඳව යම් කිසි ගැටලුවක් තිබෙනවා. ඒ පිළිබඳව සමාව ලබා දෙන්න අපට. කෙසේ වෙතත් මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩිකාව ඉදිරියට ඇදෙමින් තිබෙන්නේ ප්‍රථම ස්ථානයේ දැනට.
මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩිකාවට අභියෝගයක් එල්ලවන්නේ නැහැ මේ වෙනතෙක්. අවසාන මෙට 25 කෙමෙන් අය ජය කණුව කරා පිහිනායන ආකාරය තමයි පෙනෙන්නට තිබෙන්නේ. දෙවන ස්ථානය සඳහා මන්තිරු අංක 3 ක්‍රීඩිකාව. අනුතුරු තුන්වෙනි ස්ථානය සඳහා යම් කිසි ආකාරයක තරඟයක් නිර්මාණය වී තිබුණත් පළමු ස්ථානයේ දිනාගන්නේ මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩිකාව. දෙවන ස්ථානය මන්තිරු අංක 3 ක්‍රීඩිකාව සහ තුන්වෙනි ස්ථානය මන්තිරු අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩිකාවටයි හිමිවන්නේ. ඒ ආකාරයෙන් නිමවනවා වයස අවුරුදු 11න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 100 නිදහස් ආර මූලික වටේ තරග. ඉන්නතුරු සූදානම් බාලක නිදහස් ආර මීටර් 100 මූලික වටේ තරග සඳහා.
මෙන්න ජයග්‍රාහිකාව තරගය අවසන් කළ ආකාරය පැහැදිලි ඉදිරියක් තිබුණ අයට පළමු මීටර් 50න් පසු දැන් බාලකංශයේ 11න් 15 මීටර 100 නිදහස් ආර මූලික වටේ තරග. එහි මූලික වටේ තරගය අංක 1.
තරගය ආරම්භ වුණා. මන්තිරු අංක 1 සිට මන්තිරු අංක 7 දක්වා ක්‍රීඩකයන් 7 දෙනෙක් මෙන්න එක පොකුරට තරගය ආරම්භ කළ ආකාරය තමත් පැහැදිලි පෙරමුණක් ලබාගෙන නැහැ. එක ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්වත් ක්‍රීඩකයන් 4 දෙනෙක් පෙරමුණ සඳහා හොඳ තරගයක යෙදෙනවා. මන්තිරු අංක 2, මන්තිරු අංක 3, මන්තිරු අංක 5 සහ මන්තිරු අංක 7න්. අපි බලමු පළමු මීටර් 50 අවසානයේ කවුරුන් පෙරමුණට පැමිණෙවිද කියා.
මන්තිරු අංක 1 CYN ෆර්නෑන්ඩෝ, මන්තිරු අංක 3 පමොක් යෙත්මාල්, මන්තිරු අංක 4 V ඉන්දුවර, මන්තිරු අංක 5 MR ජයකොඩි, මන්තිරු අංක 6 මෙතුජ ජයවර්ධන, මන්තිරු අංක 7 සෙතුල සමරවීර තරග වදින්නේ. දැන් මන්තිරු අංක 3 ක්‍රීඩකයා යම් කිසි ඉදිරියක් ලබාගෙන තිබෙනවා. නමුත් තවමත් එය තහවුරු වී නැහැ. මන්තිරු අංක 3න් තරග වදින්නේ පමොක් යෙත්මාල්. පානදුර ලයිසිම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල නියෝජනය කරන්නේ.
යෙත්මාල් මෙන්න පැමිණෙනවා තමන්ගේ අවසන් මීටර කිහිපයට. මන්තිරු අංක 2 සහ මන්තිරු අංක 5න් අභියෝගයක් ලබා දීමට උත්සාහ දරනවා. නමුත් තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය ගන්න යෙත්මාල් මන්තිරු අංක 3 ක්‍රීඩකයා.
දෙවන ස්ථානයේ මන්තිරු අංක 5 ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලයේ නියෝජනය කළ ක්‍රීඩකයා MR ජයකොඩි. ඒ වගේම ෆර්නෑන්ඩෝ මන්තිරු අංක 2න් 3 වැනි ස්ථානයටපත් වුණා.
පළමු ස්ථානය සඳහා මිනිත්තු 1 තත්පර 23.67ක් කාලයක් වාර්තා කරමින් තමයි තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කරනු ලබන්නේ. මීළඟ මූලික වටේ තරගය සඳහා මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩකයන් සූදානම්. වයස අවුරුදු 11න් 15 බාලක මීටර් 100 නිදහස් ආර මූලික වටේ දෙවන තරගය.
බාලකයන් ඔවුන්ගේ පලක මතට නගින්නට සූදානම්. තවත් මූලික වටේ තරගයක් 11න් පහළ බාලකාංශයේ මීටර 100 නිදහසාර. මෙන්න අරබුණා තරගය. තිය යටින් හොඳ ආරම්භයක් ලබා ගත්තා මන්තිරු අංක 4 නියෝජනය කරන ක්‍රීඩකයා. මන්තිරු අංක 4න් ගිහෝන් වීරසිංහ ශාන්ත පීතර විද්‍යාලයේ නියෝජනය කරන්නේ. ඒ වගේම ඔහුට වම් පසින් දකුණු පසින් හොඳ සටනක් ලැබෙනවා. දැන් මන්තිරු අංක 6 ක්‍රීඩකයා මිහින් රූපසිංහ ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල ගම්පහ නියෝජනය කරන ක්‍රීඩකයා ඉදිරියෙන්.
තවමත් මැද මන්තිරු වල ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ තරගයක්. ක්‍රීඩකින් 5 දෙනෙක් උත්සාහයක් දරනවා පෙරමුණ ලබා ගැනීමට. බලමු දෙවන මීටර 50ට මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩකින් යොමු වන ආකාරය. බලමු කවුද පෙරමුණේ සිටින්නේ කියලා. තවමත් අසංක අපේ අනෙක් තරගවල නොදුටු ආකාරයක තමත් හොඳ තරගයක්.
තරගකාරී තරගයක්. එකම මට්ටමේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් පිරිසක් ඉන්නේ. ඔවුන්ගෙන් පැහැදිලි ඉදිරියක් තවමත් කිසිදු ක්‍රීඩකයෙකු ලබාගෙන නැහැ. හොඳ සටනක් තිබෙනවා. නමුත් මන්තිරු මැද මන්තිරු අංක 4 සහ 5 අතර 4 නියෝජනය කරනවා ගිහෝන් වීරසිංහ, 5 නියෝජනය කරන්නේ YN නවරත්න. ශාන්ත පීතර විද්‍යාලය සහ ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලය අතර ප්‍රබල සටනක්. දැන් මන්තිරු අංක 3 ක්‍රීඩකයා වේගයෙන් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙනවා දකින්නට පුළුවන්. මන්තිරු අංක 3 නියෝජනය කරන්නේ ඉමන්දිව්. ප්‍රථම ස්ථානයේ මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩකයා ගිහෝන් වීරසිංහ විසින් ජයග්‍රහණය කරනවා. දෙවැනි ස්ථානයේ ඉතාම ආසන්න ජයග්‍රහණයක් විය යුතුයි මන්තිරු අංක 3 සහ 5 අතර. අපි බලමු නිල කාලය.
ඔව් මිනිත්තු 1:21.94ක් ඒ ජයග්‍රහණයට වුණු කාලය. තුන්වන මන්තිරුවේ ක්‍රීඩකයා දෙවන ස්ථානය, පස්වන මන්තිරුවේ ක්‍රීඩකයා තුන්වන ස්ථානයත් දිනා ගන්නවා එම තරඟේ.
ඉමන්දිව් දෙවැනි ස්ථානය දිනාගත්තේ. YN නවරත්න තුන්වැනි ස්ථානයටපත් වුණා අවසන් මොහොතේදී.
ඉනතුරු සූදානම් තුන්වන මූලික වටේ තරඟය සඳහා.
මන්තිරු අංක 1 නරේන් ජයසිංහ, මන්තිරු අංක 2 ශහීම් ශිරාස්, මන්තිරු අංක 3 ගිමන්දු දිසානායක, මන්තිරු අංක 4 MF යුනුස්, මන්තිරු අංක 5 TK විතාන, මන්තිරු අංක 6 ඔමෙත් පතිරණ, මන්තිරු අංක 7 ARM අම්හර්, මන්තිරු අංක 8 යනුක අබේ වික්‍රම.
තරගාරම්භ සමගින් අපට පේනට තිබෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 3න් දමත් මොහොද පිහිනීමක් ගිම්සඳ දිසානායක. යතරම මන්තිරු අංක 1 නරේන් ජයසිංහත් උත්සාහයක් දරනවා පළමු ස්ථානය ලබා ගැනීම සඳහා.
ගිම්සඳු ගේට්වේ ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල කොළඹ නියෝජනය කරන්නේ. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 1න් නරේන් ජයසිංහ රාජකීය විද්‍යාලය නියෝජනය කරන්නේ. මෙන්න හොඳ සටනක්. යාබද මන්තිරු දෙකක ක්‍රීඩකයන් ප්‍රථම ස්ථානයේ දිනා ගැනීම වෙනුවෙන් සටන් වදින ආකාරය මන්තිරු අංක 3 සහ 4. මන්තිරු අංක 3 ගිම්සඳු, මන්තිරු අංක 4 MF යුනුස් දැන් ඉදිරියට පැමිණෙමින් තිබෙනවා. සහිරා විද්‍යාලය නියෝජනය කරන ක්‍රීඩකයා.
කරට කර තරඟයක් අවසන් මීටර කිහිපෙදි මෙන්න කෙමෙන් අපිට පේනවා MF යුනුස් ඉදිරියට යන ආකාරය. බලමු අවසානයේදී කවුරුන් ජයග්‍රහණය කරාවේද කියලා. කෙසේ හෝ මුලින්ම අවසානයේ ලංවන්නේ මන්තිරු අංක 4 MF යුනුස් සහිරා විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයා. දෙවන ස්ථානය ගිම්සඳු දිසානායක. කාලය දෙස බැලුවොත් අපි මිනිත්තු 1:18.83ක් ලෙස කාලගණන යන්ත්‍රයේ වාර්තා වනවා.
අවසන් මීටර 25 දී ඔහු තහවුරු කරගත්තේ ජයග්‍රහණය. එතෙක් තරගයේ ඉදිරිය ලබාගෙන තිබුණා ගිම්සඳු දිසානායක. නමුත් ඔහුට ඉතාම හොඳ සටනක් ලබා දුන්නා MF යුනුස්. අවසන් මීටර 25 දී Taman සතු කරගත්තා. මෙන්න මේ ස්ථානෙන් පසු තමයි ඔහු තරගයට අවතීර්ණ වුණේ.
නැත්නම් අවසන් මීටර 25 දී ඔහු ඉදිරියට පැමිණියා Tamanගේ වේගය වැඩි කර ගනිමින්. මොකද පළමු මීටර 50 තුල අප දුටුවේ නැහැ. ඔහු ඉදිරියෙන් සිටිනවා. නමුත් ඉන්න අනතුරු Tamanගේ වේගය වැඩි කර ගනිමින් තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට යුනුස් සමත් වුණා. මෙන්න හතරවන සහ අවසන් මූලික වටේ තරගය සඳහා ක්‍රීඩකයින් සූදානම්. තරගය ආරම්භ වෙනවා.
මන්තිරුවන්ක එකෙන් SJ ලියනගේ, මන්තිරුවන්ක දෙකෙන් TD වීරවංශ, මන්තිරුවන්ක 3න් ලිතුක ජයකොඩි, මන්තිරුවන්ක 4න් සෙතුන් රාජපක්ෂ, මන්තිරුවන්ක 5න් නාකෙන් පෙරේරා, මන්තිරුවන්ක 6න් ආදිල් හුසේන්, මන්තිරුවන්ක 7න් මෙනුක් නෙත්මිත, මන්තිරුවන්ක 8න් ST රන්වල.
පේනට තිබෙන්නේ මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 සහ 6 අතර ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ තරගයක්. කවුරුන් පෙරමුණ ලබා ගැනීමද බලමු. පළමු මීටර 50 අවසානයේදී කෙසේද ක්‍රීඩකීන් රැඳී සිටින ස්ථානකයා මෙන්න
මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 සෙතුන් රාජපක්ෂ ඉදිරියෙන් ඒ වගේම ඔහුට හොඳ සටනක් ලබා දෙනවා මන්තිරුවන්ක 6 ආදිල් හුසේන් රාජකීය විද්‍යාලීය ක්‍රීඩකයා.
මේ විට මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 සෙතුම් රාජපක්ෂ උත්සාහයක් දරනවා පරතරයක් ගොඩනගා ගැනීමට. ඒට අනෙකුත් ක්‍රීඩකීන්ගෙන් අභියෝගයක් එතරම් එල්ලවන්නේත් නැහැ. තවමත් මන්තිරුවන්ක 6 ක්‍රීඩකයා දෙවන ස්ථානයේ සිටින්නේ. අපි බලමු සෙතුන් අභියෝගයක තොරවම ජයග්‍රහණය කරාවිද කියලා. පෙනෙන්නට තිබෙන්නේ නම් ඒ ආකාරයක්. ඒ අනුව එම තරඟය ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට සෙතුම් රාජපක්ෂ සමත් වෙනවා. තමත් හොඳ ධාවනයක් දෙවන ස්ථානයේ මන්තිරුවන්ක 6 ආදිල් හුසේන්. එලෙසයි වයස අවුරුදු 11න් පහළ බාලක මීටර් 100 නිදහස් ආර මූලික වටේ තරග අවසන් වන්නේ.
Coming up is girls under 13 100 free heat number 1. Although it has only 4 names here, I see more than that participating. What?
Yes, sir. The bit of a situation from yesterday as well. There might be merged heats. Nonetheless, the competition seems to be in high octane just after that heavy showers that we experienced a while ago.
Yes, 7 of them involved. Only lane 8 is now unoccupied. A very strong swim from lane 7 and lane 2. Middle lanes are lagging well behind. Lane 2 seems to be in front, coming into the last 25 meters.
Bit of a twist and turn from the previous editions. Of course, usually we see the middle lanes dominating, but here we see the two sides going on in superb pace.
2 finishers first. 7 second. Looks like 6 will touch in third.
Oh, 1. 6 and 1 had a stiff competition.
Yeah, 1 minute 14.51 seconds. For lane 2. Lane 7 at 1 minute 16.98. Lane 6 was third.
There you go, jubilant scenes caught on Papare cameras. Celebration at its best. So in the heat 2.
Yeah, I think this we should be okay. According to the card, Isnil Isuli Sehansa rather, lane 1. Osandi Ranavira 2. Yashnya Rajnikant 3rd. Sanumi Nehansa 4th. Shanudi Mehansa 5th, Litumi Senkini 6th, Michaela Pereira 7th, and Sasni Randula on 8th. Getting into the first turn, a good tussle between 4 and 5. 5 seems to be just in front. Takes a turn first. Lane 5 is Shanudi Mehansa. of Lyceum Nugegoda. 4 is Sanumi Nehansa of Lyceum Panadura.
Yes, the lane 4 had a good split of 34.
This could be a good tussle for the final touch-in. 5 in front, all right, but 4 almost a stroke behind. 5 getting just a little bit of a drift.
Just that lane 4 and 5 tussle just going right down to the wire.
Yeah, at 1 minute 12.85 seconds, lane 5, Shamudi Mihansa of Lyceum Nugegoda, 4 113.80. Third was lane 3. The 4 was Sanu Mihansa. Lane 3 was Yashnya Rajankant from Bishops. There it was. You could see that the two lead swimmers were almost abreast, only for her to just go through in lane 5. Yeah, heat number 3. Lane 1 is Tivenya Gunasekara. Lane 2, Marisa Fernando. Lane 3, Visakya Dias. Lane 4, Oshira Karunaratna. Dushenka Rupasinghe 5. O'Near Polo 6. Senuji Senulya 7. And Dihashi Abesekara 8.
So we have competitors from St. John's Panadura, Lyceum Vattala, Hillwood Candy, Ladies College, Gateway Colombo, Lyceum Ratnapura, St. Thomas's Catholic International and Ladies College participating in this heat number 3.
2 and 3 very much in the lead at the moment. Lane 2 is Marisa Fernando, 3 is Visakya Dias. And now lane 5 comes into the equation. There's nobody in lane 4. So
on card it says Oshira Karunaratna of Gateway. So
lane 3 just pulling in front.
Sakya Das.
Lyceum Ratnapura. Who will touch in Visit 5 or 2? 5 seems to be just there. Scoreboard has it as lane 2 in second place. 1 minute 15.25 is the winning time for lane 3. That was Visakya Das. 2 was Marisa Fernando. And in lane 5 in third place was Dushenka Rupasinghe of Ladies. They win the Methlini record holder from 2018. 1 minute 8.38 seconds is the record.
Yes, in this heat we have Metmanthi Pereira of Lyceum Gampaha, Gitsara Panapiti of British School and Indu-Sri Lanka of Lyceum Panadura, Disari Lokvitana of Royal Institute, Uriana Pereira of Lyceum Gampaha, GM Marasinghe of Royal International Kurunagala, Shayali Ponnamperuma of AIS and Chenaya Somaratna of Museus. This is the final heat, Haritha.
So lane 4 comfortably in front. She'll take the turn first. And, lane 4 is Inuli Serenayaka of Lyceum Royal Institute. Disali Lokovitana is in lane 4. And in the lead, she's got more than a body length in front on lane 4. Tussle for second place on lane 3 alongside her is Inuli Senanayaka of Lyceum Panadura. Trying to get into third place in lane 5 would be Julana Pereira of Lyceum Gampaha.
Lyceum basically fielding competitors in almost all the heats out here, Harida.
That's not surprising one. Come
yes,
on.
Definitely.
1 minute 8.27 seconds for the heat best performance in lane 4 for Disali Lokuitana.
From Royal Institute.
Coming in second on lane 3 was Isuri Senanayaka of Lyceum Panadura. This is unscheduled lone swimmer. When I say unscheduled, it's not on our cards. She has the height advantage. She kicks hard. She seems reasonably comfortable. When you're competing all alone, you're competing with yourself.
It's a different mental game out there.
If she's very well focused, she should get in comfortable. The stroke smooth, not labored, not yet into the last 25 meters. She's kicking hard. She wants to get the water on her feel much better. Board has it at 1:16.17. So this is boys under 13, 100-meter freestyle heat 1. For preliminaries, Mark Jaden on lane 2, MB Disanayaka lane 3, PS Nintaka lane 4, Ranmira Kotage lane 5 and Sasit Munasinga lane 6.
Again, we've been given
7 are there. It's lane 4 that is not occupied at the moment. It says lane 4 here. You've got to excuse us on this.
Bihandu Hansana holds the record, which was achieved in 2018. 1 minute 1.26 seconds in this category.
They are swimming in their respective lanes. You could see that lane 7 is gaining some ground.
Can either be Senutta Sanuja or Yasiru Jayadeva or Tenula Kenod, according to what we can predict.
Lane 5 on our card was Ranmira Kotage of Royal Institute. Anyway, 1 minute 17.46 seconds. Third was lane 1, which was not also mentioned here.
Yesterday, Haritha, we had plenty of competitors from the Sinigama Aquatic Club and a few from the Maldivian contingent too.
Yeah, heat number 2. On our card, we have a full set, but lane 5 is unoccupied, and that's according to our card. Dihen Mevunaka. Lane 1, Sohas Somavira. 2, Shakin Shiraz. Zain Pereira, 3rd. Senit Jayasekara, 4th. Dulnita Mahipala, 6th. Senut Sanuja, 7th. And Rishota Adulya is lane 8. Tussle between lane 3 and 4.
Yes, a strong competition between, we could predict that it is Zain Pereira of Asian International and Senit Jayasekar of Lyceum Gampaha.
But take a look at lane 7, catching up very quick. Senut Sanuja of
Asian Grammar School. That is again according to the schedule given.
Looks like lane 3 came in first. Zain Pereira at 1 minute 14.81. Lane 7 was second. Senut Sanuja of Asian Grammar School. He was on lane 7. That was a good race. Came from outside. Alongside, I thought it was a bit tight for Senit Jayasekara. We've got the third heat in this event. Ravija Veerasinghe 1, Sandev De Silva 2, Sayan Rajapaksa 3, Dihen Alvitigala 4, Damsit Vijayaratna 5, Tevin Peramuna 6, Yasiru Jayadeva 7 and DAP Gajanayaka 8 on our card. The middle lanes are strong, and in lane 4 is a slight head up for the competitor. Dihan Alvitikala, Lyceum Nugekoda. But there is a stiff competition alongside him, and especially from lane 6. Tevin Peramuna, Lyceum Nugekoda is on lane 6. So lane 4 absolutely tearing away. Solid lead, almost a body length. Great finish into the last 2-3 meters. Devin Alvitikala, 1 minute 14.59 in lane 6. That was according to the scoreboard. No, it's lane 4 now. 1:11.64. First, lane 6 was placed second. Tevin Peramuna of Lyceum Nugekoda.
It's a very intense battle from day 1 and day 2 out here. More than 130 schools and academies included, Haritha. So plenty of action right throughout the 5 days. That is to be expected for sure. With the days going on until the evening sessions, we'll be seeing some exciting final action too.
Ravidu Tilakaratna on lane 1. That's not occupied at the moment. Satija Gunasekara 2, PG Kisandu 3, Onel Pereira 4, HM Hakim 5, Unit Abenayaka 6, Tenula Kenod 7 and Binuka Potduage on lane 8.
So Satija from Lyceum Vattala, and from Panudra we have Kisandu, Onel Pereira of Stafford, Lyceum Vattala, HM Hakim, Yumet Abhinayaka from Royal, and Tenula Kenod of Royal, And in lane 8, we have Binuka Podduage of St. Peter's.
Top tussle on lane 4 and 5. This could be a great finish. Lane 4 is Onel Pereira, 5 is AHN Hakim. Almost abreast coming into the last 10 meters.
Absolutely. Haritha, now this is neck to neck stuff.
This is almost a photo finish.
Well, that's wow.
Board has it at 5. 5, 4 and 3. That's how they finish. 1-8 for both of them. 0.13 seconds. The difference between 1 and 2 on lane 5 and 4. Lane 7 is third after that. Lane 7 was Tenula Kenoth of Royal. That was solid work.
Absolutely.
I think Hakim just pipped Onel.
0.13 seconds, just 13 milliseconds separating lane number 4 and 5. That was a very, very thrilling race as a drizzle pours down the stadium swimming pool complex as we kickstart the under 15 girls 100 meter freestyle.
6 competitors. We have 4 of them on our card. We would think that the 4 that we've got are correct, which means lane 3 is Iman Tambidurei. The outside lane 7 is tearing away from the rest. That's a very strong swim. Fortunately, we don't have her name in the start list here. She is leaving the rest behind. Closest is lane 3. Tambadure probably will finish second as she passes the 10-meter line. Lane 6 is also strong. Janel Veerasinghe, Lysium Gampaha. Lane 7, 1 minute 8.22. Coming in second was lane 3. That was Tambadure from ladies. And coming in third was lane 2 on the scorecard, which we don't have.
And yes, Haritha, in the next heat, we have 8 participants
listed, but lane 2 is unoccupied.
True, that is
Mehli Jayasurya is 1. SW De Silva is 3. Miyasi Premaratna 4. TAU Lianage 5. 6 Sanuli Pereira. 7 Tusheli Bandaranaika, and on the outside lane Nihansa Navaratna. Lane 2 was D. De Silva. That's not occupied.
Yes, from Hillwood Candy. We had plenty of participants from Hillwood yesterday in the day 1 session.
Strong rain, no problem. Yeah, lane 7, 5 in contention. Lane 7 is Tusheli Bandaranaika
of the British school in Colombo.
She's pulling away from the rest. There's competition from lane 6 alongside her. Sanuli Pereira
of Sirima Bandaranaika Vidyalaya.
She's having stiff competition on lane 3 at the 10-yard mark. Lane 3 was SW De Silva
of Sri Devananda College, Ambalangoda. Again, strong finish there.
7.63, that's how it came. Tusheli Bandaranaika, British school, timed at 1 minute 14.52. 1 minute 15.85 for lane 6 in second place. Sanuli Pereira, Sirimavo. 5 preliminaries. This is the third. Lane 1 is not swimming. That's Sachini Vidyaratna of Museus according to our card. Kanesha De Silva 2, Dahami Belpage 3, Natasha De Alvis 4, Dilushi Dilsara 5, Canon Palevat 6, Y Ekanayaka 7, and Tenuki Subasingha on the outside lane. Lane 5 have got into a very smooth, small lead.
It's Dilushi Dilshara of Lyceum Vattala, and alongside in the lane 4 from Royal Institute we have Natasha Dialvis giving a stiff competition, and in lane number 3 we've got the Hemi Belpage of Visakha Vidyalaya.
But for the moment, Dilushi Dilshara of Lyceum Vattala is pulling away just about the 25-meter mark. Good catch-up work on the part of lane 4, Natasha De Alvis of Royal Institute, pushing the race leader to the maximum, but the third place could be a close finish. We have in lane 3 a bit of a headway, but on lane 8 there's a stiff competition for her. 3 of them, 6, 7, 8 was together, but lane 3 may have just got in. Dayami Belpage from Visakha. Let's wait and see. Yes, that's how it is. 5, 4 and 3. Dilusha Dilchara, Natasha De Alvis and Dayami Belpage. Luckily, the improvements to the pool area with the opposite area where the seats are being offered fairly good cover.
Definitely, Haritha. And in the final, in the fourth heat, we have YS Yalinga Singh in lane 1 from St. Anthony's Girls Candy, Enaya Jayasingh of Vihar Mahadev Kiribat Goda, Rahudi Chanisa in lane number 3 from Royal Institute. Lane number 4 we have Lyceum Ratnapura, Heshra De Silva. 5 Tinuli Setlini of Lyceum Gampaha, H. Jayasingh in lane 6 from Hillwood, PADT Silva from Vihar Mahadevi Kiribatgoda, and lane number 8 we have Zainab Amat from La Prati Floor.
Yeah, 3, 4, 5 in hot pursuit. Nothing to say. The turn was almost together, almost. But lane 5 and lane 3 in a very good competition. Just let me tell you, lane 5 is Tinuli Setlini of Lyceum Gampaha, just half a body length ahead of lane 3, Rahodi Kanisha of Royal Institute.
Ooh. Lane 3 and 2 had a very, very close photo finish there.
Lane 3 was Rahodi Chanisha of Royal Institute. She's second, and coming in third was lane 2. That's Enaya Jayasingh of
Vihar Mahadevi Kiribatgoda.
Good. 1 minute 10.27 seconds for the eventual winner, Tinuli Setlini of Lyceum Gampaha. The last heat in the girls under 1500 free. We have a full card here. Lane 1, Brehani Pereira, Inuki Abe Vikrama 2, Mindi Piasena 3, Rushali Disanayaka 4, Unara De Silva 5, Satya Aboy 6, MT Umangi 7, and MH Vijayaratna 8. So lane 4 takes a decisive lead. Rushley Disanayaka, Museus.
We have 3 participants from academies. It's Onara De Silva in lane number 5 from Ocean Wave. Lane number 7, LT Umangi from SNS Academy. And lane number 8, MH Vijayaratna of Torpedoes.
So lane 4 has the race all covered up. Rushali Disanayaka of Museus. But
lane 3 and 5, Haritha.
Oh, yes.
Second place.
Good tussle there. 5 seems to be just there. Yeah. 1 minute 5.8 1 minute 5.08 seconds for the winner.
That's Rushali Disanayaka of Museus, and Onara De Silva in second place from Ocean Wave Academy. And in third place is Mindy PSN of Good Shepherd Convent, Panadura.
Under 15 boys, 100 free. 3 hits lined up. First one just about to start. Full house here. R.A. Kurukul Surya 1, Senuka Bonnet 2, Ethan Wanasinghe 3, Ashraf Rashid 4, A.S. Pigera 5, Vinuja Ronald 6, BSD Patirana 7. But we've got somebody in lane 8 too.
Yes, and in lane number 4, Ashraf Rashid is from the Maldivian contingent. I think they've sent their best swimmers out here, Haritha.
Yes, looks like they're very, not only fast, they're very comfortable in the pool. So that explains a lot for their participation. Mentally sound, and he's relatively tall and very comfortable with his stroke. He's getting a hot competition on lane 3. Ethan Wanasinghe, British School in Colombo. Yeah, he is pulling away. Even on the alongside lane 5, I think there is some advance for Pigera of St. Joseph's. 1 minute 2.11 seconds for that winner, Ethan Wanasinghe. Coming in second was lane 5, Pigera. And on lane 3, on lane 4 rather, was the Moldavian Rashid coming in third. Heat number 2, MS Bandara 1, SC Gunatilaka 2, Bhagya Vikramasinghe 3, Amin Faisal 4, Ipshita Pereira 5, DB Kapitarachi 6, and Sevin Nanakar 7, but we've got the full 8 participation.
Yes, and lane number 6, Dharmaraj College participant, Kapitarachi seems
non-starter.
Yes.
Lane 3 swimming strong at the moment.
It's the Pete Wright, Haritha.
Yeah, Bhagya Vikramasinghe. Strong lad. Comfortable turn. Yeah, the catch-up work now on lane 4. Lane 4 is Amin Faisal, Maldivian Academy. Lane 5 is Ipshita Pereira.
And that's, yes, Haritha, lane number 5, Ipshita is from Horizon College, Malabe.
3 touching in first 1 minute 0.64 seconds. Fourth lane, Faisal is second.
From the Maldivian contingent.
And lane 5 was third, Ipshita Pereira from Horizon. Yeah, that was fast. That's good finish right through the race. It was very competitive, very aggressive swimming.
I think it's better, Haritha, if we get more and more regional international participation, because our Lankan swimmers will try to do better and give a greater fight, and they'll have that exposure swimming with the regional international athletes.
100%.
We have heat number 3, Sehandu Netmika on lane number 1 from Royal, Dinil Jasanayaka from St. Joseph's, GM Gamage from Dharmaraja, Dulaksha Ganidu from Lyceum Gampa, Sandevmit Silva from Dharmashoka College Ambalangoda, Sama Halim in lane 6 from the Maldivian contingent, Chanugaratnayaka in lane number 7 from Lyceum Nugegoda.
Lane 8 is also occupied, and we should see that 4 and 5 is strong in that halfway stage. Dulaksha Ganidu, Lyceum Gampaha, and Sadevmit Silva of Dharmasok, I would believe.
Yes.
Anybody gaining some headway? There is some progress on that outside lane in lane 8. But the tussle, this is another quick, fast race, evenly contested between lane 4 and 5. Lane 6 gaining ground, probably he'll end up third, but 4 touching in first.
Dulaksha Ganidu of Lyceum.
1 minute 3.30. Lane 5 was second. So Devmit Silva of Dharmasoka, and on lane 6 was the third.
Sama Halim,
the Maldivian. So they've made their presence felt. Some strong competition.
Yes. And
the under 17 girls free. First heat, you don't have lane 8, lane 6, lane 3 participating.
5 in the run.
Lane 7 is Imetma Karyavasam
from Kalutara Balika Vidyalaya.
Lane 5 Shyama Prasanna
from Gateway College Kandy.
Lane 4, probably okay, Vinara Palihakkara
from Museus.
Lane 2 is Natali Bodhipala
from Vichali International.
And lane 1, we don't have anything, but she's right up in front. At least a 5-meter lead at the moment, going into the last 3 meters. Strong swim.
On the sidelines with the yellow cap.
Yeah, lane 1 at 1 minute 4.59 seconds. In lane 7, coming in second, was Imetma Karyavasam. And lane 4 was third. That was Vinara Palihakkara of Museus. Kalutara Balika girl was second. Karyavasam. Lane 3, no show. Second heat, Vyansa Bopagoda in 1. Naditi Vijay Singh on 2. Lane 4, Lehara Melegoda. Lane 5, Danisha Ganishki. Lane 6, Senara Ranavaka. Lane 7, Rutsara Panapitiya, and Chanumi Suyatra on lane 8. Lane 3 was supposed to be Damsarani from Senigama. Lane 4 has opened up a good lead coming into the last 25 meters.
She's from Anula Vidyalaya Nugegoda. Anula's participants Lehara Melegoda.
The tussle is on for the second place. In lane 5, she's just up in front at the moment. Danisha Ganishki of Lyceum Vattala. She's having stiff competition from alongside lane 6. Senara Ranavaka of, what's that, St. Bridget's?
Senara is from, SBC.
1 minute 2.91 seconds for the eventual winner in lane 4. 4, 5 and 6, that's how it came. Lehara Melegoda, Danisha Gavishki of Lyceum Vattala second, and Senara Ranavaka of St. Bridget's third. Pelting rain. Third of 4 preliminaries in the event.
We have Sanuji De Silva of Visakha Vidyalaya, Kuluni Ruhansa from Anula Vidyalaya, Shanesa Adams from Ladies College, Unaya Pereira from Lyceum Gampaha, Andrea Rai Tirukuma from Ladies, Isindi Vitulya from Aqua Swimming Academy, Karisa Bandarnayaka from La Pretty Floor, and lane number 8 we have ST Samartunga of Vihar Mahadevi Kiribat Goda. Lane number 6 has not started, so that's Isindi Vitulya of Aqua.
Siasha Anthony has the record established last year, 1 minute 2.0 seconds. So lane 4 and 5 in tough competition into the last 25 meters. Lane 4 just in front at the moment. Naya Pereira of Lyceum Gampaha. She's pulling away from lane 5 in second place. Andrea Rai Tirukuma of Ladies. That's how they finish. Who is third? On lane 3, I would believe.
Again, another LCI.
Shanisha Adams. 1 minute 5.26 seconds was the winner's clock. This is the last heat for girls under 17 100 meter freestyle.
Sarita looks like
lane 4 non-starter. Lane 4 would be
Vandani Fernando of Kagalu Balika, Kaltura Balika rather. We have Netuli Fonseca of Visakha, Kashi Vigneswaran of from Rainbow Aquatics, Kashi Vigneswaran, Anuttara Jayasundar of Lyceum Gampaha, Sasha Rajapaksa on lane 5 from the British School, Sandra Perumal of AIS, Harindri Vitan of Mahamaya Girls Candy, and in lane number 8, Pehansa Jituli of Gautami Balika, Colombo.
Lane 5 is swimming strong at the moment. Shasa Rajapaksa, the British School, Colombo participation. She's breaking into a very strong swim here, approaching the last 25 meters, comfortably in front. But there's a bit of a gain for lane 1. That's interesting. Netuli Fonseca of Visakha probably just ahead of lane 2 into the last 10 meters. Kashi Vigneswaran of Rainbow Academy. Yeah, lane 5 timed at 1 minute 6.35 seconds. Sacha Rajapaksa from lane 1, Netuli Fonseca of Visakha, and lane 2, Kashi Vigneswaran of Rainbow Academy.
Boys under 17 100 meter freestyle. We've got 3 names on the card. On lane number 3 we have MP and Ninduvara of Trinity. Lane number 4, we have IB Seneviratna of Anand, and lane number 5, we've got LK Vijay Sekar of Aqua Swimming Club.
We don't have lane 5, but we have lane 6 swimming. So lane 2 also occupied, and he's in the lead, if I'm not mistaken. Lane 2. Oh, even lane 7, lane 6 is coming up quickly into the last 10 meters. Strong challenge from the outside lane, lane 6. Brilliant finish. I think lane 2 just managed. Yeah, 1 minute 1.03. Lane 6 in second place, 1 minute 1.38. Lane 3, lane 4 was third, and that name is with us, LB Seneviratna of Anand. We don't see lane 1 and 8 in the next heat. That's correct. We have Yenal Kodikara on lane 2, Kiano Disanayaka 3, Shak Shiraz 4, Senula Dharmavansa 5, Avin Kodikara 6, and Daman Mendes on 7. Good battle between 5 and 6. 5 is Senula Dharmavansa.
He's from Elizabeth Moyer.
6 is Avin Kodikara.
In Lyceum Vattala. So
now there's more challenge here into the last 25. Lane 3 is catching up fast and getting into the lead. Kiano Disanayaka of Asian International. Oh, this is a great finish. Big tussle between 3 swimmers for the last 2 places. Lane 3 in first, according to that scorecard. Is that right? It says 3, 4 and 6.
Shakib Shiraz in second, the Josephian. And 6 is Avin Kodikara.
Yeah, so Kiano Disanayaka of Asian International getting through.
So we have a change of voices. Shanuka and Asanka will take over.
වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලක මිට 100 නිදහස් සාර මුලික වටේ 3 වන තරඟය මෙවසද පැත් වෙනවා ක්‍රීඩකින් සියලු දෙනා පාහේ එක පොදියට පළමු මීටර 50 තරණය කරන ආකාරය තමයි පෙනෙන්න තිබෙන්නේ අසංක නැවතත්
ආයිබෝන් ශනුක වර්ෂා මැදේ වුණත් ඊටම වේගවත් තරගයක් අප නරඹමින් තිබෙන්නේ. මන්තිරුවංක 2 ක්‍රීඩකයා දැන් ඉදිරියට පැමිණෙමින් තිබෙනවා. ඔහුට හොඳ සටනක් ලැබෙනවා මන්තිරුවංක 4න්.
මන්තිරුවංක 4 ඔහු තමයි ඉදිරියෙන් සිටින්නේ. AF හසෙන් බලමු අවසන් මීටර කීපෙදී කුමක්ද සිදුවන්නේ කියලා. මන්තිරුවංක 4 සහ මන්තිරුවංක 4 දෙක අතර හොඳ තරගයක්. නමුත් ජයග්‍රහණ හිමිවන්නේ මන්තිරුවංක 4 AF හසෙන්. ඔහු තමයි ජයග්‍රහණ කරනු ලබන්නේ එම තරඟේ. වාර්තාවුණු කාලය ලෙස දක්වනවා මිනිත්තු 1යි තත්පර 0.2.4.
දැන් 17න් 15 බාලකාංශයේ මීටර් 100 නිදහස් ආර තවත් මූලික වටේ තරගයක්. ඒ තමයි සිව්වැනි මූලික වටේ තරගය. මේ සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා දීත්‍ය වීරසිංහ, එවින් අත්සර, යයිෂ් අර්ෆත්, KA හිරාන් නතේෂ, KVT එලිෂ, යෝෂිත හිරුන්, කෙවාන් රණේපුර, BAD දින්සර.
මන්තිරු අංක 4, මන්තිරු අංක 2 තමත්ම හොඳින් මේ වෙන විට පළමු මීටර 50 තරණය කරනවා. බලමු. තමත මන්තිරු අංක 4 සහ 5 අතර පෙරමුණ සඳහා තරගයක් තිබෙනවා. මන්තිරු අංක 5 ක්‍රීඩක ඇත්තේ මේ තමත් හොඳින් පළමු මීටර 50 අවසානයේදී තමන්ගේ පෙරමුණ ලබා ගැනීමට සමත් වුණා.
4 සහ 5 ඉතාම හොඳින් තරග වදිනවා. දෙදෙනාම කරට කර තරගයක සිටින්නේ. හිරාන් නතේෂ 4 වෙනි මන්තිරුව, එලීෂ තමයි 5 වෙනි මන්තිරුවේ සිටින්නේ. තර්ස්ටන් විද්‍යාලය සහ ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලය නියෝජනය කරන ක්‍රීඩකයන්. හිරාන් ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලයේ
අවසාන ඉපේ ක්‍රීඩකින් දෙදෙනාම එක වරදෝ මන්දා අවසන් දිනුම් කණු පසු කරමින් ගියේ. වාර්තාවන කාලය පළමු ස්ථානය සඳහා තත්පර 58.43ක්, දෙවන ස්ථානය තත්පර 58.51ක්. එලෙසයි වාර්තාවන්.
එලීෂ ජයග්‍රාහකයා වශයෙන් තරගය අවසන් කළා. ආරම්භයේ සිටම දෙදෙනාම කරට කර තරග වැදුනේ. 0.7ක වෙනසක් පමණයි තිබුණේ ඔවුන් අතර.
මිලංග මූලික වටේ තරගය සඳහා මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩකයින් සූදානම් සිටින්නේ. වර්ෂාව මදක් අඩු වී තිබෙනවා මේ වන විට. එය පහසුවක් වේවි විනිසුරුවන්ට, නිලධාරීන්ට.
මෙන්න ආරම්භ වෙනවා මීළඟ මූලික වටේ තරගය. 17න් 15 බාලක මීටර් 100 නිදහස්සාර. මන්තිරු අංක 6 ක්‍රීඩකයා තමයි ඉදිරියෙන් ධාවනය කරන්නේ මේ වන විට. ඔහුට පිටුපසින් දෙවන ස්ථානය වෙනුවෙන් සටනේ නියැලෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 2 ක්‍රීඩකයා. ඔහු තමයි
ධනුෂ් ජයසුන්දර. ධනුෂ් සහ එන් දාබරේ අතර නැවතත් අපි දකිනවා ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. ඔවුන් අප දුටුවා පෙර වයස් කාණ්ඩවලත් ඉතාමත් හොඳ දස්කම් දක්වපු ක්‍රීඩකී.
දැන් දාබරේ ඉදිරියට පැමිණෙනවා. ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලයේ දාබරේ. ආනන්ද දාබරේ කියන්නේ වයලින් වාදකෙක්. නමුත් මේ දාබරේ වේගයෙන් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙනවා. මන්තිරු අංක 6න් දැන් ජයග්‍රාහී සීමාව කරා.
අතරම දෙවන ස්ථානය සඳහා මන්තිරු අංක 4න් එම් ආරච්චි. නමුත් ජයග්‍රහණ හිමිවන්නේ ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලයේ එන් දාබරේ හට. වාර්තාවන කාලේ තත්පර 57.89ක්. ඒ අනුව වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලක මීටර් 100 නිදහස්සාර මූලික වටේ තරඟ අවසන් වෙනවා. අප සූදානම් වයස අවුරුදු 20න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 100 නිදහස්සාර මූලික වටේ තරඟ සඳහා යොමු වන්නට.
මූලික වටේ තරඟ දෙකක් පැවැත්වීමට නියමිතයි. 20න් 15 බාලිකාංශයේ මීටර් 100 නිදහස්සාර වෙනුවෙන් PD විනෝදනී, තිසුමි තිල්හාරා, කලාශි රණබාහු, නතාලි අවුට්ෂෝරන්, සනායා නානායක්කාර, SWC වික්‍රමසිංහ, යනුකි රාජපක්ෂ, චමෝද්‍යා බදුල් සේන.
මේ සඳහා පවතින වාර්තාව 2016 වසරේදී තත්පර 57.2 ලෙස පවත්වා තිබෙන්නේ කිමිකෝ රහීම්. අපි දකිනවා කිමිකෝ, මිචිකෝ, රහීම් සහෝදරී, මයිමි සහෝදරී, ඒ වගේම අබේසිංහ සහෝදරී මේ වාර්තා පොත් අතර සිටිනවා.
කිහිප වරක්ම දක්නට ලැබුණා ඔවුන්ගේ නම්. දැන් මන්තිරු අංක 4 සහ 5 නියෝජනය කරමින් ඉදිරියට පැමිණෙනවා. මන්තිරු අංක 4 ඔට්ස්කෝරන් ක්‍රීඩිකාව සහ නානායක්කාර
නෙතලි ඔට්ෂූරන් සහ සනායා නානායක්කාර අතර තමයි තරගය පැවතින්නේ. මන්තිරු අංක 4 සහ 5 අතර බලමු කරට කර තරගයක් කවුරුන් පළමුව තරගය නිමා කරාවිද? තමු දුහුන් තරගයක් අවසන් මීටර කිහිපයේදී අපිට පේනවා මන්තිරු අංක 5 සනායා නානායක්කාර තරඟය මුලින් අවසන් කරන ආකාරය මිනිත්තුවේ තත්පර 7.78ක් ලෙස තමයි ඇගේ කාලය වාර්තා වන්නේ. දෙවන ස්ථානයේ අශුද්ධ පවුලේ කන්‍යාරාමයේ නෙතලිටයි හිමිවන්නේ.
නැවතත් ආරම්භයේ සිටම එකම මට්ටමක ධාවනය කළේ මන්තිරුවංක 4 සහ 5 පිහිනුම් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දෙපළ. අවසන් මොහොතේදී තමයි මන්තිරුවංක 5 නානයක්කාර ජයග්‍රාහී සීමාවට ළඟා වුණේ. ඔබ කෙතරම් එක මට්ටමේ පිහිනුමේ යෙදුනත් අවසන් මොහොතේ අවසන් ජයග්‍රාහී සීමාවේ තාත්පය අල්ලන මොහොත තමයි ජයග්‍රාහී මොහොත.
මුලින්ම ස්පර්ශ කළ යුතුයි අවසන් දිනුම් කණු. මේ දෙවන මූලික වටේ තරඟය ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 4 දෙනෙක් සහභාගී වෙනවා මේ සඳහා. මේ වන විට නම් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 4 දෙනාම එකම වේගයෙන් ඉතාමත් හොඳින් පිහිනාගෙන යන ආකාරයක් තමයි පෙනෙන්න තිබෙන්නේ. පළමු මීටර 50 තුලදී හරි පෙරමුණක් ලබාගත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් අපට පෙනෙන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් මන්තිරුවංක 3 සහ 5 එම ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දෙදෙනා තමයි ප්‍රථමයෙන් දෙවන මීටර 50 සඳහා යොමු වන්නේ. මේ වන විට මන්තිරුවංක 5 ක්‍රීඩිකාව මාතා ෆර්නෑන්ඩෝ අය තමයි ඉදිරියෙන් සිටින්නේ. දෙවන ස්ථානය සඳහා හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලැබෙනවා මන්තිරුවංක 6 ඒ වගේම මන්තිරුවංක 3.
කලන් සූර්ය මන්තිරුවංක 3 ක්‍රීඩිකාව. ඇය දෙවැනි ස්ථානයේ මේ වන විට පිහිනුමේ දෙන්නේ හොඳ අවසානයක් දකින්නට ලැබෙවි බොහෝ දුරට. නමුත් කෙසේ වෙතත් අවසන් මොහොතේදී පස්වැනි මන්තිරුවෙන් තරග වැදුණු මාතා ජයග්‍රහණය වාර්තා කළා.
වාර්තා වුණු කාලය මිනිත්තු 1 තත්පර 8.13ක්. දෙවන ස්ථානය ලබාගත් ක්‍රීඩිකාව මන්තිරුවංක 3 ක්‍රීඩිකාව. ඉනනතුරුව සූදානම් වයස අවුරුදු 20න් පහළ බාලක මීටර් 100 නිදහස් සාර මූලික වටේ තරඟ සඳහා මූලික වටේ තරඟ 4ක් ගැන තොරතුරු අපට ලැබී තිබෙනවා. මේ තරඟ සඳහා ක්‍රීඩකීන් 5 දෙනෙක්. නැවතත් හොඳ ආරම්භයක්. නමුත් මන්තිරුවංක 3 ක්‍රීඩකයා පෙරමුණ ලබාගත් ආකාරය තමයි තියෙන්නේ. තොරතුරු ලබා දීමේ යම් මතපසුවීමක් දෝ මන්දා අපට ලැබී තිබෙන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකින් 4 දෙනෙක් ගැන පමණයි. නමුත් ක්‍රීඩකින් 5 දෙනෙක් මේ තරඟය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. මේ විට මන්තිරුවංක 3 ක්‍රීඩකයා ඔහු තමයි SC රන්හවුලගේ ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. ඒත් එක්කම මේ වෙන විට පවතින තරග වාර්තාව කයිලා බේසිංහ විසින් 2018 වසරේදී පවත්වා තිබෙනවා. ඒ තත්පර 50.14ක් ලෙස.
රන්හලුගේ ජයග්‍රාහී සීමාවට ළඟා වුණා. ඔහුට පසුව මන්තිරුවංක 4 තුවකිෂ් ජයග්‍රාහී සීමාවට.
එලෙස නිමා වුණා පළමු මූලික වටේ තරඟය. මෙන්න දෙවන මූලික වටේ තරඟය සඳහා ක්‍රීඩකින්ගේ සූදානම්.
මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා ජනිරු අනුසර, කේ පෙරේරා, සස්මිත වට්ටාරන්තැන්න, අයි නවාස්, ඉනුක එවින්, තරීෂ ප්‍රනාන්දු, ශවීන් වික්‍රමරත්න, ඒ.එම්. රන්දුන්න.
හොඳ ආරම්භයක් සමගින් අපට පේන්න තිබෙනවා මන්තිරුවංක 1 සහ මන්තිරුවංක 3 අතර හොඳ තරගයක්.
ඊටාම ඇඟට පතට නොදැනෙන පිහිනුම් ශෛලියක් තිබෙන්නේ මන්තිරුවංක 3 සහ මන්තිරුවංක 1 ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙපළට. මන්තිරුවංක 3 වට්ටාරන්තැන්න ශාන්ත ජෝසප් විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයා. ඔහු තමයි
මේ වන විට මන්තිරුවංක 4 ක්‍රීඩකයා SI නවාස් ඔහු ඉදිරියට පැමිණ තිබෙනවා දෙවන ස්ථානය සඳහා. තාමත් පළමු ස්ථානය මන්තිරුවංග 3. සස්මිත ඔහු තමයි තරගය පළමුවෙන්ම නිමා කරන්නේ. දෙවන ස්ථානය SI නවාස ටීම වෙනවා. සමගින් දෙවන මූලික වටේ තරගයත් එලෙස අවසන් වෙනවා. ආරම්භයේ සිටම සස්මිත ඉදිරියෙන්ම සිටියා. දෙවන ස්ථානය සඳහා තමයි තරගයක් තිබුණේ.
තවමත් අප මූලික වටේ තරග නරඹමින් තිබෙන්නේ බාලක අංශයේ 20 මීටර් 100 නිදහසාර තරගයි මේ ක්‍රියාත්මක වන්නේ. දැන් ආරම්භ වෙලා තිබෙනවා මීළඟ මූලික වටේ තරගය. එය තමයි 3 වැන්න.
හොඳ ආරම්භයක් සමගින් මන්තිරුවංක 2 මන්තිරුවංක 3 ඉදිරියට ඇදෙන උත්සාහයක් දරනවා. ඒ අතරම මන්තිරුවංක 4 ක්‍රීඩකයාත් හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙමින් සිටිනවා. බලමු පළමු මීටර 50 අවසානයේදී කවුරුන් ඉදිරියට පැමිණෙයිද කියා.
එල් යූසෆ්, මාලියෝ තඹදුරේ, VS ෆර්නාන්දු, ජේ විශ්ව සුදේශ්, දිනාල් වෙල්ලපිල්ලේ, ඕෂධ පල්ලෙවෙල, අසිත් සයාන්, නයිජල් ප්‍රනාන්දු මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් තමයි සටන් වදින්නේ. මන්තිරුවංක 3 සහ 4 අතර ප්‍රබල සටනක් තිබෙනවා. KVS ප්‍රනාන්දු සහ විශ්වදේශ් ඉතාම තීරණාත්මකයි. නමුත් මන්තිරුවංක 3 ක්‍රීඩකයා විය යුතුයි ජයග්‍රාහකයා. අවසන් මොහොතේ ප්‍රනාන්දු ඉදිරියට පැමිණුණා අප දුටු විදිහට.
ඔව් මහනුවර ධර්මරාජ විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයා දෙවන ස්ථානය. විශ්වදේශ් ඔහුත් මහනුවර නමුත් ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකී. ඔවුන් දෙදෙනා තමයි මෙතනක ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නේ. තත්ත්ව 57.9 බිඳුවක් ලෙස තමයි ප්‍රථම ස්ථානය සඳහා කාලය වාර්තා වුණේ. ඉන්නතුරු සූදානම් 4 වන සහ අවසන් මූලික වටේ තරගය සඳහා වයස අවුරුදු 20න් පහළ බාලක මීටර් 100 නිදහස්ාර තරග ඉසව්ව. තරගය ආරම්භ වුණා. ඉතාමත් හොඳ ආරම්භයක්. මීටර 15ක් පමණ දී යටින් පැමිණ
උපරිම සීමාවට ළඟා වුණා වුන් මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. මිවලාන් ලසාරස්, චිනුර මෙත්තානන්ද, පින්සර සදාම්, කවිෂ තේනුවර, මොහමද් ආතික්, විහංග කල්දේරා, AS දිනුග සහ සෙතිදු දිනුක.
පළමු මීටර 50 අවසානයේදී වෙන්න අපිට පේන්නට තිබෙනවා මන්තිරුවංක 4 සහ 5 අතර නැවතත් ඉතාමත් හොඳ තරගයක්. මන්තිරුවංක 4න් කවිෂ තේනුවර, මන්තිරුවංක 5න් මොහමඩ් ආතික්. අපි බලමු කවුරු අවසානය සමන් සතු කර ගනිවද කියලා. මේ නම් මන්තිරුවංක 4 කවිෂ තේනුවර තමයි ඉදිරියෙන්ම සිටින්නේ. යනුව ඉතාමත් හොඳින් තමන්ගේ තරගය නිමා කිරීමට කවිෂ සමත් වෙනවා. වාර්තාවුණු කාලයේ ලෙස තත්පර 59.32ක් කාල සටහන පූර්වේ සටහන් වෙනවා. ඒත් සමගින් වයස අවුරුදු 20න් පහළ මීටර් 100 බාලක මූලික වටේ තරග අවසන්. ඒත් සමගින් උදෑසන වරුව සඳහා අද දිනේට මෙතෙක් පැවති තරග වල අවසානය තමයි ඔබ දකින්නේ. නමුත් සවස් 2කට වෝටර් පොලෝ තරගය ආරම්භ වෙනවා.
එය උද්වේගකර ඉසවක් බවට පත්වේවි අද දිනය තුලදී. ඒ නිසා ඔබට ආරාධනා කරනවා නැවතත් රැඳී සිටින්න මීළඟට පැවැත්වෙන වෝටර් පෝලෝ තරගය නැරඹීම සඳහාත් තවත් පිහිනුම් තරග රැසක් තිබෙනවා මේ තරගාවලිය තුල පවත්වන්නට. ඉතින් ඔබට ආරාධනා කරනවා දිවාහාරයෙන් පසුව නැවතත් පස්වරු 2කට අපත් සමගින් සම්බන්ධ වන ලෙස නැවතත් ඉන් පසුව අපත් පැමිණෙන්නට සූදානම් සුගතදාස පිහිනුම් තටාකාංගණයට.
දිනන ගැම්ම ගන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
Looking for the perfect place for your child to learn swimming safely, confidently, and with a big smile? At Stingrays, we turn learning into fun. with expert coaches, small group classes, and a whole lot of encouragement. From beginners to little champions, we're here to build skills, boost confidence, and make a splash. Give your child the gift of swimming. Join Stingrays today.
නර්වස් නොවී ඉන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. ඇන්කර් නිව් ඩේ.
සිංගිතිසිනා ටීනේජ් කතා යූත් මවන සිහිනදිනා HNB සමගින් ගෙනෙනා අපි කාටත් ගැලපෙන ඉතිරියක් එට දින සරුවී සතුට ඉතිරිවි කාටත් ගැලපෙන ඉතිරියක්.
Enjoy the highest rewards and live life to your heart's content with savings that bring joy to life. HNB.
Watch the stars of Sri Lanka at the biggest franchise T20 league in the world on www.thepapare.com for just 249 rupees.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. ඇන්කර් නිව් ඩේ.
3 nations, 7 epic battles, 1 ultimate prize. Sri Lanka, India and South Africa face off in a high-stakes ODI series, April 27th to May 11th. Who will rise? Who will conquer? Don't miss the Women's Tri-Series, live from Colombo on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 2, Dialog TV channel number 63, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on ThePapare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව් ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
ෆෝකස් එකේ ඉන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. ඇන්කර් නිව් ඩේ.
එතකොටම අපි බොහොම සතුටු වෙනවා ශ්‍රී ලංකා වොලිබෝල් සම්මේලනයේ හැටියට 16 වෙනි වතාවට ජාතික බීච් වොලිබෝල් තරගාවලිය අපිට ඉතාම සාර්ථකව අද ඊගපෝ බීච් වෙල්ලතීරේදී අපිට පවත්වන්න පුළුවන්කම ලැබුණා. විශේෂයෙන්ම අපි ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා මේ වෙලාවේදී නොකඩවා වතර 16ක් අපිට මේ ජාතික බීච් වොලිබෝල් තරගාවලිය පැවැත්වීම සඳහා සංස්කෘතික ආයතන ශ්‍රී නැකී ආයතන අපිට ලබා දෙන සහයෝගය.
We have seen that a lot of national players we were able to develop through this championship tournament. and two of our players, national players, basically got the Asian Cup 2 times. I mean, those are the significant milestones we were able to achieve through this campaign. I mean, I'm very happy because we have been sponsoring for this campaign for the last 16 years. And for these 16 years, we firmly believe beach volleyball is one of the games we can go to the international levels and Olympic levels.
You're watching ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. I'm Khadija Nazahim and we're here back again at the Bandaragama Go-Karting Racing Track for the 6 Hours Endurance Race Championship 2024, where adrenaline matches the energy of fuel. Come, let's go have a look and see how intense the race gets today. I've got Jordan Brady Miles, Racer Iron Maidens. Jordan, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling very good. How are you?
I'm good too, thank you. So Jordan, last time it was a 12-hour endurance race and this time it's a 6 hours race. So what's the difference?
So the difference is obviously the time, and I think our strategy. We are putting in a lot more effort and a lot more pressure because it is our last round, so we're sort of just leaving it all on the track. We've had a few hiccups. It was definitely very, very hot today. We were exhausted. Our cart just stopped. We've had a few mishaps, but it's different because I think the pressure is more because it's shorter. So we're trying to just fit our strategy for the 12-hour race but into a 6-hour race, so it's a bit difficult.
So Jordan, talking about the strategy, give us a small insight on the pit stop strategy for the 6-hour endurance race.
So look, honestly, the pit stops are our biggest pain because we obviously want to send our drivers out for as long as we can, but unfortunately the fuel compensation, it doesn't allow us to do that. We have about between 50 minutes to an hour before our fuel starts to run out, depending on the driver. And that means we have to bring in the cart to the pit stop. And if we happen to have a miscommunication or if our driver comes in without us knowing, we can lose a lot of time on that. And also certain pit stops, we actually have to do a tyre swap and that's mandatory. So pit stops definitely weigh a lot on our strategy because I think our girls are talented enough to drive a lot longer than 1 hour, but we have to change.
So Jordan, last but not least, once again, you are the only team with girl dominance. So what do you have to say about it?
Look, we are here today for the 3rd round of the endurance race to just show us and show everyone that women do belong in motorsport and that we are here to stay. And it could not have happened without the team, Speedway, and they're fantastic people. So shout out to them as well. And don't worry, Iron Maidens is here for all women and we will see you guys next round.
Thanks, Jordan. And I think you're next. You have your... So I don't want to keep you for longer. Go ahead and all the best.
Thank you very much, Khadija.
So with me, I've got Savi Ratnayaka from RHC Racing. Savi, how has your day been?
Good. My teammates have been incredible. My stint wasn't the best, but I think we're looking for a good 3rd place. So it all depends on the next tyre swap. Let's see what happens.
Savi, I love your confidence and hope maybe you'll make it for the 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Who knows? Yeah. And 3 hours down, 3 hours to go. What do you have to say?
It has been good so far, better than the last 2 rounds. But then again, all depends on the last tyre swap.
So talk a little more about your pit stop strategy.
So our pit stop strategy is run the heavy minimum pit stops. We need trying to run minimum pit stops as possible. We just sent our heaviest driver on his last 1 hour stint. Then we're gonna send our 2 lightest drivers and hope for the best.
How has been your fuel management for the day?
Good. I think I had the longest stint, around 55 minutes, and others are doing around 50, 48, 49.
Nice, Savi. Thank you and wishing you luck to get a podium.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sri Lankan racing superstar Dilantha Malagamuwa. Hi Dilantha, how has your day been?
Good, enjoying it every minute.
So Dilantha, from racing to international race pits to racing here at Speedway, what do you have to say?
First thing I have to say that I should thank Mr. David Pieris for building this beautiful place, because like in our days we didn't have a place to start racing. So this is the entry into motor racing, and it's, I mean, for every age, from the youngest to old people, they can all race and enjoy, and then also you can learn a lot, and it's very competitive here. So I always, when I have time, I would come and to inspire the youngsters. I want to race with them, and it's been lovely.
Indeed, Dilantha, what a great inspiration you have been. So what's the difference? I know there's a lot of difference between racing in international race pits in race cars to go-karting.
actually, as I told you, most of the top racing drivers still they practice on go-karts. One thing is it's cheaper, and if you see there's no suspension on this, so you feel, and to be a fast driver you need to be a very quick driver on go-karts, and if you're a quick go-kart driver, I'm sure you'll be one of the fastest drivers in any category. So I think this is one of the best things. Everyone still, as I told you, even the world's top racing drivers, still they go-karting whenever they have time.
Nice. So for a young racer who wants to come to this field and excel like you, what do you have to say?
I think everything is a commitment, and like nothing is easy. But as I told you, during our days, we didn't have even a place to practice, so we have to go overseas to do anything. But right now, you have everything here. So, I mean, if there's anyone who wants to become a world champion, we should all thank Mr. Piris for building this place, and so you got it there.
Thank you, Dilantha. You have been a great inspiration, and keep inspiring.
Thank you.
So with me, I've got Inshaf Iqbal, fondly known as Inshi in the racing community. Hi Inshi, how has your day been?
It's been great. I would say a lot of unexpected things happen, but then again, we're still going forward.
So Inshi, talking about unexpected events that happened, do you want to explain and say us what happened?
Of course, we planned it according to a certain way, but then due to some unavoidable issues here that we had to push the race later. And then the whole timing things had to change, so we had to strategize it again. And then we had a couple of other things that was going in as well. We had that bit of a medical issue as well, sorted everything out, and we are back up and strong and at P5 right now, and looking forward to get P1.
So Inshi, being the manager of Max and Mesh Racing, how has your strategy been? So last time we had a 12-hour endurance race, and this is a 6-hour endurance race. So what's the difference, and how do you guys strategize?
When it comes to a 12 hours, that's a lot of strategy involved and a lot of effort, and stamina plays a big role because everybody has to be here and also drive and beat the heat. And it was, of course, a definitely nice run because we ran through the night and the day. It was amazing, and you'll see it's happening today here as well. So strategy-wise, 6 hours is not as tough as a 12 hours. But then again, not to say it's not easy either, because all teams are competitive, and we are here to see how well we can race.
So do you think we can look forward to your team at a podium?
Certainly. That's what we are looking at, because we first finished the 6 hours endurance second place, but due to a penalty we went up to third. Then on the 12 hours we had a bit of medical issues with our drivers, so we couldn't push as much. But here we are. We started off P1 today with qualifying, and we are going forward.
All the best for the podium.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So with me, I've got racer Joshua Arachige from Dilanga Racing. Joshua, how has your day been?
It's been pretty hectic actually, not what I expected. I was expecting to be pretty clean and smooth, but everything's just a big mess. But just gotta manage it somehow and just have fun,
So Joshua, are you done with your racing, or do you have another lap to go?
I have one more stint to go. I think I have around 40 minutes to my next stint, then I'm done. Then just gotta check the timings and motivate the others.
Nice. So Joshua, how has your team strategy been, and has the strategy worked out?
Yeah, our strategy was basically just push as hard as you can and reduce the amount of pit stops. Spend as less time in the pits as possible and more time on the track. And it's kind of worked so far, but I think the only thing we need to do is improve our pit times. The tire changes, oil changes, all that has to be a bit more quicker. So other than that, it's worked pretty well.
Nice. And do you think we can look forward to seeing you guys at the podium?
Podium, that's a bit of a far stretch, but we have now an hour or so, right? So it could change, never know. Just got to do our best.
Nice, and keep the positive energy and all the best for the podium.
Right, thank you so much. Thank you.
I've got racer Henry from Slow Mos. Henry, how has your day been?
How's it? Oh, it's gone pretty good. So we started off 7 in the morning because we have to sign up at 10. So pretty much from 8 to right now, we're here. It's been a long day. It's an endurance race for a reason. So no, we're all enjoying it. Yeah.
Nice. And how has your strategy been for the day, and has it worked out?
Yeah, so these are two of our fastest races. I'm the slow one, so they put me on the 3rd. So right now our plate has dropped by 2, but now my teammates are trying to pick up the rankings.
So Henry, how has it been racing in Sri Lanka? Is it the first time endurance race in Sri Lanka? Or?
It's the first time. So my teammate actually introduced me to the sport. We have been not racing, but like driving in the Colombo one too, and here a couple of years back. Yeah, so it's always been a hobby. And when the opportunity came up, we were like, yeah, why not, let's do it. We pretty much signed up 2 months ago, and we had practice sessions together, and it was so much great fun.
So Henry, I want you to talk about your team's name, the Slow Mos.
All right, yeah, the Slow Mos, because we don't want to set expectation too high, we don't want to set a name too high. So we are the Slow Mos, everything slow motion, even in racing we are slow. But, we've got nothing to lose, everything to prove. We try our best.
So is the panda representing your country?
Hey, yeah, you got to figure out. Yes, so we are Chinese nationality, so this is the first time I think anybody from China is participating in a race in Sri Lanka. So it's a great honor, and it's a great organization, and everybody has been, walking their parts. I wasn't expecting this to be like this formal. We've got live television, we've got the drones flying over our heads, and wow.
And thank you, Henry. And indeed, it's an honor for your country and represent a team.
Slow Mos, let's do it.
Let's go Slow Mos. with me, I've got Chenuka Caldera, the youngest racer of the day and the speed of the day. Chenuka, what do you have to say?
I'm pretty happy to have participated in one of a kind event, and it's a pretty nice experience for me.
Chenuka, you have won a podium. What do you have to say about it? How difficult was it, or was it challenging?
It's pretty challenging, but at the end we received it, and I'm pretty happy about that.
Congratulations on your win, Chenuka.
Thank you so much.
Go enjoy the night.
Okay.
With me, I've got Channa Ranawaka from DPMC Cartman, the runners-up for the day. Channa, what do you have to say?
Well, it was a very proud moment, and we are very happy. We started the event on 9th position, and slowly but steadily we continued improving our timing, and we maintained the pace. So finally, we ended up at 3rd place. I was really happy. The team was awesome, and it was great atmosphere.
Channa, how challenging was it from 9th to 3rd, winning the podium?
Well, we had our strategies right thanks to Mr. Ishan and Mr. David Piris. They also guided us, and the team kept their promises, and they maintained the discipline. We wanted to come to the top.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much.
With me, I've got the winner, Ishan. We meet once again the champions for the year, Israel Racing. Ishan, what do you have to say?
Excited, happy. No words to explain actually that because we've been racing here for some time, and this is the first time we are walking away with the championship, the overall championship as well. And we are ecstatic because this is the same team, same guys, same big crew. We've been racing together for such a long time. And absolutely fantastic day for us.
How challenging is it to be the champion?
Today was very challenging, especially because the competition was very high, and it was not easy. Managing, strategizing, running, all of that. And I think the pit crew, everybody, the supporters, friends, family, everybody played a part. And it's a team game, obviously, the endurance. It's not like just a sprint race or something like that. There's a lot of work that goes in from everywhere, and a lot of challenges. So I think we walked away with the win, and that means we've done well with the challenges that we faced. So yeah, happy.
So Nishan, I don't want to keep you for a long time. It's your day. Go enjoy.
Thank you so much.
We have come to the successful end of the 6 Hours Speedway Endurance Championship 2024, and congratulations for Israel Holdings for winning the championship and the podium once again. Until next time, I'm Khadija Nazahim. You're watching ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Watching ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. I'm Khadija Nazahim, and we're here at the Anchor New Delhi Relay Carnival 2025, where passion meets a lot of water. So come, let's go have a look and see how fun and intense this relay gets. I've got the overall champions of the Relay Carnival, St. Joseph's College, the captain and the vice captain of the swimming team, Tarisha Fernando and Shavin Vikramaratne. What do you have to say, guys?
We are actually really excited that we have won this event. This is our third consecutive year actually winning this event, and we really work hard for this event. Now we are really...
Shavin, how has hard work paid off?
It has paid off great. Coming in, we were hoping to keep a lead among others, and we have managed to do that in the morning session. And the evening session was a bit of a struggle, but at the end of the day, we did what we could, and it was great.
So how proud are you all to be the Anchor New Delhi men's champions of the Relay Carnival?
Winning is actually not the main target, what was in our mind, but actually with discipline comes winning. So very proud how our members performed in the meet, and there were some things we have to improve, but overall I'm very proud that we managed to make this a great event, and we performed well.
I'm sure your school is also proud, and I don't want to keep you all long here. Go enjoy.
Thank you.
So with me, I've got the Anchor New Delhi Relay Carnival 2025 Girls Champions Ladies College, and I have the captain and vice captains with me. So Teresa Adams, how proud are you?
I'm extremely proud of our team because I know how hard we've all worked to get here, and I know how hard the teacher in charge, the coaches have all worked to get us here. So extremely proud.
So what do you think the dressing room atmosphere would be today?
So we haven't actually won Relay Carnival in a long time, and it's a very exciting moment, and everyone was extremely excited, and they were all just jumping up and down, and it's really nice to see the smile on their faces, especially the juniors.
And I'm sure your hard work has paid off. So do you all have to say how have you all been practicing, and were you all expecting this win?
We were definitely not expecting the win because it's the first time in a really long time. We have practiced almost every day at 5:30 in the morning, and it has really paid off.
I'm sure it's a special day for your school today. You all won the 100th netball championship against Kingswood Candy, and you all won this championship. Congratulations to Ladies College and the swimming team, and also your netball team, girls. Go enjoy. You're watching ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. I'm Khadija Nazahim, and we're here at the RCUAC Challenge Shield 2025 happening at the Royal College Swimming Complex, where around 50 teams participating from 15 different schools and clubs challenging for one trophy. So come, let's go have a look and see how challenging and fun this day gets. vice captain of the St. Thomas's water polo team, Atesh Sendil Kumar and Sharan Nawaz. Guys, how have you all been preparing for this challenge trophy?
So for us, RCUAC is one of the tournaments that gives us a lot of help in working towards the aim, which is our ultimate goal, right? So we should thank RCUAC for organizing such tournaments so that water polo being a growing sport in the country as well, it gives a lot of opportunity for all the players to showcase their talents.
Sharan, how have you guys been preparing for today?
Well, as my captain said, this tournament has made a huge impact on the sport for water polo in this country, because Sri Lanka is just a country that started water polo not long ago, and I say that by having these kind of tournaments, you can really take the sport to the next level. Yeah, and that's what I want to say.
Indeed, guys. Thank you so much and all the best for today.
Thank you.
So with me, I've got the captain and the vice captain of Royal College water polo team, Anuga Patirana and Vinuga Somakirti. Anuga, what do you have to say? How have you guys been preparing for today?
As usual, we've been pushing somewhere around 14 sessions per week. The under 19 and the under 17 all been training together. And this year we focus a lot on juniors, because last year under 9-11 we lost to Nalanda. But this year, as you can see, results has come in, we won. Unfortunately, under 13 we lost to St. Thomas's, and under 15 was a draw, and under 17 is ongoing.
Anuga, you guys have been the defending champions from last year. Do you all look forward to being champions of this year, and how have you guys been preparing for it?
Of course, we've been focusing on becoming champions again. All the under 17 players have been working really hard for this tournament, and yeah.
So this is a great initiative by the RCUAC for the beginners of water polo to take it to the next level. So looking forward to seeing you all in Asian Games and Olympics. So you guys been preparing for those?
Yeah, right now we have been selecting for the under 20 national team, and also I think some more future national tours are coming up. So yeah, our main goal is to go for national championships.
And look forward to seeing you all in the national teams. Thank you guys and all the best for today. I've got the Olympian Kyle Abesingha. Kyle, you're here at the RCUAC Challenge Shield 2025. Give us a small insight on how training and conditioning in swimming and water polo happens.
Well, I think they're two different sports, so it's really hard to compare both. I think each sport requires a certain skill set. And this was actually one of my, I've only been to a few water polo matches throughout my life, and this was a really exciting event. It was great to see so many young kids taking part. I saw a lot of young swimmers. I recognized them in the crowd. I recognized them taking part in the event. So, they're obviously connected. Both are aquatic sports. Both require a certain level of aerobic fitness and explosiveness and whatnot. But I definitely think each sport is its own thing, respective of the other.
So Kyle, water polo in Sri Lanka is very famous in schools, but the organizing committee is looking forward to take it to the next step. So you guys have gone to the next step already. So what do you all have to say?
Well, it's hard for me to give you a eloquent answer on that, just because I don't understand enough about how water polo works in Sri Lanka. But I would say if they want to get to the level that swimming has gotten to, I think it needs to spread. I read a statistic that only around 10 to 12 schools in the entire country take part in water polo. Whereas with swimming, as long as you have a body of water, you can get in and learn how to swim. So if they want the sport to grow, if we want it to grow as a part of the aquatics community, I think we really need to spread it all across the island.
Indeed. Nice. Thank you, Kyle.
Of course, thank you.
With me, I've got Matthew Abasingha, the two-times Olympian. Matthew, we're here at the RCUAC Challenge Shield 2025. And how water polo differentiates from swimming?
It's very different. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know a lot about water polo, but it's always a sport that I've respected just because it's an aquatic sport, and I've been to a lot of world championships and things like that, and water polo is always a part of that. And honestly, to be completely honest, I've always wondered how good I would have been if my path had been different and I had gone for water polo instead of swimming. I think I would have been pretty good. I don't really know. I have no fact to base that off of, but I think that I would have been pretty good, and I've always thought about what if I had gone for water polo instead of swimming. So it was a really fun event. The crowd was amazing, the music was amazing. My dad went to Royal, and Royal won today in the under 17 category, which is the only match I got to watch, unfortunately, but I was glad to see Royal win. So yeah, it was a good night. It was cool.
Nice, Matthew. So I was talking to the organizers, and they said you and your brother are like examples for the kids out here, because they want to take water polo to the next level. So swimming has already gone to the next level. You guys have taken it to Olympics. So what do you have to say for the water polo players to take it to the next level?
I think it's just about consistency and dedication is the main two things. I think if an athlete can be consistent and dedicated, I think that the sky is the limit. They can go as far as their work ethic will allow them. I think talent is very overvalued in sports. I think much more important than talent is dedication and consistency. Most important, consistency. And so yeah, I think that if we have a group of athletes who have one goal, who want to go to the Olympics or want to go represent Sri Lanka at World Championships, and they're willing to put in the work, willing to put in the time, it takes a long time. They say it takes 10,000 hours to master any craft. I know I'm retired now, but I know that I have well over 10,000 hours in swimming, which is why I think I was able to master my craft. So I think discipline and consistency are the two main keys that our water polo players would need if they want to go to that next level.
Thank you, Matthew. I'm sure these guys would love to listen to what you said, and keep inspiring.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have come to a successful end of the RCUAC Challenge Shield 2025, and with me I've got the chairman and the secretary of RCUAC, Ulfat Uwais and Riza Ghani. Guys, what a saga was it today, and what do you guys have to say?
It has been a brilliant day. This is what we want to organize. This is what we want to have, to develop water polo in the country, have interest among the youth. So it was a brilliant day for water polo. We had 34 games, and we had about 35 teams, under 9, under 11, under 13, under 15, under 17, and we had some brilliant games. We were very happy to see Museums winning, Thurston College winning, which are new teams. So this is what we want to bring. We want to bring in more schools, and it was full house throughout the day. The kids have enjoyed, the spectators enjoyed. There was stalls, food, music, because you see the Masters game is going on between some of the finest products the country has produced. So they are playing a Masters game. So it was brilliant overall.
So Riza, each year it has been improved. So what's the plan next?
Well, the plan comes from this man here, Mr. Ulfat Uwais, because I give him a call at the beginning of the year and he dreads to take that call, but he always rises to the challenge. So he's got a few surprises for us next year, so I hope everyone will tune in. But it's really everyone coming together. We're trying to make this inclusive, bringing a lot of teams, make it a family event.
we've had a lot of under-19 show a lot of heart, a lot of passion, and watching that games only makes us want to do a better job next year on the tournament. So really, it is the brainchild of the RCAC to promote water polo and to do it from a very young age.
Over taking water polo to the next level, Sri Lanka water polo to the next level, any plans for it?
Last year we organized a highly successful President's Trophy, which you guys are part of. So that was one of the biggest tournaments. 2 days, we had about 40 games. So we want to keep on improving, and Raza is part of Sri Lanka Aquatic Sports Union. So Asian Games is part of their plan. So what we want to do is, as water polo playing schools, we want to give out some good products where they can take them to international level and win. So right now, we have a small community, but it's growing. We see new teams like I said, Wesley coming. Zaira wants to start CS, and Zaira has a program. Colombo International School has a program. So with this challenge coming, we see more teams wanting to play. So this is what we want. So hopefully in future we'll be able to get some international teams also to the RCAC Challenge Shield and make it a more bigger event. A regional event. South Asian teams come and participate. So hopefully those are plans, but we are at the beginning stages. Achievable. It will take some time, but we hope to get there somehow.
Indeed, it will take some time, but I'm sure you guys as a duo will do that. And best of luck for it, and thank you so much. Kudos guys for today.
And thank you for Papare.com for always supporting us, staying with us, encouraging. This is what we want to see. Whatever we do, if we don't get the word out, it won't be a success. So we want to thank our sponsors, Papare, all our sponsors, and also Papare.com for always supporting us and being with us. I hope you guys stay with us to spread the word, spread the sport, and take water polo global, international to Sri Lanka. Thank you, Papare.com.
Thank you so much.
And thank you to everyone who is coming for the RCAC Challenge Shield and believing in the program. We are here to develop water polo, and we hope that you will develop with us. So see you next year. Thank you.
See you guys next year. Thank you so much. And that's a successful wrap from the RCAC Challenge Shield 2025. What a water polo extravaganza was it. Until next time, I'm Khadija Nazahim. You're watching The Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. You're watching The Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. I'm Khadija Nazahim, and we are here at the EVA Leading with Confidence All-Ireland Netball Tournament 2024-2025. Come, let's go have a look and see how she leads her team.
as a brand has been involved with the Western Province Netball Association for the last 30 years. It's been an amazing partnership that has grown from strength to strength year on year. And one of the main reasons that we've been partnering this event is because we feel that netball, the elements of netball or the sport mirrors the brand EVA, because it's about teamwork, perseverance and resilience. As the #1 sanitary napkin brand in the country and a brand that stands for leading with confidence, we want to empower girls starting from teenage years and as they grow beyond, to support them and guide them to lead with confidence. This year, the 2024-2025 tournament saw participation across over 145 schools from across the country, which is an achievement that's amazing, and we see the popularity of this growing year on year as well. And we also see a very strong bond between the participants as well as how they would interact with our brand on ground as well as in the future as well. Come on, go. Come on, come on, go. Come on.
And I'm happy that Sugathadasa Vidyalaya under-17 team won the EVA Netball Tournament Championship. Netball is a sport that a lot of people do, and it is really supportive of those sponsors like EVA to support us throughout this journey. We are young players and it really helps us focus on our future more.
තරඟ 4කින් අපි දිනලා තමයි ෆයිනල් වලට ආවේ. ඊව එක අවුරුදු 30ක් විතර මේ නෙට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාවට ස්පොන්සර්ෂිප් ලබා දෙනවා. අපි වගේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට ඒක ලොකු අත්තරක් වෙනවා අපේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඉදිරියට ගෙනියන්න.
එයාෆෝස් ටීම් එකේ A ඩිවිෂන් මේ පිට ජයග්‍රහණය කරපු තුන්වෙනි වතාව අපේ කණ්ඩායමට විශිෂ්ට දක්ෂතා දක්වමින් මෙවරත් ඊවා කුසලානය ගුවන් හමුදාවට ගෙන හැකියාව ලැබුණා. බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාව ඉදිරියට ගෙනියන්න ආයතනයක් විදිහට ක්‍රීඩාවට නෙට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාවට දෙන සපෝට් එක සෑහෙන්න වටිනවා. මේ වගේ තරඟාවලියක් සංවිධානය කරලා ස්කූල් ලෙවල් එකේ ඉඳන් ක්ලබ් ලෙවල් එකට යනකම් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලට ඒ අවස්ථාව ලබා දීම ගැන වෙස්ටර්න් ප්‍රොවින්ස් නෙට්බෝල් ඇසෝසියේෂන් එකටත් අතරම ගොඩාක් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා.
watching the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. I'm Khadija Nazahim and we are here at the EVA Leading with Confidence All-Ireland Netball Tournament 2024-2025. Come, let's go have a look and see how she leads her team. EVA as a brand has been involved with the Western Province Netball Association for the last 30 years. It's been an amazing partnership that has grown from strength to strength year on year. And one of the main reasons that we've been partnering this event is because we feel that netball, the elements of netball or the sport mirrors the brand EVA, because it's about teamwork, perseverance and resilience. As the #1 sanitary napkin brand in the country and a brand that stands for leading with confidence, we want to empower girls starting from teenage years and as they grow beyond, to support them and guide them to lead with confidence. This year, the 2024-2025 tournament saw participation across over 145 schools from across the country, which is an achievement that's amazing, and we see the popularity of this growing year on year as well. And we also see a very strong bond between the participants as well as how they would interact with our brand on ground as well as in the future as well. Come on, go. Come on, come on, go. Come on.
And I'm happy that Sugathadasa Vidyalaya under 17 team won the EVA Netball Tournament Championship. netball is a sport that a lot of people do, and it is really supportive of those sponsors like EVA to support us throughout this journey. We are young players, and it really helps us focus on our future more.
තරඟ හතරකින් අපි දිනලා තමයි ෆයිනල් වලට ආවේ. ඊව එක අවුරුදු 30ක් විතර මේ නෙට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාවට ස්පොන්සර්ෂිප් ලබා දෙනවා. අපි වගේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට ඒක ලොකු අත්දැකීමක් වෙනවා අපේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඉදිරියට ගෙනියන්න.
එයාෆෝස් ටීම් එකේ A ඩිවිෂන් මේ පිට ජයග්‍රහණය කරපු තුන්වෙනි වතාව අපි මේ තරඟාවලියේදී ගුවන් යුද හමුදා කණ්ඩායමත් නෙට් චැම්ප් කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරා. අපේ කණ්ඩායමට විශිෂ්ට දක්ෂතා දක්වමින් මෙවරත් ඊවා කුසලානය ගුවන් හමුදාවට ගෙන්න හැකියාව ලැබුණා. බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාව ඉදිරියට ගෙනියන්න ආයතනයක් විදිහට ක්‍රීඩාවට නෙට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාවට දෙන සපෝට් එක සෑහෙන්න වටිනවා. මේ වගේ තරඟාවලියක් සංවිධානය කරලා ස්කූල් ලෙවල් එකේ ඉඳන් ක්ලබ් ලෙවල් එකට යනකම් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලට ඒ අවස්ථාව ලබා දීම ගැන වෙස්ටර්න් ප්‍රොවින්ස් නෙට්බෝල් ඇසෝසියේෂන් එකටත් අතරම ගොඩාක් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා.
We had an amazing event today at the Under Armour shop. We did yoga, we ate good food, we drank, we had a beautiful group of ladies celebrating Women's Day together, recognizing women from all over the world. It was a great day, great opportunity, and we were also introduced to the Under Armour bras with all the benefits, the lightness, the way it fits the body. So thank you, it was great.
Hi, so we had our first yoga event here at the US store, and to be honest, it was my first time trying yoga. I have done stretching and everything else while I'm training, post-workout and pre-workout, but to be honest, the session with this coach was amazing. I learned a lot. That 45 sessions, I needed it. It was a really good set. And of course, Under Armour, you talk about it. From the sports bra to the merch, it's literal perfection. They have performance types from medium, low to high. So you go for it.
Tune in to ThePapare, your home for all things sports. Elevate your game with ThePapare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Nobody lifts alone, no one fights alone. You're watching the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. I'm Khadija Nazahim and we're here at Carnage's first ever women's weightlifting training program. Come, let's go have a look and see how strong this program gets.
A very good evening to all our viewers joining across here at home in Sri Lanka and wherever you are in the world. This is the Indo-Sri Lanka inaugural Water Polo Series 2025 live and direct from the Sugathadasa International Swimming Pool Complex. This is the first international water polo match to be televised in Sri Lanka and shown overseas on the Papare and all our social media and the Dialog TV channel number 27 and on www.thepapare.com. 6 games in total, folks, from today onwards until the 11th of this month. 3 for boys and 3 games for girls across this under 21 category. India fielding a very strong team across many states, and of course Sri Lanka fielding their under 21 outfit. Again, 2 teams, 2 neighboring giants taking on in the pool for the inaugural under 21 Indo-Sri Lanka Water Polo edition. I'm joined by Reza Ghani and Haritha Pereira in the combox. These 2 folks will guide you through, and we'll be having several guest commentators as well. Reza and Haritha, the combox is over to you.
Thank you very much, Muad, and what an occasion here at the Sugathadasa on this gloomy Colombo afternoon. But rest assured, I'm sure the players are feeling the heat. This is a one-of-a-kind under 21 India versus Sri Lanka water polo tournament. And what a place you find you in, Haritha, this evening.
Yeah, thanks, Riza. Yes, interesting to note that pitting out against the global giant will be not easy. They have such a big arena to choose from, and the under 21s will be huge. So the dignitaries being introduced to the 2 teams and the match officials. The referees today, Sachita Jayatilaka from Sri Lanka and Pravat Agarwal from India.
And for the Indian boys team, we've got in cap order, cap number 1, goalkeeper Mehtab Sada, number 2, Sunita Kunte, Ambani NS, Prem Patil, Mohammad Sufyan, Mohammad Swali, Swam Pradeshi, Sartak Indre, Mohit Bate, Kailas Nair, Krishna Tejas, Rohit Kunte, Gokul SJ and SK Aryan. Apologies if I got any of those names pronounced wrong, but the captain, interestingly, cap number 13, the goalkeeper as well. So the defense will rally around him. And for Sri Lanka, we have in cap order Vinod Somakirti, Lithum Karunasena, Main Vanigasekara, Suleiman Triha, the speedster on the wing. Beg your pardon. Dinal Lienage, Dinal Willapili, Sheran Nawaz, Ahmad Bari, Ramiro Alutge, Atisha Sentikumarana, the captain from St. Thomas's College, Jacinto De Silva, the prop forward who Sri Lanka will look for, Akindu Handun Patrina on the wing, Dhruv Pereira and Mohammad Fariz from DS Senanayake College.
So as far as the local team is concerned, they would probably want to get it into a situation where they will be more comfortable. But for India, I'm sure they will start off with an aggressive game plan. They want to get it up front and deny the home advantage for their opponents.
Yeah, so India just having toured down yesterday to our shores. Will be interesting to see how they set up this first quarter. Sri Lanka have had a bit of experience under their belt in the last 2 years with the BIMSTEC tournament last year and the Asian Age Group Championships, and then they toured Thailand as well for the Bangkok Invitational Tour, and then very recently a tour to Singapore, which was an Asian Aquatics Championships, where Sri Lanka managed to beat Chinese Taipei 16 goals to 15 if I remember correctly. So the solitary win for Sri Lanka, but those are the stepping stones either to really launching into this Asian region.
What is interesting is that they had a close game with Malaysia too, and when you compare with the sort of participation there was like Iran, Uzbekistan, China and Chinese Taipei, despite that one win, I think the experience gained there would have given them so much hope.
Yes, and that is why this match becomes so much more crucial. Home conditions, home crowds, and all the school players is what we're looking for to come and watch these games and model them on an international basis, as we have the swim ball starting off. And we've got a close competition between India and Sri Lanka in the pool.
India get it through.
So India on first attack will look for their right winger. On textbook water polo, look for the right bar instead.
Lost it. It's about speed. It's about the coordination in a very good position under pressure. Losing possession. That was good challenge. In the goal mouth. Long ball. Good collection once again.
Yes, so the new rules resets the shot clock at 28 seconds. If you joined us last year, we would have shown you 30-second shot clocks. Anugahandun Patrina, left-hander on the bar. Looks to distribute, but needs to get a pass away now, Sri Lanka. With the shot clock running down at 7 seconds remaining, they will go for the shot.
Good save. They need to be perfect and on target.
Yes, and having the left-hand, right-hand combination on the two bars makes it very, very interesting for that quick pass and shoot.
Long ball in a position to shoot now.
So penalty being awarded, and India doing the right things. Basics of water polo, getting the ball in front, making sure you've got clear water in front of you and your defenders are behind. And that is why referee Satyada Jayatilaka awards the penalty in favour of India. Nicely done. India take first blood in this series and stamp their authority on this quarter.
Rohit was the successful shooter. So now catch-up time for Sri Lanka under-21s. They'll have to work with a lot of understanding. Long ball, good collection. Distribution strong.
Talabari has clear water in front of him. Can go in.
Oh, missed it. Bar.
That additional step in front would have allowed him to channel the ball right into that. He was looking for the right channels there. Goalkeeper hardly moved. But India now looking to pass and shoot.
They seem strong, and their arm spans probably better than the Sri Lankans. Yeah, good block. That was good work on the part of the skipper, Dimitri.
So India looking to pass and shoot, especially from a dry ball, which is showing a lot of maturity in their training and in their thinking as well. Left bar free, dangerous signs for Sri Lanka as he comes in.
Well saved again. Defense held twice.
So the difference on that play, if you just run back on memory, India always try and get the ball above water on their passes. As we have them.
Shooting wide on that occasion. Rohit. Dhruv under pressure. Sri Lankan goalkeeper. Correction. Vinuda starting up.
Sri Lanka looking a little static in the D, needs to drive in or do pass and shoot. And as the shot clock runs down, the Indian defense seems to be well organized, Haritha, and that will be the hallmark of taking this game into the 4 quarters.
Catch up always is going to be difficult. Now enough heads in front. Superb pass.
Sri Lanka living dangerously on defense. And as India have another chance now to put one at the back of the net, and they do so. 2 goals up in this first quarter, and the crowd goes eerily silent around the Sugathadasa stadium.
Dinanshu with the second shoot, successful for the visitors. Sri Lanka now need to rethink their strategy and how they not only advance but get their score in. Very well defended. India have their goal mouth populated. Quick pass. Collection. Okay. Lost the opportunity once again.
The reason the ball is travelling on that arc so much is that they're unable to get it to the centre forward, Haritha. So if you just watch that Indian defence, he is doing a brilliant job in blocking out all the ball that's coming into the centre forward. And that is why they're losing it on the perimeter. Whereas India, in contrast, find easy ball into that prop and are able to earn exclusions or penalties. And this time, penalty awarded again, I believe, for India. So the new rules again allow you to take a timeout as well in the penalty and make a substitution if required. But that is before this penalty is taken.
Dinanshu, well saved.
Play on, play on. Sri Lanka needed 2 defenders on that bar. Basics of water polo there. Needed 2 defenders on the bar because it is play on once the ball is back in play. And as you see that defender lazily swimming back, not picking up the rebound. And Sri Lanka pay for 1 more goal in this quarter, and India take a 3-0 lead early in the first quarter.
This is decisive. They not only have the score advantage, they have the play advantage.
Sri Lanka can opt for the timeout as well, just to settle the nerves a little and probably go into a double prop position. Talal Bari, guilty of shooting from outside, needs a pass and shoot if you want to unsettle a good defensive unit. And they would have heard it so many times on the whiteboard sessions and the training sessions.
Again, in front, just saved.
India having a knack of just pinpointing that ball onto their prop, and which is giving them so much of advantage.
Not only that, I think their speed is a lot more for Sri Lanka to contend with. Again, the high ball, long ball. Valuable seconds lost as far as the defense is concerned.
Dinal Velapilli on the awkward wing has perfected that position so many times. Looks for it. Good idea. Good bounce shot, cross shot on the diagonal, looking for the top net there on the corner. Velapilli knows that position ever so well, but well defended by the Indian goalkeeper there. And corner ball awarded now. Sri Lanka with possession and 18 seconds on the shot clock now, according to the new rules. So they will know 3 or 4 passes is the maximum that they will get allowed.
Lost ball. Losing position is not the ideal thing to do in a situation where you are catching up 3 behind.
that Indian number 8, Sarthak Indre, seems to be doing a wonderful job on Yasandra De Silva. So Sri Lanka need to switch up the attack.
Just scramble.
Double teaming the prop there on that occasion, knowing that he will get maximum time on the ball. And
See how quickly they get back on the defense, India. That's one of their advantages.
Extra man given, Yasandra De Silva earning that extra man because of his position, and now the Blue Caps need to capitalize. Playing one man extra.
Oh.
Nerves, Haritha, nerves.
Second time into the bar. Final analysts, they will always say, usually it doesn't happen.
Yes, that winger just needed to be treading water. Just needed to be treading water and then getting close as possible to the goal.
Close call. Very nearly. Long ball.
Sri Lanka with another chance to attack. Extra man coming their way, possibly. Yes, it is. Just needs to get that ball back into him, and does the winger. They've got a left bar free as well.
Yeah.
And they don't need it. Sri Lanka on the scoreboard here at the Sugathadasa. Cap number 6, Dinal Velapidi. Spoke about him before, coming off that awkward bar as well. Will settle the nerves now for this blue team, and they will look to play with a pass and shoot approach. Coaches will be relieved as well with that score, just so that the quarter becomes maintainable, as we have 1.5 minutes remaining on this first quarter.
Sanjay and Vinayak are the coaches for the visitors. They'll be happy. They want another score in. Quick pass. They share the position very well. Oh, good defense.
Yes, Sri Lanka living dangerously on that ploy there. They need to be doubling down on the prop and then making sure he doesn't get easy ball there, because the new rules allow you so much advantage and all that time to get excluded as well. As we have India doing just that, crowding out the prop, making sure he doesn't get ball and allowing the shots to come from the right wing. As we have the ball distributed just there.
Again, good work on the part of the goalie. That's the skipper Gokul.
Weak shot really from Sri Lanka.
So
India
11 having advantage, pace, no defense. Late. He's doing the right thing. Tejas gets it through. Defense finally holding. Bit of a scramble there. Sri Lanka probably has a little bit more understanding on the ploy employed by India. Now, twice they managed to win back ball. Keshan and Yasoda will have to re-evaluate their strategy. 3-1 in front, India.
Yes, good quarter overall. Both teams would have not played each other before, and a real feeler for the coaches as well and the players. And come the second quarter, that will probably be the defining scoreline.
I got the feeling that in that last half of that first quarter, Sri Lanka did manage to just understand and thwart some of the moves, but still a bit of a scramble, not comfortable with their approach and handling.
Yes, these teams have not played together for as
individuals
long as
have not played together. That's also
for as long as if you would have represented your college and school. But this is now taking the game into that semi-professional level. So the boys need to be able to adapt. That's why this series is so important for Sri Lanka water polo, to be able to gel together as a team, put aside your differences once the school season is done, and then represent the Lion flag. But all that comes together at training and having a basic game plan, really.
You see, a good performance here, I'm not talking about victory, I'm talking about a good performance here will also inspire the authorities, the governing body to look for more opportunities of this nature. The sponsors should come in. There should be a good base for them to get along, and events of this nature on live coverage will enable all that what we are talking about.
Yes, title sponsors Hatton National Bank and gold sponsor Anchor Newdale doing a wonderful job in supporting Aquatics here. And as a result of that, we have this India-Sri Lanka fixture in between the National Age Group Swimming Championships.
Good to inspire some of the swimmers rather, to get involved with the game at some stage or the other.
Yes, I'm sure we'll look to get some spinners into the pool as well, Haritha. Make sure that this game propagates through the island nation, the pearl of the Indian Ocean, taking on the big Indian continent and really fighting for supremacy in this Indian Ocean.
They have a strategy and a master plan to promote all sports, and they have the infrastructure well structured for it. So managing that is a big story for an island nation, small in size. But those are the challenges to get around.
As we have swim ball on for the second quarter, India were recipients of the first one, and Sri Lanka just getting there. Wonderfully done there by the Blue Caps.
That's the team play, the understanding that matters. You can now see there is a lot more aggression on the part of the home team. So not only good work, great defense. The height advantage probably played in their favor. Long ball once again, good collection.
It'll be interesting to see how Sri Lanka defend this India prop as they fail to do so. And he makes them remember every play from that first quarter.
Ambadi gets the ball in. 4-1 in front now.
Cap number 3 looks strongly built, and a player Sri Lanka need to be double teaming.
See, once again, the advantage of scoring first will always put Sri Lanka into a situation of catch up. Again, good ball. Great interception on the part of Ambadi. He was the scorer of the last goal. Strong swim. Yeah. Free ball. Great stuff.
3 white caps ahead of the 3 blue caps. A situation your goalkeeper does not want. So really, Sri Lanka need to get back and defend as soon as that ball is turned over from their attack. And as they have just that now, attacking opportunity. Need to distribute the ball around the arc and then find a way into the prop. Prop has turned, looking for the ball to be received from that left wing. Instead, left bar, looking for the prop.
Turnover ball. Brilliant strategy. So they've changed positions also, giving everybody a chance. Oh, lucky positioning. So see how quickly the defense is back. Like a struggle to get their positioning up. Long ball. Oh, brilliant work.
Good attempt from an awkward angle, not easy to execute, and Sri Lanka have ball again in their attacking half. 18 seconds on the shot clock. And also, Haritha, it's the first time we are playing on these new rules. So,
is that so? Oh,
is, before the times given for on the shot clock and on the turnover was 30 seconds and 20 seconds. So just adjusting to that slightly as well.
That's good. Brilliant work. Everybody handled the ball well. Second goal.
Nicely done from Dimitri Lienage, the captain of the Sri Lanka team. Having the ball dry, basics of water polo. Nice diagonal pass from the right wing, and put Sri Lanka back on the score sheet again to within 2 goals of this Indian scoreline.
They were quick also with their handling. Probably played a little bit of part. They delayed the defense. get the feeling that they're just getting used to their opponents also. As you said, strong swimmers.
Extra man given, so one Sri Lankan player.
Oh, brilliant save. Watched it every inch of the way. Same shot available now.
India regrouping. Four men on that line. And the 4 men make it count. Going into double prop immediately and making sure they scatter that Sri Lankan defense out.
Pardesh successful. He was unmarked as he received.
So India showing up a few tricks up their sleeve as well. Switching immediately from single prop to double prop on the extra man. Good interception from the Indian winger. And now looks just to blaze a trail at the Sugathadasa pool, leaving those blue caps in his wake. Wonderfully done. Goalkeeper pressuring just at the right time, because if you get the timing wrong there, Aritha, you would leave that goal exposed to the mercy of the attacker, and instead Sri Lanka find themselves with attacking opportunity. Right bar, free for the taking, needs a good pass onto him. Left-hander sets up there. 6-meter shot being awarded.
Defense knows that they'll have to get back quickly. See how strong the Indian contingent is.
India look very settled on their attack. Know exactly what they need to be doing. And good to see the juniors at this game, watching their Sri Lankan heroes in this sport. And thanks to the Papare team for bringing these live pictures to us in Sri Lanka and far and away.
Slow ball.
Awkward wing needs to get into that 6-meter zone.
Again, another brilliant save from the skipper.
Bari shooting from outside is not proving to be productive. So really Sri Lanka need to switch up that attack. Dimitri Lienagi on the wing, on the bar was a better option.
Will he take the shot? No, he didn't. Rohit, he was successful before.
Yes, nicely done from Somakirti, because it was almost a one-on-one chance there, and Sri Lanka
Well set up. Brilliant work.
Yasandro De Silva brings it back to within 2 goals to this Indian scoreline.
In this second quarter, 2 each. That's a good story for the local team.
Nicely worked, but still in scattered play. I think both coaches would like to see a set D pattern being formed, and then the ball travelling through that arc into the prop. India now with a chance to respond, and responding through their prop. Sri Lanka crowding out, allowing the pass to get to him, and then scampering back to defend the centre back.
I said they've been fairly good with their defense in this second quarter. It's just that they need to be precise with what they do. They've got 2 hits on the bar. Bit awry.
India defending well, and then now leaving on the counter attack.
Shot clock not in favour for the Sri Lankans.
Yes, last 2 minutes remaining in this quarter, which means we've got 4 attacks, 2 for Sri Lanka and 2 for India. So Sri Lanka really need to make this attack count and the next one, so that they come up to within striking distance at the half. Looking static there. The left-hander needs to get into that left or right wing and then distribute the ball through the arc. Prop screaming for it. Talabari needs to get into that right bar now. Swim in.
Okay, brilliant. So he's been very, very secure. The Indian skipper who is keeping goal. Gokul.
Haven't really seen a lot of diagonal cross swims into that arc, which is what the coaches will have a word about and the half time, no doubt about it. Because once India figure out that Sri Lanka is passing and shooting off those bars, they will make sure to shut those shooting lanes down. And then the only option is to swim into the arc to scatter the defense out. Anugahandun Patirna stranded there.
Oh, he didn't see the defense coming in from behind. That's good work. Great steal. Oh.
India.
Always in position now. Always in position.
Every time you've got the defender on your back, you run such a high percentage of avoiding that penalty, and why you would resort to defending from behind is beyond me. But now again, Sri Lanka need 2 defenders on that goal line for the penalty.
Don't bother.
They don't need it because India are pinpoint accurate this evening at the Sugathadasa, finding the top net on that penalty and looking to be homing in now on sealing this game in the first half. As we have the Indian ladies team watching there, because they will be on display come 7 o'clock in the evening here at the Sugathadasa at this very same venue. So good to see both teams outside of the pool also taking notes, studying the game and looking to see where they can improve for the next 5 games coming up in the next 4 days for us. Seconds remaining on this game time clock for the quarter. Dimitri Lianage looks set on the wing, and he's got his buddy Mihin Wanigasekara on that left wing as well. The 2 pairs worked very well in October last year at this very pool in a very different encounter. But those are the link-ups, those are the matchups we need to have to spark something. As we have a slight stoppage in gameplay to set the 6-meter cone on the far side of the pool that you cannot see, and we are off and running.
Bit of a struggle. Yes, the pressure, keeping up the pressure to retain the lead. Sri Lanka looking to cut back. Would they set it up? Would they set it up? Oh, missed it.
Yasandro De Silva doing what he does best, looking for the rebound there. Sri Lanka playing double prop for the first time and then finding their reward on the score sheet. And we have 15 seconds remaining back in this quarter. So defense will be the name of the game now in this 15 seconds, so that going into the half time they know what they're chasing. And doubles prop seems to be working, Aritha, for this attack, because it doesn't allow the Indian defense to simply block out those passing lanes and block the prop.
So that is understanding your opposition. They are into a situation where they see how they set it up.
Referee playing advantage as 2 defenders were on that man, but very close to earning the penalties are India. So question being asked if goal was awarded, as we heard the buzzer go off for the quarter clock.
Scoreboard has it at 7, so they've awarded it.
The referee will check with the table. So as we await confirmation on that one, what an enthralling first half here at the Sugathadasa today. Sri Lanka taking on India under 21 age group championships. And we're in for another 2 exciting quarters. So this game is played at a very fast pace. 8 minutes in the quarter, 2 quarters, and there's just a 2-minute break between the 2 quarters. And between the second quarter and the third quarter, you've got a 5-minute break. So that's all these players get.
If there's any positives, it was 4-3 in that second quarter for Sri Lanka against 3-1.
Yes, we speak about this second quarter and the third quarter really that shift the momentum, and if the second quarter was anything that the Sri Lanka team would like to emulate, I'm sure then they will find themselves closer on the scorecard come the last one. As we go back to the highlights, swim ball of this quarter, Sri Lanka just getting there. Sorry, these are the highlights of the first quarter, and India were first to score through the penalty. Wonderfully done there. And wonderful pictures coming to you from deck at the Sugathadasa here. So India scoring 3 goals unanswered. That was the rebound. That was the one Sri Lanka could have done without. And one-on-one, you can see how difficult it is there for the goalkeeper to stay afloat, because it's advantage all the way through. And then Sri Lanka putting one on the score sheet through Dinal Vellapilli. But India keep finding the ball into the prop there, and that's something.
See, the positioning of the prop is what is important. He just overshadows his opponents and then finds enough time and the space to take the shot.
So just
they earned a fair amount of penalties to go with the score.
Yes, you hit the nail on the head. Going through those highlights, it's fairly
it's a penalty score.
If Sri Lanka can do without the penalties in these next 2 quarters, it'll be a
and
completely
add to
different
that
scoreline.
2 shots on the bar. So there's so much to sort of tighten up and be interested. Will they have enough gut to grab the swim ball once again?
So I'm sure the butterflies in their stomach would have sent them running to the Anchor noodle shop in the weeks of preparation up to this one, because
nice one.
Not easy really. You're playing for your country at a young age. Of some of these boys are 16, 17, 18, so they will be under pressure, and it's the first time we're televising an international match in Sri Lanka for everyone to see. So
that's why they call it Papare, the #1 sports channel in the country.
Yes, and we can only imagine the kind of passion and enthusiasm this fixture will bring about. We keep talking about that 96 World Cup, a defining moment for the island nation, where every young child was inspired to take up cricket. Every street, every little patch of grass was utilized to play the game. And that was without Papare. So just imagine if Papare was around at that time.
It's a long time ago when MJ Lafayette won that World Billiards title. It didn't inspire an entire generation. But when Susantika won that Olympic medal, it did. And that is exactly what you are trying to look at, the water polo scene here. I think a lot of organizations are taking up the sport in a very enthusiastic way. It's interesting, finding their own sponsors, their own pools. There are enough facilities now in the country when you talk about what was available 10 years ago. And yeah, the social media and the television media is available to them for them to be inspired anyway.
And working together, so good to see the juniors there supporting their seniors as well. And anything can be achieved if you work together as Sri Lankans. So as we have this third quarter now coming in, coaches would have said just that to the team. Make sure you distribute this ball and then take a shot on percentage. Sri Lanka look to be ever so close to that swim ball, and they do. Wonderful results here in the second and the third quarter for Sri Lanka, having first opportunity to attack this Indian goal.
Yeah, they need to be aggressive, attack, and then find solace in great accuracy in their shooting. Brilliant. This is exactly what I said. Accuracy in shooting. Be aggressive. Great start.
Yes, cap number 10, Atisha Sentikumar, and I was just about to say, where is this shooter? The Thomian captain puts one on the net and lazily swims back with that attitude of just give me the ball, boys, and I'll get this job done. So good to see there. Sri Lanka drawing first blood in this third quarter and hopefully setting the tone for this quarter as well.
India looking to hit back. Great work. Oh, missed it. That's good work. One of those rare misses in their collection. That's partly because of the aggression shown on the defense.
Yes, good sliding defense by the bar defender there to help out his centre-back marker. And Sri Lanka now with good ball. Just needed to be a little more aggressive there in claiming that ball for himself. Referee playing on defensive advantage as the attacker seemed to be just swimming away from the ball. So Sri Lanka now need to mark and then counter attack. They've got the speedsters on the wing as well.
Oh, good work. Good work on the part of the attack as well as the defense. They just tapped it. Backflip.
Yes, spoke about the Sri Lankan speedsters. Now, as you see, blue caps in your screen there. Wonderful pass there into the centre. Referee, as you see, 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock. A blue cap needs to receive that ball. Does so. Looking for it. But needs to be dry ball, really. Those props are getting into position just 2 or 3 seconds late. They need to be set and ready to receive the pass from the perimeter. And then it's easy pickings. And as we have India now looking to really settle it down and make sure that they come into this quarter, and they do. They do just that. Poor miss from the goalkeeper there. Ball being slipped under his arm on the left-hand side. Should have not been a goal from a water polo purist point of view. But Sri Lanka making 2 changes now. With looks like Yasandra De Silva back in the pool. And he and Atisha Sentikumaran could be a good pairing for them as well with the 2 props.
Fatigue may even come in. They are attacking. They are quicker. Speed. Okay, good ball once again. Look for the lanes.
Looking for Yasandra De Silva. Handing off, says Yasandra De Silva needs to be careful there. Guilty of that a few times before as well. India, good ball in. Wonderful vision there to see. And the swimmers know that if they keep swimming, they're going to get the ball right in front of them. India looking for swimmers, looking for that awkward right wing. Well defended there by Sri Lanka. Ball under, says referee Sachita Jayatilaka. Was in the ideal position to pick that one up. And Sri Lanka now just need to swim this one up. Needs another blue cap. Does not find the extra blue cap. An additional turn for the prop would have done it, but cap number 11, Yasandra De Silva, looks on fire in this quarter. Just needs to get that radar right. He's getting enough of ball into him. And they will not be able to hold this Indian defense for much longer. So Sri Lanka need to capitalize now. 18 seconds remaining on this corner ball. New rules giving you only 18 seconds. Velappili with the ball on the right wing. Looking for his bar. They're looking for the prop, looking for the centre. Looking for the prop.
Won't happen. He was anyway under pressure. This is very good ball. Great defense also. They had to be quick. They were.
Nicely done. That was Shera Nawaz, I think, on the other end of the pool, earning Sri Lanka a turnover. And then looking to counter now. 15 seconds remaining on that shot clock on the top right left of your screen, if you can see it, just where the referee is. Wonderfully done. Had the goal to his taking. Just needed to balance out there. He was falling backwards as he took that shot. As a result, the ball skying upwards. How many times they would have practiced that shot at their respective schools. India now looking dangerous with the prop.
Very good save. Straight into the goalkeeper.
Wonderfully done by Somakirti to shut the angle down. And that's a lot of coordination with his centre-back marker. Sri Lanka now need their wingers to be getting into clear water.
Oh, good save. Skipper once again.
Yes, had the opportunity to collect that ball and just swim in, because you need to be earning the exclusions as well. We've not seen a lot of exclusions in this quarter. Both teams seem to be trigger happy to release the ball a little too early. Velapilli on the awkward bar, on the awkward one. Again, had time on the clock and had chance for distribution of that ball, because you need to unsettle the defense. It's not as easy as in the first quarters where you can just shoot, because you've got all the energy reserved in the tank. As we have a stoppage in time, I think, because of a technical issue down on the deck. But a good break now again, and a good chance for both teams to recap.
Into the third quarter, enjoying a 3-goal lead. India under 21.
Yes, one more goal from the Sri Lankan contingent, and then that will send tremors down this Indian defensive unit. And that's what you want to do, test the defense out, see what they come up with, because the best teams will keep themselves in the game until the last quarter. So 2 substitutions ready for Sri Lanka in the box, just to the bottom right of your screen, which you may not be able to see. And it's India now on attack, looking for that pass and shoot. He will come in looking for the shot. A few bad options. They'll know the shot clock is running down.
Just wide.
Shooting out of desperation rarely gives you the goal that you need. So time for Sri Lanka to regroup. Both their substitutes are in the pool. Fresh legs in, good man management from this coaching outfit as well. They know it's a 3-game series, so will want to spread the workload through the wingers and through their speedsters. Double prop, good option from Sri Lanka.
Oh, well saved again, the skipper.
And corner ball being awarded. So the ball hitting the goalie's hand and going behind the goal. And according to the rules, that's a corner ball awarded to the attacking team. If that were to strike the defending player's arm and go out, it was not a corner ball.
Lob saved. Good thing about this whole operation is that you see the full repertoire of skills on show for whoever who is interested.
It's not easy because you're playing in 4D in this game. We keep talking about it on the schoolboy matches because
well saved again.
So like I said, the shooting from static positions far out is not as productive. But you're playing in 4D because you're playing against the clock as well. You're treading water, looking for the passing, looking to position yourself exactly, and that's why it's such a skilled sport and such a adrenaline pumping one. Once you've got into that pool, you never want to leave. Sri Lanka now with a chance to put one in the net. Bad pass. Bad pass, looking lackadaisical there. The barman needs to be a little more accurate with his passing, and in turn India with a chance.
Oh, hit the bar. Open goal. Sri Lanka lucky.
Lucky and good work from the defensive unit as well, just to shut those angles down to make sure the ball is channeled upwards. But Sri Lanka may not be a second time lucky. Good option, good option. Weak shooting arm.
He
from
shot
that
at
right
the goalie,
winger.
not at the goal.
Yes, they need to be treading in and closing down that angle.
He was not under pressure to take the shot.
India now looking to put a bit of daylight between them.
Good
and
steal.
Which they don't do. Both timeouts have not been used, so a chance again for the coaches to settle it down. Good ball into the prop, into the Sri Lankan prop, looking for advantage. Ball under, maybe the call, no? Referee Prabhat Agrawal saying Sri Lanka ball. With 9 seconds remaining now, they know it's a pass and a shoot. Foul being awarded outside the 6-meter. Chance for them to take an immediate shot on goal as well. And the rest of the attack needs to be swimming back. Indian goalkeeper, the captain of the side as well, looking to his winger. Good pass there into that right wing, because that is where most of the ball will be channeled through. And as we have
they're
the rest
setting
of
it
the
up
attack,
for the big one. Good save.
and as we find ourselves at the end of the third quarter at the Sugathadasa in this India-Sri Lanka under-21 water polo series, India leading 8 goals to 5. But never say never in this last quarter. It's we've seen plenty of excitement at the Sugathadasa Stadium last year and the 3 years before that, where every game was decided in the last 20 seconds. So this is really the most interesting part of the game, and we'll catch you just on the other side of this break once the teams are out of their huddle.
Getting back into this last quarter with India in front. They enjoy a 3-goal lead coming into this last passage of play. And you got the impression that the Sri Lankan team wants to be a little bit more aggressive, play it on the opponent's fast game. But what's been good with India is they've been precise with their defense, and they have a whole lot of skills to take the ball up in front. Sri Lanka have for most part played the defensive game, and interesting to see whether they would be precise and secure with their attacking strategy now into this last quarter.
Yes, as we have the pitter-patter of those famous raindrops at the Sugathadasa every time we seem to have a water polo game on. India now will want to seal this game out. It's done and dusted as far as they are concerned on the scoreboard, but need to score first. Sri Lanka did that beautifully in the last quarter. Rebound ball coming in. Ball under will be the call as Sri Lanka go just for that. And 1 goal now from Sri Lanka will have it at 6-8, which will make it a closer game. And that's when you keep clawing back. Left-hander on that bar on that wing can be used to precision. Thamindu Ranasinghe was the last left-hander to score against India in that 2016 game played for the South Asian Aquatic Championships last year.
It's a long 9 years back.
Yes, a rocket arm by him, and I'm sure India remember it well.
Free ball. They have men at they see the passing. Good save, good save.
Play on should be the call. That's 18 seconds back on the Indian shot clock. And Sri Lanka just seem to have gone to sleep on the defense there. India capitalizing on that one. So it was play on. It's always play on when the ball rebounds back into your favor.
They managed to get a goal in this last quarter. 4 up India. Sri Lanka need not be deflated. At least another 2 goals here would give them a lot of confidence. Great defense. Would have a great defense. See how quickly they are back into attack.
Just need to shift that Indian defense around. Someone needs to be swimming into that arc.
Oh, sidebar once again. Lucky.
Sri Lanka have been lucky, but this is where they need to convert that opportunity into a goal on the other side. One of the bars needs to be swimming that diagonal trajectory into the arc, as we have the left-hander there looking dangerous.
Pass was good. Shot was not.
Yes, and Sri Lanka were more successful on a double prop approach, so maybe that's something that they can go into. Atisha Sentikumarna was the man scoring for them in that third quarter and shifting the momentum slightly.
See, the defense is already up. Sri Lanka seem to be scattered a little bit. Rattled after that goal. Play to your strength. Play to your strength. Good ball. The prop was well covered. 3-man defense on him.
It's good defensive work from the Indian team there, and that's why you see a substitution coming as well. The man who just marked him going in for the flying sub. Penalty being awarded. India doing the basics extremely well here at the Sugathadasa and putting on a show for everyone who has come to watch. The skill on display and the game awareness is at a different level today. But Sri Lanka will learn. They've got 2 more games to go, and that's why we are playing this best of 3 series. As
there's a caution?
The referee, yes, the referee cautions a player. Reaching into the pocket is not a good sign in any sport for any player on the receiving end of that one, but good to show that referee Sachit Jayadilaka is taking control of the game and making sure that he sets the benchmark for everyone playing, so that rebound again, and Sri Lanka this time were quick to defend it. 4 on 4. Scattered D being played. Left hander needs to come into the game. Instead passes to his center. This is the opportunity they were looking for. Wonderfully done. Good pass into the bar there, but the Indian defense just doubling down and making sure that they read every play, and everywhere the ball goes there are 2 Indian defenders on that man. So good sliding scatter defense played by India.
Seconds, 17 valuable time. They'll have to work it on the clock too. Good save. Had to take a long shot.
Corner ball being given, but also we're playing in a 25-meter pool now, Haritha. Before we used to play in a 30-meter pool, so I can imagine all those past players watching this game wondering why aren't these guys swimming up and down and making sure that it's a fast-paced game in this fourth quarter. The likes of Harshaka Nisanga, Yahan Samarajiva, those famous names that were so quick.
on the bar.
Sri Lanka with repossession, 18 seconds, reset again, can get their act together, looking for Atisha Sentakumarana or Yasandra De Silva in that prop position. Can come in.
Oh.
You're not going to have a lot of opportunity shooting from a static D. Sri Lanka just seem to have gone to sleep here in this quarter. And India doing the basics right, not on that occasion, as every commentator's curse would come to light. And timeout been taken, so good call here from Sri Lanka. Maybe they reserved the 2 timeouts given for this quarter, and if they were to use it carefully, would see the scoreline 7-9. But as we have it, they're trailing by 4 and need to do quite a bit of work in the last 2 minutes of this fourth quarter to come close to threatening that Indian scoreline.
So if it were to be like how you mentioned now, 2 more goals without conceding anything, it will only do good for their planning and execution for the next outing. Give hope.
Yes. Good to see Shehran Nawaz with his head on the line but legs stretched all the way out in the Indian half, looking to get into that wing position as soon as possible, and that's what you ask of your wingers. Get onto the 2 meter as soon as possible. Talabari at centre hasn't made a great impact in this game so far, but could this be his chance? It is. Just needed to find Yasandra De Silva in that pocket. The idea was right, but not the execution, and India now swimming away with it, swimming away quite handsomely, getting ball side of this goal, and referee playing a little advantage there from an Indian point of view. One and a half minutes remaining in this fourth quarter, and India look to just settle down the D. Their passing and shooting hasn't been their strength.
Saved again.
And nicely done by the Sri Lankan goalkeeper Vinudha Somakirti. Looking for his wingers up the pool, but they are far and few between. Yasandra De Silva doing the hard yards, getting to that double prop. Nicely called, Aritha.
See how the defense came around.
Sri Lanka ball. Time. Offensive foul being awarded there from the 2 meter line. I think referee Sachita Jayatilaka saw something we didn't from up here, but was in the ideal position to make that call, exactly on the 2 meter line where he needed to be.
Experienced campaigner. Sachita, talk about water polo for him, but about rugby and cricket.
Yes, coming off a swashbuckling innings yesterday, and lucky for him it's raining today and not the other way around, but good to see multi-talented sportsmen in the arena. They bring a lot to this game as well.
So his experience, he's travelled a lot, very passionate about the aqua sport.
Yes, it was that 2016 season where he buried Royal College with a mammoth 6 goals, I believe. And Shana Kamarasinghe saying he's not got enough fingers to count on one of them for the goal count, but good to see that they are still in the system 9 years almost after leaving.
He's very passionate with everything.
India. Not the strongest at passing and shooting. We'll need to develop that, I guess, for the second game. Sri Lanka making good use of it. Looking at the counter-attack now. This is where Jairan Nawaz and Dimitri Lin again need to get their swimming boots on and get onto the other side of that pool. And as they do just that, need support now. Got one winger, need another, and the prop to come in. India doing wonderfully well on defense. Seems pretty easy from up here, but the amount of work you need to do underwater and the amount of conditioning.
Great work. Just where they follow the ball again, swim ball.
India now just need to swim this one right into the goal there and make the best shot possible.
It was always coming. For a long time it was always coming, and now Paradeshi has been scoring handsomely for India.
It's nicely done. Took the fake there, made sure he committed the goalkeeper onto one side and then switched the angle exactly onto the left hand side of goal. So nicely done there. But will be interesting either to see how these boys perform at the end of October, because that is when all the water polo playing teams are at their peak in September and October in Sri Lanka. So we're just playing slightly out of season at the moment to accommodate this ever prestigious tournament.
We must be thankful to the authorities in India for accepting the invitation and coming over here, bringing two teams, giving Sri Lanka the advantage here, I should say, in this contest. It's not about the win, it's about the promotion.
Yes, the Swimming Federation of India and the Sri Lanka Aquatic Sports Union doing a lot of hard work in the last 2 to 3 weeks to get this game underway. And we, the recipients of it, are quite humbled and thankful to both of the organizing bodies for making sure that this game went ahead. Sri Lanka with their goalkeeper up. India, if they're aware to that, will look for a steal, and then they've got an easy goal at their taking.
It's a 5-goal lead. Great work. India knew what they were trying to do in this last quarter. They made sure that they were not going to concede too much. Now into the last few seconds, they know they are in a very strong position. Get one through.
With 3 seconds remaining in the clock, Paradeshi finds his name on the scoreboard again. Wonderfully done from the Indian team here to leave it 10 goals to 5 at the Sugathadasa.
11.
I beg your pardon, 11 goals, and putting on quite a display for everyone who has come to witness this game here.
(3-1) at the end of the first quarter, but they seemed somewhat drawn out in those last few minutes of that last quarter to concede 2 goals and give that 6-goal margin in the final count. So that's it. End of a absorbing encounter, and India look very comfortable.
Yes, nicely done by both teams, and good to see the handshakes coming in all around. Coaches will no doubt have their whiteboard sessions cut out for them in the next few days. And in the evening, we've got the all-important girls under 21 playing the Sri Lanka versus India teams. So if you're in and around Colombo today, I'd suggest you make the trip down, because it is well worth your time. A lot of skill and talent on display, and a lot of hard work that has gone on to bring this Indian team down here to Sri Lanka. Nice to see the teams hanging around, and I'm sure the boys will repay the favor come the evening to make sure that there are Indian voices aplenty at the Sugathadasa Stadium. And as the rain falls down, it will only leave way to the goals being omitted from the pool, and then back to the swimming, which is back to the National Age Group Championships. Highlights there from the fourth quarter. Sri Lanka scoring handsomely. India coming back into the game. That was one that could have been stopped, but they are scoring through both their wingers and then stretching out this goal lead. that towards the last bit of that quarter. And as we have it, 11 goals to 5. Game 1 to India. We'll see you in the evening for the all-important Under-21 girls encounter. This is Haritha and Reza Ghani signing off for the Papare team for the water polo segment of this production as we go into a commercial break, and see you on the other side with all the live swimming action and exciting talents from the Sugathadasa.
දිනන ගැම්ම ගන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
Looking for the perfect place for your child to learn swimming safely, confidently, and with a big smile? At Stingrays, we turn learning into fun. With expert coaches, small group classes, and a whole lot of encouragement. From beginners to little champions, we're here to build skills, boost confidence, and make a splash. Give your child the gift of swimming. Join Stingrays today.
Nervous නොවී ඉන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
Singiti sina teenage kata youth mavana sihina dina HNB samagin genena api katat galapena itiriyak eta dina saruwi satute itirivi katat galapena itiriyak.
Enjoy the highest rewards and live life to your heart's content with savings that bring joy to life. HNB.
Watch the stars of Sri Lanka at the biggest franchise T20 league in the world on www.thepapare.com for just 249 rupees.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
3 nations, 7 epic battles, 1 ultimate prize. Sri Lanka, India and South Africa face off in a high-stakes ODI series, April 27th to May 11th. Who will rise? Who will conquer? Don't miss the Women's Tri-Series, live from Colombo on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 2, Dialog TV channel number 63, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Just a little bit of
the ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on the Papare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
ෆෝකස් එකේ ඉන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Looking for the perfect place for your child to learn swimming safely, confidently, and with a big smile? At Stingrays, we turn learning into fun. With expert coaches, small group classes, and a whole lot of encouragement. From beginners to little champions, we're here to build skills, boost confidence, and make a splash. Give your child the gift of swimming. Join Stingrays today.
දිවෙන ගැම්ම ගන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
Looking for the perfect place for your child to learn swimming safely, confidently, and with a big smile? At Stingrays, we turn learning into fun. With expert coaches, small group classes, and a whole lot of encouragement. From beginners to little champions, we're here to build skills, boost confidence, and make a splash. Give your child the gift of swimming. Join Stingrays today.
නර්වස් නොවී ඉන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
සිංගිතිසිනා ටීනේජ් කතා යූත් මවන සිහිනදිනා HNB සමගින් ගෙනෙනා අපි කාටත් ගැලපෙන ඉතිරියක් එත දින සරුවී සතුට ඉතිරිවි කාටත් ගැලපෙන ඉතිරියක්.
Enjoy the highest rewards and live life to your heart's content with savings that bring joy to life. HNB.
Watch the stars of Sri Lanka at the biggest franchise T20 league in the world on www.thepapare.com for just 249 rupees.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
3 nations, 7 epic battles, 1 ultimate prize. Sri Lanka, India and South Africa face off in a high-stakes ODI series, April 27th to May 11th. Who will rise? Who will conquer? Don't miss the Women's Tri-Series, live from Colombo on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 2, Dialog TV channel number 63, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on ThePapare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිවෙන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Looking for the perfect place for your child to learn swimming safely, confidently, and with a big smile? At Stingrays, we turn learning into fun. With expert coaches, small group classes, and a whole lot of encouragement. From beginners to little champions, we're here to build skills, boost confidence, and make a splash. Give your child the gift of swimming. Join Stingrays today.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go 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 go.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
දිනන ගැම්ම ගන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
Looking for the perfect place for your child to learn swimming safely, confidently, and with a big smile? At Stingrays, we turn learning into fun. With expert coaches, small group classes, and a whole lot of encouragement. From beginners to little champions, we're here to build skills, boost confidence, and make a splash. Give your child the gift of swimming. Join Stingrays today.
You're watching ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. I'm Khadija Nazahim and we are here at the EVA Leading with Confidence All-Ireland Netball Tournament 2024-2025. Come, let's go have a look and see how she leads her team.
As a brand has been involved with the Western Province Netball Association for the last 30 years. It's been an amazing partnership that has grown from strength to strength year on year. And one of the main reasons that we've been partnering this event is because we feel that netball, the elements of netball or the sport mirrors the brand EVA, because it's about teamwork, perseverance and resilience. As the #1 sanitary napkin brand in the country and a brand that stands for leading with confidence, we want to empower girls starting from teenage years and as they grow beyond, to support them and guide them to lead with confidence. This year, the 2024-2025 tournament saw participation across over 145 schools from across the country, which is an achievement that's amazing, and we see the popularity of this growing year on year as well. And we also see a very strong bond between the participants as well as how they would interact with our brand on ground as well as in the future as well. Come on, go. Come on, come on, go. Come on.
And I'm happy that Sugathadasa Vidyalaya under-17 team won the EVA Netball Tournament Championship. Netball is a sport that a lot of people do, and it is really supportive of those sponsors like EVA to support us throughout this journey. We are young players and it really helps us focus on our future more.
තරඟ 4කින් අපි දිනලා තමයි ෆයිනල් වලට ආවේ. ඊව එක අවුරුදු 30ක් විතර මේ නෙට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාවට ස්පොන්සර්ෂිප් ලබා දෙනවා. අපි වගේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට ඒක ලොකු අත්තරක් වෙනවා අපේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඉදිරියට ගෙනියන්න.
Air Force team එකේ A division මේ පිට ජයග්‍රහණය කරපු තුන්වෙනි වතාව අපේ කණ්ඩායමට විශිෂ්ට දක්ෂතා දක්වමින් මෙවරත් ඊවා කුසලානය ගුවන් හමුදාවට ගෙන හැකියාව ලැබුණා. බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාව ඉදිරියට ගෙනියන්න ආයතනයක් විදිහට ක්‍රීඩාවට නෙට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාවට දෙන සපෝට් එක සෑහෙන්න වටිනවා. මේ වගේ තරඟාවලියක් සංවිධානය කරලා ස්කූල් ලෙවල් එකේ ඉඳන් ක්ලබ් ලෙවල් එකට යනකම් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලට ඒ අවස්ථාව ලබා දීම ගැන වෙස්ටර්න් ප්‍රොවින්ස් නෙට්බෝල් ඇසෝසියේෂන් එකටත් අතරම ගොඩාක් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා.
I got funding got government the taxes the gap here today kawan dengan sejula jadi bagi banting betul sih dengan ada apa video usul kan juga.
The Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. You're watching The Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. I'm Khadija Nazahim and we're here at the Independence Square for the Great Urban Challenge 2025. It's organized by a great place to work and we have a lot of participants from several companies here to challenge themselves. So come, let's go have a look and see how fun and challenging this day gets. So we're here at the Great Urban Challenge 2025 and with me I've got Nasit now from Advice Lab to participate here today. Nasit, tell me, what are you looking forward to for the day?
So actually we're looking forward to some friendly competition. It's actually really good to see a lot of people in the morning and the Saturday. So yeah, looking forward for puzzles, riddles, just to have a good time in general.
Nasit, how many of y'all are participating from your team?
There's actually 6 people from our team, but there's around like almost 15 people from our company here itself. So yeah.
Nice, here to support you.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. So yeah, let's just hope for something good from today.
Indeed, and I wish you and your team the best of luck and looking forward to you guys to winning this challenge.
Thank you. Yeah, sounds good.
Thank you so much. So you must be wondering where we are now. We're here at the Vihara Mahadevi Park, the location number 2. So our teams got a puzzle to solve. They solved the puzzle and found the place, and here they are riding a cycle. So we'll see what's next. clue for the third location. It says meet officials in rustic Sri Lanka restaurant with gummy food under Nuga trees in a grand way. So keep guessing. We'll be there in the third location soon. So guys, we're here at the location number 3, and if you were listening closely to the clues that I gave you before, it says under the Nuga tree, having gummy food in a grand way. You guessed it right. We're here at Nugagama, Sri Lanka in Cinnamon Grand, Colombo. So let's go have a look and see how challenging this hunt gets and where location 4 directs us to. So guys, we're here at the scenic location number 4, and let's see what led the teams here. So it says, meet the officials at the beach next to the Pioneer Life Saving Club in Colombo, which hosted the 50th 6-mile sea swim, and it is the King Cross Swimming Club. So we'll see after the treasure hunt here, where does the teams lead to? So guys, after doing a bit of treasure hunt in a scenic location, the next clue leads us to a tragic memory. So it says, in 1996, 24th of July, terrorists bombed and killed 64 people and injured 400. The bomb was in a suitcase in a train station. So we are headed to where the clue leads us. So come, let's go have a look and see where it is. So guys, we're at location number 5, and y'all guessed it right. So how could y'all go wrong with the clues that I gave? Yes, it's the Dehiwala railway station where the 1996 tragic incident happened, and we have our participants hunting for their treasure here. So let's go have a look and see where it leads them again. So guys, the ticket that the participants bought at the Dehiwala railway station led them to the surf club in Mount Lavinia. So now they have to find 15 white seashells and head to Loontau. So come, let's go to Loontau and see what's next. So guys, we have reached the final destination of the Great Urban Challenge 2025 here at Loontau. The lovely beach, Mount Lavinia, scorching heat. And let's see what the final challenge is. Than me explaining, let's go ask the participants to explain what the challenge is. Scorching heat, but yeah, they're all... Yes, so hi. Hi. Can I know your name?
I'm Sahan.
Sahan, what company are you representing?
Yeah, I'm representing eFutures Private Limited.
Nice, Sahan. What a lovely day was it. So explain us, what's this final task?
Well, this is not the final task actually. I think this is the third or fourth challenge. So we have to like go to the beach, get some water on your palms, and we need to fill up the bottle like fully. And there are like 4 holes on the bottle as well. I need to like hold it. And unfortunately, I actually can't keep the water on my palm, so I'm actually holding the holes. I'm like covering it up until my team members come and fill up the holes.
Right, so you're doing the anchor job, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So all the best for your team, Sahan. So with me, I've got the founder CEO of Outbound Adventures, Shehan Pilapitia, and also the course director of today's Great Urban Challenge 2025. Shehan, this challenge is not new for you, but it's new for me. So you've been here in this field for the past 2 decades. Yeah, more than 2 decades. So Shehan, give us a small insight on it.
Right, thanks. So how it goes is, to start off with, I've been in the field for the past 28 years, and we have done amazing races, great urban challenges, and then adventure races. And the biggest we did with Dialog for about 3,000 participants, the Kid Challenge. So I was a course director there. And since then, these are passion. That's the difference, right? It's not our job, these are passion. So today, this came up with as a great place to work is partnered with us. And we came out with this initiative to give all corporates, right, an opportunity to come out, right, and have fun, relax, right, and energize themselves. So we had a very good response, right, amazing response, and actually we had to stop the applications coming in, right. So that was the enthusiasm shown, because what we do, what we say is we do it professionally, right. So here, as you can see, it's still going on. I mean, amidst all this heat, right, the sand, everything, nobody is giving up, right. That is the motivation they have if it's put in properly. So we are still going ahead with this Great Urban Challenge, and all corporates are enjoying themselves, a good response from them, and the main point that they are saying, let's continue. So that's the positive side. So Outbound Adventures, since we started in 1997 as a pioneer and one of the premier outbound training companies, we specialize in whitewater rafting, scuba diving, skydiving, all those are part and parcel. So this is our baby, right? We are the only company in Sri Lanka who has exceeded more than 1,300 outbound trainings. So we are spread over 14 locations, and like I said, these are passion, and we are still enjoying. Right.
Indeed, Shehan, and we are enjoying it too. What a great initiative from you and your team. And Shehan, you were, while we were talking earlier, you said she's your support system. So give a small insight on her.
Okay, so this is Dashmani, right, to say it in short, she's my strength. So she's my strength from the start. And so the team is all ex-military, right, and because our team is all permanent, we don't have outsourced people, it's all permanent, so there is a responsibility taken and well disciplined. So Dashmani is my strength, who overlooks, and part and parcel, she is the main adventurer for me.
Nice. So Dashmani, I would love to hear a few words from you. The main adventurer of Outbound Adventures.
What to say? I don't know what to say. It's exciting. For me, supporting him is the biggest strength, and today's episode is it's really enthusiasm, and there's a lot of corporate teams came up, and they are so keen to do this, and each and every challenge they came up really well, and they completed the task without giving up. Some they feel, okay, I'm losing. Like we always say, every loser is a winner. It's more important is participating and getting some experience, and you can incorporate it to your office life, and you can come up in your corporate life and family life as well. So.
Yeah, one main thing which I would like to mention is I'm very proud, because if you just video and see, the ladies are playing a huge role, right? If you see, the ladies are taking the most crucial position, right? So it's a huge morale for us as guys, as gents in Sri Lanka, to see the ladies taking the lead. So with all due respect, we see a lot of hidden talent also coming up in this. That never give up attitude. Some ladies, right, who would not come out even in this kind of heat.
Yes, correct.
They are totally giving their not 100%, 250% for the team goal, right? That is what is
being shown. They don't want to sunburn, right? They hate the sun. They want to protect their skin. But here I can see most of the girls just seated down, and they are doing, like, they are not giving up. The team is trying to fill that water, and still the water is going out, but their hands are fully burned, but still they are doing it for the team spirit. So that is the main
අයිබෝන් පිළිගන්නවා ඔබ නැවතත් සුගතදාස පිහිනුම් තටාංගණයට HNB සාදර අනුග්‍රහයෙන් පැවැත්වෙන 49 වෙනි ජාතික වයස්කාණ්ඩ පිහිනුම් ශූරතාවය අද දෙවනි දිනයේ සවස් භාගයේ තරඟ ආරම්භයට තමයි අපි මේ සූදානම්ින් සිටින්නේ. උදෑසන මූලික වටේ තරඟ පැවැත්වුණා. ඉන්පසුව තවත් උණුසුම් වෝටර් පෝලෝ තරඟයක් පැවැත්වුණා. ඉන්දු-ශ්‍රී ලංකා වෝටර් පෝලෝ තරඟාවලියේ පළමු තරඟයේ ලෙස ඉනනතුරු නැවත අපි සූදානම් අවසන් තරඟ රැසකට යමු වන්නට. නැවතත් ආයුබෝවන් අසංක.
ආයුබෝවන් ශනුක. දැන් උද්වේගකර අවසානයේ දක්වා අප පැමිණ තිබෙන්නේ අද දිනය තුල තවත් දින 3ක් එහෙම් පිටින් මිතිරව තිබෙනවා ඔබට මේ ක්‍රීඩාවේ රසවින්දනය උද්‍යෝගය විඳතරා ගන්නට. ඊට පෙර අද දෙවැනි දිනේ අවසන් භාගයට දැන් අප සූදානම් වන්නේ අවසන් තරග කිහිපයක්ම තිබෙනවා පැවැත්වෙන්නට. වයස අවුරුදු 11න් පහළ බාලිකා මීටර 50 පසුපස ආර ඉසව්වේ අවසන් තරගයට අප සූදානම් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් පැමිණෙමින් තිබෙනවා පිහිනුම් තටාකාංගණයට. ඔවුන්ගේ ආරම්භක කටයුතු ඔවුන්ගේ සනාතන කටයුතු සිදු වහාම අපට අවස්ථාව ලැබේවි තරගය වෙත යන්නට. වර්ෂාවෙන් අද දහවලේදී යම් කිසි බාධාවක් තිබුණා මේ ක්‍රීඩා උළෙලට. නමුත් එතනින් පසුව දැන් සුළු වර්ෂාපතනයක් එහෙමත් නැත්නම් පිනි තත්වයක් තිබුණත් එය පිහිනුම් තරගාවලියකට බාධාවක් නොවේ. අද දහවලේදීත් දැඩි වර්ෂාව මැදේදීත් තරග පැවැත්වුණා.
පිහිනුම් තරගයක් නිසා වෙන්නේ තරම්ම බාධාවක් නැහැ වර්ෂාවෙන්. අධික වර්ෂාව වුණත් අකුණු ගෙරවීම නැත්තම් තරඟ පැවැත්වීමට කිසිම බාධාවක් වන්නේ නැහැ. මේ අතරම මෙන්න වයස අවුරුදු 11න් පහළ බාලිකා මීටර 50 පසුපසාර මෙන්න තරඟය ආරම්භ වුණා. අවසන් තරඟය
හොඳ ආරම්භයක් ලබා ගන්නේ වයස අවුරුදු 11න් පහළ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් උනත් ඔවුන් හැකි උපරිමය දිය යට කිමිදෙමින් ආරම්භයේදී ලබා ගත්ත මේ තරගයට සහභාගී වෙනවා මන්තිරුවන්ක 1 නතායා ලියනගේ, මන්තිරුවන්ක 2 හිරන්‍යා ගුණතිලක, මන්තිරුවන්ක 3 එස් ජයසේකර, මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 නුලාරා ජයසේකර, මන්තිරුවන්ක 5 රණුෂි ජයසූරිය, මන්තිරුවන්ක 6 විහිනි සස්වින්දි, මන්තිරුවන්ක 7 නේලි බණ්ඩාරතිලක, මන්තිරුවන්ක 8 අනුකි මිහිඳු කුල සූර්ය. දැන් මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 ක්‍රීඩිකා ඉදිරියෙන් නුලාරා ජයසේකර ගේට්වේ ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල නියෝජනය කරන්නේ. ඇයට පමණක් දෙවැනි වෙමින් මන්තිරුවන්ක 5 රණුෂි ජයසූරිය ගමන් කරනවා. දැන් තරගය අවසන් කළා මන්තිරුවන්ක 4න් ජයග්‍රාහීව නුලාරා ජයසේකර ගේට්වේ ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසලේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව.
දෙවන ස්ථානයේ මියුසිස් විද්‍යාලයේ රණුෂි ජයසූරිය. නුලාරා වාර්තා කළ කාලය තත්පර 41.23ක්. තමත් හොඳ තරගයක් ලබා දුන්න අය ආරම්භයේ සිටම පෙරමුණ තහවුරු කර ගනිමින් ඇය අවසානයේ කර ලඟ වුණා. දකින්නේ සිනාමුසු මුහුණින් අය සිටිනවා. ඇයට ආඩම්බරයි ඒ ජයග්‍රහණය ගැන. තරගයේ පුනරුපණය මේ දකින්නේ. දෙවන මීටර 25 වන විට අය පෙරමුණ තහවුරු කරගත්තා. ඉන් අනතුරුව ජයග්‍රාහී ලෙස තරගය නිමා කළා. අත ඔසවමින් තමන්ගේ දෙමව්පියන්ට සංඥා කරනවා තමන් ජයග්‍රහණය ලබා ගත්ත ආකාරය. ඉන්පසුව අප සූදානම් වයස අවුරුදු 11න් පහළ බාලක මීටර 50 පසුපසාර අවසන් තරගය සඳහා.
බාලකයන් ඔවුන්ගේ පසුපස ආර ඉසව්වල ආරම්භය ලබා ගන්නා වයස් කාණ්ඩය වයස අවුරුදු 11න් පහළ මීටර 50. එම ක්‍රීඩකිනුත් තාමත් ලියාපදිංචි වීම අවසන් කරමින් පිහිනුම් තටාකාංගණයට පැමිණෙන අවස්ථාව දකින්නට පුළුවන්. ඒ අතරතුර වෝටර් පෝලෝ තරගය ඉතාම තීරණාත්මක තරගයක් බවට පත් වුණා. ලකුණු 11ට 5ක් වශයෙන් ශ්‍රී ලංකාව පරාජයට පත් වුණේ. නමුත් අවස්ථාව තිබුණා බොහෝ දුරට ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට ඊට වඩා ලකුණු වාර්තා කරන්නට, ගෝල වාර්තා කරන්නට.
අප දුටුවා අවස්ථා කිහිපයක්ම ගිලිහි ගියා ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ක්‍රීඩකීන්ගෙන්. අපි ඉතින් බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා. මොකද මේ පළමු තරගය තමයි පැවැත්වුනේ. ඉන්පසුව තවත් තරග දෙකක් හෙට සහ අනිද්දා දිනවලදී පැවැත්වීම නියමිතයි. ඒ නිසා බලාපොරොත්තු වෙ සිටිනවා තමත් හොඳින් ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම ඉදිරියට පැමිණෙවි කියා. ඒ අතරම අසංක සවස පැවැත්වුනේ පිරිමි එහෙම නැත්නම් බාලක වෝටර් පෝලෝ තරගය. අද සවස් රාත්‍රී 7න් පසුව කාන්තා නැත්නම් බාලිකා වෝටර් පෝලෝ තරගයක් පැවැත්වීම නියමිතයි ශ්‍රී ලංකාව සහ ඉන්දියාව අතර. ඉතින් වයස අවුරුදු 21න් පහළ බාලිකා තරගයක් ලෙසයි ඒ පැවැත්වෙන්නේ. ආරාධනා කරනවා දිගටම රැඳී සිටින්න කියලා.
ඔබේ හිතවතුන්ට ක්‍රීඩාව සම්බන්ධව උනන්දුවක් තිබෙන ඕනෑම පාර්ශවයකට පුළුවන් මේ තරගය සජීව ලෙසින් නරඹන්නට ThePapare TV ඔස්සේ Dialog HD අංක 2 ඒ වගේම Dialog නාලිකා අංක 127 ඔස්සේ Dialog ViU App එක ඔස්සේත් ඔබට මේ සජීව දර්ශන නරඹන්නට පුළුවන්. 49 වැනි ජාතික වයස්කාණ්ඩ ජල ක්‍රීඩා ශූරතාවය අතරතුර පැවැත්වෙන වෝටර් පෝලෝ තරඟවල උණුසුමත් විඳ ගන්නට පුළුවන්. දැන් අප සූදානම් බාලකංශයේ 11න් 15 මීටර 50 පසුපසාර අවසන් මහා තරගයට ඔබව රැගෙන යන්නට ක්‍රීඩක නාමාවලිය MF යුනුස් ප්‍රථම මන්තිරුවේ ශහීම් ශිරාස් දෙවැනි මන්තිරුවේ තුන්වැනි මන්තිරුවෙන් දසිරු ගයෂාන් සිව්වැනි මන්තිරුවෙන් DAT මහානාම මන්තිරු අංක 5 ආදිල් හුසේන් මන්තිරු අංක 6 ශ්‍රීධරන් ලිතේෂ් මන්තිරු අංක 7 සෙහස් ජයසූරිය මන්තිරු අංක 8 ලිතුක ජයකොඩි.
තරගය ආරම්භ වුණා ක්‍රීඩකීන් එක පෙළට මේ වුණට මැද මන්තිරුවල අපිට පේනවා උත්සාහයක් දරනවා පෙරමුණ ලබා ගැනීමට මන්තිරු අංක 4 සහ 5 අපි බලමු කෙසේද අවසන් මීටර 25 මේ ක්‍රීඩකීන් තරණය කරන්න ගියා. තවමත් මන්තිරු අංක 4 සහ 5 කර තරගයක් මන්තිරු අංක 4න් AT මහානාම නනුතුර මන්තිරු අංක 5න් ආදිල් හුසේන්. අපි බලමු කවුරුන් මේ තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කරාවිද ගියා. මේ වෙනට පෙනෙන්න තිබෙන්නේ මන්තිරු අංක 4 ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ ධාවනයක් සමගින් තාපත් හොඳ පිහිනීමක් සමගින් තමන්ගේ තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කරන ආකාරය මන්තිරු අංක 4 AT මහානාම SNS ස්විමිං ඇකඩමික් ඔය තමයි නියෝජනය කරන්නේ. වාර්තා වුණු කාලය තත්පර 39.08ක්.
මහානාම අගය කළ යුතුයි. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අගනගරය නියෝජනය කරන ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයක් නොවේ SNS ක්‍රීඩා සමාජය. නමුත් ජයග්‍රහණය ලබාගෙන රැගෙන යනවා ගාල්ලට ඔහුගේ කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන්. මහානාම ඒ අතරතුර ආදිල් හුසේන් හොඳ තරගයක් ලබා දුන්නා 5 වෙනි මන්තිරුවේ සිට. සුබ පැතුම් ජයග්‍රාහක මහානාමට.
නනතුරුව ඉසව් අංක 211 වයස අවුරුදු 13න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර 50 පසුපස ආර තරගය සඳහා ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සූදානමින් සිටින්නේ. මෙතන පටන් වෝටර් පෝලෝ තරග ආරම්භ වුණ තෙක්ම එක දිගටම අවසන් තරග තමයි පැවැත්වෙන්නේ. තරග රැසක මූලික තරග ඊයේ සහ අද දිනේ උදැස්සන වරුවේ පැවැත්වුණා.
බොහෝ දෙමාපියන්ගේ සිහිනයක් ඔවුන්ගේ කුඩා දරුවන් දැරියන් ක්‍රීඩා ජයග්‍රහණ වාර්තා කිරීම. සමහර විට මේ ක්‍රීඩක ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට ඔවුන්ගේ ජයග්‍රහණවල වටිනාකම දැනෙනවටත් වඩා දෙමව්පියන්ට ඒ වටිනාකම දැනෙනවා වැඩි. මේ වයස් කාණ්ඩය තුලදී 11න් 15න් පසුව දැන් අප සූදානම් වන්නේ 13න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර 50 පසුපස ආර තරගය සඳහා යන්නට. එහි ජාතික වාර්තාව ඇලෙනා මව්ෆ 2024 දී පිටුවනු ලැබුවා තත්පර 35.5 බොහෝ බලාපොරොත්තු තිබෙනවා මේ වාරයේදී මේ දැන් පැවැත්වෙන තරගිසව්වේදී එම වාර්තාව බිඳ වැටිය හැකි බවට.
මන්දත් පසුගිය වසරේ අලුත් වුණු වාර්තාවක් ඉතින් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මේ වසරේදී මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට හැකියාවක් තිබේවි නැවතත් වාර්තාව අලුත් කරන්නට. ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සූදානම් ආරම්භක සංඥාව ලැබෙන තුරු
13න් 15 ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් පිහිනුම් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් හැටියට ඔවුන්ගේ දස්කම් ප්‍රදර්ශනය කිරීමේ කූට ප්‍රාප්තියයි මේ. HNB සාදර අනුග්‍රහයෙන් මෙවර තරගාවලිය සජීව ලෙසින් ඔබ වෙතට ගෙන එන්නේ ThePapare ඔස්සේ. ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් ඔවුන්ගේ පලකයන් මතට නැග දියට බැසීමට සූදානම් පසුපස ආර අවසන් මහා තරගය සඳහා. දැන් අරබුණා තරගය මන්තිරු අංක 1 ලිතුමි සෙන්කිනි මන්තිරු අංක 2 කියාරා බණ්ඩාර මන්තිරු අංක 3 ඔෂිරා කරුණාරත්න මන්තිරු අංක 4 දිසලි ලොකුවිතාන මන්තිරු අංක 5 තිනුලි ඩිමෙල් මන්තිරු අංක 6 චෙනුකි ලියාරා මන්තිරු අංක 7 MTG මාරසිංහ මන්තිරු අංක 8 ආර්යා පීරිස් තරග වදිනවා මේ අවසන් මහා තරගයේදී.
නැවතත් අප දකිනවා මන්තිරු අංක 4 නිතාමත්ම හොඳ පිහිනීමක් ක්‍රීඩිකාව දිසලි ලොකුවිතාන තමන්ගේ දක්ෂතාවය පෙන්වමින් උත්සාහයක් දරනවා. නමුත් මන්තිරු අංක 5 නිතාමත්ම හොඳ අභියෝගයක් එල්ල වෙනවා අයට. දිසලි සහ තිනුලි අතර තමයි තරගය පැවැත්වෙන්නේ. නමුත් අවසානයේදී දිසලි එම තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට සමත් වෙනවා. අර දිසලි ලොකු විතාන
ඉතාම හොඳ අවසානයක්.
රොයල් ඉන්ස්ටිටියුට් පාසලේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව
තාක්ෂණික වශයෙන් ඉතාම හොඳ අවසානයක් ලබා ගත්තේ. අවසන් මීටර කිහිපය හොඳින් මැනගත්තා ඇගේ මනසින්. නිල් පැහැති කොඩි වැල දෙස හොඳින් අවධානය යොමු කරගෙන සිටියේ.
තත්පර 37.08ක් කාලයක් ඇයට වාර්තා වුණා. එනිසා තවමත් පසුගිය වසරේ වාර්තාව එලෙසම පවතිනවා. ඉන් අනතුරු අපි සූදානම් වයස අවුරුදු 13න් 15 බාලක මීටර 50 පසුපසාර අවසන් තරගය සඳහා. මෙම තරගයේ පවතින වාර්තාව නම් අසංක අවුරුදු 10කට වඩා පරණයි. 2015 වසරේදී බිනුර තලගල විසින් තමයි පවත්වා තිබෙන්නේ. තත්පර 32.93ක් ලෙස. බලමු වසර 10ක් පැරණි වාර්තාවක්.
පිහිනුම් ක්‍රීඩාව තුළ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඉපැරණි වාර්තා රැඳී තිබෙන කාලය ඉතාමත් අඩුයි. ලෝක සම්මතය එයයි, ලෝක ප්‍රවණතාවය එයයි. දැන් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවෙත් එවැනි දීර්ඝකාලීන වාර්තා බිඳ වැටෙන්නට කාලය හොඳින්ම පැමිණ තිබෙන්නේ. කාලය හරි බිඳ වැටෙන්නට. ඉතින් මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් අද දිනේ සහභාගී වන්නේ 13න් 15 බාලකාංශයේ මීටර 50 පසුපසාර අවසන් මහා තරගයට. මන්තිරුවන්ක 1 HMT දම්සිත් විජේරත්න ශ්‍රී ධර්මාලෝක විද්‍යාලයෙන්, මන්තිරුවන්ක 2 VR අබේසූරිය ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලය මහනුවරින්, මන්තිරුවන්ක 3 KV ඩිහෙන් මෙවුනක තර්ස්ටන් විද්‍යාලය නියෝජනය කරන්නේ, මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 චනුල් රත්නායක ප්‍රබල තරගකරුවෙක් ශාන්ත ජෝසප් විද්‍යාලයෙන්, මන්තිරුවන්ක 5 BD ගුණවර්ධන සීනිගම පිහිනුම් සමාජයෙන්, මන්තිරුවන්ක 6 පහන් පුන්සර හයිටෙක්නික්ස් Aquatic Club නියෝජනය කරමින්, මන්තිරුවන්ක 7න් තෙවින් පෙරමුණ ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල නුගේගොඩ, මන්තිරුවන්ක 8න් මාක් ජේඩන් ශාන්ත ජෝසප් විද්‍යාලයෙන්. පවතින වාර්තාව තත්පර 32.93යි. ඒත් මේ සියලු ක්‍රීඩකයන් තත්පර 35 සීමාවටවත් ළඟා වී නැහැ. ඉතාම පුදුමයක්. නමුත් මේ තමයි හොඳම වෙලාව.
ඔව් අනිවාර්යෙන්ම අසංක මූලික වටේ තරගවල සාමාන්‍යයෙන් තරම් හොඳ කාලයන් වාර්තා වෙන්නේ නැහැ. සමහර විට මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට එකම දිනේ තරග දෙකට මුහුණ දීමට සිදු වෙන නිසා මෙන්න තරගය ආරම්භ වුණා. අපි බලමු කෙසේද මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් මෙම තරගය සහභාගී වන්නේ කියා. මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 නැවත අතිතාමත් හොඳ ධාවනයක්. ඒ චනුල් රත්නායක ඔබ කතා කළ ක්‍රීඩකයා. නමුත් ඔහුට අභියෝගයක් එල්ල කරමින් මන්තිරුවන්ක 5න් ඩී ගුණවර්ධන හොඳ පිහිනීමක නිරතනාකාර පෙරෙන්ට තිබෙන අවසන් මීටර 25ට ළඟා වෙද්දී තවමත් මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 මන්තිරුවන්ක 5 අතර ඉතාමත් හොඳ තරගයක් මෙන්න. චනුල් තමන්ගේ දක්ෂතාවය පෙන්වමින් ඉදිරියට යන ආකාරය අපි බලමු අවසානයේ කෙසේ වේවිද කියා. මෙන්න අවසන් මීටර කිහිපය සමගින් චනුල් රත්නායක ඔහු තමයි ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නේ. වාර්තා වුණු කාලය තත්පර 35.81ක්.
ටාර්ගෙට් පෙර අප සඳහන් කළා 35 සීමාව තීරණාත්මක බව. දැන් ඒ සීමාව පසු කර යනවා චනුල් රත්නායක. 13න් 15 බාලක මීටර 50 පසුපසාර ඉසව්වේ ජයග්‍රහණය ඔහුගේ ශාන්ත ජෝසප් විද්‍යාලීය මාතාවට රැගෙන යමින්. මේ තමයි තරගය ආරම්භ වූ ආකාරය. මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 සහ 5 අතර තමයි ප්‍රබලම තරගය තිබුණේ. BT ගුණවර්ධන සීනිගම පේනුම් සමාජයෙන් ඉතාම ප්‍රබල සටනක් ලබා දුන්නා මන්තිරුවන්ක 5 සිට. නමුත් චනුල් රත්නායක ඔහුගේ තාක්ෂණය මැනවින් උපයෝගී කරගත් අවසන් මොහොතේ තත්පරයක ඉදිරිය ලබා ගන්නට.
ඒ අතර වසංක මෙතෙක් අප දුර අවසන් තරග 4ේම මූලික වටේ හොඳම දස්කම් දක්වූ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තමයි ජයග්‍රහණය කළේ. අපි බලමු ඒ වෙනස් වෙ විදිහේ ඉදිරියට යන විට. ඊළඟට අපි සූදානම් වයස අවුරුදු 15න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර 50 පසුපසාර අවසන් තරගය සඳහා.
මේ පවතින වාර්තාව දේවින්ද්‍යා ජයවර්ධන විසින් 2014 දී පිහිටුවන ලද්දක්. තත්පර 32.67යි කාලය. අද අවසන් මහා තරගයට සහභාගී වන්නේ මන්තිරු අංක 1න් මින්දී පියසේන යහපත් එඬේරාගේ කන්‍යාරාමය පානදුර නියෝජනය කරමින්, මන්තිරු අංක 2 සෙනුකි ඩි සිල්වා මියුසිස් විද්‍යාලයෙන්, මන්තිරු අංක 3 ඉනුකි මුතුහෙට්ටි ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල වත්තලින්, මන්තිරු අංක 4 සෙතුකි ප්‍රනාන්දු ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල පානදුරින්, මන්තිරු අංක 5 හෙෂාරා ඩි සිල්වා ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල රත්නපුරෙන්. මන්තිරුවන්ක 6 ඇලෙනා මූෆ ඇයට වාර්තාවක් තිබුණා මින් පෙර වයස් කාණ්ඩවල ගිය වසරේ පිහිටුවන ලද. ඇයට හොඳම අවස්ථාවක් තිබෙනවා මේ වසරේදී වාර්තාව අලුත් කරන්නට. ඇය ගෙෆාරි දූලපන්දන් පිහිනුම් පාසලෙන්. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරුවන්ක 7 දැහැමි බෙල්පගේ විසාකා විද්‍යාලය නියෝජනය කරන්නේ. ජිත්‍යා මෙත්තානන්ද මන්තිරුවන්ක 8න් විසාකා විද්‍යාලය නියෝජනය කරනවා.
පෙර වයස් කාණ්ඩවල වාර්තාව තැබූ ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් සිටිනවා. මේ අතර මිතාමත් හොඳ දස්කම් මූලික වටේ දක්වපු ක්‍රීඩිකාවුන් සිටිනවා. මෙන්න තරගය ආරම්භ වුණා. වයස අවුරුදු 15න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 50 පසුපසාර අවසන් තරගය. නැවතත් අපි පුරුදු පරිදි දකිනවා මැද මන්තිරුවල මිතාමත් හොඳ දාවන මන්තිරුවන්ක 2 3 4 සහ 5
ස්ථාවර පිහිනුම් රටාවක නිරත වන්නේ මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 ක්‍රීඩිකාව ඉතාම ස්ථාවරයි. සෙතුකේ ප්‍රනාන්දු හොඳ රිද්මයක් තිබෙනවා. ඇයට සමබරතාවයේ ඉතාම හොඳයි. ඇයට හැකියාව තිබෙනවා අවසානයේදී ජයග්‍රහණය කරා යන්නට. දැන් සෙතුකි ප්‍රනාන්දු අවසානයේදී ජයග්‍රහණය වාර්තා කරද්දී දෙවැනි ස්ථානය මන්තිරුවන්ක 3 ක්‍රීඩිකාව විය යුතුයි. මන්තිරුවන්ක
ඉනුකි මුතුහෙට්ටි එයනුව තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කරනවා සෙතුකි ප්‍රනාන්දු. පානදුර ලයිසියම් විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව. දෙවන ස්ථානය ඉනුකි මුතුහෙට්ටි. ඇය වත්තල ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසලේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව.
හොඳ තරගයක් තිබුණා ආරම්භයේදී. නමුත් රිද්මය සහ ස්ථාවරත්වය එහෙමත් නැත්නම් ස්ටෙඩි ස්විමිං ස්ටයිල් එකක් හොඳ ශෛලියක් අනුගමනය කළා සෙතුකි ප්‍රනාන්දු. ඇය ජයග්‍රහණය කළා මේ තරගය.
හොඳ තරගයේ අවසානයේ අපි යොමු වෙනවා ඉසව් අංක 214 වයස අවුරුදු 15න් 15 බාලක මීටර් 50 පසුපසාර අවසන් තරගය සඳහා. මෙම ඉසව්වේ පවතින වාර්තාව 2022 වසරේදී අදීත සිරිවර්ධන විසින් පවත්වා තිබෙනවා. ඒ තත්පර 29.23ක් ලෙස.
පහළවෙන් පහළ බාලක මීටර 50 පසුපසාර අවසන් මහා තරගය. මීට සහභාගී වෙනවා ක්‍රීඩකයන් 8 දෙනෙක්. මන්තිරුවන්ක කේ ජෙහාන් ශ්‍රී වර්ණසිංහ ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල වත්තලින්. මන්තිරුවන්ක 2 රියෝන් ඩි සිල්වා රාජකීය ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල කුරුණෑගල. මන්තිරුවන්ක 3 මිහිරු රන්දුනු ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල නුගේගොඩ. මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 දුලක්ෂ ගනිදු ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල ගම්පහ. මන්තිරුවන්ක 5 අශ්රෆ් රෂීඩ් ස්විමිං ඇසෝසියේෂන් මෝල්ඩිව්ස් නැත්නම් මාලදිවයින් පිහිනුම් සමාජය නියෝජනය කරන්නේ. මන්තිරුවන්ක 6 අකලංක නිසල් ශාන්ත ජෝසප් විද්‍යාලයෙන්. මන්තිරුවන්ක 7 ඉප්ෂිත පෙරේරා හොරයිසන් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසලෙන්. මන්තිරුවන්ක 8 බිනුග නෙත්සිලු ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල වත්තලින්. පෙර සඳහන් කළ පරිදි පවතින වාර්තාව තත්පර 29.23යි 2022 දී අදීත සිරිවර්ධන විසින් පිහිටුවා තිබෙන්නේ.
අපි බලමු මේ තරගය කෙසේ නිමා වේවිද කියලා. දුලක්ෂ සහ අශ්රෆ් තමා මූලික වටවල ඉතාමත්ම හොඳින් කාලය වාර්තා කළේ. මෙන්න තරගය ආරම්භ වුණා. පෙනෙන්නට තිබෙන්නේ මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 ඒ දුලක්ෂ ගනිදු ඔහුට අභියෝගයක් එල්ල කරමින් මන්තිරුවන්ක 5 අශ්රෆ් රෂීඩ්. එකසේ වෙතත් දුලක්ෂ තමන්ගේ දක්ෂතාවය මැනවින් පෙන්වමින් මෙන්න ඉදිරියට යන ආකාරය අවසන් මීටර 25 ඇතුළත ඔහු යම්තාක් දුරක පෙරමුණක් තබාගෙන තමයි මෙන්න අවසන් මීටර කිහිපයට ළඟාවන්නේ. තවමත් අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට හැකියාවක් ලැබෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ අවසරයෙන් මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 දුලක්ෂ ගනිදු ගම්පහ ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසලේ ක්‍රීඩකයා තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කරනු ලබනවා. තත්පර 30.53ක කාලයක් වාර්තා කරමු.
ඉතාම හොඳ කාලයක් දුලක්ෂ ගනිදුගෙන්. දෙවන ස්ථානය මන්තිරුවන්ක 6 ක්‍රීඩකයාට හිමි වුණේ. මන්තිරුවන්ක 6 අකලංක නිසල්. තුන්වැනි ස්ථානය මන්තිරුවන්ක 3 පිහිනුම් සිදු කළ මිහිරු රන්දුනු විසින් දිනා ගත්තේ. සුබ පැතුම් දුලක්ෂ ගනිදුට.
ඉනතුරුව ඊළඟ තරග ඉසව්ව අංක 215 වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර 50 පසුපසාර අවසන් තරගය. මෙම තරගයේ පවතින තරග වාර්තාව 2014 වසරේදී කිමිකෝ රහීම් විසින් පවත්වා තිබෙනවා. ඒ තත්පර 30.95ක් ලෙස.
17න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර 50 පසුපසාර අවසන් මහා තරගය. මිට සහභාගී වන ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් මන්තිරුවන්ක 1 සෙනුලි ගමගේ බ්‍රිටිෂ් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල නියෝජනය කරන්නේ. මන්තිරුවන්ක 2 අකීෂා මන්තුලි ජයසිංහ ශ්‍රී සුමංගල බාලිකා විද්‍යාලයෙන්. මන්තිරුවන්ක 3 ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා රායි තිරකුමාර් කොළඹ කාන්තා විද්‍යාලයෙන්. මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 ජූලියා හෝප් ගෙෆාරි දුලපන්දන් පිහිනුම් පාසලෙන්. මන්තිරුවන්ක 5 රශ්මි රාජවිවේකා හිල්වුඩ් විද්‍යාලය මහනුවරින්. මන්තිරුවන්ක 6 දනිෂා ගනිෂ්කි ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල වත්තලින්. මන්තිරුවන්ක 7 KTT දම්සරණි ප්‍රබල ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් SNS ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයෙන්. මන්තිරුවන්ක 8 රුත් සාරා පනාපිටිය කිලවේල් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජය නියෝජනය කරමින්.
ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සූදානමින් සිටින්නේ. වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 50 අවසන් මහා තරගයේ පසුපසාර.
දැන් ඔවුන්ට අවස්ථාව ආරම්භක ස්ථානයට යන්නට.
ආරම්භක සංඥාව ලබා දීමත් සමග මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තරගය ආරම්භ කළා. ඉතාමත් හොඳ පිහිනීමක් තමන්ගේ උපරිමය භාවිතා කරමින් මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 ක්‍රීඩිකාව ඒ තමයි ජුලියා හෝප් ආරම්භයේ සිටම තමත් හොඳ වේගයක් පවත්වා ගනිමින් අය පිහිනාගෙන ආකාරයක් පෙනෙන්නට තිබෙනවා. මෙන්න අවසන් මීටර 25 කෙමෙන් තමන්ගේ පරතරය වැඩි දිනු කර ගන්න ආකාරයක් තමයි පෙනෙන්නට තිබෙන්නේ. ජුලියා මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට තරම අවස්ථාවක් ලැබෙන්නේ නැහැ ඇයට අභියෝගයක් ලබා දීමට යනුව. එම තරගය ජුලියා හෝප් විසින් ජයග්‍රහණය කරනු ලබනවා. වාර්තා වන කාලය තත්පර 33.0.0ක්.
තාම හොඳ කාලයක්. 32.25ක්. ජුලියා හෝප්ට බලාපොරොත්තුවක් තිබුණා. බලාපොරොත්තුව සාර්ථකයි. ඇයටයි ජයග්‍රහණය හිමි වුණේ. දෙවන ස්ථානයේ මන්තිරුවන්ක 5 රශ්මි රාජවිවේකාට. තුන්වැනි ස්ථානය තුන්වැනි මන්තිරුවේ තරග වැදුණු ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා රායි තිරකුමාර්ට. මේ තමයි ජූලියා හෝප් ඇගේ බලාපොරොත්තුවට ධාවනය කළ ආකාරය.
ඉනතුරු අපි සූදානම් බාලක වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 මීටර 50 පසුපස ආර අවසන් තරගය සඳහා යොමු වන්නට. මෙම තරගය සව්වේ පවතින වාර්තාව 2016 වසරේදී අකලංක පීරිස් විසින් පිහිටුවා තිබෙනවා. ඒ තත්පර 27.37ක් ලෙස.
17න් 15 බාලක මීටර 50 පසුපසාර ඉසව්වේ අද අවසන් මහා තරගයට සහභාගී වන ක්‍රීඩකයන් මන්තිරුවන්ක 1 විහංග මෙන්ඩිස් ශාන්ත සෙබස්තියන් විද්‍යාලය මොරටුව. මන්තිරුවන්ක 2 KA හිරාන් නතේෂ ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලය. මන්තිරුවන්ක 3 PS අරවින්ද පීදෙස් කුලරත්න විද්‍යාලය අම්බලන්ගොඩ. මන්තිරුවන්ක 4න් ධනුෂ් විජේසුන්දර ස්ටැෆර්ඩ් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල. මන්තිරුවන්ක 5 සුලයිමාන් ශිහාර් රාජකීය විද්‍යාලයෙන්. මන්තිරුවන්ක 6 AIM හාතිම් ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල නුගේගොඩ. මන්තිරුවන්ක 7 AF හසන් ශාන්ත තෝමස් විද්‍යාලය ගල්කිස්ස. මන්තිරුවන්ක 8 හේලික ප්‍රනාන්දු ශාන්ත සෙබස්තියන් විද්‍යාලය මොරටුව. විශේෂ ක්‍රීඩකෙක් සුලයිමාන් ශිහාර් මින් පෙර පැවති වෝටර් පෝලෝ තරගයටත් සංචිතේ නියෝජනය කළ ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. මේ ක්‍රියාත්මක වන්නේ 17න් 15 බාලක මීටර 50 පසුපසාර අවසන් මහා තරගය.
මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් සියලු දෙනා පහේ මූලික වටේ තරඟවල ඉතාමත් හොඳ කාලයන් වාර්තා කරමින් තමයි මේ තරඟ සඳහා පැමිණෙන්නේ. අපි බලමු පවතින වාර්තාව වසර 9ක් පමණ පැරණි හැකි වේවිද කියා. මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට මේ වාර්තා බිඳ හෙළීමට ආරම්භක සංඥාව සමගින් මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩකීන් තම හැකි උපරිම වෙර යොදමින් හැකිතාක් දුර වතුර යටින් පැමිණ නැවත මතුවී මෙන්න පළමු මීටර 25 තරණය කරමින් ඉදිරියට යනවා. ඊටමත් මොහොත තරගයක් අපිට පේන්නට තිබෙනවා ක්‍රීඩකීන් 4 දෙනෙක් පමණ මැද මන්තිරු වලින් කරට කර සටනක් තවමත් අපිට පැහැදිලි පෙරමුණක් දැක ගැනීමට හැකියාවක් ලැබෙන්නේ නැහැ. අවසානයේ තෙක්ම ඉතාමත් හොඳින් වුන් තරංගේ මේවා තරංගේ නිමා කරනවා. අපි එනං දැකිය යුතුයි මට පේන ආකාරයට නැවතත්.
මන්තිරු අංක 5 සුලේමාන් ශිහාර් අපි සඳහන් කළ පරිදිම මේ වයස් කාණ්ඩයේ ප්‍රබල ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් තත්පර 29.75ක කාලයක් වාර්තා කරමින් ජයග්‍රහණය වාර්තා කළා. මන්තිරු අංක 6 ගමන් කළ AIM හාතිම් දෙවැනි ස්ථානයට පත් වුණා. ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල නුගේගොඩ නියෝජනය කරමින් සුලේමාන් මන්තිරු අංක 5න් තරග වැදුනේ. මෙන්න තරගය ආරම්භ වුණු ආකාරය.
කරට කර තරගයක් අප දුටුව ප්‍රවේග ක්‍රම අවසන් තරගය මේ හවස වරුවේ අවසාන වෙන තෙක්ම ක්‍රීඩකීන් උත්සාහ කළා දිනා ගැනීමට ප්‍රථම ස්ථානය. ඉනතුරු අප සූදානම් වයස අවුරුදු 20න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 50 පසුපසාර අවසන් තරගය සඳහා යොමු වන්නට මෙම තරගය සව්වේ පවතින වාර්තාව 2016 වසරේදී කිමිකෝ රහිම් විසින් පවත්වා තිබෙනවා. ඒ තත්පර 29.5 ලෙස.
වයස අවුරුදු 20න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර 50 පසුපසාර අවසන් මහා තරගයට අප සූදානම් වන්නේ. මන්තිරු අංක 1කින් කලාශී රණබාහු මියුසිස් විද්‍යාලය නියෝජනය කරන්නේ. මන්තිරු අංක 2කින් නෙතලි අවුට්ස්ක්‍රූන් ශුද්ධ උපවුලේ කන්‍යාරාමයේ බම්බලපිටිය. මන්තිරු අංක 3 දිලන්දි පීරිස් අනුලා විද්‍යාලය නුගේගොඩ. මන්තිරු අංක 4 ඩී හිඟුල්වල හිල්වුඩ් විද්‍යාලය මහනුවර. මන්තිරු අංක 5 සදලි සුමතිපාල මියුසිස් විද්‍යාලයෙන්. මන්තිරු අංක 6 තිනායා දිනෙත්මි සිරිමාව බණ්ඩාරනායක විද්‍යාලය. මන්තිරු අංක 7 සිතුමි ජයවර්ධන සිරිමාව බණ්ඩාරනායක විද්‍යාලය. මන්තිරු අංක 8 ගීෂාන්‍යා සිරිවර්ධන මහා මායා විද්‍යාලය මහනුවර. ප්‍රබල නාමලයිස්තුවක්. ඒ වගේම මේ සජීව විකාශයේ වැදගත් කාර්යභාරයක් කරන ෂෙනාලි හේරත්ගේ විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දෙදෙනෙක්ම ඉන්නවා.
අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ෂෙනාලි හේරත් මෙනෙවි විසින් අකුරු ඉගැන්වූ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් විය යුතුයි. පිහිනුම් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ආයන්න ඉගැන්වූ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් විය යුතුයි. මේ අවසන් තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙන්න අපි බලමු.
පවතින තරග වාර්තාව තත්පර 29.5 කිමිකෝ රහිම් විසින් 2016 දී පිහිටුවන ලද්දක්. අද යම් කිසි වෙනසක් සිදු වේවිද?
ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සූදානම්. ආරම්භක සංඥාව ලබා දුන්නා. මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තරගය ආරම්භ කරනවා. තමන්ගේ හැකි උපරිම යොදා ගනිමින් මීටර් 10ක් 15ක් පමණ වතුර යටින් පැමිණ. ඉන්නතුරු අපිට පේන්න තිබෙනවා මේ වෙනුවට මන්තිරු අංක 4 ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ පිහිනීමක යෙදෙන ආකාරය. කෙමෙන් පෙරමුණක් ලබා ගැනීමට තමයි ඒ උත්සාහ කරන්නේ. නමුත් ඇයට හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 3 සහ මන්තිරු අංක 5 ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්. අවසන් මීටර කිහිපයේදී නමුත් මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩිකාව තවමත් පෙරමුණ ලබා ගනිමින් මෙන්න අවසන් කරනවා.
හිඟුල්වල මහනුවරට රැගෙන යනවා මේ තරග ඉසව්වේ ජයග්‍රහණය. හිල්වුඩ් විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව ඉතාම සතුටින් සිනාමුසු මුහුණින් තරගය අවසන් කළේ. ඩී හිඟුල්වල ජයග්‍රාහී ක්‍රීඩිකාව. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 3 තරග වැදුණු දිලන්දි පීරිස් දෙවැනි ස්ථානයට පත් වුණා අනුලා විද්‍යාලය නියෝජනය කරමින්.
එල්සන් නිමවන්නේ බාලිකා තරගයෙන් පසු අපි සූදානම් බාලක වයස අවුරුදු 20න් 15 මීටර් 50 පසුපසාර අවසන් තරගය සඳහා යොමු වන්නට. මෙම තරගයේ වාර්තාව 2017 වසරේදී අකලංක පිරිස් විසින් පිටුවා තිබෙනවා. මේ තත්පර 26.78ක් ලෙස. තවත් සෑහෙන පැරණි වාර්තාවක්.
2017 දී පිටුවන ලද වාර්තාවක් 20න් 15 බාලක මීටර් 50 පසුපසාර අවසන් මහා තරගය සහභාගී වන ක්‍රීඩකයන් මන්තිරු අංක 1 CN චන්ද්‍රසිරි ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලය, මන්තිරු අංක 2 HMTR හේරත් ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලය මහනුවර, මන්තිරු අංක 3 MK ජනිරු අනුසර ඇක්වා පීනුම් සමාජය, මන්තිරු අංක 4 RYN ඩිසිල්වා ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල වත්තල, මන්තිරු අංක 5 SR හිඟුල්වල ධර්මරාජ විද්‍යාලය මහනුවර මින් පෙර තරගිසව ජයග්‍රහණය කළේ ඒත් හිඟුල්වල ක්‍රීඩිකාව දැන් මේ බාලක තරගයට සහභාගී වෙනවා. අනිවාර්යෙන්ම මගේ සහෝදරයෙක් විය හැකි. මන්තිරු අංක 6 AK පෙරේරා, මන්තිරු අංක 7 GSI ද කොස්තා ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලයෙන්, මන්තිරු අංක 8 මෙවලෑන් ලසාරස් සාන්ත ජෝසප් විද්‍යාලයෙන්.
ක්‍රීඩකයන් සූදානම්. වයස අවුරුදු 20න් පහළ බාලක මීටර් 50 පසුපස අවසන් තරගය සඳහා
පවතින වාර්තාව අකලංක පීරිස්ගේ වාර්තාව තත්පර 26.78ක්. මෙන්න තරගය ආරම්භ වුණා. දැන් ක්‍රීඩකයන් එකම පෙළකට දිය යටින් කිමි දෙමින් පැමිණෙනවා. ප්‍රථම මීටර් 15 සීමාව පසු කරමින් මන්තිරු අංක 4 ඉදිරියක් ලබාගෙන තිබෙන්නේ. මන්තිරු අංක 4න් තරග වදිනවා ඩිසිල්වා YN ඩිසිල්වා ලයිසිම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසලේ ක්‍රීඩකයා. ඔහුට සටනක් ලබා දෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 3 සහ 5න්. මන්තිරු අංක 3 ජානිරු අනුසර, මන්තිරු අංක 5 හිඟුල්වල. නමුත් ඩිසිල්වාගේ ඉදිරිය කිසිවෙකුට පරයා යන්නට අවස්ථාවක් නැහැ. ජයග්‍රාහීව අවසන් කරනවා තරගය. ඉතාම සතුටින් සහ හොඳ සැවරුමක් සමගින් YN ඩිසිල්වා.
වාර්තා කළ කාලය තත්පර 28.04. ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ කාලයක්. යනුව YN ඩිසිල්වා එම තරග ජයග්‍රහණය කරනවා. දෙවන ස්ථානය TR හේරත් ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලය ක්‍රීඩකයාට.
මෙන්න ඔහුගේ සැමරුම. අද දිනේ පළමුවෙන්ද.
අසංක වයස අවුරුදු 20න් පහළ අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ඉතින් හොඳ සැමරුම් සහිතව තමයි තරග නිමවන්නේ. ඉනනතුරුව විවෘත තරගයක් පැවැත්වෙනවා. මෙම තරගය කාලගණනය කිරීමේ අවසන් තරගයක් ලෙස පැවැත්වෙන්නේ.
විස්ස හෝ ඊට වැඩි වයස් කාණ්ඩයේ මීටර් 50 පසුපස ආර අවසන් මහා තරගය. එකම එක ක්‍රීඩිකාවක පමණයි සිටින්නේ. CA කුමානායක ශාන්ත පවුලු බාලිකාව නියෝජනය කරමින් එකම ක්‍රීඩිකාවක සිටින නිසා මීළඟ තරගිසව්වට යෑමට බොහෝ දුරට සංවිධායකයන් තීරණය කරાવી. අපි බලමු හරියටම කුමක්ද සිදු වෙන්නේ කියලා. දැන් මීළඟ තරගිසව සඳහා ක්‍රීඩකයන් සූදානම්. 20 හෝ ඊට වැඩි වයස් කාණ්ඩයේ බාලකංශයේ තරගය පසුපසාර ඉසව්ව තමයි පසුපසාර තමයි ඔවුන් භාවිතා කරන්නේ මේ තරගිසව වෙනුවෙන්. මේ විවෘතාංශයේ බාලක තරගයක්. ජයග්‍රාහී වාර්තාව මේ තරගාවලියේ තත්පර 25.86ක් අකලංක පීරිස් විසින් පිහිටුවා තිබෙන්නේ. සහභාගී වන ක්‍රීඩකයන් මන්තිරු අංක 3 PV ප්‍රනීත් හංසක, මන්තිරු අංක 4 TKK ඩිසිල්වා ධර්මාශෝක විද්‍යාලය අම්බලන්ගොඩ, මන්තිරු අංක 5 ආකිල් අන්ෆාස් ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලයෙන්, මන්තිරු අංක 6 PAI පෙරේරා ශ්‍රී ලංකා පොලිස් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජය නියෝජනය කරමි.
වයස අවුරුදු 20 හෝ ඊට වඩා වැඩි ක්‍රීඩකයන් තමයි මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වන්නේ. ක්‍රීඩකයන් 4 දෙනෙක් සූදානම්. ආරම්භ සංඥාව ලබා දුන්නා. මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩකීන් කිමි දෙමින් කෙමෙන් උඩට මතුවන ආකාරය. මන්තුරංක 6. එයි පෙරේරා තමත් හොඳ පිහිනුමක යෙදෙමින් මෙන්න අවසන් මීටර 25 කරා ළඟ වෙන ආකාරය. සෑහෙන වේගයක් ඔහු සතු. අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩකීන් උත්සාහයක් දරනවා ඔහුට අභියෝගයක් ලබා දීමට. නමුත් පොලිස් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජය නියෝජනය කරමින් පෙරේරා ක්‍රීඩකයා තමයි එම තරගයේ මුලින්ම තරගය නිමා කරන්නේ. වාර්තා වන කාලය තත්පර 30.4 ලෙසයි කාල ගණනේ දකින්නේ.
දෙවන ස්ථානයේ කේඩි සිල්වා ධර්මාශෝක විද්‍යාලයෙන්, ඒ වගේම තුන්වැනි ස්ථානය ආකේල් අන්ෆාස්ට ඔහු ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලය නියෝජනය කළේ. ඉතාම ක්‍රියාකාරී ශරීරයක් ඔහුට තිබුණේ. පහසු භාෂාවෙන් කිව්වොත් ටිකක් මැෂින් එකක් වගේ. දැන් අප සූදානම් වෙන්නේ මීළඟ තරග ඉසව්ව සඳහා. මීළඟ තරග ඉසව්ව වෙනස් ආරයකට අපි ගමන් කරන්නේ. 13න් 15 බාලිකා ලය ආර අවසන් මහා තරගය මීටර් 200 තමයි දුර.
මෙම තරග ඉසව්වේ පවතින වාර්තාව 2018 දී නවංජනා සිරිවර්ධන විසින් පවත්වා තිබෙනවා. ඒ මිනිත්තු 3යි තත්පර 6.31 ලෙස. නමුත් අසංක තරගයට පෙර අපට මද විරාමයක් ලබා ගන්නට හැකි. නැවතත් සම්බන්ධ වෙමු මේ තරග ඉසව්ව සමග.
දිනන ගැම්ම ගන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
Looking for the perfect place for your child to learn swimming safely, confidently, and with a big smile? At Stingrays, we turn learning into fun. With expert coaches, small group classes, and a whole lot of encouragement. From beginners to little champions, we're here to build skills, boost confidence, and make a splash. Give your child the gift of swimming. Join Stingrays today.
නර්වස් නොවී ඉන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
සිංගිතිසිනා ටීනේජ් කතා යූත් මවන සිහිනදිනා HNB සමගින් ගෙනෙනා අපි කාටත් ගැලපෙන ඉතිරියක් හෙට දින සරුවී සතුට ඉතිරිවි කාටත් ගැලපෙන
Enjoy the highest rewards and live life to your heart's content with savings that bring joy to life. HNB.
Watch the stars of Sri Lanka at the biggest franchise T20 league in the world on www.ThePapare.com for just 249 rupees.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
3 nations, 7 epic battles, 1 ultimate prize. Sri Lanka, India and South Africa face off in a high-stakes ODI series, April 27th to May 11th. Who will rise? Who will conquer? Don't miss the Women's Tri-Series, live from Colombo on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare 2, Dialog TV channel number 63, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on ThePapare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
නැවතත් අප සූදානම් මීළඟ තරඟ ඉසව්ව සඳහා යොමු වන්නට. තරඟ ඉසව්ව අංක 221 වයස 13න් පහළ බාලිකා මීටර් 200 ලයාර අවසන් තරඟය සඳහා.
පවතින වාර්තාව නවාංජනා සිරිවර්ධන මිනිත්තු 3යි තත්පර 6.3 කාලයක් වාර්තා කළා 2018 දී. දැන් සහභාගී වෙන ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් මන්තිරු අංක 1 දහම්සා සඳකිරණි අරීනා ලයිට් පිහිනුම් ඇකඩමියෙන් නියරේ පොළ හිල්වුඩ් විද්‍යාලයෙන් මන්තිරු අංක 3 නෙතුලි කොඩිතුවක්කු මන්තිරු අංක 4 W කොඩිපිලි මන්තිරු අංක 5 මහේලි නවිත්මා මන්තිරු අංක 6 ඉසුලි වීරරත්න මන්තිරු අංක 7 කෙනුදි ජයසුන්දර මන්තිරු අංක 8 KS පණ්ඩිතගේ.
මීටර 200 ලයාර තරඟයක් ටිකක් වෙලා ගත වන තරඟයක් අසංක.
විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ ආරය නිසා භාවිතා කරන ආරය ටිකක් අපහසු. ඒ වගේම කල් ගත වන ආරයක් විශේෂ හැකියාවක් තිබිය යුතුයි. මෙහි වේගය පවත්වා ගන්නට ශරීර සමායෝජන ඊටම මනවින් තබා ගත යුතුයි. සමබරතාවය මනවින් තබා ගත යුතුයි. ඒ වගේම තාක්ෂණය හොඳම මට්ටමක නොතිබුණොත් ඔබට හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කිරීමට තිබෙන අවස්ථාවන් ඊටමත් අඩුයි.
ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සූදානම් සිටින්නේ ආරම්භක සංඥාව ලබා දෙන තෙක්. වයස 13න් පහළ බාලිකා මීටර් 200 ලයාර අවසන් මහා තරඟය සඳහා.
තවමත් සුළු වර්ෂාපතනයක් තිබෙනවා සුගතදාස පිහිනුම් තටාකාංගණයට ඉහළින්. කෙටියෙන් කිව්වොත් අද දිනය පුරාවටම අවරශ්මයක් දකින්නට ලැබුණේම නැති තරම්. ශනුක
උදෑසන මිනිත්තු කිහිපයකට අවරශ්මය තිබුණත් ඉන්පසුව කිසිම ආකාරයක එලියක් අපට දකින්නට ලැබුණේ නැහැ. දින පුරාවටම කඩින් කඩ වර්ෂාව ඇද වැටුණා. තවමත් මද වර්ෂාපතනයක් ඇද වැටීමින් තමයි තිබෙන්නේ. නමුත් ඉතින් පිහිනුම් තරඟයක් නිසා ඒ තරම්ම බාධාවක් වන්නේ නැහැ මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට.
නැවතත් සඳහන් කිරීමට කැමති ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ගේ නාමාවලිය දහම්සා සඳකිරණි අරීනා ලයිට් පිහිනුම් ඇකඩමියෙන් ඕ නියරේ පොළ හිල්වුඩ් විද්‍යාලය මහනුවර නෙතුලි කොඩිතුවක්කු මහාමායා විද්‍යාලය මහනුවර W කොඩිපිලි පැන්සලට් විද්‍යාලය මහේලි නවිත්මා ශාන්ත ජෝන් විද්‍යාලය පානදුර ඉසුලි වීරරත්න මියුසිස් විද්‍යාලය කෙනුදි ජයසුන්දර ගම්පහ දිස්ත්‍රික් ජීවිතාරක්ෂක සංගමෙන් KS පණ්ඩිතගේ කළුතර බාලිකා විද්‍යාලයෙන්. මේ කාලය ගත වීම තරම් සුබදායක නැහැ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට සහ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට. මොකද ඔවුන් ඇඟ උණුසුම් කිරීමෙන් පසුව තමයි මේ ස්ථානයට පැමිණෙන්නේ. ඒ නිසා ඔවුන් මේ ස්ථානයට පැමිණිවහම ඔවුන්ට ක්‍රීඩාව සිදු කිරීමේ නැත්නම් තරග වැදීමේ අවස්ථාවන් සපයා දිය යුතුයි. යම් කිසි ගැටලුවක් දකින්නට පුළුවන්. නමුත් මේ තරගාවලිය පුරා මේ නිලධාරීන් සහ විනිසුරුවන් ඉතාම හොඳින් ඔවුන්ගේ කාර්යභාරය ඉටු කළා. යම් කිසි තාක්ෂණික ගැටලුවක් ඇති. ඒ නිසයි මේ ප්‍රමාද වීම අපට දකින්නට පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේම තරගාවලිය අතරතුර වෝටර් පෝලෝ තරගයක් පැවැත්වීම වෙනුවෙන් ක්‍රීඩාංගණයක් හැටියට නැත්නම් තටාකාංගණය අවශ්‍ය පරිදි සකස් කර ගැනීමට ඔවුන්ට අවස්ථාව තිබුණා. ඊටාම හොඳ දර්ශනයක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ බොහෝ ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන් ඊටාම කැමති තරග ඉසව්වක් තමයි වෝටර් පෝලෝ ක්‍රීඩාවක්. හොඳයි යම් කිසි වේලාවක් ගන්නට උන් තීරණය කොට තිබෙනවා. අපටත් යම් කිසි වේලාවක් ගන්නට හැකිද කියලා අපි නිෂ්පාදක කණ්ඩායමෙන් අහමු. හොඳයි ඒ නිසා අපි කෙටි විරාමයක් ලබා ගනිමු. ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් පේනුම් තටාකාංගනේ සිටින නිසා ඉක්මනින් තරගය ආරම්භ වේවි. එතෙක් රැඳී සිටින අපත් සමගින් අපි නැවතත් එමු ඉක්මනින්ම සුගතදාස පේනුම් තටාකාංගනයට.
දිනන ගැම්ම ගන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
Looking for the perfect place for your child to learn swimming safely, confidently, and with a big smile? At Stingrays, we turn learning into fun. With expert coaches, small group classes, and a whole lot of encouragement. From beginners to little champions, we're here to build skills, boost confidence, and make a splash. Give your child the gift of swimming. Join Stingrays today.
නර්වස් නොවී ඉන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
සිංගිතිසිනා ටීනේජ් කතා යුත් මවන සිහිනදිනා HNB සමගින් ගෙනෙනා අපි කාටත් ගැලපෙන ඉතිරියක් එත දින සරුවී සතුට ඉතිරිවි කාටත් ගැලපෙන
Enjoy the highest rewards and live life to your heart's content with savings that bring joy to life. HNB.
Watch the stars of Sri Lanka at the biggest franchise T20 league in the world on www.thepapare.com for just 249 rupees.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
3 nations, 7 epic battles, 1 ultimate prize. Sri Lanka, India and South Africa face off in a high-stakes ODI series, April 27th to May 11th. Who will rise? Who will conquer? Don't miss the Women's Tri-Series, live from Colombo on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Good evening, Gavin. Welcome to the Combox. We are back at the HNB National Age Group Aquatic Championships 2025.
Good evening, and it seems as though we are back with the action. So there we go. That's the girls under 13 200 meters breaststroke. Once again, the meet record held by Navanjana Sirivardhana back in 2018. That is a 3:06.31. In lane number 1, Dahamsa Sadakirni. In lane number 8, Panditake. In lane number 2, Nyerilapala. In lane number 7, Kennedy Jayasundara. In lane number 3, Netuli Kodituaku. In lane number 5, Maheli Navitma. And in lane number 4, the fastest in the morning, that's W Kodipli. And she has pulled up ahead. But this is one of 4 50s.
Yeah, the first 50s, I think, led by lane 5. Yes, with a split of. No, it's lane 4, 42.63.
Yes, and Shanali, it's a 200. They've got a long game. They'll have some games in this. Each swimmer will swim this differently. They'll have different 50s where they'll push and try and gain an advantage. So let's see. 3:09 in the morning from lane number 4. That's our fastest qualifier. So she should ideally be pulling away, but that's lane number 5. Maheli, she seems to be having different plans here.
Yes.
Here we go. It seems as though she has made her move now. 3:09 in the morning. Let's see if she can build on that. 131, 132.
132.
If she can come home at around that pace, we are looking at somewhere close to the record. Yeah. It's breaststroke, so it might be much easier than some of the other strokes to hold that pace. But once again, as we mentioned, Shanali, Maheli, she's hanging on.
Yes, she's picking up third 50, the crucial 50 of the 200-meter race. Some tend to slow down, but some tend to pick up.
Yeah,
Maybe that's what's happening in lane 5.
Also, the fight for the bronze, that's lane numbers 3 and 6. That's Netuli and Isuli. Both pretty close again in the heats. So let's see what will happen.
At 150 mark, we have a 222.
So this is pretty touch and go. We'll see. She'll have to come home at around 43, 44 to be challenging that record. 3:09 in the morning. So
222 is 135 pace, I assume?
Yes.
Yes, 135 pace. So that's a 310. The swim for bronze medal is getting interesting. Lane 3 and 6.
yes, but I believe Isuli has pulled slightly ahead. But they've still got 15 meters to go. But I think the gold medal is confirmed in this girls' 13-200 meters breaststroke. And it's going to W Kadipli.
311.
Yeah. Just waiting confirmation. And lane number 5 will take the silver. But who's it going to be for the bronze? It's close.
Oh.
We'll await confirmation.
Lane 6. No. Lane 5 is missing. Probably lane 3. Netuli Kodituakku.
It might be a dead heat, Shanali. Lane 3 and 6. So far, the confirmation says 2:23.32. It might be a dead heat for that bronze medal. We're just awaiting.
Yes, same time.
It is.
Same time.
It is. So what a way to start off the finals of this day number 2 with a dead heat for that silver medal. Bronze medal, I beg your pardon. So here we go. Kadipli with the gold in the girls' 13-200 meters breaststroke. Maheli with the silver, and Netuli and Isuli dead heating for that bronze medal. Next up, we've got the boys under 13 200 meters breaststroke. We see them coming onto their blocks as we speak. The record held by Damiru Vikramatunga, 2:56.26 in 2019. In lane number 8, HMJWB Aberatna. In lane number 1, M. Ulfat. In lane number 7, Aiden Rodrigo. In lane number 2, Risendu Hansana. In lane number 6, Saven Muddanayaka. In lane number 3, Desandu Tivet. In lane number 5, Lesandu Imbulpati and Kanda. And in lane number 4, the fastest in the heat swims, that's WSD Siravardhana.
A 3:8.
Solid time once again. He has also left the field in the morning, so we'll see what the other boys can do in the finals. Maybe a little bit of possum playing like we saw previously.
In the girls event.
Nice to see the camaraderie between the swimmers before the event as well. Here we go. And they're off. That is the boys' 13-year-olds, 200 meters breaststrokes. It's 4 lengths off the 50-meter pool. They're almost pretty much even to the 15, but I believe that's lane number 6 and lane number 2.
Lane number 2 is ahead at the 25-meter mark, yes?
Yes, that's Risendu. Risendu Hansana, 3:25 in the morning. He should have been left behind, but we'll see. He's got about a body length on the rest of the field.
He has that glide ideal stroke for the 200-meter event.
Agreed, Chanali.
Solid turns from all the swimmers. First swimmer 43.06 at the turn.
And that is lane number 2. So he will take the first 50. Let's see if he can hang on for the second 50 of this final.
And we can see lane 6 is also picking up the game.
Yeah, of course, because they see Risendu in the corner pulling away, and they're not going to let him go. And just as we said, the rest of the boys, that's lane number 4, 5, and 6, they've caught him up. Still a long way to go in this race, Shanali. So we'll see the outcome. So far, it seems that our golden lanes are back half swimmers.
Yes.
So I believe they'll make their move heading into this third 50. Here we go.
The first 50 is the first 100 is for lane 5, 133.11.
133 is on the touch. So let's see. In the mornings, that's a 308. So they'll have to come back at around 135 to hit that mark. Let's see. Beautiful long stroke from lane number 4.
Lane number 4, WSD Sirivardhana from SNS Swimming Academy.
Lesandu and Saven, they have a 313 and a 319. If they keep this pace up, they should go under it. So we'll see. Also making their move in this third 50, that's lane number 3. That's Desandu Tivet. Here we go, 50 to go. The two boys can see him, and it looks like lane number 6, he's up the gears. That's Saven Muddanayaka. Oh, that's so interesting to see. That's from lane number 4. That's Sirivardhana. He's actually increasing his glide the more we get into this. And he's actually pulling away.
Yes, and also lane 6 is also picking up
we got
for the second place, and lane 3.
Here we go. It's a late lunge. Lane number 5, Lesandu had a big look at around the 25 meter mark. He must have seen Risandu coming his way. They're going to make it interesting. 5 meters to go. Here we go. No doubt about the gold. He's going to keep it. That's Sirivardhana. Silver to lane number 6. That's Saven. Here we go. 5. That's Lesandu. He holds on. He hangs on for that bronze medal. So just awaiting confirmation of that final time. It's going to be a 3:08.90. So he's on par with what he did in the morning. But it is 3:12 and a 3:15. So quite a big drop from the morning for the second and third places. That late lunge by lane number 3, that made that race interesting. We had a couple of looks going to the sides as well. So it's nice to see these boys just under 13, but they're already racing and the competition is fierce.
Yes.
Here we go, and making their way, that's event number 223. That's the girls under 15 200 meters breaststroke. Meet record is by Ramudi Samarakon in 2016. That is a 2:46.54. In lane number 8, that's T. Talagedera. In lane number 1, Ranuti Fernando. Lane number 7, Sesadi Gehansa. In lane number 2, Miheli Heva Vellage. In lane number 6, Amara Watson Kittle. In lane number 3, Naduli Gamage. In lane number 5, Nikini Udari. And in lane number 4, our fastest qualifier, that's KK Dilushi Dilshara.
Interesting fact, I saw Dilushi Dilhara swimming 400 IM in the morning. So probably she didn't give her best at the 200 meter breaststroke heats. So let's see what she got here.
It's interesting that you brought this up, Shanali. I had a chat with her. She also swam the 100 free.
Yes,
so
yes,
she
that's
did the 400 IM. She
I
did
remember
the
the
200
face.
breast, and she did the 100 free. She's swimming 2 finals in the evening. She did the 400 IM. I believe she came first in that. So she'll be looking at the medals. Dilushi, of course, it's hard to miss. She'll always, or most often, be in lane number 4, and easy to spot her because it's her trademark. She doesn't wear goggles.
Oh yes, I just noticed it. Dilushi Dillara from Lyceum Vattala in lane 4. Let's see what we got here.
3:08 for an under 15 200 meter breaststroke. Here we go. They're off. This is under 15. They are entering the big leagues. You'll see them pushing their underwaters. And Dilushi, oh my God, it looks like a 50 breaststroke at this pace.
A long pull out.
Down in lane number 1, she's keeping up on this first 50, but it's going to be lane numbers 5, 4, and 3.
Lane 6, Amara Kittle from ladies is also picking up.
I believe Dilushi will get the touch to the first 50, but Nikini and Naduli, they might be close to the wall. Oh, hang on. Lane number 5 might
lane
get the
5.
touch, and she has.
41.85.
41.85 to start off a 200 breaststroke.
Yes. Good split. Let's see what's happening. We have 150 meters to go. 125 meters, almost 125 meters. Dilushi is still in the lead. In lane 5 we have, yes, Nikini in second place, and lane 3 is picking up for the third place.
She's got to be hurting Shonali. That
Yes.
400 IM must be hitting hard. From experience, I can tell you that 400 IM hits later on in the day. Here we go. 100 to go. What's it going to be? 130. 130,
No.
8-9. Just 5 100ths of a second separating the two girls. That's Dilushi and Nikini.
Again, it was Nikini who finished first, who touched first, turned first.
Right, my apologies. So Nikini first to the 50 and the 100. So what's happening here is Dilushi's got the better underwater, so she's always pulling ahead at the start of the 50, and then Nikini is catching her up. Here we go. The other girls.
Lane
they've
3
started.
and lane 6.
Yeah, that's Naduli and Amara. His third 50. Once again, a crucial 50 in this 200. They've made their moves. Once again, morning. It was in the morning. It was a 308. We'll see if she can dip under that. At 246 by Ramudi Samarakon, she holds
220
numerous.
at the 150 meters. No, it will be probably under 3.5. Let's see.
Yeah, 3.5 is definitely on the cards. Nikini pushed her all the way, but now it's Naduli and Amara who are fighting for the medals. They've got about 30 meters to do so.
Lane 3. Yes, Naduli is picking up for the silver.
But up in lane number 6, that's Amara who's also
Yeah.
catching up.
What's
Here
happening?
we go.
What's
This
happening?
is interesting.
Only
15
meters to go. Yes.
Dilushi, she's in for the gold. The silver and the bronze, I will tell you in about 10 seconds time. Because these three little girls are making it very hard for me right now. Here we go. Amara, Nikini, Naduli. Who's it going to be?
Lane 5 and lane 3.
I believe Nikini and Naduli might have just gotten
No,
the touch.
it's lane 5 and lane 6. 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, we are waiting confirmation.
That's the time.
It looks like it. So yeah, those are your final standings in the event.
Yes.
That record by Ramudi. She is the premier breaststroker in the country. She holds, I would like to say, almost all the records of the breaststroke
records,
events.
yes.
So it's the bar is set quite high for these girls, but that's what it takes. I believe Ramudi, when she said this, it was the year when she got South Asian medals as well.
Yes, 2016.
Yes. So that is, if you're up there, you're competing with the very best in South Asia.
And now I welcome Mr. Akri Amir for the combox.
All right, here we go. This is event number 224. The boys, under 15, 200 meters breaststroke. Meet record by Akash Deshan back in 2024. It's a 2:43.26. Here we go. Lane number 8. That's Ebenezer Jairaj. Lane number 1, Malin Nolis. Lane number 7, Alyan Shifan. Lane number 2, Dinil Dasanayaka. In 6, WWD Yashinta. In lane number 3, Taruka Ashan. In lane number 6, 5, VAYSC Vitaranacharchi. Lane number 3, Taruka Ashan. And in lane number 4, Taruka Salgado, our fastest qualifier. Here we go. 4 lanes of the pool. Here we go. And let me welcome Mr. Akri onto the combox. Good evening, Mr. Akri.
Good evening. Thanks for having me.
Here we go. So these two boys, I can tell you, Taruka, Ashan and Salgado, they're going to make this one interesting because I've seen them race this event and a couple of others. They're going to go at each other's throats.
Yeah, it's still the first lap, so let's see how it goes. Each one will obviously be taking on a different pacing strategy, unless, of course, they are training in the same school or the same club.
St. Peter's and St. Anayakas, so.
Yeah. Nevertheless, it's the coach that matters, sometimes they say, after the second lap.
It's a 37. That's by lane number 3. That's Taruka Ashan. 2:51, our fastest time in the morning. So we'll see if they can dip under that.
Definitely the morning times will be better now. Of course, the weather and the cooler conditions also might help the boys to do a better stint. They're approaching the 100-meter mark. And leading is lane number 3. That's Ashan of St. Peter's.
Here we go. That's 129.1. 120. So if they can keep this under 125, they are within hitting distance in the next couple of years for this record. So
definitely. It's also a few strategies. I mean, they're still young. They need to get their streaming from the turns well into place. I saw some of them, their feet were still open as they push off. So it's all about streamlining and trying to get the maximum on that first 5 meters.
Here we go. And Taruka Salgado making his move now. He is the fastest qualifier, so I don't believe he'll let this gold go easily. He's caught up, but they've got 50 to go, and there's about 0.8 of a second separating the two.
Yeah, and now it's becoming a close fight, and
that underwater from Taruka in lane number 4, that changed the game. Yes. Here we go.
So they're almost neck and neck, and nevertheless it's still Taruka who's pulling through.
Yes, that's Taruka Ashan. Taruka Salgado will keep on. 15 to go. They've upped the stroke rate.
And from this angle over here, who's leading, it's a little bit difficult to say. Yeah, it's nevertheless Taruka Ashan who's going to put it through, I guess. That's the last pull. Yeah, and that's it. What's the timing? 2:47.15.
Yeah, so they've gone nearly
about a 4-second improvement in most of them, and also close fight between the first and second, both very coincidentally Tarukas.
Yes, and that's lane number 5, Vitaranarachi, who's held on for the bronze medal in this event. He too will go faster than the morning, so good swim from the boys.
So here we are seeing some of the repeats and lot more to learn and get into place if they're going to be really good breaststrokers in terms of their stroke and streamlining and getting their body shapes into the correct position. And definitely breaststroke is much more demanding than the other strokes, so it requires a specialization and what do they say of breaststrokers? They don't make it into the other strokes that well most of the time.
Yes. It is the hardest stroke to go fast, in my opinion. So here we go. We are going to move on to the next event. That's event number 225. That's the girls under 17 200 meters breaststroke. Record is held by Christina Perumal in 2023. That's a 2:55.23.
And we have quite a combination of people. About 3 outstation or 4 outstation girls as well. And that's the 200 meters breaststroke for girls under 17. Top in line is Amecia De Silva of Ladies College. 3 minutes 16 seconds was her seed time. It's a bit of a gloomy day, and let's hope the weather stays through all the way so that the swimmers also get a better end of their bargain in this.
Yeah, slight drizzle, Mr. Akri, in this race. I know it's annoying in the backstroke, but breaststroke, it should unsettle the water, but not too much that it disturbs the swimmers. But it's great that the swimmers get to experience all conditions. I know they won't feel as so right away, but hopefully down the line they'll be
But
grateful.
it's nevertheless the little chill that you get, when you dive in, and that coldness tends to suddenly power you up also. But some of them, it tends to freeze their bodies as well.
Yes.
So swimmers on the block.
Here we go. Amecia with the fastest time in the morning. Harin, the only one within striking distance. So let's see if any of the girls have been playing possum. Underwaters.
Breaking the water last is Amecia. So she's on lane 4.
Down here in lane number 2, that's Dinil. She has also, and she'll be with Amecia to the 25.
Yeah, she's coming from the outside, yeah?
Yeah.
And I don't know whether you can see it, but there is a little bit of a difference in the stroke style of some of these people. Some of them are much more quicker, while the others, who's on lane number 5, that's Harindi, who's into more of a longer stroke. Really reaching out after the first turn.
On the wall, that's 344s. That's from lane 5, 4 and 2. That's Amesha, Harindi and Heidi Premachandra.
All close.
Yeah. Still a long way to go. We see quite a few looks already being made.
Exactly, yes.
So some of the girls
need to look more with the eye than with the turn of the head.
That's of course something they'll gain with experience. These girls under 17, still so young, but they are entering a stage where they can compete for the national medals as well.
So leading the race is lane number 4, that's Amesha. Swimmers tend to feel a little bit of tiredness in this race, and lane number 2 also, nevertheless, Heidi Premachandra from Gateway College Kandy taking her turn, and she's definitely breaking the normal arrow pattern of the leading lanes.
Yeah, but after that turn and that underwater, it seems to be lane number 6. That's Fernando who's made her move. She's actually taken the third spot away from Premachandra. So
well, that's quite true. And lane number 7 is also closing on the heels. A.M. Jassing, a girl from Sri Sumangala Balika Vidyalaya.
Oh, right. I just realized this heat has been a straight final.
Exactly, because possibly they didn't have that much of swimmers. Also goes to show a little bit about the 200 meters breaststroke event. It's a bit of a demanding event, and as they grow older, less take to the event as a choice. But anyway, pulling through and taking the lead, holding the lead rather, is Amesha.
Yeah, she seems to be pulling away with each and every stroke. Still
and I think she's got about at least a length and a half of body length clearing the swimmer.
Yeah, but up in lane number 6 and 7, that's Fernando and Jai Singh.
That's a good fight going on there.
Yeah.
But who's that? Lane number 7, that's Jai Singh, who is actually going on a faster stroke. And let's see who's going to make...
They've got about 10 meters to go, but the late lunge from lane number 3, that's Amara Singh. She was nowhere at the 100. I was about to mention her. She might come in for the silver, actually.
So it is 4.53. 4.53. Amersha, Harindi, and Amara Singh.
Amersha will go a 3:16. She'll match.
Yeah, there you go. 3:16.52. That's the time. So a little less than her seed time. Nevertheless, a good race.
So that's very interesting. Amara Singh. You won't see her in the replays because she was so far back in that first 100. She won't be on the camera, but then she comes back on that second 100.
Yeah, and that's what they all say. It's all about the strategy on these long distance races or even the middle distance ones.
Wow, what a swim. So Amersha takes the gold. Harindi takes the silver, and Amara Singh out of nowhere on that second 100. You see, she's still far behind.
That's true.
She's got about 10 meters on the field with 25 to go, and that last 25, she just turned the jets on. What a swim.
So we've got, how many events do we have for the rest of the evening of this second day of the finals?
Yeah, we've got about 4 breaststroke heats, and then we've got the freestyle.
Yeah, the freestyles definitely will be a thriller because it's all about the speed and the faster strokes.
Here we go, the boys, under 17, they're ready. The record held by our national champion, MF Mohammed, 2024. That's a 2:29. That's a very tough ask. But here we go. They're trying for the record is lane number 8, Senuru Tehan. SS Manchanayaka in lane number 1. In lane number 7, Mario Hirimutugoda. In lane number 2, A.R. Muhammad. In lane number 6, that's Vinuka Dias. In lane number 3, that's Quaid Farooq. In lane number 5, that's BAGTR Ilangakon. And in lane number 4, our fastest qualifier, that's A. Attigala. So let's see what the boys can do. That 2:29 is a very tough ask.
On the blocks. There we go.
And they're off. I believe Here we go.
And we have a lead from, who's that?
Lane number 3, that's Quaid Farouk, the Peterite, taking this 200 out fast. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that's almost a 50 or 100 pace, but let's see how he ends up.
He's a little bit of a taller guy too, so maybe let's see whether the advantage works out for him in the end. Definitely pulling away, and we into the turning point. There you go.
That's a
34.87.
What a way to start off a 200.
Yeah.
Actually, I saw this in the warm-down pool, so we can expect some great things. We'll see you on the second.
Clearly a second above the rest of the field.
Yes. The tactic is very clear with this one.
Yes. If you look at his stroke, it's quite a different stroke. He doesn't bring it all in too. I'm sure if he does a little bit more of a deeper pull, he might have more efficiency in his stroke. But for his height and leanness, definitely getting the advantage. And I guess he's on a home stretch.
115 from Quaid Farouk. That's on the 100. But up in lane numbers 4, 5, and 6, that's Artigala, Ilangakon, and Dias. They're neck and neck for the silver and bronze medals. So we'll see. Something drastic has to happen for Quaid to lose this one. 250.
And catching up is also lane number 2 into the rest of the pack. Let's see how that plays. That's A.R. Mohammed from Zaira College. But for now, we could safely say it's Quaid Farouk all the way. 157 at the end of the third lap.
157 in the morning. He had a 249. I believe he's going to go well under it if he keeps at this pace. Here we go.
An interesting race.
Ilangakon has pulled out ahead as well for the second place. It's for the bronze. That's where the fight is now. That's Dias and Attigala. Here we go. 15 meters to go. Let's see what time Quaid can put up.
What do you think? What's your prediction going to be?
He can make it in the lower 242s, I believe.
Yeah,
might be actually less.
239. That's a good time. So, yeah.
He's almost cut down 10 seconds. He has cut down 10 seconds from his morning swim. Here we go. Second, I believe that's lane number 6. Sorry.
5 and 4. Lane number 5, that's Ilangakon, and 4, Artigala.
Waiting confirmation because we can't actually see lane number 6. So we'll see if there is
maybe
a change
there
in
must
times.
have been a soft touch, or we'll have to see how the backup plays out.
Okay, they're going to keep us waiting for that one. But 239.0. I can say I saw the man in the warm-up pool and he was training for this. I saw him warming up, going back and forth, holding this pace. I bet you he's going to get a pat on the back tonight. 239.0 that's up there.
It's a pretty good time.
Yes.
And maybe in a few more years, who knows? He might be the breaststroker for the country.
Yes.
Middle distance.
Breaststroke, this 200 breaststroke in the last couple of years has been very tough. To get into the finals, I would say it's around 235, 234, which is unheard of, which could have gotten the gold a couple of years ago. So,
but not the same picture always where the girls are concerned. It's much more of a slow event, and we are seeing less of a lineup. And for 227, the girls under 200 meters breaststroke, and we've got only 5 swimmers there on the blocks.
Yes, meet record is held by Pulvini Vihara Jayatilaka. That's a 256.85. Lane number 7, that's Navanjana Sirivardhana. Lane number 3, Krishel Robin. In lane number 6, Tidakshi Pereira. In lane number 4, Ohasi Utsara. In lane number 5, Ruvi Rivera. Pulvini, the record holder, she's actually a 200 flyer and a 400 IM. So it's interesting that she still holds the record for this 200 meters breaststroke.
Yeah, but one thing we've got to remember is that this is an age group meet, so it's all age group records. And it depends also at this particular age group how long you've been at the sport.
Agreed.
And whether you're going to stay in the sport while some of the others are still swimming it out just for their universities over time, and
And in lane number 7, we've actually got a potential to break this record, not just break it actually.
Now Anjana, who's pulling away, and
Yes.
I think that's more of a career swimmer. I've seen this name before as well.
She is a breaststroker. She's a national breaststroker. She's in the top 5 in the 200 national, also in the 100, but this is more of her style. So we'll see her take this out. Entry time of 2:49, which would gap the age group record. So we might be in for something interesting. She's already got about 15 meters on
She's
the rest
coming
of the
with that
field.
experience of all the ages. So let's see. At the end of the 100-meter mark, she is going to turn in at, what's it going to be? A 121.52.
So 121. She's on pace to go
Definitely.
possibly even under
That's how
that
it looks.
249. Yes. So the rest of the girls, here we go. That's lane number 4. That's Ohasi Utsara. She's currently in second, touching in at the 100. That's lane number 5. That's Ruvi Livera, currently in the bronze medal position. But up ahead, you'd have to get another screen for her. That's Navanchana. She's pulled off ahead.
Yeah, and definitely it's going to be an age group record, I think, by the looks of it. So she's going to make the under 20 age group a little bit more competitive in the years to come, because that's going to be a record that's going to be held for a long time. And she's into the final few meters of her third lap, and that's 2:05.
So 2:05. If she can make it back home in 44, we're looking at 2:49 swim. So she's definitely on par with her entry time. So let's see. It's not a matter of if the record's going to be broken. We know it's going to be broken.
That's
it's just a matter of
for sure.
how much.
It is about making sure how the others are keeping pace with the rest of the pack. A little competitive there. Most of them taking the turns, but it looks to be lane
4. That's
4
Ohasi
and
Utsara.
5. Yeah.
Ohasi and
Ruvi, who are going to be in the second and third place.
5 meters to go.
Yeah.
Here we go. What's it going to be? Navanjana, what are you going to keep for the rest of history? 250.37. So the record is gone.
There we go, yeah.
It's a new national age group meet record to Navanjana Sirivardhana of Lyceum International School, Vattala. So the rest of the girls, here we go, lane number 4. So I have just been informed by the team that Navanjana has set a record in the previous day of competition as well. So that's 2 for 2 for Navanjana. We'll see what the rest of the days will hold. And speaking of, here we got lane number 4. That's Ohasi Utsara. She has held on for that silver medal, and Ruvi will hold on. Ruvi Livera will hold on for that bronze medal. So that's Mr. Akri. That's 2 for 2. What do you think?
Yes, definitely a good performance.
The rest of the events?
Who knows? Is she going to be the age group swimmer? I think she's coming from a lot of experience back in her time. So this under 20 age group, she is going to make it shine a little bit, and also make it a little bit more difficult for others to come in the future. So we are on the evening of the second day of the 49th National Age Group Aquatic Championships, brought to you by HNB and Anchor Newdale. The
Here we
lights
go.
are coming on into the pool.
Here we go. This is the
And,
boys. The boys have made it onto the deck. That's event 228. Boys under 20, 200 meters breaststroke. Meet record by Kiran Jaisingh, who is the premier breaststroker in the country, training outside the country. 229.84 from 2014.
Yeah, that's definitely an all-time record. He was a career breaststroker, coming from a swimming family across generations. I think it's 3 generations in them.
Here we go. Lane number 8, that's Yasir Aslam. Lane number 1, Thisas Gunasila. Lane number 7, IMRSB Ilankon. In lane number 2, Ian Jake. In lane number 6, PDGL Palewata. In lane number 3, S. Tuvakish. In lane number 5, Senita Dinal. And in lane number 4, S.N. Ranavira. Here we go. They're off with the start. In lane number 8, that's the name that speaks to me, Mr. Akre, because he is in the top 4 in the short course 200 meters breaststroke and last year's long
All
course
right, and he is coming from the outside with a no-time declaration. This is a straight final.
Yeah, and we've got in lane number 5, Senita Dinal, who came second on a close finish earlier today in the 400 meters IM. So we'll see what will happen. But as I said, in the outside lanes, that's Yasir Aslam, who has pulled off. In this
No,
first
but
50.
he is pacing back. And it's lane number 8 that's seeing the first turn.
That's Yasir Aslam.
Oh,
in lane number 8.
Okay, there we go. Yes. 5 lane numbers 5 and 8 leading the charge here.
Yes, and that's Senita and Yasir.
Yasir. It's going to be a good fight. It's a little bit difficult for each of them to see each other because they are 2 lanes apart. Nevertheless, each one going on at each other. Right now, by a stroke length in the lead is
Senita. So this is going to be interesting 100, Mr. Akre, and I'll tell you why. Because Yasir, I can tell you, is a second 100 swimmer, even though he's held up. And Senita is an open water swimmer who has the endurance in the freestyle. So we'll see how that translates into this
the pool,
event.
yes.
And the 400 IM. So he's got that breaststroke on that 300. So this is going to be an interesting one to finish off. So let's see.
Yasir hasn't lost much of anything. I mean, he's just there. And it's all a wait-and-see game.
You hear the cheers. It's because you look at the schools. That's Royal and Joseph's who are battling it out.
That's true.
we'll
And definitely the final is always an interesting part of the meet.
Here we go. Who's going to be on the touch?
And that's still Senita, I guess.
Yes, it is Senita. Closely followed is Yasir. So we'll see what they can do on this last 50.
Less than a second difference amongst them.
They won't see each other. It's just all about heart on this 50. So let's see. They've got about 27 meters
All
to
you've
go.
got is your own pacing to rely on when you have a distance apart like this. And it's Senita who's right now ahead.
Yeah, 15 meters to go. It seems like he's made his hold on this, but Yasir has just upped a gear in this last 15. We'll see if he can make his move very, very,
like you
very
said,
late.
it's his style and strategy is always the third and the fourth lap. But nevertheless, the day is for Senita. 2:41.49. That's a good time. Followed by Yasir, 2:43.09.
So the medal's going to Senita and Yasir on that one. And coming in for the bronze, that's going to be the Pete Wright. Also putting his cool up there. That's Ian Jake in lane number 2. So the medals spread out on this one. It's 5, 8, and then back down to 2. Here we see the replays. Off the start, it was pretty much even. And then you saw Senita take it out hard. And then Yasir just hanging on with him throughout that whole 200.
Interesting challenge because we still don't know how the schools are faring amongst the ranking. So it's a bit of a fight there between the Josephian and the Royalist.
Lights have come on and we are waiting the arrival. Oh, and they're here. That is the men's 20 and over 200 meters breaststroke.
So yet another better record on that of 2:27 also by Kiran. And the average times of these swimmers in the 2:35 upwards range. We've got 5 swimmers today. In lane 2, SN Ranavira. 3, GEV De Silva. Lane 4, Sevin Chatmin. Lane 5, WA Chris. And lane 6, Ivolia Fernando.
So this record, I believe, is the national record. 2:27.24 should
Most
be
certainly.
the national record by Kiran Jai Singha. Here we go. This event, there's a couple of names that speak to me. There are some premier breaststrokers. It's also nice to see the forces and universities represented in this event. Here we go. 4 lengths of the pool. This is the open. The men's 20 and over 200 meters breaststroke. Underwaters. Here we go.
Long, nice pools.
That's Chris Pavitra from the police. He is a medalist in all 3 events in the short course and has been a national swimmer. He holds multiple records. We've got Sevin Chatmin, who is also a premier breaststroker in the country, and GEV De Silva. That's Ethnica De Silva. He's swimming for the Kotalavala right now, but he used to be a solid breaststroker back in his days. When I say back in the days, it's only a couple of years behind, but yeah.
And if you say the name is Chris Pavitra, I can certainly say that yes, he's been a boy who's been turning performance after performance and a very short stint to the top. So that's quite good.
This is going to be interesting because Sevin is more the 200 swimmer and Chris is more of a sprinter.
Sprinter, that's true.
None of them are going to let this go easy.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But actually, it's lane number 2. That's Ethnuka, who I said had gotten better performances in his university life than in his swimming career as a schoolboy. So let's see. This is going to be interesting on the second 100. It's right now neck and neck between Sevin and Chris.
As they reach their second lap, it's turning in is GEV De Silva.
So it's a 119 for the first 100. So they're not taking this out too hard. I have seen Sevin and Ethnuka and Chris actually taking this out much faster. So they're definitely not going to be in that 235 zone. But we'll see what they can do.
But look what's happening here. Pulling and suddenly changing the pattern is lane number 2. Or
Yes,
is
so
it
this is interesting.
lane number 3? Yeah,
As
sorry.
I said, Ethnuka, he entered his university life and he's been hitting PB after PB. This is
Maybe
what
he
we
had
want.
better time to train at university
Yeah,
than in school.
probably. Chris, first to the wall, 2207, but not too far behind is Ethnuka. Let's see what this last 50 can hold for the boys. Sevin slightly falling behind. I know he is recovering from an injury, so it's quite great to see him even in the water. But here we go, 25 to go. Chris had a look. Ethnuka.
And he's pulling, yeah.
Chris has definitely got more speed in him, but Ethnuka's got more endurance. So let's see who's going to be. I believe Chris has inched forward.
And from here, it's a little difficult to say, even seeing 2 lanes apart, but it seems like it's going to be Chris. Yeah, lane number 5.
So yeah, it's going to be WA Chris taking the gold, GEV De Silva and Sevin Chapman for the bronze.
There we go with the final times. Lane number 5, Chris at 2:44 on the dot. And lane number 2, Evin, 2:44.93.
So once again, Mr. Akrid, 2:44 is 4 seconds faster than his entry time. So Ethnuka has definitely stepped up his game once entering his university life. This is amazing because this is what we need. And we have also just been informed that Ethnuka and Chris are selected for the World University Games coming in a short few months.
So that's good news, because these are going to be definitely experiences that are going to add on and to show their competitive performances amongst the university students of the world. And we're going to go into the sprint races.
Here we go. The girls, 11-year-olds, 100 meters freestyle, under 11. The record held by Situki Yonara in 2018, that's a 1:15.31. In lane number 8, that's Rowen Muthuhettige. In lane number 1, IJS De Silva. In lane number 7, Hiranya Gunathilaka. And in lane number 2, T. Nethara Piris. In lane number 6, V. Ahalita Vijayanant. In lane number 3, Vonushi Vijay Singh. And in lane number 5, C. Ratnaik. And in lane number 4, our fastest qualifier, P. Tilakaratna. The times, they're close in the mornings.
And it's an interesting race between 2 girls from the same school, Hillwood College Kandy, lane 4 and 5.
This one is going to be close because...
And they're off.
Yeah. I've seen these girls swim a 50 and boy, can they take it out. Most of these girls, 36. Under 11, 36. So let's see what they can bring in this 100. Pretty much even to the 25.
Lane number 4, holding her breath for quite a few strokes, pretty good at that age group. Tilakaratna, the girl from Hillwood College Kandy.
On the wall, who's it going to be? 38.96, and that's lane number 4. That is going to be Tilakaratna, who takes this heat out to the wall. 38.96, under 11, to the feet.
It's a pretty good time. What else can we say? Before we speak, we are going to see the results.
Here we go. Lane number 5. That's Ratnayaka, who's made her move. She might have just inched ahead
Yes,
for the bronze.
she is up there by a stroke. But right now, the charge is between lane number 4 and 5. But who knows? Is there going to be a surprise on lane number 3?
Yes. Bonucci made
All
her
three
move.
swimmers swimming into the block.
Heads down and
It goes to...
just awaiting confirmation.
As the
It
times
seems
come in. Yeah, let's see how
very
it sorts.
Two 121s. What's it going to
So
be?
it's lane number 4, 121.12.
Just 3 100ths of a second separating Tilakaratna and Bonucci on that one.
A very
and
good touch.
Ratnayaka, yes.
Microseconds, 3 microseconds.
Even Bonucci, 121 for an under 1100 meters freestyle.
Pretty good competitive times. I only hope that they don't burn out, but they hold it all the way through. There we see the last strokes. Look at that. Almost all three swimmers, neck and neck. So we're going to hand over to the next set of commentators for the rest of the events, and we'll be back soon for more of the events to come in shortly.
එකොළහෙන් පහළ බාලක මීටර් 100 නිදහස් සාර අවසන් මහා තරගය ක්‍රියාත්මක වන්නේ. ඔන්න නම් වශයෙන් සඳහන් කරොත් නරේන් ජයසිංහ, ටී.කේ. විතාන, එම්.එෆ්. යූනුස්, සෙතුන් රාජපක්ෂ, ආදිල් හුසේන්, ගිම්සඳු දිසානායක, ඔමෙත් පතිරණ, ගිහෝන් වීරසිංහ තමයි සහභාගී වන ක්‍රීඩකයන්. මන්තිරුවංක 4 සහ 6 අතර ප්‍රබල තරගයක් තිබෙනවා. සෙතුන් රාජපක්ෂට එරෙහිව ගිම්සඳු දිසානායක.
සෙතුන් රාජපක්ෂ සහ ගිම්සඳු අපි උදැසන සිටම හොඳින් අහලා හුරු පුරුදු නම් දෙකක් හොඳ දෙන අතර තමයි මේ වෙනට තරඟේ පවතින. නමුත් මන්තිරුවංක 4න් සෙතුන් මෙන්න ඉදිරියට යන ආකාරය කෙමෙන් තමන්ගේ පරතරය වැඩි කර ගනිමින් අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩකින් මදක් පසුබා සිටින ආකාරය තමයි පෙනෙන්න තිබෙන්නේ. සෙතුන් හොඳ පෙරමුණක් සමගින් මෙන්න අවසන් මීටර 25 දෙවන ස්ථානයේ සඳහා ඉතාමත් හොඳ තරගයක් නිර්මාණය තිබෙනවා. මන්තිරුවංක 3, මන්තිරුවංක 5, මන්තිරුවංක 6 අතර. නමුත් පළමු ස්ථානය මෙන්න මන්තිරුවංක 4න් තරග වැදුණු සෙතුන් රාජපක්ෂ නුගේගොඩ ලයිසම් විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයා.
තරගයක් තිබුණේ දෙවැනි ස්ථානයටයි. දැන් අපිට දැනගන්නට ලැබෙවි මන්තිරුවංක 3 ක්‍රීඩකයා තමයි දෙවැනි ස්ථානය. ඒ වගේම 0.1 ඉදිරියෙන් ඔහු ජයග්‍රහණය ලබා ගන්නේ රිදී පදක්කම. තුන්වැනි ස්ථානය පස්වෙනි මන්තිරුවේ තරග වැදුණු ආදිල් හුසේන් විසින් දිනාගන්නේ. එම්.එෆ්. යූනුස් දෙවැනි තැනට, ප්‍රථම ස්ථානය සෙතුන් රාජපක්ෂ.
ආරම්භයේදී තරගය පැවතුනේ සෙතුන් රාජපක්ෂ සහ ගිම්සඳු දිසානායක අතර. නමුත් අවසානයේදී ගිම්සඳු දිසානායක 4 ස්ථානයට පත් වුණා. මිලංග තරගයේ වයස අවුරුදු 13න් පහළ බාලිකා මීටර් 100 නිදහස් ආර අවසන් තරගය. ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සූදානමින් සිටිනවා. මන්තිරුවංක 1 සිට යුලියානා පෙරේරා, ඒ අමරසිංහ, ඉනුලි සේනානායක, දිසලි ලොකුවිතාන, ෂනුදී මිහන්සා, සනුමි නෙහන්සා, විසාකේ ඩයස් සහ ඔෂිරා කරුණාරත්න මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. මෙන්න තරගය ආරම්භ වුණා. මෙම තරගය සව්වේ පවතින තරග වාර්තාව මිනිත්තු 1යි තත්පර 8.38ක් එය 2018 වසරේදී ටෙවින්දී මෙත්ලිනි විසින් පවත්වා තිබෙනවා. පළමු මිනිත්තු 25 ඉතාමත් හොඳින් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තරණය කරමින් ඉදිරියට යනවා. තවමත් මන්තිරු අංක 4 සහ මන්තිරු අංක 5 අතර ඉතාමත් හොඳ තරගයක් නිර්මාණය තිබුණා. මන්තිරු අංක 4න් දිසලි ලොකු විතානත් මන්තිරු අංක 5 ශානුදි මිහන්සත් මේ අවස්ථාවේදී තරඟ වදිමින් සිටිනවා.
ඒ වගේම විශේෂ සටහනක් කළ යුතු යුලියානා පෙරේරාගේ ප්‍රථම වසරේ සටන් වදින්නේ මේ තරග වදින්නේ මේ වසරේදී. නමුත් ප්‍රථම වසරේදීම අවසන් මහා තරගය දක්වා ඇය පැමිණ තිබෙනවා. ඊටම ලාබාල ක්‍රීඩිකාවක්. එය විශේෂ සටහනක්. ඒ වගේ බලන්න මේ දර්ශන ඊටම අලංකාරයි. දැන් විදුලි ආලෝක දැල්වී තිබෙන්නේ සුගතදාස පිහිනුම් තටාකාංගනේ. ඒ නිසාම අලංකාර ජාත්‍යන්තර මට්ටමේ දර්ශන අපට දකින්නට පුළුවන් මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ගේ දස්කම් සමගින්. දැන් මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩිකාව ඉදිරියට දිසලි ලොකු විතාන ජයග්‍රහණය වාර්තා කර ගන්නවා මේ මොහොතේදී දිසලි ලොකු විතාන විසින්. රොයල් ඉන්ස්ටිටියුට් විද්‍යාලය තමයි නියෝජනය කරන්නේ.
බලමු වාර්තා කළ කාලය කෙසේද කියා. ඔව් මිනිත්තු 1යි තත්පර 9.86ක් ඇය ප්‍රථම ස්ථානයේ සඳහා ගත කළ කාලයෙන් අනතුරුව දෙවන ස්ථානය තුන්වෙනි මන්තිරුවේ ඉනුලි සේනානායක ක්‍රීඩිකාවට විදුලි මිනිපහන් යට අසංක ඊළඟට ඉසව්ව සඳහා අපි සූදානම් වෙනවා. ඒ බාලක වයස අවුරුදු 13න් පහළ මීටර් 100 නිදහස් සාර අවසන් මහා තරගයට. මේ ඉසව්වේ පවතින තරඟ වාර්තාව ගැන මතක් කළොත් මිනිත්තු 1යි තත්පර 1.26ක් එය 2018 වසරේදී බිහන්දු හංසන විසින් පවත්වා තිබෙනවා.
අද අවසන් තරගයට සහභාගී වන්නේ මන්තිරු අංක 1 ජේන් පෙරේරා ආසියානු ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල, මන්තිරු අංක 2 පීජී කිසඳු ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල පානදුර, මන්තිරු අංක 3 ඩීහෙන් ඇල්විටිගල ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර විද්‍යාලය නුගේගොඩ, මන්තිරු අංක 4 HM හකීම් ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල වත්තල, මන්තිරු අංක 5 ඔනෙල් පෙරේරා ස්ටැෆර්ඩ් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල, මන්තිරු අංක 6 තෙනුල කෙනෝද් රාජකීය විද්‍යාලය කොළඹ, මන්තිරු අංක 7 තෙවින් පෙරමුණ ලයිසියම් විද්‍යාලය නුගේගොඩ, මන්තිරු අංක 8 සෙනුත් සනුච ආසියානු ග්‍රැමර් පාසල. දැන් තරගය ආරම්භ වී තිබෙන්නේ.
මන්තිරු අංක 3 4 5 හොඳ තරගයක්. මෙන්න පළමුව මීටර් 50 තරණය කරන ආකාරයයි බලමු. කවුරුන් පළමු මීටර් 50 මුලින්ම අවසන් කරාවිද කියා. මන්තිරු අංක 4 සහ 5 අතර කරට කර තරගයක් පැවැත්වෙන මේ වන විට තත්පර 32.93ක කාලයක් වාර්තා කරමින් මන්තිරු අංක 5 ඔනෙල් පෙරේරා තමයි මුලින්ම මීටර් 50 ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නේ. ඉන්න අනතුරුව මෙන්න අවසන් මීටර් 50ට තවත් හොඳ තරගයක් මන්තිරු අංක 5 ඔනෙල් පෙරේරා සහ HM හකීම් මන්තිරු අංක 4න් කරට කර තරගයක්. මෙන්න හකීම් උත්සාහයක් දරනවා ඉදිරියට පැමිණීමට.
එකම මට්ටමේ තරග වැදුනේ යම් කිසි මොහොතක් ඔවුන් දෙදෙනාම දැන් මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩකයා ඉදිරියට පැමිණෙනවා. HM හකීම් ඔහු ඉදිරිය ලබා ගනිද්දී තවත් අභියෝගයේ ප්‍රබලයි මන්තිරු අංක 5න්. ඒ තමයි ඔනෙල් පෙරේරා. කවුද ජයග්‍රාහී ක්‍රීඩකයා? මෙතනින් බලා කියන්නට බෑ. අපි බලමු නිල කාලය.
නිල කාලය ලැබෙන තෙක් අපිට බලා සිටිය යුතුයි. මොකද අප දුටු ආකාරයට ක්‍රීඩකින් දෙදෙනාම එකම අවස්ථාවක් තමයි තරගය නිමා කළේ. බලමු.
ජයග්‍රාහකයා මන්තිරු අංක 4න් HM හකීම් ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල වත්තල. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 5 ක්‍රීඩකයා
ඔනෙල්
පෙරේරා දෙවන ස්ථානයට පත් වුණා.
ඉනනතුරු අප සූදානම් ඉසව් අංක 235 වයස අවුරුදු 15න් පහර බාලිකා මීටර් 100 නිදහස් සාර අවසන් තරගය සඳහා සූදානම් වනට පවතින තරග වාර්තාව මිනිත්තු 1යි තත්පර 2.52ක්. එය 2024 වසරේදී ජුලියා හෝප් ක්‍රීඩිකාව විසින් තමයි පවත්වා තිබෙන්නේ. මොකද දුටුවා පෙර තරගවලදී ඇයගේ දස්කම්.
දැන් ඊට වඩා වසරක් ඉදිරියට ගොස් තිබෙන්නේ. නමුත් ජයග්‍රහණය කළ ඇගේ මේ වසරේ තරගය ඇගේ නමටයි වාර්තාව තිබෙන්නේ. අපි සඳහන් කරමු මේ තරගයට සහභාගී වන ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් මින්දි පියසේන, ඕනාරා ඩි සිල්වා, ඇලෙනා මෝෆ, රුෂාලි දිසානායක, දිලුෂි දිල්ෂාරා, නතාෂා දි අල්විස්, තිනුලි සෙත්මිනි, රෂුදි චනින්ෂා.
ආරම්භ වුණා තරගය. මෙන්න පළමු මීටර 25ට ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් ළඟවනවා. මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ පිහිනීම. ඇය කෙමෙන් පෙරමුණ තමන් සතු කර ගැනීමට උත්සාහය දරන්නේ. බලමු මීටර 50 අවසානයේදී කෙසේ මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් ස්ථානගත වේවිද කියලා. තවමත් මන්තිරුවන්ක 4 ක්‍රීඩිකාව ඉදිරියෙන්ම සිටිනවා.
රුෂාලි දිසානායක ඇයට හොඳ සටනක් ලබා දෙන්නේ දිලුෂි දිල්ෂාරා. ඔවුන් මූලික වටේ තරඟවලදී ඉතාම හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කරපු ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙපළ මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් අතුරින්. දැන් මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩිකාව ඉදිරියෙන්. ඇය තමයි රුෂාලි සහ දිල්ෂාරා අතර තරගය. මන්තිරු අංක 5 ඔබට පෙනෙනවා ඇති තිරේ රුෂාලිට ඉහළින් තරග වදිනවා දිල්ෂාරා. නමුත් ඒ ලබාගත් ආරම්භය ඉතාමත් හොඳයි. ඒ සමගින් රුෂාලි එම තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කරනු ලබනවා ඉතාමත් හොඳින්. අවසාන වෙන තෙක්ම දිල්ෂාරාගෙන් හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලැබුණා. නමුත් රුෂාලි තමයි ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නේ. මිනිත්තු 1යි තත්පර 3.56ක් ලෙස තමයි කාලය වාර්තා වන්නේ ඇයගේ ජයග්‍රහණයට. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අනාගත බලාපොරොත්තුවක් මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව මේ වන විට මීටර 1500 ජාතික වාර්තාවේ හිමිකාරිනිය බව සඳහන් වෙනවා. ගැවින් තමයි මේ ලකුණු දාතයන් අපිට ලබා දෙන්නේ. ස්තුතියි ගැවින්.
ඉනනතුරු සූදානම් සවංක 236 වයස අවුරුදු 15න් 15 බාලක මීටර් 100 නිදහස් ආර අවසන් තරගය සඳහා මෙම ඉසව්වේ පවතින තරග වාර්තාව තත්පර 55.25ක් 2014 වසරේදී කයිල්ලා බේසිංහ විසින් පවත්වා තිබෙනවා.
සහභාගී වන ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් ඉප්ෂිතා පෙරේරා හොරයිසන් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල ක්‍රීඩකයන් හරියටම කිව්වොත් ඉප්ෂිත පෙරේරා හොරයිසන් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල, දුලක්ෂ ගනිදු ලයිසම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල, ඊතන් වනසිංහ බ්‍රිටිෂ් ස්කූල් කොළඹ, භාග්‍ය වික්‍රමසිංහ ශාන්ත පීතර විද්‍යාලය, අමීන් ෆයිසල් ස්විමිං ඇසෝසියේෂන් මෝල්ඩිව්ස් නැත්නම් මාලදිවයින් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජය, එස් පිගේරා ශාන්ත ජෝසප් විද්‍යාලය, අශ්රෆ් රෂීඩ් මාලදිවයින් ක්‍රීඩකෙක්, ඒ වගේම සංදේව් මිත් සිල්වා ධර්මාශෝක විද්‍යාලය අම්බලන්ගොඩ. විදේශ ක්‍රීඩකයන් කීප දෙනෙකුත් ඉන්නවා.
තරගය ආරම්භ වුණා. වයස අවුරුදු 15න් 15 බාලක මීටර් 100 නිදහස් සාර අවසන් තරගය සඳහා හොඳ තරගයක්. ක්‍රීඩකයන් සිළු දිනම් පාහේ කරට කර තරගයක් පළමු මීටර 25 තුල. අපි බලමු දැන් තමයි තරගය ආරම්භ වන්නේ. පළමු මීටර 25න් පසුව ඔවුන් කෙසේ පෙරමුණ ලබා ගන්නවද? ජයග්‍රහණය කරලා තමන්ගේ වේගය වැඩි කර ගන්නවද කියලා අපිට පේන්නට තිබෙනවා. මන්තිරු අංක 3, 4, 5, 6 මේ මන්තිරු වල ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ ධාවනයක් ඇතරම මන්තිරු අංක 1 හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙනවා. බලමු මීටර 50 අවසානයේදී මේ වන විට මන්තිරු අංක 2 ඒ තමයි දුලක්ෂ ගනිදු. ඔහු ඉදිරියට යන ආකාරයක් පෙන්වන්නට තිබෙනවා.
හොඳ තරගයක්. මූලික වටේ තරගවලදී හොඳම කාලය වාර්තා කළේ ඔහු නොවේ. නමුත් ඔහු තමයි අභියෝගය ඉදිරිපත් කරන්නේ. අනෙකුත් ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට වේගවත් පිහිනුමක් දකින්නට පුළුවන් මන්තිරු අංක 2 දුලක්ෂගෙන්. දැන් වේගෙන් ළඟා වෙනවා අවසානය දක්වා. දුලක්ෂ ගනිදු ඉතාම හොඳ පිහිනුමක්. හොඳ කාලයක්. අනර්ග කාලයක්. මන්තිරු අංක 2න් තත්පර 58.04ක් වාර්තාවට ඉතාම ආසන්නේ.
දෙවන ස්ථානය භාග්‍ය වික්‍රමසිංහ සාන්ත පීතර විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයා. ඔහු දෙවන ස්ථානයේ හිමිවන්නේ. පළවෙනි ස්ථානය සඳහා තත්පර 58.04 කාලයක් වාර්තා කරමින් දුලක්ෂ ගනිදු එම තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කරනු ලබනවා.
ඔහු නියෝජනය කළේ ලයිසියම් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසල ගම්පහ. දැන් 17න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 100 නිදහස් සාර අවසන් මහා තරගය ක්‍රියාත්මක වීමට සූදානම් සුගතදාස පිහිනුම් තටාකාංගණය තුල. ඒ වගේම ඔබට මතක් කළ යුතුයි මේ අවසන් මහා තරගවලින් පසුව වෝටර් පෝලෝ ක්‍රීඩාවට නැවතත් අප සජීව ලෙසින් සම්බන්ධ වන්නට සූදානම්. ඉන්දියානු කාන්තා කණ්ඩායමත් ශ්‍රී ලංකා කාන්තා කණ්ඩායමත් අතර 21න් 15 වෝටර් පෝලෝ තරගයක් පැවැත්වෙනවා. විදුලි ආලෝක මැද්දේ තවත් විශේෂ අත්දැකීමක් බවට පත් වේවි. දැන් මීළඟ තරගය 17න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 100 නිදහස් සාර ඉසව්වෙන් ශාෂා ඇත්තනි තමයි වාර්තාව තබාගෙන තිබෙන ක්‍රීඩිකාව. මිනිත්තු 1යි තත්පර 2ක් තමයි අයට ගත වූ කාලය. අද තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 1 නෙතුලි ෆොන්සේකා, Danisha Ganishki, Sasha Rajapaksa, Julia Hope, Yunaya Pereira, Andrea Rai Tirukumar, Shanisa Adams, Kashi Vigneshwaran.
මෙන්න තරඟ ආරම්භ වුණා. ජුලියා හොප් ගැන අපි කතා කළා. මීට පෙර තරඟ ඉසව්වේදී පවතින වාර්තාව හිමි ක්‍රීඩිකාව මෙන්න වසරක් වැඩිමහලුයි. එය පැමිණ තිබෙනවා නැවතත්. වයි බලමු.
දැන් මේ වයස් මට්ටමේ ඇගේ ප්‍රථම වසර. ඊටාම හොඳින් මින් පෙර තරගවලට සහභාගී වුණා ජූලියා හෝප්. මේ තරගය තුලදීත් ඉදිරියෙන් ධාවනය කරන්නේ මේ වන විට ඉදිරියෙන් පිහිනුමේ යෙදෙනවා ජූලියා හෝප්.
මන්තිරුවංක 4න් ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ වේගයක් සමගින් අය ඉදිරියට එන්න උත්සාහ දරනවා. ඒ අතරම මන්තිරුවංක 5න්
යුනායා පෙරේරා හොඳ සටනක් ලබා දෙනවා. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරුවංක 3නුත් සාෂා රාජපක්ෂ සටනක් ලබා දෙමින් තිබෙනවා. නමුත් ඉදිරියේ තිබෙන්නේ ජූලියා හෝප්ට තවමත්. ඇයට හැකි ජයග්‍රහණයකින් තරගය අවසන් කරන්නට අවසන් මොහොතේදී දැන් අවසානය ලබා ගන්නවා ජයග්‍රාහීව ජූලියා හෝප්. මිනිත්තු 1යි තත්පර 4.3 බිඳුවක කාලයක් වාර්තා කරන්නේ. දෙවැනි ස්ථානය හිමි කරගත්තා සාෂා රාජපක්ෂ. තුන්වැනි ස්ථානය යුනායා පෙරේරා.
ආරම්භයේ සිටම තමන්ගේ වේගය තවන් මැනවින් පාලනය කරගනිමින් අය ජුලියා හෝප් පිහිනුමේ යෙදුණා. ඒ අවසරෙන් තවත් අවසන් තරඟයේ ජයග්‍රහණයක් හිමි වෙනවා අයට. වාර්තා පිට වාර්තා තබමින් ජයග්‍රහණ ලබා ගනිමින් හොඳ අනාගතයට සලකුණක් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම. එනතුරු අපේ සූදානම ඉසව් අංක 238 වයස අවුරුදු 17න් පහළ බාලක මීටර් 100 නිදහස් ආර අවසන් මහා තරඟය සඳහා මෙහි පවතින වාර්තාව තත්පර 51.47ක් එය 2016 වසරේදී කයිලා බේසිංහ විසින් පවත්වා තිබෙනවා.
ඒ වගේම අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩකයන් මේ අද තරගයට සහභාගී වෙන ක්‍රීඩකයන් හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කළා. මූලික වටේ තරගවලදී මන්තිරුවංක 1 ඉසිදු සෙත්මාල් මනෝරත්න, මන්තිරුවංක 2 යයිෂ් අර්ෆත්, මන්තිරුවංක 3 හිරාන් නතේෂ, මන්තිරුවංක 4 එන් දාබරේ, මන්තිරුවංක 5 VT එලීෂ, මන්තිරුවංක 6 YM ආරච්චි, මන්තිරුවංක 7 AF හසන්, මන්තිරුවංක 8 හිරුන් දිසානායක. බොහෝ ක්‍රීඩකයන් මිනිත්තුවකට අඩු කාලයක් වාර්තා කොට තිබෙනවා මේ තරගය සව තුලදී.
අවසන් තරගයට සුසුම් ලබා ගැනීමේදී තමත් හොඳ කාලයන් වාර්තා කර තිබෙනවා මේ ක්‍රීඩකීන්. අපි බලමු අවසන් තරගයේදී ඔවුන්ගේ දස්කම් කෙසේ වේවිද කියලා.
තරගය ආරම්භුණා 17න් 15 බාලක මීටර් 100 නිදහසාර අවසන් මහා තරගය ක්‍රියාත්මක වන්නේ මන්තිරුවංක 4 සිට වේගවත් ඉදිරියක් ලබා ගනිමින් තිබෙනවා එන් දාබරේ ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලීය ක්‍රීඩකයා. ඔහු මූලික වටේ තරගවලදී ඉතාම වේගයක් පවත්වාගත් ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරුවංක 3න් දැන් හොඳ සටනක් ලැබෙමින් තිබෙනවා හිරාන් නතේෂ. ඔහු ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලයේ සහෝදර සටන්කරුවෙක් දාබරේට සිටින.
පළමු මීටර 50 අවසානයේ මෙන්න තමත් ඒ ක්‍රීඩකයින් දෙදෙනා තමයි ඉදිරියෙන් සිටින්නේ. දාබරේ සහ හිරාන් නතේෂ. අපි බලමු කෙසේ වේවිද කියලා. අවසන් මීටර 25ට මෙන්න කෙමෙන් ක්‍රීඩකයන් ළඟවන ආකාරය හොඳ අභියෝග කෙලවෙනවා මන්තිරුවංක 5 සහ මන්තිරුවංක 6. නමුත් තවමත් දාබරේ තමයි ඉදිරියෙන් සිටින්නේ මන්තිරුවංක 4. අපි බලමු අවසන් මීටර කිහිපය දෙවන ස්ථානය සඳහා සෑහෙන තරගයක් නිර්මාණය තිබෙනවා. නමුත් පළමු ස්ථානය ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලයේ දාබරයට හිමි වන්නේ.
කිසිම දබරයක් නැහැ. දාබරේ අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ජයග්‍රාහකයා වශයෙන් තරගය අවසන් කළේ. ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලයටත් ගෞරවයක්. එන් දාබරේගේ ජයග්‍රහණය. දෙවන ස්ථානයේ දිනාගත් මන්තිරුවංක 2 තරග වැදුණු යයිෂ් අර්ෆත් ස්ටැෆර්ඩ් ජාත්‍යන්තර පාසලෙන්. මෙන්න තරගයේ ක්‍රියාත්මක වූ ආකාරය. දාබරේ මුල සිටම ඉදිරිය ලබාගෙන තිබුණා. ඔහුට හොඳ සටනක් ලබා දුන්නා යාබද මන්තිරුවෙන් හිරාන් නතේෂ. ඔහුත් ආනන්ද විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. නමුත් සියලු අභියෝග පරයමින් දාබරේ අවසානයේදී ජයග්‍රාහකයා බවට පත් වුණා.
මීළඟ තරගයේ සව් වයස අවුරුදු 20න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 100 නිදහස් ආර අවසන් මහා තරගය. පවතින තරග වාර්තාව තත්පර 57.2 බිඳුවක්. එය 2016 වසරේදී කිමිකෝ රහිම් විසින් පවත්වා තිබෙනවා.
අද දිනේ අවසන් මහා තරගයට සහභාගී වන ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් කලාශී රණබාහු මන්තිරුවංක 1, යෙනුකි රාජපක්ෂ මන්තිරුවංක 2, නෙතලි අවුට්ස්ක්‍රූන් මන්තිරුවංක 3, සනාය නානායක්කාර මන්තිරුවංක 4, මාර්තා ෆර්නෑන්ඩෝ මන්තිරුවංක 5, තාරුකි කලන්සූරිය මන්තිරුවංක 6, එස් ගමගේ මන්තිරුවංක 7, සනුජි ගුණතිලක මන්තිරුවංක 8.
දක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩිකාව රසක් තරගය සඳහා සූදානමින් සිටින්නේ. වෙන තරගය ආරම්භ වුණා.
තරගය ආරම්භ වුණා. ප්‍රථමයෙන්ම දියෙන් මතු පිටට පැමිණි ක්‍රීඩිකාව මන්තිරුවංක 3 KVS සමාවෙන්න නෙතලි අවුට්ස්ක්‍රූන්. අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් උපරිම දුර සහ වාසිය ලබා ගත්තා දිය යටින්.
පළමු මීටර 50 අවසානයේටයි මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩිකාව ළඟා වෙන්නේ. තවමත් හොඳ තරගයක් කරට කර තරගයක් මන්තිරුවංක 3 සිට 6 දක්වා. අපි බලමු.
මන්තිරුවංක 3 ක්‍රීඩිකාව ප්‍රථමයෙන් ස්පර්ශය ලබා ගත්තා. මන්තිරුවංක 3 නෙතලි අවුට්ස්ක්‍රූන්. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරුවංක 6 ඇයට සටනක් ලබා දෙන්නේ තාරුකි කලන්සූරිය හිල්වුඩ් විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව. සමාවෙන්න කොළඹ කාන්තා විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව.
මන්තිරුවංක 4න් සනාය ඉදිරියට ඇදෙදි මෙන්න මන්තිරුවංක 6න් තාරුකි කලන්සූරිය උත්සාහයක් දරනවා ඉදිරියට පැමිණීමට.
හොඳ තරගයක්.
කරට කර තරගයක නිරත වන්නේ. ඒ අතරම මන්තිරුවංක 3 ඒ තමයි නෙතලි අවුට්ස්ක්‍රූන්. ඇය සෑහෙන උත්සාහයක් දරනවා. අපි බලමු අවසානයේට කවුරු මුලින්ම ළඟා වේද කියා. නැවතත් අප නිල කාලය ලැබෙන තෙක් බලා සිටිය යුතුයි. මොකද අපිට නම් ඇත්තටම කවුද කියලා හරියටම අඳුරා ගන්න හැකියාවක් ලැබුණේ නැහැ.
ඒ තරම් ආසන්න අවසානයක් තිබුණේ. ඉතාම හොඳ තරගයක්. අවසානයේ දක්වාම අපව අපගේ ඇඟිලි තුඩු මත තැබූ තරගයක් මන්තිරුවංක 3 තමයි ජයග්‍රාහිකාව රැඳුනේ.
නෙතලි අවුට්ස්ක්‍රූන් එම තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නේ දශම ගණනකින් තමයි එම තරගය ප්‍රථම ස්ථානය ලබා ගන්න. ඉතාමත් හොඳ තරගයක්. ටිගාවන් තිදෙනෙක් අතරේ දෝලනය වුණු තරගයක්. නෙතලි තාරුකි සනාය අතර තාමත්ම හොඳින් දෝලනය වෙමින් තමයි තරගය අවසන් වුණේ. ඊනතුරු අපේ සූදානම ඉසව් අංක 240 වයස අවුරුදු 20න් පහළ බාලක මීටර් 100 නිදහස් අවසන් තරගය සඳහා මෙම තරග ඉසව්වේ පවතින වාර්තාව තත්පර 50.14ක් එය 2018 වසරේදී කයිලා බේසිං විසින් පවත්වා තිබෙනවා.
All right, here we go. This is the boys under 20 100 meters freestyle. The final few events of the night. Meet record held by Kyle Abesingh, our 2024 Olympian, a 50.14 all the way in 2018. That's a tough ask. Here we go. We've got a couple of national swimmers here. The names speak out, but here we go. 15 meters, they're all neck and neck. This is going to be pretty much just like the 50. It's going to be a splash and dash.
Lane 5 is in ahead.
He's pulled off just slightly ahead. That's Kavisha Thenura of St. Sebastian's College. He has gone sub 55 in the past, so we'll hopefully expect something. I had a chat with him in the morning.
26.38 at
So
the end
he's
of
on
the
par.
first 50.
Yes. Maybe a 55. Kavisha said he was a bit out of form, so he was expecting a 55 or a 56. He will take this out. He is the freestyle veteran in this event. Lane number 6, that's Nawaz, who also represented Sri Lanka in the water polo match earlier today. So he's making the final and he's up for the medals in this event. But no doubt about it, in lane number 5, he's going to take this gold. That's Kavisha Thenura for the silver. Who's it going to be?
Oh.
I believe that's going to be close.
Lane 3-4.
Has Nawaz done it?
We have to, yes, Nawaz 57.34.
So it's Nawaz
the bronze
coming in for the silver and Sasmita for the bronze. But it's going to be the man on the screen. That's Kavisha Thenura taking home the gold. From the start, pretty much all even. To the 15, even. But here we see 25. Kavisha's made his move. And he pretty much never looked back from there on. What an event. The boys under 20 100 meters freestyle. Here we go. The women's 20 and over. The women's 20 and over 100 meters freestyle. The record 59.67 back in 2016 from Mashiko Rahim. Lane number 4, that's Sineshi Herat. She's also another swimmer selected for the World University Games coming shortly. So let's see what time she puts up. Entry time of 1:03.55. Sineshi also a premier butterfly in the country and an open water swimmer. Let's see what she can do. Swimming alone, but that shouldn't bother her. And this is off. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see underwaters at its best, you're looking at it right now. We've got the full focus at Sineshi. As I said, she's a national butterfly, 100 butterfly. Freestyle, she's up there in that too. So here we go. You're looking at some of the best swimmers in the open category in this country. To the 50. Here's what's it going to be? 31? 31.2. So she's on pace. Look at that streamline off that wall. Young swimmers, if you're watching, that's what you need. Swimming right on top of that line. I bet she visions herself in that university games right now as we speak. She's at the Sugathadasa right now, but in her mind, she's already racing at the World University Games. So we'll see. She's probably in prep right now, but let's see the time she puts up. The 1:05.20. So just off the 1:03 entry time, but I'm pretty sure she's untapered and unshaved for this meet. So she seems to be quite unhappy, but Sineshi, I can guarantee you there's nothing to be unhappy about a 1:05 in 100 freestyle. There's greatness to always expects greatness. So that brings a close to the swimming events, and we will shortly be joined with a very interesting water polo match. That's going to be the India versus Sri Lanka girls under 21. So hang around and we'll see you for the water polo match. From swimming, that's it. Good evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
දිනන ගැම්ම ගන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
Looking for the perfect place for your child to learn swimming safely, confidently, and with a big smile? At Stingrays, we turn learning into fun. With expert coaches, small group classes, and a whole lot of encouragement. From beginners to little champions, we're here to build skills, boost confidence, and make a splash. Give your child the gift of swimming. Join Stingrays today.
Nervous නොවී ඉන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
Singiti sina teenage kata youth mavana sihina dina HNB samagin genena api katat galapena itiriyak eta dina saruwi satute itirivi katat galapena itiriyak.
Enjoy the highest rewards and live life to your heart's content with savings that bring joy to life. HNB.
Watch the stars of Sri Lanka at the biggest franchise T20 league in the world on www.thepapare.com for just 249 rupees.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
3 nations, 7 epic battles, 1 ultimate prize. Sri Lanka, India and South Africa face off in a high-stakes ODI series, April 27th to May 11th. Who will rise? Who will conquer? Don't miss the Women's Tri-Series, live from Colombo on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare 2, Dialog TV channel number 63, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Just a little bit of
watching in Sri Lanka on ThePapare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
ෆෝකස් එකේ ඉන්න ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න. Anchor New Deal.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App, and ThePapare.com.
Looking for the perfect place for your child to learn swimming safely, confidently, and with a big smile? At Stingrays, we turn learning into fun. With expert coaches, small group classes, and a whole lot of encouragement. From beginners to little champions, we're here to build skills, boost confidence, and make a splash. Give your child the gift of swimming. Join Stingrays today.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
This event is the 10th of anniversary of the Red Bull, Ride My Wave. So we've been doing over the past 10 years. And also the special thing about having this event yearly to develop the local surf community in Sri Lanka, plus get to meet the international level of surfers to participate. And also we have more than 25 countries who was participating last 2 days of this event. As you see, we have seen a lot of local talented surfers who competing with the 25 countries competitors as well here. So proud to have Red Bull in Sri Lanka, especially surfing in Hikkaduwa, which is it's little challenging. Why? Because the waves are breaking to the boat side. We call it A-frame. And I hope we will have more events with the Red Bull in the future.
I've competed in the Red Bull Ride My Way for the last 3 years, had 2 semi-final finishes, and in 2025 I won finally. I'm so happy, it was a dream come true, especially to win at my home break. Thank you so much Red Bull for holding this event for the 10th year. It's been great, hopefully we'll be here next year as well and try and do my best again.
I was here last year and it was so nice, so that's why I came back this year. The vibe it was amazing. Thank you all for the organization.
watching the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. I'm Khadija Nazahim and we are here at the EVA Leading with Confidence All-Ireland Netball Tournament 2024-2025. Come, let's go have a look and see how she leads her team.
As a brand has been involved with the Western Province Netball Association for the last 30 years. It's been an amazing partnership that has grown from strength to strength year on year. And one of the main reasons that we've been partnering this event is because we feel that netball, the elements of netball or the sport mirrors the brand EVA, because it's about teamwork, perseverance and resilience. As the #1 sanitary napkin brand in the country and a brand that stands for leading with confidence, we want to empower girls starting from teenage years and as they grow beyond, to support them and guide them to lead with confidence. This year, the 2024-2025 tournament saw participation across over 145 schools from across the country, which is an achievement that's amazing, and we see the popularity of this growing year on year as well. And we also see a very strong bond between the participants as well as how they would interact with our brand on ground as well as in the future as well. Come on, go. Come on, come on, go. Come on.
And I'm happy that Sugathadasa Vidyalaya under-17 team won the EVA Netball Tournament Championship. Netball is a sport that a lot of people do, and it is really supportive of those sponsors like EVA to support us throughout this journey. We are young players and it really helps us focus on our future more.
තරඟ හතරකින් අපි දිනලා තමයි ෆයිනල් වලට ආවේ. ඊව එක අවුරුදු 30ක් විතර මේ නෙට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාවට ස්පොන්සර්ෂිප් ලබා දෙනවා. අපි වගේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට ඒක ලොකු අත්තරක් වෙනවා අපේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඉදිරියට ගෙනියන්න.
එයාෆෝස් ටීම් එකේ A ඩිවිෂන් මේ පිට ජයග්‍රහණය කරපු තුන්වෙනි වතාව අපේ කණ්ඩායමට විශේෂ දක්ෂතා දක්වමින් මෙවරත් ඊවා කුසලානය ගුවන් හමුදාවට ගෙන හැකියාව ලැබුණා. බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාව ඉදිරියට ගෙනියන්න ආයතනයක් විදිහට ක්‍රීඩාවට නෙට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාවට දෙන සපෝට් එක සෑහෙන්න වටිනවා. මේ වගේ තරඟාවලියක් සංවිධානය කරලා ස්කූල් ලෙවල් එකේ ඉඳන් ක්ලබ් ලෙවල් එකට යනකම් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලට ඒ අවස්ථාව ලබා දීම ගැන වෙස්ටර්න් ප්‍රොවින්ස් නෙට්බෝල් ඇසෝසියේෂන් එකටත් අතරම ගොඩාක් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා.
You're watching the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. I'm Khadija Nazahim and we're here back again at the Bandaragama Go-Karting Racing Track for the 6 Hours Endurance Race Championship 2024, where adrenaline matches the energy of fuel. Come, let's go have a look and see how intense the race gets today. I've got Jordan Brady Miles, racer Iron Maidens. Jordan, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling very good. How are you?
I'm good too, thank you. So Jordan, last time it was a 12-hour endurance race and this time it's a 6 hours race. So what's the difference?
So the difference is obviously the time, and I think our strategy. We are putting in a lot more effort and a lot more pressure because it is our last round, so we're sort of just leaving it all on the track. We've had a few hiccups. It was definitely very, very hot today. We were exhausted. Our cart just stopped. We've had a few mishaps, but it's different because I think the pressure is more because it's shorter. So we're trying to just fit our strategy for the 12-hour race but into a 6-hour race, so it's a bit difficult.
So Jordan, talking about the strategy, give us a small insight on the pit stop strategy for the 6-hour endurance race.
So look, honestly, the pit stops are our biggest pain because we obviously want to send our drivers out for as long as we can, but unfortunately the fuel compensation, it doesn't allow us to do that. We have about between 50 minutes to an hour before our fuel starts to run out, depending on the driver, and that means we have to bring in the cart to the pit stop. And if we happen to have a miscommunication or if our driver comes in without us knowing, we can lose a lot of time on that. And also certain pit stops, we actually have to do a tyre swap and that's mandatory. So pit stops definitely weigh a lot on our strategy because I think our girls are talented enough to drive a lot longer than 1 hour, but we have to change.
So Jordan, last but not least, once again, you're the only team with girl dominance. So what do you have to say about it?
Look, we are here today for the 3rd round of the endurance race to just show us and show everyone that women do belong in motorsport and that we are here to stay. And it could not have happened without the team, Speedway, and they're fantastic people. So shout out to them as well. And don't worry, Iron Maidens is here for all women and we will see you guys next round.
Thanks, Jordan. And I think you're next. You have your... So I don't want to keep you for longer. Go ahead and all the best.
Thank you very much, Khadija.
So with me, I've got Savi Ratnayaka from RHC Racing. Savi, how has your day been?
Good. My teammates have been incredible. My stint wasn't the best, but I think we're looking for a good 3rd place. So it all depends on the next tyre swap. Let's see what happens.
Savi, I love your confidence and hope maybe you'll make it for the 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Who knows? Yeah. And 3 hours down, 3 hours to go. What do you have to say?
It has been good so far, better than the last 2 rounds. But then again, all depends on the last tyre swap.
So talk a little more about your pit stop strategy.
So our pit stop strategy is run the heavy minimum pit stops. We need trying to run minimum pit stops as possible. We just sent our heaviest driver on his last 1 hour stint. Then we're gonna send our 2 lightest drivers and hope for the best.
How has been your fuel management for the day?
Good. I think I had the longest stint, around 55 minutes, and others are doing around 50, 48, 49.
Nice, Savi. Thank you and wishing you luck to get a podium.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sri Lankan racing superstar Dilantha Malagamu. Hi Dilantha, how has your day been?
Good, enjoying it every minute.
So Dilantha, from racing to international race pits to racing here at Speedway, what do you have to say?
First thing I have to say that I should thank Mr. David Pieris for building this beautiful place, because like in our days we didn't have a place to start racing. So this is the entry into motor racing, and it's, I mean, for every age, from the youngest to old people, they can all race and enjoy, and then also you can learn a lot, and it's very competitive here. So I always, when I have time, I would come and to inspire the youngsters. I want to race with them, and it's been lovely.
Indeed, Dilantha, what a great inspiration you have been. So what's the difference? I know there's a lot of difference between racing in international race pits in race cars to go-karting.
actually, as I told you, most of the top racing drivers still they practice on go-karts. One thing is it's cheaper, and if you see there's no suspension on this, so you feel, and to be a fast driver, you need to be a very quick driver on go-karts, and if you're a quick go-kart driver, I'm sure you'll be one of the fastest drivers in any category. So I think this is one of the best things. Everyone still, as I told you, even the world's top racing drivers, still they go-karting whenever they have time.
Nice. So for a young racer who wants to come to this field and excel like you, what do you have to say?
I think everything is a commitment, and like nothing is easy. But as I told you, during our days, we didn't have even a place to practice, so we have to go overseas to do anything. But right now, you have everything here. So, I mean, if there's anyone who wants to become a world champion, we should all thank Mr. Piris for building this place, and so you got it there.
Thank you, Dilanta. You have been a great inspiration and keep inspiring.
Thank you.
So with me, I've got Inshaf Iqbal, fondly known as Inshi in the racing community. Hi, Inshi. How has your day been?
It's been great. I would say a lot of unexpected things happen, but then again, we're still going forward.
So Inshi, talking about unexpected events that happened, do you want to explain and say us what happened?
Of course, we planned it according to a certain way, but then due to some unavoidable issues here that we had to push the race later. And then the whole timing things had to change, so we had to strategize it again. And then we had a couple of other things that was going in as well. We had a bit of a medical issue as well, sorted everything out, and we are back up and strong and at P5 right now, and looking forward to get P1.
So, Inshi, being the manager of Max and Mesh Racing, how has your strategy been? So last time we had a 12-hour endurance race, and this is a 6-hour endurance race. So what's the difference, and how do you guys strategize?
When it comes to a 12 hours, that's a lot of strategy involved and a lot of effort, and stamina plays a big role because everybody has to be here and also drive and beat the heat. And it was, of course, a definitely nice run because we ran through the night and the day. It was amazing, and you see it's happening today here as well. So strategy-wise, 6 hours is not as tough as the 12 hours. But then again, not to say it's not easy either, because all teams are competitive, and we are here to see how well we can race.
So do you think we can look forward to your team at the podium?
Certainly. That's what we are looking at, because we first finished the 6 hours endurance second place, but due to a penalty we went up to third. Then on the 12 hours we had a bit of medical issues with our drivers, so we couldn't push as much. But here we are. We started off P1 today with qualifying, and we're going forward.
All the best for the podium.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. With me, I've got racer Joshua Arachige from Dilanga Racing. Joshua, how has your day been?
It's been pretty hectic actually, not what I expected. I was expecting to be pretty clean and smooth, but everything's just a big mess. But just gotta manage it somehow and just have fun,
So Joshua, are you done with your racing, or do you have another lap to go?
I have one more stint to go. I think I have around 40 minutes to my next stint, then I'm done. Then just gotta check the timings and motivate the others.
Nice. So Joshua, how has your team strategy been, and has the strategy worked out?
Yeah, our strategy was basically just push as hard as you can and reduce the amount of pit stops. Like spend as less time in the pits as possible and more time on the track. And it's kind of worked so far, but I think the only thing we need to do is improve our pit times. The tire changes, oil changes, all that has to be a bit more quicker. So other than that, it's worked pretty well.
Nice. And do you think we can look forward to seeing you guys at the podium?
Podium, that's a bit of a far stretch, but we have now an hour or so, right? So it could change, never know. Just got to do our best.
Nice, and keep the positive energy and all the best for the podium.
Right, thank you so much. Thank you.
I've got racer Henry from Slow Mos. Henry, how's your day been?
How's it? Oh, it's gone pretty good. So we started off 7 in the morning because we have to sign up at 10. So pretty much from 8 to right now, we're here. It's been a long day. It's an endurance race for a reason. So no, we're all enjoying it. Yeah.
Nice. And how has your strategy been for the day, and has it worked out?
Yeah, so these are two of our fastest races. I'm the slow one, because so they put me on the 3rd. So right now our plate has dropped by 2, but now my team is trying to pick up the rankings.
So Henry, how has it been racing in Sri Lanka? Is it the first time endurance race in Sri Lanka? Or?
It's the first time. So my teammate actually introduced me to this sport. We have been but driving in the Colombo one too, and here a couple of years back. Yeah, so it's always been a hobby. And when the opportunity came up, we were like, yeah, why not, let's do it. We pretty much signed up 2 months ago, and we had practice sessions together, and it was so much great fun.
So Henry, I want you to talk about your team's name, the Slow Mos.
All right, yeah, the Slow Mos, because we don't want to set expectation too high, we don't want to set a name too high. So we are the Slow Mos, everything's slow motion, even in racing we are slow. But, we've got nothing to lose, everything to prove. We try our best.
So is the panda representing your country?
Yeah, you got to figure out, yes. So we are Chinese nationality, so this is the first time I think anybody from China is participating in a race in Sri Lanka. So it's a great honor, and it's a great organization, and everybody has been, walking their paths. I wasn't expecting this to be like this formal. We've got live television, we've got the drones flying over our heads, and wow.
And thank you, Henry. And indeed, it's an honor for your country and represent a team.
Slow Mos, let's do it.
Let's go Slow Mos.
Good evening and welcome to the second day of the HNB National Age Group Aquatic Championships powered by New Dale Anchor. We are lined up here for the second day of the water polo encounter, the Under-21 Indo-Sri Lanka Water Polo Series between Sri Lanka Women's Under-21 team and the Indian Women's Under-21 team. Short while ago you saw the teams assembled for the national anthem, and the referees having finished their inspections. The teams are about to take their respective seats, and shortly we will be commencing the matches. The match today, representing the Indian girls team, Rachana Jayaprakash, the goalkeeper, Lavanya Yogesh, Safwa Sakir, Nandini Menkar, Varsha S, Manya Ramesh, Roshini Saravanan, Yana Rahul Agrawal, who's the captain of the team, Pracheta R. Rao, Dhruti DK, Madhurima SM, Vanshika Chowdhury, Pravda Malatesh, who's also a goalkeeper, and Tanvi Ravi. And our own Sri Lankan team, we have the goalkeeper Mehansa Jayaratna, Andrea Thirukumar, Rohansa Vidyaratna, Anika Sumatilaka, Arani Dorabavila, Taruki Kalansurya, Krishel Robin,